On a beautiful sunny day in a certain mansion, Mother held a test paper in her hand and scolded Mabel Cyclamen. "Is this still so difficult for you?" Mabel quietly replied, "Yes, ma'am." Mother cursed again. "I truly don't know who you took after to end up this stupid." Then she compared her to young Claudel. At 6 years old, Claudel had already awakened all his abilities. Hearing that, the little girl immediately thought of the red-haired boy in her mind. Claudel Cyclamen, the next master of the Cyclamen family, was my only younger brother. She knew he really was amazing. By the time Claudel was 6, he had memorized every method in the spell book, and at 7, he could confidently carry out techniques on his own. He shone so brightly that everyone's attention was drawn to that child they called a genius. But I was the exact opposite. Someone like me couldn't even compare to the tip of that child's toe. The little girl clenched her skirt tightly. "I am sorry. I'll try harder so I won't disappoint you next time, Mother." Mother snapped. "I'm sick of hearing that line now." As soon as she finished speaking, Mother pointed toward the staircase. "That's enough. Go back to your room." After turning and taking a few steps, the little girl glanced back and saw the furious expression on Mother's face. "Stupid little fool." The girl froze in shock, her heart pounding. Once she returned to her room, she buried her face in the pillow and asked herself, "Why am I the only one like this? Why am I the only one who can't do anything well?" In her memories, the Cyclamen family had produced talented mages generation after generation. Many of the gifted people known throughout the world had all come from this place. She kept thinking about it. She always tried hard to learn, yet never improved, and all she ever received were reproaches from everyone. Even though I was born into this family, strangely enough, I know nothing about how to use these spells. Even the most basics of magic are still difficult for me. And so they abandoned me and call me the shame of the Cyclamen family. She tilted her head back and looked at the ceiling. "I want to do well too." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hey." The little girl pushed herself up on the bed and saw her younger brother. There was a clearly sinister look on his face. "Sis, did I just say hey to you?" He smirked proudly. "What's so important about proper forms of address? There's not a single thing about you that's better than me." His words filled the little girl with fear. "I heard you got scolded again today. Mother says you really are useless." Looking at her younger brother's face, she felt as if she were seeing Mother herself. "Stupid little fool." He continued, "Why did you come in here? Mother told you to come downstairs." "Really?" the girl asked suspiciously. "Of course. Do you think I'm lying to you again? Fine then. Go ask Mother and see who lies more." Though she still had some doubts, she went downstairs anyway. "All right, I'll go down." The little girl opened the door and stepped outside. Behind her, her younger brother snapped his fingers. Her face immediately turned pale with alarm. It turned out Claudel had set a trap that made her fall. Her face was covered in scratches. Looking up at him, she said, "Claudel." He only stood above her and mocked her. "You need to be more careful, sis." He looked utterly pleased by the sight. "You couldn't even avoid something like that? Isn't that just embarrassing?" After saying that, he turned and left, leaving her there alone. The little girl watched him go, then looked down at her bleeding legs, covered in scratches. It hurt so much. Even though her legs hurt badly, she still worried that if Mother was looking for her, she wouldn't have time to go to the maid's room for treatment. She bandaged her wounds herself. Those maids are never willing to hand over medicine to her so easily anyway. She sat there alone, feeling miserable. "I still haven't eaten anything today. Since I already came downstairs, I might as well find something to eat before going back up." Whenever she wanted food, she had to hide in a corner of the kitchen. Father, Mother, and Claudel didn't like eating with me. The maids found it troublesome if they had to prepare food again, so I was always sneaking into the kitchen to get something to eat. After eating, the little girl stepped outside to go find Mother. I should go see Mother first. She had only taken a few steps when she suddenly heard a loud shout. He said he would come take that girl away. Curious, the little girl secretly peeked through the gap behind the door to listen. Even so, he sent a lot of money. Just endure a little longer. He said he'll come take her away after some time. I don't need that man's money. You said the same thing 10 years ago. When exactly is sometimes supposed to be? The girl's eyes widened, and fear crept over her as she saw Father and Mother arguing. Mother raised her voice. "Is he taking her or not?" The girl's father answered calmly. "Of course he is." Calm down. How am I supposed to stay calm? How can we keep raising a useless child like that forever?" The little girl stood outside, anxious. Her father laughed and said, Oh, come on. She's Rakiel's only child, isn't she? Haven't you seen how much money he's sent all this time? The little girl was startled. Rakiel? Whose name is that? Unlike father's calm attitude, mother was furious. That precious child of his. Tell him to take her away immediately. Do you even know what I've had to hear from other people because of that child? The little girl clenched her skirt tightly. So it really is about me. Useless child. She had always lived under the contempt and coldness of father, mother, and her younger brother. In that room, her parents were still arguing. Who said you're the only one enduring this? I don't want to raise her either. I can't stand it. Just like that Rakiel, his child is just as hateful. The little girl opened the door and walked in, startling both of them. Father, mother, am I not your child? Her father awkwardly tried to explain. Well, the truth is... But the little girl insisted, please tell me where this person named Rakiel lives. I'll leave this place. Hearing that, mother, who was standing nearby, smiled smugly. Do as you like. It's not far from here anyway. Her father tried to stop her. My lady, but mother angrily cut him off. You stay out of it. I'm already sick of this. Then she went on to tell the little girl the way. Leave this place, and you'll see an estate on the hill to the north. To the north? That's right. There's only one large building there, so it'll be easy to find. Father looked worried as the little girl turned and started to walk away. Mabel, wait. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to find my father, so please just let me go. From behind her, mother said, that's for the best. Teaching that child anything is useless anyway. How irritating. The two of them continued arguing loudly. In the end, you only wanted to keep that child because of the money, didn't you? Good grief. What are you saying in front of the child? Just hearing the name Rakiel annoys you, doesn't it? If he hadn't been sending you money, you'd have thrown that child away long ago, wouldn't you? Hearing those things, the little girl felt miserable, but she became even more determined to find her real father. I only need to keep going forward to the northern estate and to my real father. I thought only one thing. Even if I'm hated, even if I'm useless, it still has to be better than this place. The northern estate stood near a dark, gloomy forest, a place that seemed to hide countless secrets. Mabel nervously feared that ghosts in the mansion might come and snatch away useless children. She opened the gate and stepped inside. It should be here. Seeing the gloomy mansion, the little girl hesitated for a moment, but she still knocked. The mansion's manager, Canis, opened the door and stepped out. Who is it? The little girl didn't know how to explain herself. What if they say they don't know me? What if they say there's no such person? Then where will I go back to? Seeing her like that, he looked a little puzzled, but after a moment he smiled and said, so it's a guest. Would you like to come inside? It's rather cold out here. He took a magic lamp and led the little girl into the mansion. The winters in Innocent are famously harsh. The road here must have been difficult, wasn't it? How did you even manage to get here? I wonder if you need a blanket. The little girl looked at the magic lamp and realized it contained a magic stone. Even a tiny magic stone cost an astronomical amount, and that magic lamp itself was extremely expensive. Canis led her to a door. This is the drawing room. Beyond it was a chandelier and a table with chairs. The little girl looked around, and Canis guided her to sit on a chair. I'll bring tea right away. Are you allergic to any kind of tea? Oh, no, I'm not. Then the little girl suddenly glanced at something and asked, is it really all right for me to come into a place like this? His expression instantly changed. What? The little girl felt confused. You should have thrown me out, but instead he says he'll bring tea. That's strange. At that moment, he immediately dropped to one knee. I don't know what made you think such a thing, but, young lady, you may stay here. Canis said cheerfully, who year was proven from the very beginning. This mansion warmly welcomes your arrival. The little girl felt happy. He continued, while you wait, I wonder if you might be bored. Then he took something out of his pocket. In that case, perhaps it would be better to give you this. He placed a toy in the little girl's hand. Do you like things that make noise? This is something the children in this mansion are very fond of. While I go bring the tea, hold on to this. The little girl picked it up and gave it a little shake when she heard Canis say, the master will surely like you as well. The little girl immediately turned around. Wait, but he had already left. She rubbed her eyes and wondered, what was that about? Then she looked out the window. Canis really was a kind person. Here, she could even see things that normally weren't easy to see. She wondered, I wonder what father is like. If he's a warm person, that would be wonderful. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, followed by an unpleasant smell. The man turned his cold, sharp eyes toward her. What is this? It seems there's someone here. He asked her, who are you? Aston Luralia. The sword strikes, aimed in her direction, terrified her. What is this? Why can't I speak? Her body trembled, and her eyes were full of fear. No, wait. He looked at her. Are you my daughter? Rakiel stroked Mabel's hair. It feels like an illusion. Suddenly, the little girl hiccuped. Embarrassed, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Please stop, hic hic. He stared at her for a long moment. So small. The little girl looked surprised. Small? What? His eyes softened now, no longer as cold as before. He told the little girl, hold out your hand. Igriegagis. My hand. He placed something in her palm. A gift for you. A gift. Don't you like it? Oh no, that's not it. The little girl took the item, curious about what it was exactly. On top of it was something like a slippery shell, and it was covered with soft fuzz. At the same time, it also felt like some kind of enormous seed. The little girl asked him, this is... He answered calmly, it's a magical creature. The little girl grew frightened after hearing his answer. Because this is my first time seeing one, so I didn't know. That makes sense. It isn't an ordinary thing. Her voice trembled with fear. Thank you. She wondered to herself, will that gentle old man still not come back? Rakiel was about to say, you, when suddenly a voice rang out. Master! Canis opened the door and walked in. He was furious. Master, have you lost your mind? He started scolding Rakiel. I heard from Lisi that you had returned, but what exactly is the door for? You keep appearing as abruptly as a blade. You're always saying you won't live as long as others. So why do you act as if only your memory has grown old? I told you to use the door to enter and leave. How many times have I said that? Canis was angry because Rakiel never followed his instructions for maintaining the mansion's safety. If he teleported inside, the barrier around the house would be broken. He shouted, how many times have I told you? Even after hearing all that, Rakiel remained calm. You talk too much. That only made Canis even angrier. Master, he complained, because of you, I've ended up in this form, and the others are the same. And now, I was in the middle of preparing an important cup of tea. Standing nearby, the little girl tightly clutched the magical creature Rakiel had given her. Seeing that, Canis asked, young lady, what are you holding? That only made him even more upset. Master, what in the world is this? If you just hand the seed of a magical creature to an ordinary human, what are they supposed to do? As soon as he finished speaking, he snatched the magical creature from the girl's hand. He felt sorry for the little girl. I'm terribly sorry. Did Master give this to you? It's all right. The little girl glanced at Rakiel. Since this person is called Master, then that person must be Rakiel. Canis turned to Rakiel and asked, so, Master, have you properly introduced yourself to the young lady? Why should I? It's basic knowledge for people to know each other, isn't it? The little girl, standing to the side, could only wonder when the gentle old man who had gone to make tea would return. Hearing that, Canis looked a little flustered. Young lady, you see. He frowned. It's me. I didn't intend for my identity to be discovered so quickly, Master. Canis quickly regained his graceful manner and placed a hand over his chest. Bowing slightly, he said, please allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Canis, the one who manages everything in this mansion. More simply, you may call me Can. He also introduced Rakiel to the girl. And that person is Rakiel, your father, young lady. Though I assume you already knew that. Young lady? Yes. Rakiel's gaze shifted toward the two of them. Suddenly, a stone fell onto Canis's head. Ow! Rakiel reminded him, Canis, isn't it your duty to ask a guest why she has come here? Understanding his meaning, Canis immediately turned to the little girl. Although we have welcomed you, this mansion always welcomes you, young lady. Our master is always generous to guests he acknowledges. If it is with you, young lady, then there is likely nothing more to say. How long do you intend to stay here? Only a short while, the little girl replied. The little girl intertwined her fingers. I'll only stay here for a very short time. Canis took both of her hands in his. I see. A warm smile appeared on his face. During your stay here, I will attend to you without the slightest neglect. The little girl looked up at him. Is it really all right if I do that? He replied cheerfully, of course. Rakiel said coldly, leave her to the Florence sisters, then turned to walk away. Ah, the Florences? Yes, understood. Just as he was about to step outside, Canis said, "But master, you should at least say a few affectionate words to the young lady. After all, she is the last thing Galida left behind." Rachiel turned back and hurled a flurry of blades at Canis. He was in intense pain. Sorry. I spoke out of turn. Rachiel paid no attention and kept that same cold expression. "You should fulfill your duty. You know very well I have no use for worthless things." Standing to the side, the little girl lowered her head in fear. He continued, "I will overlook this mistake only once. I'll be more careful." The little girl blamed herself. "Did I come here for nothing after all? I'm sorry for coming here." The little girl collapsed, and Canis became genuinely worried for her. Young lady, her mind was filled only with fear now. "I have nowhere to go back to anymore. If they find out the truth that I ran away from home, will my real father and Canis be disappointed in me? What if I'm hated here too? Father really is a frightening person." I had 2 rooms in the Sickleman mansion. One was a room with a bed, and the other. Mabel drifted off into sleep. The bed must have been very warm, because she slept deeply. Slowly opening her still drowsy eyes, the little girl murmured, "Ha, so it was a dream." But then she suddenly came to her senses and sat up. The room she was sleeping in was not the same room as always, but a spacious, luxurious, and beautiful one. Mabel sat still in silence for a moment. Then the memories of the previous night, of meeting Rachiel, suddenly flooded back into her mind. Even so, she was not too shocked. As she climbed out of bed, she thought, so meeting my real father really wasn't a dream. As soon as her feet touched the floor, she bumped into a carrot lying beside the bed. Puzzled, Mabel picked it up. A carrot? It's a carrot, but isn't a bit too big. Suddenly, a girl with green hair and bright green eyes appeared with a radiant smile. "Oh my, you're awake already?" Then the girl turned excitedly toward the hallway behind her and called out, "Sister, sister, she's awake. The princess is awake." Another girl walked over as well. This one had red hair, but her personality was much calmer than the green-haired girl's. "Laura, not princess, young lady. You have to follow the rules set." Then the red-haired girl stepped in, smiling, lifted her skirt, and bowed. It was no exaggeration to say she was truly beautiful. "Good morning, young Lady Mabel. My name is Skyla. I have been ordered by Master to remain by your side and take care of you." Then Skyla raised a hand and pointed toward Laura. "This is my younger sister, Laura." Cheerful as a child, Laura raised her hand and waved. "Young lady," Skyla continued. "Ah, and there's one more. Where did she go now?" Lisa, from behind the bedroom door, a short-haired, brown-haired girl timidly peeked in. Then she carefully ran over to the 3 of them. Skyla said, "Lisa is the youngest of the 3 sisters." Though Lisa seemed a little shy, she still smiled. "Hello, young lady." Mabel blushed and stared at the 3 of them with wide eyes, as if they were glowing. Suddenly, the room fell silent for a few seconds. The little girl's face suddenly turned as red as a tomato, and she bent over, hugging herself. Laura saw that and seemed to understand. She walked over, taking something out as she spoke. Ken already said that if the young lady woke up, she'd be hungry. In her hand was a large carrot, which she held up with a proud smile. "So I brought one in advance." Mabel sat there, somewhat helpless, listening to her introduction. "This is an Antora carrot. It's very big and firm, and because it's so big, it tastes very good too." Seeing Laura look at her with expectant eyes, the girl thought in confusion, "Is what everyone in this mansion eats different from what I know?" Even so, she didn't dare disappoint Laura. She shut her eyes and took a bite, but inwardly she muttered, "It's so bitter." Laura stood beside her, carefully watching her reaction. Then Laura walked over to Skyla and said, "It looks like she doesn't really like it, but Pony loves it. Sister, what do we do?" Skyla replied, "Pony is very foolish." Hearing her older sister say that, Laura grew flustered. "Ah, is that so? Humans are different." As Skyla pressed a hand to her face and said, "Let's see," Lisa stepped forward and spoke up. "Maybe she needs something else?" In her hands was a tray holding something beautifully colored. "Sister, what about this?" Mabel took a leaf in her hand and looked at it for a moment. Then she put it in her mouth and tasted it. If she hadn't eaten it, that would be one thing, but the moment she did, she was so startled that she covered her mouth with both hands. "Wow, it's so sweet." She thought, "It tastes like cotton candy." Her reaction moved Laura so much that she covered her face. "It seems the young lady likes fairy grass." Standing beside her, Skyla smiled and asked, "Would you like some more, young lady?" Mabel shyly asked back, "Can I have more?" That question made Skyla smile. Then she answered, "Of course. You may eat as much as you like, young lady." The little girl lifted her eyes to the beautiful fairy grass drifting through the room, along with Skyla's words. "Everything here belongs to you, young lady. Everything in this place." Then Skyla added, "Young lady, please feel free to call us Skyla, Laura, and Lisa. You may think of us as your friends." A piece of fairy grass was stuck on Mabel's head, but she didn't know it. She only blushed and stammered, well. Then she asked in confusion, "Aren't you all human?" Hearing that, Skyla covered one side of her face with her hand and replied, let's see." Laura seemed to step closer and whisper, "Sister, sister." I heard Kim was already exposed before this. Hearing her younger sister say that, Skyla looked a little surprised. "Oh my, really? In that case, I suppose it's fine to tell her." Only then did Skyla explain, "We are not humans. We are nymphs. I suppose humans call us fairies. We are both nymphs and flowers. Nymphs in mythology are half divine, half spirit beings of nature that live in water or caves." She continued, "I am the flower, Laura is the leaves, and Lisa is the roots. Though there are three of us, we can also be considered one." Just then, someone entered the room and spoke. "What is this? Why are you all still in the young lady's room?" The moment he finished speaking, Canis froze with his mouth hanging open. He raked his hands through his hair in utter helplessness. "Skyla, what are you doing? Why haven't you taken the young lady to bathe? Why is she sitting on the bed like this? More importantly, what is all this? Vegetables, leaves?" However, facing Canis in his agitated state, Skyla remained much calmer and reassured him, "Don't be angry. These are all food for the young lady." He nearly exploded. "I told you humans don't eat these things." Holding his head and shutting his eyes, not knowing what else to do, he could only lament, "From the very beginning, when a master said he was leaving the young lady to you, I should have stopped him. This is my fault. My fault." The three girls not only failed to comfort him, they actually chimed in along with him. "Can's fault. Canis's fault." Laura even exaggeratedly said, "Canis has shown his true form," which only made him even angrier. "Be quiet." Once Mabel had gotten off the bed and been properly dressed, she had become an incredibly adorable little girl. Still, she looked a little shy when someone asked, "Did anything feel uncomfortable while you were bathing?" Sitting down on a chair, Mabel replied, "No." Bright sunlight streamed through the window, and in the distance stood some kind of lush green tree that looked enormous. Following the little girl's gaze, Lisa explained, "That over there is the poplar tree. He's an old man who's lived for a very long time." Her words sent Mabel's thoughts wandering. If he's an old man, does that mean the tree is very old? Or is it still alive? Before she could think much further, another voice interrupted her. "Young lady, please eat quickly." Though it was only breakfast, the table was laden with so many delicious dishes that anyone would have found them tempting, and the sight surprised her. With only a few flicks of her finger, Skyla made the things on the table float into the air. Mabel looked on in amazement. Is that magic too?" Laura, standing nearby, smiled and replied, "That's right. Only my sister can use that." Then the meal began. The little girl scooped up a spoonful of the glossy golden soup, and after only one taste, her eyes went wide as she praised it lavishly. "It's really, really delicious." Seeing Mabel like it so much, Laura smiled even more brightly. "Ensemble will make it for you every day, young lady." Standing straight with his hands clasped behind his back, Canis smiled and asked with concern, "Young lady, how is the meal? Does it suit your taste?" Mabel answered politely, "Yes, it's very delicious." He asked again, "Now that you've finished eating, would you like a cup of tea?" He introduced it. "Today's tea is Mamai tea." Canis even added thoughtfully, "The tea and accompanying sweets will be brought immediately." The moment she heard that, the little girl was startled. Lowering her head to look at her teacup, she murmured, "There's dessert too?" Then suddenly Mabel noticed something. Under the table, a tail was sticking out and swaying back and forth, which made her curious. Curious. Mabel reached out and touched it. "What is this?" The moment she did, a warning voice rang out. "Don't touch that." A slender hand reached out. "Isn't that rude?" A boy emerged from under the table. On top of his head were two upright ears. "How dare you touch someone else's tail so casually?" Only then did the little girl realize what she'd done, and she became flustered. "I'm sorry. I didn't know it was your tail." Even though she apologized, he still wasn't satisfied. Oomph. Do you think saying you didn't know makes everything fine? His sharp attitude made Mabel lower her head sadly. That's true. It just looked fluffy and soft like cotton candy, so I couldn't help touching it. I won't do that again. He perked up his ears as he listened to her words, then walked over and sat down in a chair. What? His face turned slightly red, and resting his chin on one hand, he said to her, I'm only letting you off this once. And it's not because you complimented my tail. Got it? Mabel nodded obediently. I understand. Cheerfully sitting at the table, the little girl struck up a conversation. By the way, what's your name? I'm Mabel. He replied, I know. You're the master's daughter. Then he pointed at himself and introduced himself with a smile. My name is Aber. I'm the master's most capable assistant. After the master, I'm the strongest one here. He added, actually, I wasn't planning on coming here. If I got caught, it'd be troublesome, right? His words left the little girl confused. Caught? Aber blushed a little and said, because I still haven't been given permission to come in here. Suddenly feeling that he'd said the wrong thing, he hurriedly tried to explain himself. Of course, naturally, I would be given permission, but before he could finish, another voice cut in. Why would you need permission to come here? The floor you're on is one that cannot be entered without permission in the first place. The ears on Aber's head twitched and perked up to listen. Both he and Mabel turned their eyes curiously toward the argument. Skyla said, Pony is one I raised. Candace shot back. Isn't it just a foolish child? That displeased her. It's still a child. Aber looked a little helpless. These people, honestly. Then he turned to look at Mabel. You. He walked closer until they were face to face. I was planning to bully you if I didn't like you. His eyes never left her face as he stared at her intently. But she smelled very nice. Pushing off hard with his feet, he leaped up in one swift jump. He crouched on the windowsill with both hands braced there, then turned his head back. Aber smiled and said, So I'll let you off. With that, he jumped down, leaving Mabel staring in shock. She hurried to the window and looked down, but there was nothing below. Seeing Mabel standing there, Candace asked, Young lady, what are you doing by the window? She looked at him, but stayed silent and did not answer. Holding a cake decorated with slices of strawberry and tiny attractive fruits on top, he said, I brought something delicious. It's sweet cream cake. Mabel's hand, holding a fork, stretched toward the cake, but suddenly hesitated at Candace's question. Young lady, after tea, would you like to meet Lord Rakiel? Mabel stammered. See, can I? He answered, of course. I'm sure the master would like that too. Then the little girl asked, how many floors does this mansion have? Candace put a hand to his mouth and thought. As far as what can be seen, there are 4 floors. Then he continued explaining, if you include the hidden floors and the basement levels, there are many more. Those are where beings like me, or those who are not human, live. Then Candace proposed, today after meeting the master, how about we take a walk around the mansion? What do you think, young lady? Mabel smiled happily and nodded. Seeing her agree, he gave one last instruction before leaving. Then, young lady, until the master returns, I will come fetch you, so please rest. Suddenly Mabel noticed something. She remembered that the bed had been messy earlier, with blankets all over and carrots and fairy grass scattered across it. But now that very bed had been cleaned neatly and tidied up. The little girl walked toward another door, thinking it's probably been cleaned in here too, right? She opened the door and peeked her head inside. The bathroom was still cluttered with things, and water was spread all over the floor. It's still just like this in here. Mabel gathered some cleaning tools and rolled up her sleeves. Good, all set. The little girl worked diligently, scrubbing the bathtub and carefully wiping up all the water spilled across the floor. After keeping busy for a while, the bathroom was finally sparkling clean. Mabel said to herself, everyone will probably like it if they see this, right? In her mind, she imagined everyone finding out and smiling happily as they praised her. Wonderful young lady. She thought that if she said she would do things like this from now on, maybe she could stay here longer. As her thoughts wandered, someone suddenly approached. Young lady, where are you? In fact, the master had arrived as well. Candace was a little surprised to see her standing in the bathroom. Young lady, he stammered. What exactly are you doing? His reaction made her wonder in confusion. Why is he so surprised? But aloud she still replied, I cleaned the bathroom. Candace walked over, placed a hand on Mabel's shoulder, and reminded her, the young lady does not need to do things like this. Next time, I will be more careful so that nothing like this happens again. Hearing that, she replied sincerely, it's all right. This is something I usually do anyway. I'm very good at this sort of thing. I can even do it by myself." That made him pause in disbelief. "What?" he asked again. "At the Sickleman Mansion, did you clean by yourself too, young lady?" The little girl answered yes. Those words made Candace blurt out, "Good heavens." Startled, Mabel lowered her head anxiously. Had she done something she wasn't supposed to and was about to be scolded? No one knew when Rakiel had arrived, but he was standing in the doorway with his arms folded, silently listening to the whole conversation. Then he asked, "Why did you clean it?" Hearing her father speak, Mabel kept her head lowered and answered, because it's my space, so I should take care of it." He slowly reached out a hand. "Your space?" Seeing that hand, Mabel shut her eyes in fear, thinking, is he going to hit me or throw me out? But things did not go the way she expected. Rakiel reached out and patted her head, praising her. "Well done." That action left Mabel standing there with wide eyes, dazed. Then he turned to Candace and asked, "Tea will be in the study, correct?" Caught off guard by the question, Candace flinched but still answered, "What?" "Why, yes, master." Then the two of them left together. Mabel was left alone, still standing there, one hand on the spot her father had just patted, her face so moved she nearly cried. Mabel went out into the garden and sat across from her father to have tea with him. No one spoke between them, but fortunately Candace arrived carrying a tea tray. He took the initiative to speak. "Compared to the study, this place is more comfortable," and the master agreed as well. Seeing the things he set on the table, the little girl smiled happily. It was only tea, yet the table was piled with all kinds of different cakes, and Mabel was thrilled inside. Wow! Not only is there cream cake, there's so many other things too. There's syrup as well. She was still just a child, so whatever she thought showed plainly on her face, making someone burst out laughing. Puffed. Candace covered his mouth as he laughed. "I'm sorry. It's just that you're too adorable, young lady." Hearing that, Mabel shyly lowered her head, her whole face turning red, looking incredibly cute. She thought to herself, it's the first time I've ever heard praise like that. Her hand clenched around her skirt. Even just once, being praised for something like being good at wiping the floor. Meanwhile, Rakiel sat there in silence, staring at Candace, who was still laughing. Then he frowned and reminded him, "Mine has not been served yet." Realizing he had gone a little too far, Candace immediately turned serious again and gloomily replied, "My apologies, master." She had once read in a book about an incredibly gifted wizard who could slow the aging process even as a person grew old. She had also heard that such a wizard could maintain a youthful appearance. As she drank her tea, the little girl wondered inwardly, could Rakiel be that kind of person? Candace asked with concern, "Young lady, is the tea to your liking?" Mabel smiled and answered, "Yes, it tastes very good." "Did you make it yourself, Can?" He replied, "That's right. All the tea here is grown and processed by me personally." The moment she heard that, the little girl admired him and praised him. "Can, you're really amazing." That made him scratch his head shyly. Ha! The two of them had been so busy talking that Rakiel, on the other side, set his teacup down sharply on the saucer with a clack. He called out, "Can." He looked displeased. The taste of the tea is different from before. Candace found that hard to believe. Huh, that can't be. However, the moment Rakiel glared at him, he awkwardly corrected himself. "Oh no, that's right. It must be because today's temperature wasn't suitable, which is why it turned out like this." Rakiel opened his mouth and ordered, "And you're standing too close. Step back a few paces." Candace looked puzzled. Rakiel explained, "I cannot see the greenhouse." His words surprised Candace a little, and he was about to say something. The greenhouse? But since the other man was his master, he could only bow his head and obey. "Ahem, I will step back at once." Mabel tilted her head in confusion. The greenhouse? Rakiel, teacup in hand, closed his eyes and stayed silent for a few seconds. Then he set the cup down and said, "Ken is a talented butler." The little girl agreed. "Ah, that's true." Resting his chin on one hand, he reminded her, "But he is not your nanny. Your nannies are the 3 Florence sisters." The little girl obediently responded, "Yes," but inwardly she was a little confused. Huh. Rakiel did not explain what he had just said and instead changed the subject. "You said you like sweets." Seeing that her father cared about her preferences made the little girl very happy. "Pardon?" "Ah, yes, I do. I like them very much." He said indifferently, "The amount seems a little lacking." As soon as he said that, he cast magic with his hand. What he did left both Candace and Mabel staring in astonishment. There were now even more cakes on the table than before, simply to indulge her tastes. After finishing, Rakiel calmly resumed drinking his tea. Mabel picked up a cake and looked at the person sitting across from her with some uncertainty. Can I really eat it? Yet after only one small bite, she was so shocked that she froze. It was so delicious that the little girl kept eating one after another without being able to stop. Her mouth was stuffed full of cake, making her cheeks puff out like a little hamster's. So moved she nearly cried. It's so good. Candace couldn't hold back his laughter and let out a sound. The laugh made Rakiel turn his head to look. Noticing that his master had looked at him, Candace grew flustered and found an excuse to leave. Haha, it seems we're short on drinks. I'll go inside, get more, and bring them right away. After he left, the atmosphere between father and daughter fell completely silent. Mabel felt shy and didn't know what to say, while Rakiel, sitting across from her, wasn't the talkative type either. He remained cold and silent, leaving the little girl to cry inwardly. Is this awkwardness? Or just discomfort? Suddenly, he pushed a plate of cake toward her. Thank you. The little girl obediently accepted it. I'll enjoy it. He only replied coolly. Mabel thought to herself, when you meet your real father, there's so many things you want to say, but just as she was about to say, father, he seemed to sense something and shifted his gaze to the side. Rakiel suddenly stood up. Then he walked over to a nearby bush and stopped there, staring at it. Then he slowly reached his hand toward the bush. Aber, who was suddenly grabbed and lifted up bodily by Rakiel, panicked. Ow! He cried out, Master, that hurts. But Rakiel paid no attention and only darkened his expression. I ordered that no one was to come and go in this place. However, he pouted, feeling it was unfair. But I already got permission to take my nap here earlier, you know. Daytime naps are extremely important for foxes. Over on the side, Mabel watched as he hesitantly continued. And when I opened my eyes and saw Master and the young lady here, do you know how shocked I was? His attitude drew Rakiel's attention. You seem to be very cautious. Let's talk in private. But the moment he heard that, he became frightened. No, anything but that. Standing before Rakiel, Aber could only bow his head and apologize. Master, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Then he turned to Mabel. I'm sorry, young lady. My clumsiness frightened you. I am truly sorry. Although they had met before, Aber introduced himself once again. It is an honor to meet you. I am Aber, Candace's younger brother and the next butler in line. His rather respectful attitude left the little girl confused, making her think he looked completely different when he was with me before. When Mabel started to say, he cut her off first. Do you know each other? Rakiel's question startled him, and he quickly turned his head before gesturing frantically to the little girl. Secret? No, absolutely not. Seeing that, Mabel scratched her cheek and pretended. I think this is our first time meeting. His tail, because his ears and tail are a little magical, I must have stared. That made him let out a relieved sigh, as though a burden had been lifted. I see. Rakiel then changed the subject. How old are the two of you? Aber answered first. 12 years old, master. Mabel replied as well. I'm ten Kropka. The moment he heard that, for some reason Rakiel's face darkened in a very dangerous way, and he ordered, step back. Abba blinked in surprise. Go and check on Hyung. Yes, understood. Then he looked over at Mabel, who was sitting at the dining table, and called, Mabel. Startled, she widened her eyes and hurriedly answered, Why, yes. He asked, Have you finished eating? The little girl nodded blankly and thought, Is tea time over already? He turned and walked away. And as she watched his broad, long back, she thought, do other people feel like this too when they look at my hair? It's the same color, so why does it feel so different? The sun had already begun to set, yet it felt as though only Rakiel's hair still remained in the bright blue sky of midday. Too fast. She lowered her head. He turned back to look at her, as if he had thought she had gone somewhere. He bent down to look at her and said, You're really short. She drooped miserably. My face darkened. I know my legs are short too. He said, You'll grow taller later. Come here. She walked over, took his hand, and went with him. But because he walked too fast, she could not keep up. I'll slow down. The two of them walked together, the light falling across the road and casting their shadows side by side. From that day on, several days passed, and contrary to what I had expected, I came to realize that Rakiel was a kind person. Laura cheerfully waved at her. Young lady, it seems you really like tea time. The little girl smiled brightly and answered, I got to eat lots of delicious food, and today I even got to see the greenhouse. I want to do even more fun things tomorrow. She happily said, Young lady, would you like to go for a little walk? Candace added, to be precise, outside this mansion. You still haven't had a chance to look around the grounds, have you? So I was wondering if you'd like to take a full look around today. Her sparkling eyes widened in surprise. Can I really do that? He answered, yes, of course. We've renovated many things for your sake, young lady. As he spoke, he pointed ahead. Do you see, young lady? All of this was brought in for you. Laura and everyone have been picking out pretty dresses for you. You're so adorable, young lady. Please wear this. He raised a hand and signaled to her. This is a secret only you and I know. So shall we go? The little girl looked surprised. He continued. These are the servant children here. This is Aber, my younger brother. He said, just call me Aber. Don't go telling strangers my nickname on your own. You idiot, brother. Candace immediately strode over and grabbed him. Aber, how can you speak to the young lady like that? He shouted, what is this supposed to be? Candace continued, you're supposed to behave politely toward the young lady. That's your role. Aber waved his hand and said, yeah, I know. After giving him a lesson, Candace turned back to Mabel and asked, shall we go around the mansion now, leaving the resentful Aber behind? As soon as we went down the stairs, he told me all about the third floor and what rooms there were on each level. As he spoke, he pointed things out. On the second floor, there's Master's office, the reception room, and a library as well. The moment she heard the word library, she immediately thought, I really want to go in and see it. Noticing the longing on her face, he asked, young lady, would you like to take a look inside? Startled, she lifted a hand to cover her mouth. After a moment, once she had calmed down, she shyly asked, see, can I go in? He replied, of course. Then he said, how about only Aber and the young lady go into the library together? Both children were startled. She asked what? Aber asked what? Seeing both of their faces, Candace said, so you're that surprised. Actually, Aber knows that room better than I do. He used to organize it together with Master, and he has learned many things there. While the young lady looks around the library, I'll go prepare some tea for lunch. Understand, then I'll go too. It won't take long. Even so, he still seemed uneasy. The whispering drew Aber's attention. Actually, Master said not to leave the young lady and Aber alone together for more than a few minutes. What? Then I'll go to the kitchen and come right back. Mabel thought in surprise. They can't be together alone? How can that be? He asked, what is it? Aren't you coming? He replied, what now? She answered, no, it's just the way you speak changed. He asked, do you have a problem with that? She lifted both hands and denied it shyly. No, not at all. He said, even if I talk like this, it doesn't mean I'm lazy about my work. She asked again, huh? I didn't hear you clearly. Turning his back, he said, let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to see the library? Feeling bashful, she thought. Candace said that when he's in a good mood, he acts like this. But if that's the case, then it doesn't seem like a very good expression. When the two of them arrived in front of the library, Aber told her the library is a quiet place. He gestured for silence. Sure, got it. She smiled and followed his lead. I understand. Then the two of them opened the door and stepped inside. The moment she saw what lay beyond it, her eyes and mouth fell open in shock. As soon as she entered, she exclaimed, wow, it's huge. As he walked, Aber explained, this library space has been distorted by magic, so of course it's much bigger than it looks from outside. She tugged at his sleeve and asked, can I call you Aber too? If you don't like it, I won't. He answered, do whatever you want, but I still haven't acknowledged you yet. She asked, is it because Rakiel, because I'm not like Master's daughter is supposed to be? He turned his head and replied, who said that? You look exactly like Master, like a copy of him. How could you not? What I mean is, you might become Master's successor. And that Bellerophon guy doesn't sit right with me either. Would anyone be happy if a successor suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Her eyes widened in surprise. A successor? Me? I know that the daughter of a great mage would probably be incredible too, but until I see it with my own eyes, I won't acknowledge it. She said sadly, what should I do? I can't use magic. I have to tell you, I really don't have any special talent like you think. As she spoke, she clutched his clothes. He turned away and said, Anyway, I'll teach you seriously. What you call me doesn't matter. I'm not good at explaining things to people, so listen carefully, okay? He chattered on as he explained things to her, and the little girl listened with great interest. Next is the bookshelf on magic. These are records accumulated over thousands of years. The older the books are, the stronger the magical power they contain, and they also reflect the will of the mage. She asked, Really? Are all these books like that too? He answered, Of course, because Master is an incredibly gifted great mage. Then, while he was still talking, she suddenly noticed something and wondered, What is that? That's clearly the emblem of the Sickleman family. I can feel an extremely strong magical power coming from over there. Seeing her standing there blankly, he asked, What are you doing just standing there? She asked, Hey, Aber, what kind of shelf is that? It feels like somewhere else. Because it has the Sickleman family emblem on it. Is it related to the family? He looked surprised. Whoa, you can see that. Then he answered, Just as you said, that place is connected to the Sickleman family. She said, I can't actually see anything at all, but it feels like you can. So can I go over there and take a look? That's not a problem, but I can't go in there. He said, Only Master and the butler are allowed in there, but you should be fine. She asked why. He said, Because Master gave you permission to go anywhere in this mansion. All the magic here has chosen you. Then he added, I'll wait for you here, so go and come back. She said, Thank you. Is it really nothing but books here? She thought, curiosity making her stand on tiptoe as she reached for a book. But unexpectedly, she lost her balance and slipped. Still, this was definitely the Sickleman emblem. To her shock, when she fell, she accidentally ended up somewhere else entirely. Anxious and confused, she wondered, Where is this? What do I do? What should I do? Did something happen that really shouldn't have happened? No, first I have to get out of here. But when she saw the portraits hanging on the walls, she wondered, I wonder if one of those portraits is of my mother. When she stepped farther in, she saw her father lying there asleep. Is he sleeping? I should quietly leave. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her. Startled, she blurted out, Oh my, did you sleep well? He replied, I wasn't sleeping. I was awake from the beginning, so I knew you came here. What did you come here for? With a worried expression, she lowered her head. Well, I was looking around the library and saw the Sickleman emblem. He stood up and asked, You could see it too? He snapped his fingers, and a shawl appeared over her shoulders. She suddenly smiled. It looks like Aber's tail. As the little girl stood there, he rested his chin on his hand and looked at her with warm eyes. When you smile, you really do look alike. Hearing that, she asked, Alike, are you talking about the mother who gave birth to me? He answered, Yes. He waved a hand toward a pin, and her gaze followed it. She exclaimed in surprise, Wow, that belonged to your mother. She asked, Is it really mother's? Was mother a mage too? He said, She was an exceptionally remarkable person. That is the last keepsake she left behind. Pointing toward the portraits, she asked, Among those portraits, is there one of the mother who gave birth to me? He answered coolly, No, then. As if explaining, he said, I only thought you might want to see. Since you've never seen her before, I thought you might be curious. She said, I'm sorry. She continued, Actually, I had no idea at all that I even had real parents. At her words, he suddenly froze and asked, You didn't know? She answered, Yes. He placed a hand on her head and patted it. I usually go out to hunt magical creatures, but now I don't think I'll do that anymore. She asked why not. Still stroking her head, he looked at her with loving eyes and said, Because now there is someone here waiting for me. She thought, I wonder if it would be okay to call him father. He said, Time's gotten delayed. He held out his hand and said, Let's go. The little girl hesitated, then abruptly stood up and said, I am sorry. He used magic again, making her float. There's nothing for you to apologize for. Hesitantly, and with hurt in her voice, she asked him, Kitchen, if you were going to be so kind to me, why didn't you ever come see me even once? He explained, I couldn't go to you unless you came looking for me first. That doesn't mean I didn't want to. Had I ever met Rakiel back at the Cyclamen house? He continued, this is a space meant for the Cyclamen family. It changes to suit the first person who enters. If you had entered first, then perhaps the space for you and me would have been different. Looking up, she asked, then if other members of the Cyclamen family entered, would it change too? He said, let's see. The door opened. Whether or not that person could make this magic appear. And yet knowing nothing about his own child. He said, at the moment, the only ones capable of this are probably you and me. Just the two of us. When the two of them stepped out, she suddenly realized someone was still waiting outside. All right, Abba. He glanced over and said, Aber. Lowering her head, she said, I've never seen children my own age before, so I thought maybe if it were like this, we could become closer. He turned away, but did not forget to say, dinner banquet, leaving her full of questions. Doesn't banquet mean a meal? Does that mean we're going to eat together? As she stepped out, he looked at her and asked, what were you looking at? She jolted. Huh? He asked, what did you see that made you smile like that? She quickly touched her face. Me? He said, compared to how timid and gloomy you looked the first day I saw you, you look better now. Candace came in and asked, was it fun looking around? She answered, the library was so big I lost track of time completely. Just in time. I'm preparing lunch by Master's order, but it'll take a little while. May I ask a favor of you? She wondered, a favor? He said, could you take this to Master for me? She moved closer. He continued, Master's office is the second room on the upper floor past the stairs. She opened the door crack and asked, is anyone inside? It's Mabel. Looking puzzled, the little girl asked, there's no one here. She walked to the desk and set down what she was carrying. Then she noticed, are these herbs? Then a voice suddenly spoke from behind her. You mustn't touch things carelessly. Thinking it was someone else, he removed his hood and said, so it's you. He added, the honorable one and the treasure of this mansion. May I be a little rude? You're bleeding. You have to be careful. As he spoke, he took her hand and treated the wound. He said Bellerophon was Rakiel's first disciple. She asked in surprise, a disciple? Aber had said that Bellerophon guy doesn't sit right with me. Would anyone be happy if a successor suddenly appeared? He said, please speak comfortably. It's only natural if you haven't heard about me. They've been too busy telling their own stories. They've waited for you for a very long time, so of course it would be like that. Then he said, I'm very curious too, but the herb called Sackley doesn't contain poison itself, but it does have a toxin that causes symptoms similar to severe body aches. Ah, she said, and he replied, since it was only a small scratch, the poison won't spread. Holding her hand, he asked, did you come to see Master? She nodded. Yes, he answered. Master said he was stepping out for a bit, but it's gotten late. Wait a moment. He immediately cast a spell. Startled, she exclaimed, ah, bird. Looking in the direction of the small bird, he said, it seems Master is near the dining hall. Why not go there and look? As she stepped out, she did not forget to say, thank you very much. He said, you may call me Bellerophon. Smiling, she said, can I see Bellerophon again? That bird was really amazing. It's the first time I've ever seen magic like that. He answered, more than magic, it's closer to the manipulation of magical power. You'll be able to do it too. She turned away and said, I can't use magic. He seemed to understand something and said, I see. He stepped close to her and said, not today, perhaps, but maybe tomorrow you'll be able to. As she walked, she thought to herself and went down toward the dining hall. The dining hall, it should be on the first floor. Suddenly she felt dizzy, her head spinning. Why is this happening? That's strange. Bellerophon already treated me. As she lost her balance and collapsed. The atmosphere in the room became quite gloomy. Candace and Rakiel stood beside Mabel Cyclamen, both looking extremely worried. Then Rakiel's voice broke the silence. Sackley, the butler of the northern mansion? Candace answered, that's right. It seems the young lady touched the things on Master's desk. Finding it strange, Rakiel asked, I didn't ask what kind of poison it was. Why was Mabel poisoned? Butler Candace had no idea either and could not answer properly. About that, sensing that something was wrong, Rakiel grabbed his hair and said with certainty, she clearly has immunity to magic. But Candace did not see it that way. Tense, he said, it seems the young lady doesn't have immunity to magic. She couldn't see it from the beginning. Mabel's face had already turned pale, sweat pouring from her as she gasped for breath. Hearing this, Rachiel said to Canis. Immunity to magic is the most basic thing. If she can't even withstand that, can we only keep her alive? Canis immediately answered. Right now, the young lady's body is extremely weak, so if the poison seeps deeper in her mind, she will lose consciousness. At that moment, everything around Mabel suddenly turned pitch black. She wanted to speak, but she could not. I'm really fine. It doesn't hurt at all. The last thing she heard before fainting was a hurried voice shouting, Bring more cloths in here. Canis had already reached the door, and Rachiel had been about to turn and leave, but then he turned back at Mabel's groan. After she lost consciousness, the poor girl saw the cruel lady from her past before her again. The woman coldly cursed her, You stupid little fool, then raised her hand to strike Mabel once more. Useless thing. The trauma of the past had sunk deep into the little girl's mind. Lying on the bed, she trembled in fear. She kept raising her hands to shield herself, tears streaming down as she repeatedly said, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Suddenly, a hand was gently placed on her forehead. Mabel slowly opened her eyes, and Rachiel softly told her, It's all right. Go back to sleep. Feeling reassured, Mabel was finally able to drift back to sleep peacefully. Rachiel's face, however, darkened as he slowly walked outside, muttering over and over, Cyclamen, Cyclamen. Canis, suddenly uneasy, asked, Master, where are you going? Rachiel looked furious and said firmly, I have to go at once. Unable to stop his master, Canis could only stand there like a statue. As for Rachiel, he was now consumed by suppressed rage, already summoning a sphere of energy in his hand. Elsewhere, Mabel quietly stood in a corner and called out, Rachiel, but Canis discovered her at once. He called loudly, Young lady. Then he stood in front of the door to block her way and asked, Where are you going, young lady? At that moment, Mabel could not get any words out. She lowered her head sadly. Seeing that, Canis knelt down to her level and began speaking to her gently. I am worried. What if you faint again? You still need more rest. More importantly, are you all right, young lady? But the little girl simply stood there in silence. Then Mabel suddenly asked, Rachiel, no, father, where is he? He answered, Master has gone to the Cyclamen estate. Aber, who had been watching everything from outside, listened in silence. Mabel's expression did not change when she heard that answer. She only asked again, you went alone, didn't he? Canis honestly replied, Yes. Master went alone. That only made her more determined to go no matter what. I want to go too. Can't move. Though he knew it was dangerous for his master to go alone and understood how worried Mabel was for him, Canis was still concerned about her health, so he refused. No, you can't. His face clearly showed his worry in response to her plea. If it did not go now, it might be too late, but to keep Mabel safe, he had to explain. Young lady, it's very dangerous there right now. Please stay here and wait. But Mabel could not bear to let someone precious to her fight alone. But father is going to fight against my fake mother and father. Father could get hurt too. Laura, Skyla, and Lisa were all deeply worried about Master Rachiel as well, but there was nothing they could do. They were sadder than anyone. Canis continued, While Master is away, I was ordered to take good care of you, young lady. After a long silence, Canis knew it would be dangerous, but in the end he had no choice but to disobey those instructions. He held out his hand for Mabel to take. I suppose I'll have to disobey for once. It seems being scolded by Master is my duty. After saying that, he hid his ears, lifted the little girl into his arms, held her tightly, and called out, Aber. Knowing Canis was about to ask something of him, the boy answered, I know. Bellerophon added, We'll protect this place. Standing upstairs, Bellerophon continued, While Master is away, the young lady is the mistress of this estate. At that, Mabel squeezed her eyes shut and pressed herself closer against Canis. Then she turned her head back, looking a little hesitant, and answered timidly, My request. At that, Bellerophon took off his cloak, draped it over her, and said, If it is an order, everyone will obey. Yes, even that request. Aber bluntly remarked, Listen to who's talking. Candace smiled warmly, looking at Mabel with happiness, and she smiled back the same way. Then, with his eyes curving into crescents, he said, "Then I'll leave things to you." Candace held Mabel tightly in his arms and quickly left. Lisa, Skyla, Laura, Aber, and Bellerophon stood at the estate gate, bidding them farewell. After they had gone some distance, Candace looked up at the sky. Mabel turned back toward everyone and waved goodbye before leaving. Candace reminded her, "Hold on tight, young lady." So Mabel did as he said and closed her eyes. Candace shot forward like lightning through the forest. Knowing how fast he was moving, he checked on Mabel. "Are you cold, young lady?" Feeling that she had caused everyone so much trouble because of herself, the little girl endured it and said, I'm not cold." During the journey in Candace's arms, she kept thinking, "This is the first time I've been this stubborn, but can win along with my selfishness without a single complaint. I'm sorry, Can." As they drew near, he deliberately spoke so Mabel could open her eyes. "Young lady, can you see that enormous cliff on the right?" At first she could not see anything, so she asked doubtfully, "A cliff?" When they got a little closer, the cliff gradually came into view. Mabel cried out, "Yes, I see it." From there, Candace told her, "Master often stands on that cliff and looks toward the Sickleman estate. No, he wants to look toward that place." Hearing that, the little girl felt a little hurt. "Then why couldn't he come to see me?" Knowing Mabel would not be able to understand yet, Candace tried to comfort her. "It's hard to understand right now, but Master will clear up all those doubts for you." When the enormous estate with its blue-tiled roof came into view, they knew they had reached the place they were searching for. Candace announced, "We're almost there." Ignoring the closed gate, Candace told Mabel, "Hold on tight, young lady. There may be a magic barrier ahead." Then he immediately leaped high over the fence lined with sharp spikes, without the slightest fear. He landed lightly after that powerful jump, and fortunately nothing bad happened. "Our race is not easily affected by magic," he explained. "And besides, this barrier seems to have already been broken." Suddenly, sand and stones flew everywhere, glowing as if to keep them from being injured. Candace drove his sword into the ground to create a protective screen, while using his own body to shield Mabel. It seemed to have been a dangerous explosion, so when everything returned to normal, he immediately checked whether she was hurt. "Are you all right, young lady?" Mabel, unarmed, replied, "Ia me fine." "But can't," he answered her at once. "I'm all right too." That was a magical disturbance. The explosion had created a huge crack, and several members of the church lay scattered nearby, already dead. Sensing that something was wrong, Candace stretched out an arm in front of Mabel so she could hide behind him and said, "It'll be hard to get any closer." Then the hem of a cloak flashed past in front of the little girl. Feeling that she had seen this person before, she stared after him in confusion. A middle-aged man with a shaved head and a graying beard collapsed before their eyes, coughing violently. A chill suddenly spread all over Mabel's body. Frightened, she said tensely, "That person," comparing him to the figure in her memories. The man who had once been discussing something and saying, "How can you just let others see it?" She realized the features were indeed very similar. That was why Mabel could say, "I saw him at the Sickleman estate before." Standing this close to him made those old traumas rise up again, leaving Mabel struggling to breathe. She clutched the cloak tightly to her chest and seized Candace's hand. Beyond the drifting dust, the shadow of someone else could also be seen faintly. It was Rakiel. He had summoned all of his power, and the magical arrays behind him were overwhelming. Furious, he demanded, "Properly raise, you say?" The anger he had suppressed for so long had finally reached the point of eruption. Rakiel glared at them, his fury evident in every word. "Isn't it laughable?" More and more members of the church gathered in front of Rakiel. One of them stepped forward and said, "Stop. We will not continue to tolerate this violent behavior toward the lord of the house." Without the slightest reaction, Rakiel said coldly, "So that stupidity is inherited too?" He was about to strike them when he suddenly paused. Turning his head toward the mansion, he was struck by a memory. "How could you do to her exactly what father did to me, brother?" The crack in the wall revealed the space inside. There, a storage table could be seen split cleanly in two. A shudder ran through Mabel's whole body, and sweat broke out all over her face from fear. Noticing something strange about her, Candace anxiously asked. Young lady, what's wrong? Shivering violently, Mabel said, That place, that's the punishment room. The smoke around the crack gradually thinned, and the contents of that punishment room slowly came into view. Ropes, a spiked paddle, and even sharpened wooden rods. Mabel was instantly horrified, trembling all over in fear. Seeing those cruel implements again, Rakiel used magic to lift one of the wooden rods from the ground. Scornfully, he said, so all you learned from my father was this? With a snap of his fingers, he shattered the rod into pieces and said in fury, Even without any agreement with the Emperor, an evil estate like this should have been wiped out long ago. He clenched his fist, his eyes cold and emotionless as he threatened, If I erase it now, should that be called fortunate, brother? You should never have touched my daughter. Rakiel flung out one hand decisively, using magic as he continued. You knew exactly how I would act, and yet you still dared put on this farce. Inside the estate, walls covered in ancient symbols began to fill with magical seals like Rakiel's own. Then he warned them, Think carefully about the price you will pay for using such a vile joke on my daughter. I will not let this pass so easily. Orochin braced both hands against the ground and clawed at it fiercely, managing only to spit out, Damn you. He lifted his head and shouted, Rakiel Cyclamen. Orochin reminded him, My dear younger brother, do you even know what you are doing right now? You have broken the Emperor's pact. Grinding his teeth, he looked enraged as he said, This is clearly a violation of the contract. If you truly care about Mabel, he had only managed to say, You should be careful, when Rakiel's sword flew over and stabbed into the ground right in front of him. It was a finely crafted sword, and the blue diamond set into it sparkled brilliantly through the smoke. Orochin went pale, realizing that if he said even one more word he would not get off lightly. He bit his lip and fell silent. But then, casting everything else aside, he boldly brought up the past again. Remember this clearly. Your daughter only lived to this day because of me. His expression suddenly changed. Fear vanished, replaced by something dangerous. Smiling slyly, he added, If I hadn't stepped in then, your daughter would have ended up just like your wife. Orokin's voice grew even more smug. That's enough? HM? Every time you attack this estate, your body is destroyed to that extent. Did you think I didn't know? At those words, Rakiel could only stand there listening, his hair blowing in the wind. Standing beside Candace, Mabel's worry showed plainly on her face, but then she noticed something very strange around Rakiel. There were countless chains tightly bound around his hands. Mabel instantly knew something was wrong and stared at Rakiel with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Orochin kept sneering. The young genius, the great mage of the century. There are so many glowing words used to praise you. It's sickening. On top of that, some of the church members were using magic to prepare something. Yet tens of thousands of chains were also pulling at and binding him. It was hard to notice them on Rakiel's body because he had hidden them, but the mass of chains covering his back was impossible to conceal. That is the price you pay for attacking me and the Cyclamen estate. Your contract with the Emperor forced you and your daughter to be separated for the past 10 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochin pointed at Rakiel and said, That is your karma. He suddenly burst into laughter. With that cursed body of yours, I will watch closely to see just how insane you become. The scene was now clearly divided into two sides. Mabel, Rakiel, and Candace on one side, and Orochin with his faction on the other. Rakiel suddenly tilted his head to the left and looked at his beloved Mabel. The moment Mabel came to me, that contract became void. Orokin's confidence instantly faltered. Stammering, he said, No, nonsense. The Emperor's contract is absolute. It was already written all over his face. No matter how much he denied it, who would believe him? Then a strange sound suddenly came from above Rakiel's head. It turned out to be a blast of power striking straight at him. Fortunately, with his powerful magic, he easily raised a barrier to block it, then even curled his lip in amusement at the sneak attack. A mysterious person stepped forward, holding a staff crackling with lightning, and said, Young master, no matter how angry you are, you cannot simply show yourself like this. And that person was the madam. The moment she revealed herself, she spoke in a contemptuous tone. Just as my husband said, you are nothing but a fool. Her next words made Rakiel turn a hateful glare on her. in the past and now as well. Rakiel summoned jagged ice all around him. The madam only just managed to dodge away, crying out in alarm as she retreated. Young master. Ice crystals shot straight toward her. While she used her staff to defend herself, she frowned and snapped back. You may bear the appearance of a cyclamen, but your actions are unbelievably crude. That attack destroyed part of the courtyard with a thunderous crash. Trying to strike at his mind, the madam brought up old obligations and said, "We watched over your daughter, your foolish daughter, for more than 10 years. But it had no effect whatsoever, because the ice crystals only multiplied. If anything, her words now sounded even more bitter. You know better than anyone that you were never able to take her away. She pretended to believe your promise that you would come. Foolish child, without even a shred of gratitude." Rakiel, in the middle of casting, found it absurd and repeated, "Gratitude? Watched over." A larger ice crystal shot forward, followed by wave after wave of attacks. Rakiel said with disgust, "The moment you open your mouth, all that comes out is trash." With one sweep of his hand, he triggered a massive explosion across the forest, sending earth and stones flying everywhere. Fortunately for her, the crystals only pierced the outer layer of her barrier, so she remained unharmed, though she was trembling in terror, clutching her head behind a shield. Orochin had barely taken a stance, preparing to attack, but he could not do it. He no longer had the strength. He only managed to say, "You've always been like this, ever since you were a child." Then he added, "You were called a genius and given all the wealth and fame. Was that still not enough?" Orochin was no longer afraid. In a louder voice, he declared, "You looked down on and despised me. Let's see how long you can stay smug." After hearing him, it was clear there were priests here, and the royal army would soon arrive as well. But looking at them closely, each of them was already covered in wounds, their hands and feet streaked with blood, and yet they were still preparing combat spells. They showed not the slightest pity for Mabel. Orochin heartlessly said in front of Rakiel, "So what if we struck your stupid daughter a few times?" Suddenly his eyes widened, and pain shot through his body. Rakiel walked toward him one step at a time, saying as he advanced, "Your useless rambling is painfully long." Clutching at his collar, Orochin cried out miserably, "Wife! Master!" throwing the priest in a panic. He screamed with all the strength he had left. As for Rakiel, while expanding his magic power, he announced, "Since you have touched my daughter this time, I will bury every last one of you in this ground." But the moment he summoned that power, his arms were caught and bound by chains. The more Rakiel continued to use his power, the more chains wrapped themselves around his arms. Beside him, Mabel felt at once that something was wrong. That thing is strange. As she looked carefully at each of the chains one by one, she thought, "I don't know what they are, but something tells me I have to stop this." So she ran straight toward Rakiel. However, she could do nothing because the butler Canis blocked her way and warned, "Young lady, be careful of your footing." Snowflakes suddenly began falling before Mabel's eyes, making her stare in confusion. "Snow," Canis immediately explained, "Master is about to use magic so powerful that it can even change the weather." A whirlwind appeared in the courtyard of the estate. It was winter being called forth. A terrifying snowstorm was summoned, so fierce that they could hear the wind roaring past their ears. Canis raised his hand to create a barrier against the danger. Worry was playing on both his face and Mabel's. Snow kept falling thicker and thicker over them, and Canis, anxious, said, "This is not good." Even the ground beneath Rakiel's feet froze over from the sheer amount of magic he was consuming. Looking toward his master, Canis grew worried. It would be bad if he overexerted himself. Mabel also felt that something was wrong when she saw the chains wrapped around him, but she did not know what they were, so she asked, "Can those golden things on his hands? They're very dangerous, aren't they?" Canis answered honestly, "Yes, they are very dangerous, and they are harmful to Rakiel's health if he pushes himself too far. He is still bound by those principles, and because of that, even more chains are tightening around his arms and injuring him." The clear blue sky was suddenly covered by clouds rolling in. The wind grew much stronger, and the snowfall became even thicker. That abrupt change made Canis try to understand what was happening. He asked, "With all due respect, I would like to ask the young lady something. What kind of room is the one my master is in?" Though Mabel was a little frightened, she still answered honestly, "Ah, that's the room where my adoptive mother beat me." At those words, Candace's expression turned tense, and he asked again, "How did she treat you, my lady?" Thousands of priests held magic in their hands in the middle of the harsh weather. Then, with a sudden thud, one of the priests standing there was struck and collapsed. Orochin, now frightened, could only tell them, "Buy us some time." At that moment, the lady of the house also joined the priests, chanting some sort of spell together with them. Rakiel, covered in countless chains, swung his hand violently, snapping a magic staff clean in two, and its wielder fell to the ground unconscious. As Rakiel walked, the chains on his body scraped together with a sharp clang, clang. When he drew closer to the lady, she retreated in fear, but tripped and fell. Her heart pounded as she begged, "Brother-in-law, I—" Her whole body trembled, but she still clutched her magic staff, trying to fight back, her face stiff with terror. With a flick of his magic, Rakiel sent it flying from her hand. Unable to do anything else, the lady could only stare wide-eyed as the magic staff that might have protected her rolled away, while Rakiel stood before her. He coldly asked, "What did you do to my daughter?" The lady, trembling with fear, stammered, "In nothing." Over the magic circle, Rakiel moved his finger and selected a spell from it, then asked, "Then what is that room?" Now all the lady could feel was death closing in, and in a frightened voice she answered, "It was just a room." Then countless swords appeared, all of them pointed at her. Terrified and with no other choice, the lady hugged her head, bowed down to the ground, and denied it. "I didn't do anything. I really didn't." Her eyes were stretched wide, her lips trembling uncontrollably, and in her pitiful fear, she could only listen as Rakiel said, "Then if I treat you the same way you treated my daughter." His voice thick with fury, he continued, "I suppose you would have no objection, would you?" Rakiel only threatened her. He did not actually harm the lady, but the storm forming around him kept growing stronger and stronger, completely swallowing his figure. Mabel pushed past Candace, forcing him slightly aside. Startled, he immediately checked whether she was all right and called out, "Young lady." Candace then tried to explain, "I know they're being treated terribly, but they are terrible people who treated you that way. Driven by greed and relying on a master's wealth, they abused you, my lady." By then, Mabel had already drawn very close to the barrier. As Candace finished his last words, "Haven't they done that to you for 10 whole years?" She came to her own conclusion. What Ken said was true. They were bad people. But turning back to him, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes, she clearly expressed what she felt. "Ken, he didn't go there because of my adoptive father." Then Mabel stepped farther and farther into the storm. With every step, she felt the freezing wind battering her body. But for Rakiel's sake, she did not falter. She thought, "Those chains, I feel like they're hurting father." As she took another step, her resolve only grew stronger, and she reminded herself, "I don't want father to get hurt." The wind was so fierce that it snapped tree trunks. Mabel was no exception. Unable to see clearly ahead, she had to walk while shielding her face with one hand. Her whole body began to tremble from the cold, and her breath turned to mist. She could not say much, only managed 2 words, "So cold." After a while, Rakiel's back faintly came into view through the storm. Mabel opened one eye to look and, summoning all her strength, called out, Father." Her voice carried far, and Rakiel sensed it and heard her, so he stopped. In disbelief, he turned back and called, "May." Mabel. Once she was sure it was not an illusion, the little girl cried out joyfully again and again, "Father, it's me." At the same time, Mabel struggled inwardly. How should I stop Rakiel now? What should I tell father? I don't want father to leave me behind all alone. When father and daughter stood face to face, Mabel was finally able to tell Rakiel, "I am cold." Amid the falling snow, it was as if she wanted to say, "My lips are trembling not because of you, but because of the cold earth and the freezing wind. I hope Father Rakiel won't misunderstand." Rakiel suddenly froze, his eyes blank for a moment, then nodded and said, "Get away from here. This place is dangerous." But Mabel did not listen. She said, I want to go home." At first, Rakiel looked puzzled. Then the innocent little girl spoke, pointing into the distance, toward Rachiel's palace on the hill where everyone lived together. Under the warm sunlight, Mabel showed a happy smile, unlike anything she had ever worn before. Her eyes curved gently, her cheeks flushed with life, and in a soft, pleading voice she said, "Let's go home together." Suddenly, from nowhere, a cherry blossom petal drifted lightly onto her shoulder. A gentle rain of petals scattered everywhere, falling in glittering waves, and Mabel held out her hand to feel them landing on her palm. Countless beautiful flowers whirled through the sky, and when Mabel looked up, even her footsteps caused lush green grass to spread over the ground with overflowing life. With each step Mabel took forward, daisies and lotuses bloomed, deep red roses blossomed as well, and Mabel ran forward and threw herself into Rachiel's arms. He called his daughter's name. "Mabel." Nestling against her father, she pleaded, "Let's go home together and eat lots of delicious cookies with a cup of tea." Rachiel's eyes suddenly softened, no longer burning with the same fury as before, and he stroked Mabel's head. In his role as a father, Rachiel gently spoke his true feelings to his daughter. "I'm sorry for making you cold." And so everything calmed within the embrace of father and daughter beneath a clear blue sky and fluttering petals. Sunlight streamed through the window, while Laura, Skyla, and Lisa gathered around Mabel, attending to her. Mabel asked, "How did you know I was awake?" Lisa smiled and answered, "Because your breathing sounded different." Mabel marveled inwardly. Her breathing? Lisa suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, young lady, if you move, your hair won't look pretty." Saw the... Lisa then said, "There, all done, young lady." Mabel stood up, brushing back the hair Lisa had just braided. Together with the formal dress she wore, she looked incredibly beautiful. Lisa explained, "If I just tied it once, there wouldn't be much hair to work with." The others also exclaimed, "Wow, you look beautiful." Being praised like that, Mabel said nothing and only smiled shyly. At that point, Mabel had gone down and was seated in the dining room. Candace pushed over a cart prepared with food. Lisa pulled out her chair for her. Skyla brought coffee, and Laura served cake. Mabel picked up a piece of cake, put it in her mouth, and thought, "It seems the northern estate has settled down again." Holding up a fresh plate of pastries, Candace said, "Young lady, the next dish is lemon cream cake. Please try this one." But Mabel continued thinking, "Even now, the noise from yesterday is still vivid in my ears." Another voice rang out, and this as well. Candace instructed, "Leave the young lady to eat in peace and return to your work." While eating, Mabel continued to brood. "The moment I close my eyes, I see the Cyclamen estate half destroyed all over again. Whether it was the 3 Florence sisters or Candace bringing tea, none of them said a word about what had happened yesterday. On the contrary, they were all so normal, it was as if nothing had happened. Even after watching my elderly adoptive parents rolling on the ground, I felt nothing at all. If I were a good child, I probably wouldn't think like this." Worry appeared on her face. Am I strange? Breaking out of her thoughts, Mabel lifted her head and called, "Can?" In reply, all she got was silence from the empty room. Mabel anxiously looked around. "Can?" Then Bellerophon appeared and said, "If you're looking for Canis, he's gone to fetch some water." "Hello." Mabel let out a breath and waved her hand. "Yes, no, hello." Bellerophon smiled. "I'm sorry for startling you, young lady." Mabel denied it. No, not at all." Mabel asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Bellerophon respectfully answered, "Yes, I have. More accurately, it wasn't lunch, but breakfast." Mabel fell into thought again. In the morning, the air contains very pure magic power, and the reason it circulates so well is because many mages wake early. In truth, let alone circulation, there had even been housework and all sorts of things she was forced to learn, but now there was no reason to go back there anymore. Thinking that, Mabel smiled happily. "That's right. Good afternoon." Bellerophon was surprised to see that expression on her face. Then a voice sounded. "Wow, what an unusual face." Mabel looked up in surprise. "Abba." Abba grinned and said, "That's right. That is indeed my name." He continued, "So how's your mood today?" Mabel answered, I think I'm in a very good mood today." Hearing that, Abra laughed and asked, "What do you mean, I think?" Looking at Abra, Mabel's attention suddenly went to his ears. She found them irresistibly appealing and wanted to touch them. Wow, they really look like maple leaves, she thought admiringly. But then she pulled her hand back. I shouldn't touch them. Aber looked up and asked, What's wrong? Why were you about to touch them and then stop? He rubbed his face against her hand. Go ahead and touch them. Today I'll make a special exception, so feel free. Though he acted casual, Aber's tail was wagging happily too. Mabel loved the feeling of petting his head and murmured, so soft. Watching the two of them, Bellerophon did not know what to say. Then Mabel suddenly realized, all right, I forgot Bellerophon was standing next to us. Embarrassed, she looked toward Bellerophon. Abba spoke again. You really are unusual today. Mabel asked, What do you mean by unusual? Aber answered, Usually you always have that strange expression. As he said that, he pulled down the corners of his eyes to imitate a gloomy look. Bellerophon rebuked him. How can you speak to the young lady like that? How rude. Abba laughed contemptuously. What I say has nothing to do with you. I only serve the person I acknowledge as the heir. Bellerophon mocked him. Oh, so you do know what standards are. Abba blistert. What was that? Just because the master trusts you, don't get arrogant. He put a hand on his sword and continued. Why do you act so close to the young lady? The more I look at you, the more irritating you are. Bellerophon shot back. Even so, I still won't be as rude as you. Aber grew even angrier. Don't act high and mighty just because you're 1 year older than me. Mabel was startled to feel the air around them tremble. Magic power. She looked at the two arguing in front of her and thought, but why are they fighting? Then, boom, the entire mansion shook and several cookies fell to the floor. Mabel and Aber looked at each other in surprise. Bellerophon turned toward the mansion gate. Someone was outside. Aber said sharply, What? I'll go check. With that, he ran off to investigate. Smiling brightly at Mabel, Bellerophon said, Would you like to come too, young lady? Canis is over there as well. Outside the mansion stood a dark-skinned man with blonde hair and blue eyes, shouting loudly, Rakiel. Laughing as he shouted, he declared, I've come to take your daughter away. It was Keely. He ordered, Hey, Canis, tell your master to come out here. Bellerophon and Mabel hid behind a pillar and peeked out. She wondered, Who is that? The man kept yelling, Are you really going to leave an honored guest standing at the gate like this? Mabel turned to look at Bellerophon. He smiled at her, raised a finger to his lips, and signaled for silence. Don't move. She asked. I can't. Bellerophon replied. If you move, the spell will break. He reassured her. If you stay still, it will be fine. Mabel was taken aback. So this is what Bellerophon's voice sounds like. Her cheeks reddened. Around Aber, his voice had sounded rather cold. Canis objected. You cannot behave this way, Keely. Paying an unannounced visit like this, breaking the main gate, and then making such a racket on top of it. Even the riffraff at the end of the street don't behave like this. Keely stroked his chin as he looked at Canis. Coming out to stop me like this. Have you gotten old too, Canis? He sneered. I thought you'd pounce at me by now. Canis lost patience. If you continue speaking nonsense, shall I take that as permission to have you thrown out? Keely replied. I told you, I came to see your master. Ah, no. Bring out your master's daughter for a moment instead. Canis immediately objected. Neither of them is idle enough for that. Annoyed, he added. And as for ordering the young lady around, I ask that you be more careful with your words. Keely turned and said, Then I should say I want her to show herself. Mabel began to worry. What if they start fighting? What if he gets hurt? I have to step in. Just then, a voice rang out. What is all this noise? Mabel immediately brightened and turned toward it. It was her father. She almost cried out, ah, but she instantly clapped a hand over her mouth. Oh no, I'm inside the magic circle, right? Keely replied. Well, your timing is perfect. Long time no see. Rakiel's voice made Mabel tense a little. What business do you have here? A hand came to rest on Mabel's shoulder. And Bellerophon gently said, It's all right. Keely waved a hand with a laugh. Ah, that. Can't a man visit a friend once in a while? And I didn't come empty-handed. He set a heavy sack down on the ground. Cheerfully, Keely said, It may not look like much, but I grew these myself and brought them all this way. Fresh vegetables from Keely. Rakiel answered at once, I don't need them. Those words made Keely go limp. He protested, Hey, you can't treat me like this. Besides, the rumors have already spread like wildfire. Reikio repeated. Rumors? Keely said. Did you think word wouldn't spread? If so, then this really isn't like you at all, Reikio Cyclamen. To build an information network, the leaders started with the extraordinary people first. It was all aimed at you, and you know that perfectly well. In the end, it reached the imperial family too. Reikio cut in. So when are you planning your rebellion? Keely replied. We meet again after so long, and all you do is talk nonsense. Reikio continued. You came to the Cyclamen house, both as an ally and as a warning. Did all the uproar from that incident really have to spread across the land in a single day? His face turned stern. There are always flies who love listening for useless gossip. It seems there are some here as well. Keely burst out laughing. Ah, the great mage who usually sits in seclusion finally shows himself. And yet I'm supposed to believe no one would be curious enough to endure all this? And the reason is your daughter again. Mabel anxiously wondered, is it really all right for me to keep listening to this? She looked up at Bellerophon. He asked gently, What is it, young lady? She answered, Is it all right for me to stay here? He replied, It is. Bellerophon smiled warmly. There is nowhere the young lady cannot go. He said softly, Everything here belongs to you. Bellerophon gazed at Mabel intently and continued, Even. Mabel looked at him closely. Huh, what did he just say? His voice was too quiet, so she could not hear clearly. She said, Just now. Bellerophon immediately raised a hand and covered his face, shielding Mabel as well. Both of them looked up toward her father at the same time, thinking, the magic should hide us, so it should be all right, right? But Reikio's expression made them reconsider. No, apparently not. Bellerophon stood up and bowed. Greetings, master. Reikio's gaze fell elsewhere. Mabel was clutching Bellerophon's clothes in her hand. She noticed and let go. Ah, since when was I holding on to Bellerophon like this? She released him, but Reikio continued staring. She did not understand. Then Mabel grabbed Bellerophon's hand instead, and Reikio's expression instantly worsened. Mabel quickly let go of Bellerophon's hand too. Ah, that startled me. At that moment, Keely came over toward the two of them. Oh my! Mabel looked up and was overwhelmed by the large man towering before her. Stroking his chin, he appraised her. So you're Reikio's daughter. Bellerophon stepped in front of Mabel protectively and said, Mind the way you address her, Keely. Keely casually brushed that aside. Oh, Bellerophon, you're here too? Still as handsome as ever, I see. Bellerophon remained utterly indifferent to the compliment. Thank you for that useless praise. Ignoring him, Keely looked down at Mabel and evaluated her. Wow, just look at that. She doesn't resemble Reikio at all. All of a sudden, Mabel felt uneasy and clutched her clothes tightly. Ugh! Oh, my heart suddenly hurt so much just now. Keely said something, but then suddenly fell silent and changed the subject. Little one, can you tell me your name? The unexpected request flustered Mabel. Pardon? She hesitated. Is it okay to say? Without waiting for her answer, Keely burst out laughing again. He asked and answered himself, Do you like handsome people? No, I'm sure you do. At that moment, Reikio stepped in front of Mabel. He conjured a transparent wall. You're too noisy, he said coldly. There's no reason to tell you. Mabel watched Keely repeatedly smack his hands against the glass wall. So it was magic. She couldn't hear anything at all. Tilting her head in confusion, she wondered if she was the only one who couldn't hear. Reikio walked over to Mabel and lifted his daughter into his arms. Ah. She immediately grabbed onto her father's clothes. Reikio asked, Is grabbing onto clothes a habit of yours? She quickly let go and explained awkwardly, and no, it's not. Seeing Mabel's reaction, Reikio continued, I never told you to let go. Hearing that, Mabel grabbed his clothes again. Watching the father and daughter, Bellerophon laughed. Looking at Mabel, he murmured softly, Well done. She was baffled by Bellerophon's praise. Well done for what? What was he talking about? She sank into thought. There were so many things she was curious about, but she couldn't ask. Like before, she wasn't afraid of her father, but still, there was something a little awkward about him. Reikio dispelled the glass wall surrounding Keely, and Keely immediately cried out, Whoa, isn't that too much? Old friends finally meet again, and this is how you treat me. Reikio didn't care. Get to the point. Keely made his request. Hand your daughter over to me. He said excitedly, I really like your daughter. Would you like your daughter to meet my son? Reikio ignored him. So you only came here to spout nonsense. Canis immediately understood. Yes, master. Rachiel ordered. Throw this intruder out and lock the gate behind him. Canis obeyed. Yes. White gusts of wind began to appear. They were about to blow Keely away. Rachiel added, banish him from here forever. Startled, Keely shouted, wait. Hold on. Then he clapped his hands. We haven't even gotten to the real matter yet. A sword appeared in Keely's hand. Goodness, my friend. He planted the sword into the ground and tried to withstand Rachiel's wind. Feeling that he was about to lose his footing, he yelled, Great Archmage, please hear me out. Keely looked at Rachiel seriously. The Imperial family sent me an invitation. The moment he said that, the wind disappeared. Rachiel demanded, why? Keely made the sword vanish and replied, why ask when you already know? Didn't you cause a huge incident this time? What else would make them summon a farmer like me? The image of a man appeared. An invitation will surely arrive for you soon as well. Someone in a position that I wouldn't summon only me. Rachiel and Mabel looked at each other at the same time. A light appeared, and Mabel turned her head toward it. It was transport magic. It was dazzlingly bright. Mabel looked at the thing in the middle of it. What is that? Rachiel reached out his hand. The letter flew into his hand on its own. He looked at the sender's name. Mabel also peeked over to look. Azathoth Pendragon. After that, everyone went to the dining room. Mabel noticed something covered with a cloth and wondered, a picture frame? Suddenly, Keely spoke so loudly that Mabel startled and covered her ears. See, my friend? Isn't that an invitation? Rachiel observed Mabel, but Keely kept going. What I said wasn't wrong at all. Rachiel irritably snapped, Be quiet. You're hurting my ears. Keely pointed at himself and asked, Me? You mean me? Canis agreed. Yes, he means you. Keely immediately lowered his voice. Sorry for speaking so loudly. Since the invitation has already come. What else is there to do? You have to go. He scratched his head. I'm only saying this, but don't be stubborn and refuse to go. Defying the Imperial family is treason. The entire dining room fell into thoughtful silence. Rachiel crossed one leg over the other. Keely, he asked, since when did the hero of the war become the Imperial family's dog? Keely answered, My friend, people like us only become heroes by winning the war, and one among them becomes royalty. We swore loyalty to those friends who became the royal family. The proof is within each of us. There was no choice but to offer up the most important thing we had. That is the oath. That is why we cannot go against that person's will, because that person would destroy everything. The image of a man appeared, his eyes blood red, giving off an icy and ruthless aura. In the solemn room, Keely continued, It won't end well if you ignore the Imperial family summons. And even if the oath connected to your brother of the Sickleman house has been broken, isn't there still one thing left? Rachiel said indifferently, It doesn't matter. Keely replied casually, Oh dear, breaking an oath means paying with your life, little one. Rachiel grew so irritated inside that his magic began leaking out, spreading around him. Keely flinched when he saw it. Helplessly, he said, Are you going to make it impossible for me to speak? If you refuse, then even if you're an incredibly powerful archmage, you'll still have to accept it. Are you sure there won't be a problem if things come to blows like this? Do you understand? Children love the festival at Gunguk. When my son heard we got an invitation to Gunguk, his eyes lit up and he didn't know what to do with himself. Keely asked Mabel, What was your name again, little one? The father and daughter of the Sickleman family looked at each other, and then the little girl softly said her name. Mabel. Keely nodded and continued talking. I see, Mabel. What a lovely name. I know a very handsome little boy who would suit beautiful Mabel perfectly. Before he could finish, Rachiel cut him off and warned, If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll make that tongue of yours unusable. Directly threatened, Keely shrank back and seriously returned to the topic. Anyway, Mabel, do you know anything about the Gunguk festival? The little girl trembled and whispered softly, Yes, I do. In an instant, the poor child recalled that painful time. She was always forced to study in that punishment room, and she had no choice but to hear about it through Claudel. The day when all the sweets of the continent would gather in one place. The day when everyone went out into the streets smiling. In the past, Mabel had once asked sadly, "Can't sister go there with me too?" But instead of agreement, her adopted younger brother coldly said, "Where do you think you're going?" He shoved her down mercilessly and hurled cruel words at her. Trash. Even if you went there, someone like you who can't use magic wouldn't be able to do anything. The little girl kept remembering. Even if Claudel hadn't gone that far, she still could never have gone to Gunguk because her fake parents would never have allowed it. Those memories clung to the back of her mind, making Mabel afraid every time the festival was mentioned. One of the maids cried out, "Young lady is frightened." Keely grew flustered, not knowing how to react, and said in confusion, "Huh? Was it me?" The others immediately declared with certainty, "We saw it. Master." Laura completely believed it herself and said, "He kept staring." Lisa chimed in, "I saw it too. That evil blonde man dared to scare the young lady." All three of them looked at Raquel, silently signaling that Keely was an incredibly frightening person. Candace warned in a low voice, "Laura, Lisa, don't tell lies like that." Raquel, meanwhile, looked murderous as he demanded of Keely, "Like this?" Keely kept protesting, "No, wait. When did I ever do that?" Mabel gently tugged at her father's clothes and lightly shook them as she asked innocently, "Father, are we going to Gunguk too?" Raquel immediately turned back, thinking to himself, "Did I say something wrong again? Mabel is such a fool. If I'd known, I wouldn't have said anything." He pretended to ask her, "Do you want to go with me?" But instead of answering yes, the girl hesitated and stammered, "And no, it's not that. It's just that before, at the Cyclamen estate." Raquel repeated in confusion, "The Cyclamen estate?" She continued, "It's just that Claudel always got to go to Gunguk, so for someone like me, Gunguk is her father cut her off. You know too, don't you, that it's a place you could never go." It seemed as though he had crushed Mabel's faint hope. He just stared at her without saying anything. But after seeing that look on her face, he suddenly changed his mind. "Let's go." Mabel's eyes lit up, wide and round. Keely, on the other hand, looked baffled and demanded, "What? Didn't you say you weren't going?" He continued, "Is this what you mean when you say people can change?" He accidentally met Mabel's gaze. Faced with those adorable childlike eyes, he couldn't show the kind of reaction. So Keely winked and said, "That's good, right?" After the conversation ended, everyone went their separate ways. Mabel, Canis, and Bellerophon stood in the hallway. Canis said happily, "That's wonderful, young lady." Mabel asked back, "What is?" Canis replied, "Aren't you going to Gunguk? Isn't that where you wanted to go?" Surprised, Mabel widened her eyes and said, "Was it that obvious?" Canis said gently, "You may ask for more if you wish. This is truly a good thing." Butler Canis then asked Bellerophon, "Could you escort the young lady back to her room?" He gave a slight nod in agreement. Then he used his magic, summoning a circle around the two of them. It glowed. In an instant, Bellerophon and Mabel were in her room. The little girl exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" Perhaps he thought she felt sick from the sudden movement, because Bellerophon flusteredly denied it. "No, I just thought it felt magical. If you're fine, then that's good." The little girl asked him innocently, "Bellerophon, you said you were father's disciple, right? Since when have you been his disciple?" As he spoke, he summoned some kind of spell into his hand. "Let me see. I don't remember exactly when, but it started when I was very young. You could call me a disciple, but you could also call me a wild beast my teacher picked up." As soon as he finished speaking, the spell was complete. Meanwhile, Mabel was puzzled by Bellerophon's answer. A wild beast, but Bellerophon wanted to show her something. He asked, "I wonder if the young lady likes cute things." Right after that, he placed his hand over Mabel's hand and prepared to give her whatever it was. "Could you open your hand a little?" In Mabel's hand lay a little kitten quietly resting. The girl said, "A cat." Bellerophon asked, "Do you like it?" Slightly flustered, she answered, "Ah, no." Immediately, Bellerophon changed the kitten in her hand into a tiny bird. The little girl brightened up at once. "A sparrow?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." He seemed to think she had been startled before, so he changed it into a more familiar form. "So, the young lady likes birds?" Mabel answered, "That's right." He smiled warmly. "I'm glad the young lady likes it." Mabel recalled memories from long ago. Birds had always been tied to her since childhood. She had liked them ever since she was very little, because with their wings they could fly anywhere they wanted. But cruelly enough, Her life had been like a boat adrift on the ocean with nowhere to rely on. Claudel, her fake younger brother, had criticized her, saying, "You only like things that are like you, don't you? Weak, ordinary, unnecessary, and pathetic." Those words remained engraved in her heart. She sadly recalled them. Of course, Claudel had never been pleased with her. The little girl asked innocently, "Is this bird a gift?" He said yes. "Do you like it, young lady? It seems you really like birds." "Young lady, do you know about imprinting? It's a way for a bird to recognize its mother or its owner." He continued, "Sometimes something similar can happen with humans too. This bird has just recognized the young lady." Mabel gently cradled the little bird in her hands and replied to Bellerophon, "Thank you. I'll treasure it." He answered shyly, "I'm glad I gave it to you, young lady." After saying that, the tips of his ears turned redder than ever. He seemed deeply moved by her words. On a beautiful sunny day, beneath a clear blue sky and fresh air, a special carriage appeared in front of Rachiel's grand mansion. The stillness of the scene suddenly broke with an excited cry. Wow! Laura had already arrived ahead of time to prepare the luggage and load it into the trunk. The carriage had wheels in front and back, with an enclosed space in the middle. Luxurious curtains were fitted to it, and someone wore a yellow hat decorated with a ribbon. After finishing her task, Laura ran over, grabbed Mabel's hand, and asked, "Isn't it amazing, young lady?" So it turned out that the one wearing the cute yellow hat was Mabel herself. Seeing this, Mabel asked curiously, "Amazing?" Lisa stood beside them, smiling happily with her hands clasped to her chest, and said with delight, "Today is the day we're going to Gunguk." Laura, her eyes sparkling with excitement, raised one hand to the sky and cried out in a sing-song voice, "That's right, the day the young lady has been waiting for, waiting for, waiting for." Seeing that, Mabel blushed so hard from embarrassment that she covered her cheeks with both hands and replied shyly, "I wasn't waiting for it that much." Laura was swept away by Mabel's cuteness and couldn't help praising her. "Young lady is the best." Lisa was no exception. Clasping her hands in front of her, she said, "Young lady is so adorable." Skyla, standing outside, pretended to wonder aloud to her younger sisters, "Why are you two saying such obvious things?" Skyla walked up to Laura, making her yelp in surprise. "Cease." She immediately pinched her younger sister's cheek and gently warned, "Don't tease the young lady too much." After that, she turned to Mabel and asked, "Young lady, are you ready?" Without hesitation, Mabel answered at once, "Yes." Then Skyla went to the carriage, opened the door, and invited Mabel in. "Young lady, please get in the carriage first. Master will be here soon." Mabel agreed and climbed inside, only to see Rachiel arrive with Canis. Just a few seconds later, Rachiel stepped inside and sat down, and Mabel called out, "R.A.?" "F. Father." Seeing that, he propped his hand up and leaned his head against the window as he asked, "Why did you stop halfway?" The little girl looked embarrassed, her face slightly red, her fingertips touching as she stammered, Even though she knew Rachiel was her father, she still hesitated, thinking, "I've called him that many times already, though." Suddenly, he reached out and touched the top of her head, saying gently, "There's nothing difficult about it, Mabel." The carriage began to move. Unlike normal, it slowly lifted into the air. In an instant, the carriage was floating in the sky. It was her first time experiencing what it felt like to be in the air. Mabel stood up and looked out the window, exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, we're flying in the sky." Rachiel calmly replied, as if he had expected it, "That's magic." The carriage glided past white clouds as a cool breeze blew by. After a while, the white clouds gradually thinned, revealing a vast imperial capital. Rachiel called out, "Belle, Mabel." The little girl opened one eye slightly, and he suggested, "We're here. Would you like to take a look?" Hearing her father's voice, she rubbed her eyes and said doubtfully, "We're here already?" Rachiel spoke the name of the place they were about to set foot in, Gunguk, and held out his hand. Mabel sprang up from her seat at once. She placed her small hands into her father's palm. Rachiel lifted her into his arms, while Mabel clung tightly to his shoulder. Fireworks suddenly burst everywhere in a dazzling array of colors, accompanied by the cheers of the crowd. Seeing everything before her made more special than on ordinary days, the little girl eagerly took it all in. A bright smile stayed on her lips. Then Lisa, Laura, Skyla, and Bellerophon also arrived and stood around Rakiel. From the distance, a little girl with platinum hair and a white hat trotted over and said, "Hello, welcome to Gungukch." She came up to Mabel and kindly gave her a rose, adding, "Have fun." Mabel's delight was obvious. She held the flower tenderly in both hands, lightly inhaled its fragrance, and flushed red with happiness. Seeing her like that, Rakiel said, "How remarkable." Mabel immediately answered her father cheerfully, "Yes, I really, really like it." His expression was no longer tense, and a rare smile quietly appeared on his face. After Rakiel set her down, Mabel asked, "Skyla, but where is Aber?" Wanting to reassure her that everyone was fine, Skyla answered, "Aber is staying behind to watch the house, because Master told him to." Standing side by side, Lisa and Laura cheerfully said in unison, "It seems Master really did say that." Then they linked arms, looking very close, and excitedly said, "What a pity! We wanted to rub the young lady's cheeks and hands too." After they finished fooling around a little, the three sisters together said to Mabel, "Young lady, please have lots of fun. We'll arrange the luggage." Mabel, still clutching her father's sleeve, looked up and asked, "Is Bellerophon coming too?" Rakiel immediately replied, "That's right." Hearing the little girl's question, Bellerophon had no choice but to explain, "In the capital, I can't be separated from Master." Rakiel turned to him and said, over Mabel's confused gaze, "That's enough." At his master's command, Bellerophon could only answer, "Yes, Master." And so the four of them strolled all around the market, letting Mabel explore freely. First they stopped by a stall selling fresh, delicious pears. Then the girl was drawn to some pottery pieces that were simple, yet full of artistic charm. Rakiel noticed everywhere Mabel looked and every direction she went, his eyes following her by instinct, like a father. While passing a fish stall by chance, she found herself staring in amazement at a mackerel bigger than she was. After their little tour, Mabel was smiling brightly, proof that she had spent a very pleasant time. Beside the bustling market crowded with buyers and sellers, Mabel noticed something else and looked up. That was, according to Rakiel's explanation, the giant puppet controlled in the West, called Grumina. Not fully understanding, she asked again, "Grumina?" Seeing that, Rakiel kindly explained it to her in more detail. "That's right, that giant wooden figure moves through magic. It's like the one used by the Western Duke at Gungukch." Once he had finished explaining, he took her hand and continued showing her around. Suddenly, an old woman called out to them, "Have a taste of some cookies before you go." She added, "We got apple cookies, strawberry cookies, and meat pies too. Go on, try some." After saying that, she handed Mabel a piece. Seeing this, the girl accepted it with both hands and politely said, "Thank you." The old woman praised her at once. "Oh my, what a lovely guest." Without hesitation, Mabel popped it into her mouth and started chewing. When the old woman who sold the pastries asked, "Did you come with your father?" Mabel replied while chewing, "Yes." The old woman clapped her hands in delight. "Then this is perfect. At our shop, customers can try powder batter." She briefly introduced the jar, holding a certain powder. "This is star powder." To prove how magical the powder was, the old woman opened the lid and demonstrated as she spoke. "Now, sprinkle some and see." On the empty plate, various new cookies suddenly appeared. Showing off the special effect, the old woman said, and just like that, it becomes a delicious plate of cookies. Give it to someone you cherish. Hearing that, Mabel immediately put it into practice. She timidly asked Rakiel, "Father, do you like cookies?" To Mabel, her father was the person she cherished most in the world, so he was naturally the first person she wanted to offer one to when expressing her feelings. Though he answered, "Not especially," he still held out his hand to take the cookie. Mabel also politely offered them to the others. "Tan veyeropon cookies." Before Canis could even say anything, Rakiel instantly changed his mind and said, "Look somewhere else." Then, after reconsidering, he added, "Actually, I do like cookies." The sudden reversal shocked Canis, so much his eyes went wide, while Bellerophon merely smiled to himself. Holding the plate of cookies, Rakiel kept saying, "I like them very much." And then he took one and bit into it. The four of them stood before the cookie stall and the owner. Canis said bitterly, "I don't know whether I should say this or not, but this is too much." Rakiel stopped eating and looked at him. With tears welling up and a pitiful expression, Candace said, I also like cookies very much. Hearing that, Mabel grew flustered. Sukin likes cookies too. What should I do? Rakiel pretended not to hear him and kept eating. Mabel saw the plate of cookies in the shopkeeper's hand. She picked up a cookie and happily held it out to Can. Can here. Deeply moved, he said, young lady. But a hand snatched the cookie from Mabel's hand. In a dark tone, Rakiel said, you don't need to give him one. Can doesn't like cookies. Mabel asked in confusion. Huh? But just now Can. Her father denied it at once. He was lying. Candace looked utterly wounded. Seeing Rakiel eat so many cookies, Mabel smiled brightly. Are they really that good? He unconsciously praised them. They really are. Can protested, no, master. Since when did I hate cookies? At our house, Rakiel cut him off. Mabel, I need to speak privately with Can for a moment, then I'll come back. After that, he grabbed Candace by the collar and dragged him away. Bellerophon turned to her and asked, are you feeling better now? Mabel let out a small sound. She touched her mouth and considered it. Oh, compared to when I ate bread. She answered, I really like it. Bellerophon studied her expression. Yes, young lady. You look very happy. He smiled warmly. In his eyes, young lady Mabel looked truly cute and beautiful. Mabel held out a cookie to him, right? Bellerophon, do you eat cookies? He pointed at himself. May I have one too? Mabel made up an excuse on the spot. Because food tastes better when you eat it together. Bellerophon hesitated. But if I eat these cookies, then there won't be any left for you, young lady. She faltered. About that. Suddenly, Bellerophon bent down, took the hand holding the cookie, brought it to his mouth, and bit off half. The two looked at each other. Smiling brightly, Bellerophon explained, if we do it like this, then we can eat it together. Mabel blushed in embarrassment. That's fine, but it felt like he was much too close. Bellerophon wiped his mouth. We have to eat quickly so master doesn't notice, and leave no evidence behind. A noblewoman passed by the two of them and noticed Bellerophon. She immediately turned to the girl beside her and whispered, oh my, he's such a handsome young man. Bellerophon quickly pulled on his hat. This is... A cluster of girls, standing together, kept praising him without pause. He's so handsome. Seriously. Mabel saw him lower his hat to cover his face and asked, do you not like crowded places? Bellerophon replied, I have to be very careful not to attract attention. Worried, Mabel asked, then do you not like festivals either? Bellerophon objected, no, that's not it. I like festivals. With one hand, he held hers. With the other, he draped his cloak over her. I only like them because you're here, young lady. Mabel stared at him. How strange. It wasn't as though Bellerophon was using magic. Yet she blushed, suddenly feeling as if the whole world had gone silent. The crowded flow of people still moved around them, and the festival remained lively. Rakiel and Ken returned, and the four of them continued on. This was a place where magicians, lesser magicians, non-magicians, mechanics, craftsmen, and blacksmiths all gathered. A huge market for selling all sorts of goods. A wooden bird toy on a merchant's hand suddenly flew up into the air. The merchant chased after it, shouting, hey, you there, get back here. From what Mabel could see, tools that did not use magic often had very complicated appearances and mechanisms. Items that did use magic were different from that, and usually had simpler shapes. Mabel's attention was caught by a green staff. That staff. She asked the merchant, is that staff valuable too? The merchant held it out in front of her. You've got a good eye, little customer. He said, yes, that's right. This is an item with a simple structure. He spun the staff in his hand. The amazing thing about this staff. Then he slammed it down on the ground. The instant it struck the earth, the merchant vanished. Then he appeared behind Mabel. It lets you move in a stylish way. Well, isn't it cool? She gasped in amazement. Wow. He offered the staff to her. Miss, why don't you try using it once? Mabel reached out to take it. Me? Looking flustered, she said to the merchant, but I. He immediately understood and explained, because this staff uses magic stored inside a magic stone, anyone can use it. Rakiel remarked, it really is a valuable item. The merchant puffed up with pride. Looking so smug, it was as if his nose were growing longer. You really do have a good eye, haha. Rakiel looked at Mabel. She was staring intently at the magic stone fixed to the top of the staff. Magic. Uneasy, she thought to herself. Even if it was borrowing power from a magic stone, using magic still held a very important meaning for her. In the end, Mabel decided to try it. She tapped the staff against the ground. At once, a white magic circle opened beneath her feet. Startled, she said, "Huh?" Everything around her gradually turned white. The old merchant cried out, "No, why is the magic stone?" The blinding light made Mabel cover her eyes with her hand. When she regained her bearings, she was in a strange place. Where is this? She looked around in confusion. Why had she ended up somewhere like this? Was the magic staff broken? It had worked perfectly fine when the merchant used it. Worried, she thought, first, I have to find Father. Just then, a voice rang out. "What's going on over there?" She looked up at the speaker. He said, "It looks like some sort of trouble. Sorry if I startled you." Aslan smiled brightly and asked Mabel, "Are you lost?" Amid the noisy crowd of the festival, Mabel felt frightened and looked around, trying desperately to find her father's figure. Mabel looked at him, hesitant over whether she should say anything. Aslan merely smiled and waited for her to speak. Mabel forced a small smile. Yes." After hearing that, Aslan asked, "Where are you trying to go?" She stammered, that is, I don't know." Mabel glanced curiously at the sword hilt at his side. Aslan continued, "You don't know? Well, saying more won't help. Let's introduce ourselves." Then he pointed to himself and introduced himself. "I'm Aslan." Aslan Justikili. Hearing his family name, Mabel felt it sounded familiar. She remembered Keely's sturdy back and thought, Keely. It's the same surname as that man I met before, isn't it? Then she remembered she hadn't introduced herself yet and hurriedly said, I'm Mabel. Mabel. Aslan looked at her with gentle eyes and said, "What a pretty name." He began talking about himself. "I came to this festival with my father too, but right now I've ended up apart from him." Mabel answered, "I came here with my father too." Then she drooped and sadly said, "While we were looking around the market, I got separated from him." After hearing that, Aslan thought for a moment and analyzed the situation. If the distance between you isn't too great, then it's better to stay here than wander around. The people with you are probably looking for you already. Mabel murmured to herself, "Is that so?" She clasped her hands together, trembling slightly. Worried, she thought, what if they can't find me? Will I have to live in the capital like this? If that happens, I won't be able to go home. Will I have to return home all by myself? Suddenly, Aslan comforted her. "Don't worry. If they've lost a pretty and adorable daughter like you, they'll definitely do everything they can to find you." She asked, "Father will?" He took her hand and answered, "If it were me, I would. You're very cute, after all." Then he kissed the back of her hand. Mabel was bewildered, her eyes widening as she thought, "Is that allowed?" Then she remembered that among nobles, kissing the back of someone's hand was also considered a form of greeting. Her face turned bright red, and her eyes could only spin in confusion. She guessed, so Aslan is a noble too? As soon as Aslan let go of her hand, she quickly pulled it back. Right then, she heard Canis shouting, "Young lady." Aslan asked, "Is that voice calling for you?" Mabel answered, "Yes, it is. Can." Seeing that, Aslan moved to leave. "That's a relief. Then before they get here, I'll be going." She hurriedly called out, "W8." He turned back. "HM?" Mabel gave a shy little smile. Thank you." Aslan leaned down and lightly kissed her cheek. "It's nothing. I don't know if it's just a feeling, but it seems like we'll meet again." Her face burned red, and she covered the place he had just kissed. In the distance, Rakiel had already spotted her and hurried over to scoop her up. "I found you." Canis and Bellerophon ran over as well. In Rakiel's arms, she felt tears gathering in relief and thought, so everyone really had been worried. Aslan raised a hand and said, "What a relief that you found her." Then, "Mabel, until next time." After that, he disappeared into the crowd. Canis, looking dejected, handed her a handkerchief. "I'm truly sorry, young lady. It was because I'm still inexperienced." "Were you very frightened?" Then Canis asked Rakiel, "What should we do about that blonde guy from earlier? Should I chase after him?" Rakiel replied, "Bring him back here. I'll deal with him personally." While wiping her tears, Mabel was startled and hurriedly explained, "No, that's not it. I was just startled and thought I might never see everyone again." Rakiel comforted her. "Don't worry, I won't let you get lost again." Canis let out a breath of relief. "Everyone must be tired today. I'll head back first and prepare a place for everyone to rest." In Rakiel's arms, Mabel hugged him tightly and thought, "Thank you for finding me, Father." He answered, "You don't need to thank me for that. It's only natural." When she saw the house in the capital, she let out a surprised, "Oh," her eyes sparkling with delight. "So we have a house in the capital too?" Beside her, Skyla simply smiled and helped remove her hat. Mabel noticed the family crest hanging on the wall and asked, "Is this mansion a place used by the Sickleman family?" Not fully understanding what she meant, Skyla looked puzzled. Mabel explained, "I was wondering whether Claudel or the other family members use this place." Hearing that, Skyla answered, "No, young lady. Master bought it because he came here." Laura agreed. "That's right. No matter what, we couldn't stay in a guest house forever." Skyla continued, "Even the royal family can't enter this place freely, and Master has also placed a barrier over it, so nothing bad can come here." She took Mabel's hand. "So please don't worry, young lady." After entering her room, Mabel sat down and relaxed in a chair. Suddenly, she noticed a little bird perched on her shoulder. It chirped a few times. She gently stroked it and wondered, where did this bird come from? "It would have been nice if you could have come to the festival with me too." From outside, Bellerophon knocked on the door and asked, "Young lady, may I come in for a moment?" Mabel answered, "Emem, come in." Opening the door, Bellerophon said as he entered, "I'm truly sorry for coming while you're resting, young lady." Mabel smiled brightly and shifted back a little where she sat. Pointing to the place beside her, she said, "It's fine. Sit here." Suddenly, the bird that had been in her hand vanished. Startled, she asked, "Huh? Where did it go?" Bellerophon cupped his hand over the bird in her palm and reassured her, "Please don't worry, young lady." He poured mana into the bird and explained, "Even if you can't see it, the bird is still by your side. Because it was born from magic power, it can naturally conceal itself." As soon as he removed his hand, the bird immediately flew off. He told her to look that way. "Please look over there. Earlier, this sparrow also let me know where you were in the same way." The little bird thought, "He's acting like the master of the house. Mabel really has been imprisoned by this ugly man." Mabel was surprised. "Bellerophon, you were the one who found me?" She thought, of course Father can use magic, but then why? Seeing her expression, he explained, "Master can't use force in the capital. He is bound by magical restrictions." Mabel asked, "Are the other magicians the same?" His face turned sorrowful as he replied, "No. This only applies to certain magicians who possess power like masters." And because Master made a vow, Mabel curiously wondered what exactly that restraint was and what that vow meant. Beside her, Bellerophon continued, "After we found that you were somewhere nearby, Master gradually widened the search range." After hearing that, she only gave a small nod. If he extended it far enough, that meant the entire capital. Surprised, she asked, "That's possible too?" He only gave a bitter smile. If it was expanded to cover the whole capital, then Master must have done it. Mabel found it strange. "But you said that when my father uses magic, he'll be restrained, didn't you?" Bellerophon replied, "If it's for your sake, young lady, Master wouldn't stand by doing nothing, even if it meant he got hurt." Hearing that, her expression darkened. Bellerophon said, "Fortunately, it never came to that, and this bird kept sending me signals." He held out his hand, and the bird flew over carrying a rose in its beak. He gave it to her. "Whenever you need help, it can send a signal to me at any time." The little bird suddenly felt proud, lifting its wings to its chest and thinking, "So, I really am a guardian angel." With an awkward smile, Bellerophon said, "I truly did my best to find you. I'm so glad we found you, young lady." Outside, the maids knocked and announced that the bathwater was ready. She answered in agreement, and Laura and Lisa pushed a cart inside. They said cheerfully, "We'll clean everything up now." She replied, "Then thank you, everyone." At the same time, she thanked the bird for bringing her the flower. The moment the two maids saw the bird, they were shocked. Oh my, oh my." Laura asked, "Lisa, you're seeing this too, right?" Lisa answered, "I am." Mabel asked Laura, "Lisa, do you two know this bird too?" Laura replied, "Yes, of course. Isn't it Bellerophon's bird?" Lisa said, "Sister Laura, look closely. This bird has a personality." Laura took a closer look. "Oh, you're right. Back then it was only a lump of magical power." The little bird, feeling burdened, looked away. Laura recalled at the time, it was simply a small creature, an obedient messenger. Now it's as if its magic power has increased. For a magician, the most important thing was magical power. The little bird thought, I don't know what they're talking about, but isn't it clear they've recognized something precious? The bird suddenly pecked Laura in the face. Even though it hurt, she still asked, have you given a name yet? Mabel answered, not yet. Laura pushed the bird away. Young lady, please hurry and wash up, then get some sleep. The grain festival has already begun now. The scene shifted to the next day. Mabel was still wondering. They said father was being suppressed by magic and Soodle. So, is it really okay for him to be walking around like this? After thinking it over, she spoke up. Father. Rakiel lowered his head to look at her. Mabel recalled the way he had spoken with Keely. Her father's expression when he heard those words from that uncle she had met before had truly not looked good at all, even though he said he cared for her. He had never done anything bad, but I hate becoming a burden, and someday something like that might really happen. In the end, she did not bring it up again, and instead said, no, it's nothing. She focused on the festival and inwardly admired it. The grain festival really is fun. It's my first time seeing such a huge fountain. I heard the most powerful mage made it. They said the water in the fountain would keep pouring down and flowing forever. Just how difficult must it be to interfere with a natural water source like this? It's truly incredible. Candace suggested, let's walk around a little longer, then have a meal over there, young lady. That place is also famous for its delicious food. He also took the chance to badmouth Rakiel a little. It's one of the few restaurants that can satisfy our picky master. Back when I was summoned to Soodle, I often stopped by here as well. She smiled and replied, Ken, you sure talk a lot too. Candace could only laugh. Suddenly, she heard the loud shouting of a man drawing in customers, along with a sharp clanging sound. Look over here, everyone. Don't miss this GHI Ion Du Corlum. She wondered, what is GHI Ion Du Corlum? The man, still holding a sign in his hand, shouted, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Viewing is 5 Leiden, and participating is 20 Goy. Looking up at the table, Mabel said, oh, so that's what GHI Ion Du Corlum is. Rakiel looked at the Corlum, spreading its wings, and said, so that's what it looks like when it takes off. Candace replied, yes, it seems so. In any case, I heard the regulations from 20 years ago were loosened and a few rules were removed. Rakiel said, it must be a game for all the noble houses. Ken replied, yes, that's right. After all, it's nothing more than prey thrown to the emperor's dog. Then Ken said seriously, among the imperial family, there was only one house that remained blindly loyal, and they were the ones who got the rules removed. Standing beside them, Mabel could only helplessly wonder, did they bring up the wrong subject? Rakiel said, let's go back. There's nowhere else worth going anyway. Mabel hurriedly asked, go back? Is that okay? Candace replied, of course, young lady. We've already prepared everything you wanted. He pointed up at the sky. If that is what the young lady wants, then even if it were the sun up there, the master would bring it down for you. The 3 sisters, Root, Flower, and Leaf, spoke in turn. I will pull up a tree for you. I will pluck flowers for you. And I will bring you herbs. Candace asked, do you girls think those are all the same thing? Skyla protested. What's wrong with flowers? The other 2 sisters beside her immediately agreed. Exactly. Bellerophon joined in as well. The young lady already has the sun, and now flowers too, doesn't she? Then I'll pick the moon for you. While Mabel was still dazed, Rakiel beside her had already stepped forward. He lifted her into his arms and said, from here, let's move quickly. Bellerophon lightly added, that's right. Then the whole group entered a narrow alley. Rakiel covered her eyes with one hand and told her, close your eyes for a moment. You might get dizzy. In the small alley, the whole group suddenly disappeared. Then the wind suddenly blew through her hair, and he softly called, Mabel. She opened her eyes and suddenly found herself high up in the air. The houses below looked tiny now. Rakiel introduced the view. That over there is the stadium. The wind roared through the splendid city. Mabel stared at the beautiful sight before her in utter amazement, her blue hair fluttering in the wind. Rakiel turned and asked, do you like it? Mabel answered excitedly, yes, it's wonderful. During the whole festival, I've never seen anything as beautiful as this. There really isn't any other word for it besides beautiful. Mabel happily looked down below. I've never seen a view like this before. It's so nice. Looking at the people floating in the air, she thought this wide-open sky. I really love it. Pigeons beat their wings across the sky, and that sense of freedom made her think, everything feels so new. Rakiel fell silent, carrying an unreadable emotion in his heart. A moment later, he finally said, "So you like things that are vast like this?" Mabel replied, "I like big things, and I like beautiful things too." She clung to her father's clothes. "The palace is very big and beautiful too." But then Rakiel suddenly said, "If you want, I can buy it for you," startling Mabel. "What?" Not MC, but Mabel's father really was stylish in his own way. He calmly said, "Didn't you want that stadium?" Flustered, Mabel replied, "What?" "And no, that's not it." He asked again, "Then what about that stone statue?" Mabel stammered, "Teach that. If I wanted, I could make one for you." This made Ken, standing behind them, do nothing but sigh. He raised a hand and explained, "Master." Then Ken said, "What the young lady likes isn't that stadium. It's the scenery like this place." Hearing that, Mabel nodded vigorously. Rakiel murmured, "The scenery?" Once again, he coolly declared, "Then I'll take this entire view apart and bring it back." Like a single mother trying to stop a stubborn child, Ken hurriedly cut in, "No, Master, isn't that something that would require extremely difficult magic?" Rakiel, playing the role of a stubborn son, argued back, "Compared to that, isn't Corlum more dangerous for the young lady?" Meanwhile, the three Florence sisters were still immersed in the scenery before them. Ken said, "Compared to Corlum, what about the horses over there?" Rakiel asked, "Horses?" Ken answered, "Yes. The young lady loves animals." He added, "Also, she didn't show even the slightest fear when she saw Abel, so I was thinking it might be good to leave some kind of pet by her side." He landed on the ground. "I think she would get along well with any animal, just like other mages do." Turning back, he said, "Isn't the young lady the master's daughter, after all?" Hearing Candace say that, Mabel asked, "Are mages close with animals too?" Ken took her hand and answered, "Yes, that's right. Mages basically have a high ability to harmonize with other living beings. In the end, everything comes from nature. Long ago, they say there were sometimes stories of giant eldrakes or dragon paths. Even now, there's still a few great mages." Hearing that, she wondered, "Father is called a very, very, very powerful great mage. So why does he only live in the palace in the northern forest?" Bellerophon said, "Master occasionally tames horses too, so perhaps the young lady will be able to do it as well." Candace proposed, "It might be good to let the young lady learn horseback riding." Mabel lowered her head, her expression darkening. "There's no way I could do that." Bellerophon smiled gently. "Once the young lady gets past the beginning, it won't be difficult." Suddenly, Ken clapped his hands. "Young lady, it's decided then." Mabel stared blankly. "It's decided? Decided what?" In the tone of someone giving a grand answer, Rakiel declared, "I've decided to become the owner of horses." Ken, now sounding like the ant stepping in to fix the situation, interrupted, "Master, if you say it like that, you'll only confuse the young lady." He explained, "We intend to build a ranch at the palace. Of course, that includes a riding field and horses as well." Startled, Mabel asked, "Ken, why would we need a racetrack?" Walking ahead, the three Florence sisters chattered. "There are so many breeds being brought in. This one would definitely suit the young lady. That one next to it looks good too." Rakiel said, "Then there should be competition as well." Ken immediately added from the side, "They mean they're going to bring back an outstanding breed of horse." "Young lady." He smiled. "Naturally, the horse that satisfies the young lady would also have to be an exceptional one, so choosing won't be too difficult." Then Candace added, "As for the riding field, the young lady can use it as a place to learn how to ride." Mabel's face could not hide her excitement. "Really?" Ken answered, "Yes. You can ride as you please, but for now, please take your time choosing." Not long ago, everything she was hearing would have sounded like a dream. In this place, even though I said I can't use magic, no one curses me, and no one hits me or laughs at me. Could I really live happily here? She looked up at her father, who was gazing at her gently. Everyone always looked at her with such warmth. The little girl smiled. "Thank you, father." Rakiel replied, "Good." Rakiel lowered himself to one knee. He adjusted his daughter's bangs. "Compared to the imperial family's grandest grounds, you will have a riding field even larger than theirs." He stroked Mabel's hair. "You don't need to tremble in fear. That is only natural." Then he said, "If you want, I can buy every horse in the world for you. The little girl opened her hand and counted on her fingers. If that happened, it would probably be too many. Besides, Mabel folded one finger down and said, it would also cost a lot of money. He took her hand. That's all right. Whatever I give you, I will never regret it. Suddenly, the three Florence sisters waved and called, young lady, over here. Mabel looked toward a stall nearby. Looking at the pastries floating lightly above a plate, she asked, what is that? Bellerophon answered, cloud cakes. They're named that because they feel like little clouds. Looking at the floating cakes, he added, their shapes are all different too, aren't they? Mabel touched them. They look so soft. Bellerophon said again, cloud cakes are also a famous specialty of the southern imperial region. Mabel exclaimed, wow, they're like cotton candy. Suddenly her expression dimmed. She remembered an old memory. Cotton candy. Claudel gave me some once, and I ate it too. She had eaten it while crying. It was delicious, but after I finished eating it, I felt so sad. Suddenly, Bellerophon's voice interrupted her thoughts. Young lady, it's like something you once said you wanted to eat. His face fell. Isn't it? The little girl hurriedly took the cloud cake. No, yes, that's right. I want to eat it. She looked up, slightly hesitant. When she looked properly, it was Bellerophon. What about the money? He answered, I paid the exact amount listed on the price board, so please don't worry. He held a full pouch of coins in his hand. Was the owner not surprised? Perhaps he was not. During the festival period, quite a few mages appeared. At such times, gatherings for mage families were also held. Mabel asked, a gathering? Bellerophon immediately replied, a ball. The imperial family summons many noble houses, and no one can refuse that invitation. She glanced at Bellerophon's face and thought, Bellerophon looks really sad. What happened? Mabel lowered her head and took another bite of cloud cake, thinking, no, I shouldn't ask. Just like me telling everyone that I can't use magic. Everyone has something they cannot say at least once in their life. The seven of them continued down the crowded road filled with festival goers. Suddenly, the maid Laura ran up ahead. Young lady, they say a lot of carriages pass through roads this large. Mabel asked curiously, really? Laura replied, yes, so please be careful. Sometimes there are accidents involving carriages. There may be many dangers in the human world, but we will protect you. So please do not worry. If there is anything the young lady does not know, please ask us anytime. The three maids, Laura, Skyla, and Lisa, all raised their hands, determined to protect her. They added, wanting to reassure Mabel. After the young lady came to us, we read many books related to the human world, so we know quite a lot. The little girl asked, but why did you have to read books about the human world? Skyla answered with a bright face, because if we stayed only in the palace, we wouldn't know much about the human world. But we always want to bring the young lady as much happiness as possible, and we want to take good care of you too. To do that, we need to know many things before we can help the young lady properly, so we studied. Moved, Mabel shyly said, thank you. Skyla politely answered, it was nothing. While they were walking, the three maids suddenly spotted beautiful flower baskets being sold by the roadside. In an instant, they ran over to the prettiest one, picking through the flowers while talking. Oh, these are so lovely. Should we give these flowers to the young lady? What about this one? The florist had been happily watching the customers choose, but he jumped in alarm when the three maids grabbed the flowers and ran over to Mabel, shouting, young lady. He yelled, hey, pay for those. Then, to his surprise, silver coins fell right into his hand. It turned out Bellerophon had come to pay for the flowers. Helplessly, he looked toward Laura, Skyla, and Lisa, who were happily chatting with the young lady. Holding the bouquet in her hands, Mabel thought, they smell so nice, and then said, thank you. She thought of Skyla's hair color and eye color. Is it because red suits her so well? This flower really does look like Skyla. Then she suddenly asked, oh, right, Laura, why is Skyla the eldest sister? Laura replied, don't plants grow from the roots? Still not understanding, the little girl asked again. But of course, Sister Skyla is the flower. Sprouts come out from seeds, then they grow and become stems. So shouldn't Lisa be the oldest instead? Laura began to explain, no, Sister Skyla was born first. We are different from the very beginning. Humans and Elna are born through mating, but goddesses are born from objects or plants. Inside Sister Skyla's heart is a crystal. That crystal's magic power is determined based on the life of mana. and during that process, the base is raised upward and then extended downward. Mabel understood at last. So that's why Skyla is the eldest sister. Lisa answered, yes, young lady. Because the great mage personally infused the crystal, you could say he granted life itself. Creatures born that way become both good companions and partners to a mage. The scene shifted to two children playing in the plaza. They were making two little lums fight each other, laughing and cheering. You're so strong, Mabel asked. So in other words, things like those lums? Laura replied, yes. They say that in the past, human mages kept many lums like those. Looking down at the two tiny lums fighting, the little girl said, I've seen that in a magic encyclopedia too. Lisa asked in surprise, really? The little girl continued, repeating what she had read. In things and plants filled with magic power, magical companions can be found. Candace turned around and said, young lady, look, we've arrived. Before Mabel stood a grand city gate, magnificent beyond words. She gasped and admired its beauty. Wow, it looks just like a giant shoe. As they were about to enter through the gate, a middle-aged man suddenly came running from somewhere, shouting as he ran. Ah, hey you! He accidentally slammed into Mabel's shoulder, making the little girl stagger and lose her balance. She squeezed her eyes shut and thought, ah, am I going to fall? But luckily, Rakiel reached out in time and caught Mabel tightly. His eyes turned murderous as he stared at the man. Instead of checking on the little girl and apologizing, the man casually laughed and continued chatting with someone else as if nothing had happened. Is this your first time here? Laura, Skyla, and Lisa all rushed over and anxiously bombarded her with worried questions. Young lady, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Mabel answered gloomily, I'm fine. Her gaze fell on the bouquet that had dropped to the ground and been trampled. Regretfully, she said, the flowers. Laura still was not reassured and asked again, are you really all right? Mabel replied, don't worry. I'm used to enduring pain. Even as she said that, her left hand was throbbing terribly. Rakiel asked her, what is it? Does your shoulder hurt? The little girl answered awkwardly, yes. Suddenly, a powerful surge of electricity appeared. Crackling lightning and a bluish aura surrounded Rakiel. Mabel remembered what had happened last time and immediately suspected, could it be? Terrified, sweat poured down her face. She did not want things to go too far again like before, so she hurriedly tried to stop her father. She called out, Father! But before she could finish, a young blond man with a large scar across his face stepped forward and said, I have been discourteous. Rakiel tensed and quickly pulled his daughter into his arms. Mabel thought, isn't it because of the oath that if father uses magic, he'll get hurt? I have to stop him. The little girl clung to her father and asked the man, oh, what is it? The man immediately explained, the person who bumped into the young lady earlier is a friend of mine. You weren't hurt anywhere, were you? The man glanced at his friend, who was still chatting and laughing, then tried to smooth things over. That man is rather rash by nature. On his behalf, I sincerely apologize. Then he suddenly glanced at Mabel and her father and said, she doesn't look like your daughter. Could you two be siblings? Oh no, my apologies. If the young lady is injured, I will cover the treatment costs. Rakiel repeated, treatment costs. A fierce fury blazed in his eyes. The aura around him grew even denser and more violent as he asked in a threatening voice, to whom do you dare say that? Rakiel glared and said, who exactly do you think you're speaking to like that? Powerful streams of electricity burst from his hand, startling Mabel and making her fear that father was about to use magic. She quickly cried out, Father! He clenched his hand and stopped the currents. She added, trying to calm him down, that's not it, Father. Then she hugged him tightly and turned to the man. This is my father. The man bent down to take a closer look at the father and daughter's faces. Then he suddenly straightened up and snapped his fingers as if realizing something. Now that I look closely, you two really do look alike. Mabel asked brightly. We do. The man nodded firmly. Exactly. Very alike. It's just that your father looks so young that an old man like me got the wrong idea. Sorry for the misunderstanding. I really ought to apologize to all of you. Mabel recalled the family that had once adopted her and the cruel things her former parents had said. She thought to herself, I'd only ever heard that I was a child who didn't resemble anyone. I was always jealous of Claudel, but now, I don't feel jealous anymore. Looking up at her father, she softly said, Father. He said we look very alike. That really makes me happy. Rakiel's gaze softened, and he replied gently, Of course. You are my daughter. The area by the city gate was crowded, people calling out to one another, while roadside stalls inside beckoned for customers. Yet the 8 of them were still standing outside the gate, talking instead of heading in. The strange man added, Well, it's a relief the young lady wasn't badly hurt. If you want to hear an apology from that fellow, you'll need to go to the Green Vine Mercenary Company. We entrusted this event's arena security and management to the Mercenary Company. Ah, are you taking part in the match as well? If you are, I could probably get you in cheap, since the person running the event is a relative of mine. Hearing that, Mabel lit up with excitement and asked with eager eyes, Anyone can participate, right? The man answered at once, Oh, looks like the young lady is very interested. That's right. Anyone can join as long as they pay the entry fee, though the only thing not guaranteed is your life. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I'm joking. Even if you're not a professional competitor, it's fine as long as you don't fall off. Though in exchange, the Corlum's speed is very slow. He continued explaining, How should I put it? In matches between professional competitors, if the riders are mages, they'll all die or disappear anyway, so there's not much they can do. However, mages like me, mages who carry power from thousands of years ago, once raised their banner against the temple and the royal family. Since everything related to magic was suppressed, that match became one of the things affected as well. Bellerophon pointed toward the Corlum and said to Mabel, Look, young lady, they're made of stone, but they're bound up with magic. If magic is placed into a Corlum, the match can begin. Mabel asked curiously, Then is a Corlum alive? Fawn replied, No, not exactly. A Corlum recognizes its owner in a lifeless, instinctive way, but because it only listens to orders, it's more like a tool. They say they don't think, and they don't feel anxiety either. Mabel lowered her eyes and said sadly, But Lisa said that a Corlum given life by a mage is the mage's companion. He explained, that was a long time ago. To ordinary people now, magic is already something known only from the distant past. Back then, mages formed bonds with the things they gave life to. But now, they just think of them as tools, because they make them whenever needed without much thought. Mabel looked toward the 2 large stone Corlums, her face darkening in shock. The blond man continued talking about the match. A Corlum's defense and collisions are also tied to magic. The matches can be individual or team-based. 2 people, 4 people, 8 people, any of those can participate. Mabel glanced up at Rakiel as if she wanted to say something. He seemed to understand immediately and asked, Do you want to join? Looking at her father with shining, pleading eyes, she said, Yes. May I? Then her mood suddenly sank, and she stammered, But I guess I can't, right? They just said it was very dangerous. Rakiel replied, It's not that you can't. Startled, she asked, He answered confidently, The one who said it was dangerous was Can, not me. And with me here, nothing will be dangerous. Seeing that, the man offered, So the young lady is joining too? Then I can explain how it works. Just then, someone shouted from afar, Guilty, you hear? Are these your guests? So the blond man's name was Guilty. A brown-haired man with a long beard came running over and slapped him on the shoulder. He turned and asked, Are they here for the match? Guilty frowned. What are you talking about, Daber? Don't you remember? She's the girl you brushed past and slammed into earlier. Daber looked at Mabel and laughed loudly. A girl? Ha, this little thing. Annoyed, Guilty snapped. Quit laughing and apologize already, you rude bastard. The young lady could have gotten hurt. Daber sneered and pretended not to know what he meant. What? I don't remember a thing. Maybe something like that happened. Maybe it didn't. Why would I need to apologize over something that minor? He spoke without the slightest attention to the dark, furious expression on Rakiel's face opposite him. Daber casually went on. Now, don't get so worked up. Listen, Guilty, that's the guest I caught earlier, right? I got quite a big offer from over there, this one in fact, so I'm joining too. He thumped his chest smugly. Guilty, puzzled, asked what? Daber continued talking about his little deal. Let's see. That guest from before said they were joining too, wanted my help, and would pay me. So I've made up my mind. Guilty still looked confused. And what about patrolling the arena? Annoyed, Daber said. I have to patrol too? Come on, we were formed because we were useful, you know that. Look over there. Even the noble who hired us can't say a word, seeing us wander around like this. Hardly anyone noticed just how frightening Rakiel's expression had become. Waving as he ran off, Daber called out, Anyway, I said I'm doing it, so don't try to stop me. And don't tattle to the captain either. I'm off. Flustered, Guilty said, wait, good grief. Then he turned to the father and daughter. Young lady, see that gate over there to the east? Go there and just tell them your name. I'm Guilty, so I'll see you later. Rakiel clenched his fist again, and electricity began crackling from it once more. Seeing this, Canis and Fawn hurriedly tried to stop him. Ah, please wait a moment, master, teacher. He withdrew the current and ordered, Move aside. I need to remove that obstacle immediately. Canis anxiously explained, You mustn't, sir. Magic on that scale would be far too dangerous. Fawn volunteered to go instead. Then please let your disciple handle it. Canis raised 3 fingers and made a strange gesture as he said, He's one of Islah's chosen men. If we just ignore him and leave, we may get our tails stepped on. Mabel thought, Islah, I've heard that name somewhere before. With that name, a memory came rushing back of a long-haired, brown-haired man speaking to her adoptive father. He clicked his tongue and insultingly said, Look at you, loser. So you've been raising trash in your house? Rakiel asked, And what does that have to do with anything? Ken answered, Didn't the young lady say she wanted to see the festival? If word gets out that you're here, there'll be no other choice but to make a trip out of the palace. Under these conditions, if we leave the young lady here alone, it really... Rakiel cut him off. Stop. If you understand, then shut your mouth. He looked toward the 2 Corlums being prepared for the match and the people waiting below them, then said, This match looks interesting too. Fireworks shot into the sky, and trumpets and music rang out. The announcer stepped out holding a speaking horn and declared, You've all been waiting a long time, haven't you? Truly, it has been a very long time. After 20 years, the Storm Corlum match has finally returned. Welcome to the return of these thrilling matches. Thousands of spectators erupted into excited cheers from the stands. The announcer began explaining the match. Today will be the very first commemorative match. The course has been built as a simplified version of the races once meant for professional riders. First, you mount your Corlum and awaken it with magic. Then you must circle the racetrack 3 times. After completing the whole course, you must enter the artificial forest beside the arena and bring back flag. The first person to bring the flag here and plant it will be the winner. Hearing that, Mabel grew nervous. She swallowed hard. Seeing her reaction, Rakiel asked, You seem tense. Grasping his hand, she replied, A little. He stroked her head as he comforted her. There's nothing to be afraid of, she said. When I said I wanted to participate, I didn't realize there would be so many people gathered here. He explained, Of course there are. This is the first match in 20 years. Mabel looked up and asked, Have you ever watched this match before, father? He answered, Of course. In the stands, everyone was growing restless. Come on, start already. Mabel asked, By yourself? Then she studied her father and thought, even if only a little. Father's eyes seemed deeper somehow. Rakiel turned his face away as if avoiding her gaze and said, No, with someone else. At that moment, he looked strangely familiar to Mabel. At some point, I've seen father wear a sad expression like this before. She remembered him looking at her and saying, It looks like you're smiling. That had been when her smile reminded him of her mother. His eyes had been just as sorrowful then. So Mabel guessed, did father watch this match with mother once? She was terribly curious, but she could not bring herself to ask any further. Instead, she tugged at his clothes and said, Father, Kim once told me something like this. If you're nervous, you should look at everyone there and imagine they're potatoes. She pointed toward the audience. Rakiel looked puzzled and asked, Potatoes? Mabel smiled brightly. Yes, big potatoes, small potatoes, handsome potatoes, ugly potatoes. He admitted, that does sound like something Ken would say. The little girl happily replied, yes. A little later, Guilty ran over to her, waving. A little miss, you're still joining as planned, right? Did you hear all of our explanations? She answered, yes, I did. Resting his chin on a hand, he mused, is it because this is a match being held again after being suspended all this time? More people gathered than I expected. Noticing Rakiel standing beside Mabel, he asked in surprise, oh, are you joining too? Rakiel remained silent. Then Guilty noticed Canis standing behind him. With an awkward laugh, he asked, then what about you? Canis replied, yes, I'm participating too. I am a young lady's escorting butler. Guilty hesitated. Goodness, is this young lady from some great household? Rakiel explained, I deliberately chose not to reveal my identity, so there's no need for everyone to panic. Reassured, Guilty said, if that's the case. Then he cheered for her loudly. Anyway, young lady, do your best. Mabel replied awkwardly, thank you. He encouraged her, don't be nervous. Then he seemed to realize belatedly that he was speaking to a noble young lady, tilted his head, and quickly corrected himself. Oh no, please do not worry, milady. Guilty added, in any case, you're not the only one participating at your age. In the past, the matches for professional riders had age restrictions, but now things are different because they've become entertainment matches. He pointed into the distance, toward a boy standing at the foot of a column, and asked, do you see over there? There are others around your age. And that one over there is also someone of noble status, just like you. Curious, Mabel asked, really? I'm not sure either, but they say the descendants of House Nari sponsored this match. He's probably here to play some little noble game. Guilty continued, that Daber fellow was also selected for that rich people's game. It's a safe kind of match made so nobles like them can enjoy themselves. Mabel looked very surprised and intrigued by this. Holding out his hand, he said, so please relax and enjoy yourself. He was about to pat her on the head, but suddenly froze, his arm trembling. Guilty knew that if he patted Mabel on the head, something terrible might happen, so he awkwardly withdrew and stepped away. I wish you good luck in this match. Besides, I think your father might kill me otherwise. Once again, the sound of trumpets rang through the arena. The announcer called out, everyone except the participants, please move behind the barrier. Mabel said happily, it looks like it's finally starting. Calling to her, Fawn handed her the little bird. Young lady, you didn't forget the bird I gave you, did you? She replied, huh? Oh. The little bird flew up and settled on her shoulder. He took her hand and reassured her, with me and Master here, you won't be hurt or put in danger. Lowering her head shyly, Mabel said, thank you. The bird on her shoulder also burned with determination, its tiny flames flaring. The announcer began explaining the prize. Today is the first match in 20 years, a commemorative event. Let's see what special gift awaits the victor. Sent from Topocaria of the Royal Mages, the prize for the winner is, as he shouted, he yanked away the white cloth, revealing a splendid and elegant galaxy-colored magic staff. The Razako moon, overflowing with demonic power. Mabel was dazzled by the staff's beauty. The prize continued to be introduced. The Razako moon is a famous staff from 200 years ago. It is so valuable that no one even dares estimate its worth. Then Mabel suddenly noticed the boy standing nearby and remembered that child. When Isla, the friend of Loser Sekleman, had come by, he had insulted her. Look, loser, are you raising trash in your house? And not only him, the child beside him had also said, you let servants into the study? What if they overhear valuable information? There was no way Mabel could forget that boy. Clutching her skirt tightly, Mabel thought resentfully, the next direction after the Isla family. Amid the wild cheers of the audience in the stands, the announcer shouted again, if anyone still hasn't joined, hurry and register. Registration for competitors will close in 3 minutes. As soon as he heard that, Rakiel remarked, for a match that seems almost like a joke, I didn't expect prizes of this level. The man standing behind him thought the same. Rakiel continued, it's one of two things. Either they never intended to give it to anyone at all, or the owner has already been decided in advance. Then he added, whichever it is, there's no need to worry. Just taking a ride on a golem will already make for an entertaining experience. Hearing that, Mabel answered happily, yes. She thought to herself, I've ridden a golem before, so I'm already excited. Rakiel calmly reminded his daughter, the golem will move on its own, so all you need to do is hold the reins firmly. Mabel answered brightly, yes, father. Just then, the announcer cried out, all participants, please step forward to your golems. Seeing this, Rakiel ordered Laura and Lisa to go with Mabel. The two girls answered in unison, yes. From there, the participants and the non-participants began to separate. The white-haired young man said, we'll remain where we are. The three of them would stand in the audience and cheer for Mabel. The match was about to begin, and Mabel was seated on the golem's back. Seeing this, her father asked, are you ready? She answered cheerfully, yes. Then the announcer began speaking again. Please wait just a moment. The mage will be coming. As soon as the mage appeared, he said, stay where you are. Do not move, and raised his hand to cast magic on the bodies of the massive creatures. The instant the golems were awakened, the announcer continued, all the golems have now been awakened. The golems opened their eyes wide and let out great roars, stirring up a powerful gust of wind that startled the spectators in the stands. When the announcer witnessed the scene, he visibly trembled in fear, but still struggled to keep the match going. Isn't this an incredible sight? It's been 20 years since I last got to see this. It's shaking me up. Mabel, extremely nervous now, squeezed her eyes shut. Seeing that, Rakiel said, Mabel, your golem is a red dragon. Only then did she slowly open her eyes. A red dragon? She thought, then said aloud. But it doesn't look red at all. He continued, the hornless kind is called a red dragon. The red dragon may be small, but it is extremely violent by nature. It tends to ram into anything and everything. You could say it loves fighting. Even so, among dragons, it is one of the rarest and strongest beings. After hearing her father's explanation, Mabel gently stroked her golem and quietly replied, I see. Just then, the announcer began explaining the rules. He said, is everyone ready? This match will feature not only teams, but individual participants as well. Therefore, some changes are expected in order to prevent cheating. After hearing that, Mabel turned to her father and asked, Father, they said they're going to change the positions. Rakiel immediately reassured her, there won't be any problem. But the young girl was still afraid. She thought, I feel uneasy being separated from father. What if something goes wrong? Then a man walked up and guided her. Young lady, please go this way. Mabel anxiously turned back to look at her father and thought to herself, Father isn't worried at all, even though he's not coming with me. When I got lost, I worked so hard to find my way. When she turned back again, she tightly gripped the strap on the golem's back once more and asked herself, can I really do this on my own? Lost in thought, she suddenly heard Laura and Lisa calling out to her. Young lady, startled, she cried out, Laura, Lisa? The two tiny fairies answered back as well. Yes, young lady. Then Mabel asked Laura and Lisa in confusion. How is that possible? I thought you disappeared earlier and had to go over to the audience seats. The two little fairies innocently replied, not at all. Master ordered us to stay by your side during the game, young lady, so we transformed and followed you. Hearing that, she finally realized that it wasn't that her father wasn't worried about her. Then she suddenly turned back and asked Laura and Lisa, transformed? Seeing that, Lisa had no choice but to explain, I was going to come openly, but the host stopped us, so there was no other way. Laura added, there was no choice but to transform, young lady. This was a secret. The ability to make their already tiny bodies become even smaller was something other magical creatures absolutely could not do. All the elves who had their own transformation magic like nymphs had already disappeared. And since there is Master's magic as well as Bellerophon's bird, there shouldn't be any problem. There won't be, but your safety is extremely important, young lady, so we will stay by your side to the very end. After hearing that, Mabel could only reply, you absolutely must not get separated from me. Understood? Laura cheerfully answered, of course. In these tiny forms, we can use a little magic, so we might be helpful to you, young lady. Mabel asked again, You can't use magic normally? Laura answered timidly, only Sister Sala can do that. Out of all of us, she's the smartest and the most skilled with magic. Hearing that, Mabel comforted Laura. Laura, you'll do fine too. Moved, Laura exclaimed, I have to. Mabel briefly thought, I don't know how to use magic, so is it really okay for me to say things like that? Contrary to her worries about her own words, It seemed that hearing her encouragement had made the two tiny fairies cheerful and excited again, and they chirped their thanks to her. "Thank you, young lady. You've given me so much more motivation." Mabel continued thinking, "I hope Laura feels at least a little better now." As the match was about to begin, the audience was loudly cheering for the competition. Loser muttered, "It's so cramped here. Dealing with these ignorant fools is annoying. And on top of that, the seats are terrible." Another person said to him, "Haha, young master, it may not look like much, but this side actually has the best seats." Loser irritably asked back, "The best seats? Where?" The man continued, "In this arena, there are a lot of factors to consider. Over by the forest, the wind blows very hard, and most contestants tend to forget about that. However, at this position, the surrounding terrain blocks the wind, so there's nothing to worry about." In the distance, Lisa suddenly noticed the loser and exclaimed, "Ah!" Upset, she said to Mabel, "That's the man who hurt me over there." At that moment, Mabel noticed him too. Meanwhile, Loser was busy talking to the man beside him. Really embarrassed to hear Laura and Lisa talking about Loser, Mabel listened as they said, "Should I go pull his beard and drag him over here? What a horrible human." Seeing that, Mabel immediately said, "And no, it's fine." Just then, the golems had already started moving across the ground with harsh, grating noises. She added, "Then it should be fine if we move a little farther inside now, right?" No sooner had she finished speaking than she flinched at the sound of another golem walking up behind her. At that moment, Loser sounded puzzled and said, "What's this, a child? Kids can participate too? This tournament is pretty low class." Mabel anxiously thought, "What if he recognizes me?" Before she could finish the thought, Loser said, "Hey, you don't mind if my dragon stops beside you, do you? I joined on a whim because it looked fun. One way or another, this thing is mine." Mabel suddenly remembered. Father said earlier that it looked like he hadn't recognized me. It would be great if he just kept not recognizing me and passed by. Seeing that she was distracted, Laura called out, "Young lady." Another racer spoke up to remind Loser, "Hee, young master, it's about time you got ready." At that point, he seemed to be thinking something over and muttered, "Even if you don't say it, I know." Then he suddenly thought, "I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." He jerked around and said, "Wait a second. I feel like I've met you somewhere." Mabel suddenly froze for a few seconds, then turned her face away. Seeing that, Laura asked, "Is he someone you know, young lady?" Loser seemed to recognize her and blurted out, "Ah, I remember now. You're Claw's servant, aren't you? You washed my carriage last time too. I recognized you right away from your strange eye color. That stupid servant back then. Why are you here now? Don't tell me you ran away here." Mabel suddenly thought, he's not wrong. I really did run away from that Cyclamen mansion. She gripped the reins on the golem tightly and thought, it's fine. There's no way I'm ever going back there now. I used to clench my fists so tightly that all 10 fingers ached, but it never helped at all. If I so much as breathed a little too hard, I would immediately be dragged off to the punishment room in that house. Loser also muttered in confusion, though I don't really know why Claw has been in such a bad mood lately. Is it because of this? Then he thought, Claw's bad mood definitely isn't my fault. That guy's always changing for no reason. What do you even call this? Beating a runaway servant back in a line with a whip. At that moment, Mabel cried out, "Ah!" Then she shouted loudly, "I'm not a servant." Loser spun around in surprise and asked, "How dare you raise your voice at me?" Hearing that, she answered back, "Because I'm not a servant." She thought to herself, come to think of it, there's no reason for me to be afraid of him recognizing me. I still have the little bird Laura, Lisa, and Bellerophon gave me. Canis, Sala, and Bellerophon are in the stands too, and the stands are close by. Father is here too. She quickly turned to the red-haired boy and said, "From now on, don't call me a servant anymore." He asked in confusion, "Not a servant?" Then he continued, "So what?" Mabel said, "I'm Claw's older sister." Then she thought to herself, "I'm not really Claw's older sister, am I? They are my real parents." She corrected herself, "No, his cousin." Loser didn't believe her and said, "What a shameless lie. Claw told me he doesn't have any siblings. He used to call you a servant, too." After hearing Loser's words, Mabel shot back, "Enough. No matter what that person calls me, it has nothing to do with you. And speaking so carelessly when you don't even know the truth is rude." He added, "What's that supposed to mean?" "Fine then. Do your best out there, riding that ugly dragon of yours." After hearing that, she thought to herself, "That's it. I thought there'd be more. I thought that since he was Claudel's friend, he'd be just as stubborn as Claudel. But now that I think about it, that's only natural. I've only met him twice. Still, when I think carefully, I'm truly afraid of Claudel and of that cyclamen house. It's a wound in my mind." Seeing that, Laura and Lisa said, "Young lady, should we teach him a lesson for you? Shall I swap dragons for you?" Hearing that, Mabel happily declined. She said, "It's fine. Thank you for worrying about me." Then thought to herself, "Because I have two warm little voices always whispering by my ears, I'm not as afraid as before. It's enough for me to just enjoy being here." Returning to the present, it seemed the competition was about to begin. At that moment, the announcer shouted loudly, "Is everyone ready?" Mabel continued thinking, "Father told me to just enjoy it." At that exact moment, the referee gave the starting signal, and the race began. The huge dragons spread their wings, soaring high into the sky and stirring up powerful gusts of wind. They flew through the blue heavens and across the white clouds. Mabel turned and asked the two tiny fairies, "Laura, Lisa, are you okay?" They answered their young lady, "We're fine, young lady. We aren't affected by this. Are you all right, young lady?" Everyone else's dragons are far ahead already. Hearing that, she cheerfully replied, "It's okay. I didn't join because I wanted to win anyway." Down below in the arena, the announcer had begun observing the situation as well. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, can you see the things flying around our contestants on the screen? Those are dragons as well. We observe the contestants with these very small dragons. They follow each participant closely and keep watch in case anyone cheats." Up in the sky, Laura, Lisa, and Mabel were happily enjoying the feeling of flying high above. Laura joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, young lady, you're flying." She gently answered, "Yeah, I'm flying." "Wow, so this is what it feels like to ride a dragon." Beside her, Loser's dragon flew over. When he saw Mabel, he started mocking her again. "Not bad, huh? I mean, anyone should be allowed to punish a runaway servant however they want, right?" Mabel angrily replied, "I'm not," but he stubbornly kept going, "Not a servant? Then why does Claw treat you like that? If you ran away, then you deserve to be punished now, don't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Loser cast magic, causing her dragon to start shaking and gradually losing balance. Mabel panicked and thought, what's happening?" The two tiny fairies cried out at once, "Young lady." Loser smugly continued, "What? It's not over yet. All I did was reduce a little of the magic power inside your dragon." At that very moment, her dragon began dropping straight downward. Seeing that, he said, "That's how it falls." Terrified, she thought, "Falling? If I fall from this height?" Seeing her plummeting like that, he laughed and jeered, "Don't worry, you won't die. If someone dies, the match gets stopped halfway through, and I wouldn't be able to take first place, so I won't let that happen." When Lisa saw the dragon shut its eyes, she said to Laura, "Young lady's dragon closed its eyes. Sis, can't you wake it up?" Laura replied, "I don't know how to use human magic. This is something Sister Sala. Young lady, please use magic." Mabel was trembling. In fear, she thought, "I can't do it. Even if I can sense magic power, I can't use even the simplest spell. They called me a foolish child. While Claudel excelled at everything, I couldn't do anything at all." Lisa encouraged her. "You can do it, young lady. Use magic to wake the dragon, and pray with all your heart." Sobbing in fear, she said, I can't. I can't use magic. I don't know how to use magic." Lisa continued, "That's not true, young lady. You can see that we are little fairies, which means you also have special abilities. That's why I believe you absolutely can do it." But Mabel still anxiously asked, "But what do I do? I don't know any kind of ritual." Lisa continued, "There's no time left. But you don't need any ritual, young lady. The heart of magic is sincere prayer, just like when you pray." After hearing Lisa's encouragement, she thought to herself, "Can I do it? I have to do it. Magic power, gather the magic power. Be a little more sincere, but what should I pray for? Please rise for me." After she prayed with all her heart, a flash of light burst from the hands she had placed on the golem's body. In the flow of her thoughts, Mabel spoke silently to her dragon. "Open your eyes. Please open your eyes for me." Fly up with me. When she was done and slowly opened her eyes, she suddenly saw that she was rising into the air, but below her there was another dragon falling down. Startled, she cried out, "What in the world? A war dragon? It's a war dragon! No way!" The dragon had transformed into a war dragon, just like the dragons used by the contestants in battle. At that moment, her father saw it and turned his head, saying, "I thought it was only a joke." Seeing her father, she called out in surprise, "Father, what is going on? I was definitely falling." Rakiel gently answered her, "Falling? You're flying." It seemed she thought the dragon had risen thanks to her father. So she said, "Was this because father?" Hearing that, he understood what she meant and replied, "No. Can't you feel that you're flying by your own power?" Just then, the dragon let out a cry, and she still wondered to herself, "Then the dragon that shattered down there, was that my doing? It's flying toward me." Rakiel continued, "Its combat ability only awakens for a moment. That is different from what you did. By the way, aren't you going?" She blankly replied, "Yes." Her father continued, "It's not too late. If you go now, you can still make it." After hearing her father's words, she thought, the flag. Actually, I only wanted to try riding a dragon once more than I wanted to get the flag. But now I want just a little more than that. Then she asked her father, "If I chase after them now, can I still catch up?" Rakiel answered, "The fact that you awakened the divine dragon has already narrowed the gap between you and the other contestants somewhat. And of course, you have other abilities as well." Hearing her father say that, Mabel asked, "But wasn't it very dangerous just now?" Rakiel glanced toward Mabel and said, "I haven't told you, have I? As long as I am here, I will not let you come to harm." At that moment, Laura and Lisa were worried about her too and said, "Young lady, goo goo, young lady." Seeing the two tiny fairies worrying for her, she said, "Laura, Lisa, are you all right? Hey, I was so worried because I couldn't hear your voices." Laura answered, "We were blown away by your magic power, young lady." After hearing that, Mabel thought to herself, Bellerophon clearly said dragons don't have thoughts or emotions, but somehow every time I talk to it, it responds. She turned and asked her dragon, "Did you fly up for me?" Hearing her voice, the dragon answered with two cries, "Gru gru." The dragon seemed to have been filled with a new source of energy, and it shot straight forward, ignoring the obstacles in its path. She suddenly realized something and turned to ask the two tiny fairies, "Laura, Lisa, where is father?" Laura answered, "Master is flying behind us." Lisa added, very slowly. Then the two began chattering to Mabel about Rakiel's purpose for coming to the competition. "Master isn't interested in the race." "That's right. He's only looking for something." Mabel wondered, looking for something? What could it be? After they had gone a long distance, Laura joyfully said, "Wah, you've taken the lead. She's in first now, too." Seeing that, Lisa said, "Young lady to the right, the wind is very weak on the right side." Hearing that, Mabel asked, "Should I fly a little that way?" Lisa answered her, "Yes, young lady. Please head that way." Her dragon passed obstacle after obstacle, speeding straight ahead. But strangely enough, the dragon smiled at Mabel, and she suddenly thought, "Does it want me to praise it?" Thinking that, she said, "Oh, good job. You're doing so well." Seeing that, Lisa happily added, "It seems really happy." Mabel asked in confusion, "Happy?" Lisa continued, "Yes. This dragon only reacts when it hears your voice, young lady." Laura added, "It looks like it likes you." After hearing that, Mabel seemed far more spirited than before, bravely riding atop the great dragon. Mabel thought, "If we fly through here now, we'll reach the forest." The dragon carried the girl to the edge of a forest surrounded by towering trees. She quickly pressed deeper inside with determination. "I have to go find the flag." Lisa sat properly on the girl's shoulder when she suddenly noticed something and cried out in surprise, that person, over there." It was Loser. He had caught up with Mabel. Behind him, the other competitors were also rapidly advancing on their dragons. Suddenly, one of them opened its mouth wide and breathed fire. The air shook with a tremendous explosion, terrifying Mabel. The contestants around them were also utterly shocked, each of them bewildered by what had just happened. A girl spoke first. "What's going on over there?" The man in front of her quickly answered, "His dragon, Glonder." Others immediately chimed in. "Didn't it disappear?" "But they're still in the middle of the match." Behind them, Mabel began to tremble. She gripped the reins tightly and wondered, "What do I do now?" I've been flying just fine up to this point, but I never imagined the contestants would start fighting each other. Little Lisa suddenly pointed toward the male contestant over there. Young lady, that man. He's the one who made you fall. After being exposed, the man still sneered. I've handled battle dragons before. If you don't want to get hurt, gentlemen, stay away from this area. Frightened by his threats, Mabel hurriedly asked the fairies beside her, Laura, Lisa, can we get past them somehow? Laura asked worriedly, Young lady, you don't want to fight? After thinking for a moment, she said to Mabel, That's right. Young lady isn't used to brawling, so it would be better to avoid it. Lisa beside her agreed with what Laura said. Yes, exactly. Suddenly, Lisa flew over and hugged one side of Mabel's cheek, then softly said, Young lady, I know a way to get past them. Mabel asked in confusion, A way? What way? Lisa replied, But it'll be a little risky. Then she timidly asked, Your master won't punish me, right? Mabel clenched her hand into a fist and declared, I'll protect you. Then her spirits faltered a little, and she worried, Wait, can I even stop father? In the end, Mabel helplessly said, No, we'll be punished together. Hearing that, Lisa's eyes filled with tears. Hugging Mabel's cheek, she said, Young lady, then please keep this a secret from me, and I'll tell you. Mabel answered firmly, Okay. After gaining Mabel's approval, Lisa began to explain, We need to take the flag to that forest over there. As she said that, she pointed toward the forest below and continued, When we get there, if you look down from above, there'll be an opening in the middle of the forest. Then how do we go higher? Mabel asked blankly. Higher. Little Lisa pointed straight up at the sky. That's right. We have to go really high. And she pointed straight down at the ground, and then descend. From that side, they won't be able to predict it. Mabel asked to make sure. Go down low. Like before. Lisa answered, Yes, young lady. Mabel's eyes lit up as if she had just realized something. If I can control the speed, I can reach the flag before them. She ordered the dragon. All right, let's go up. The dragon heard her and immediately spread its enormous wings, flying straight up into the sky at full speed. After a while, Mabel turned around and saw that she had already gotten quite far away from the other contestants and from the ground. It still didn't feel like enough, so she was about to give another order. Maybe a little higher? Lisa quickly stopped her. This should be enough, young lady. Laura beside her promptly agreed. That's right. But the moment Mabel looked down at the ground, she felt afraid of how high up she was. She swallowed nervously and thought, I really have to go down now? Normally, if I flew this high, I would have given up right away, let alone descended from here. But now I don't want to give up. Mabel regained her smile and softly said to the dragon, When I give the signal, go down, okay? The sky stretched out in a brilliant blue before her, with the wind blowing cool and fresh. Mabel cried out boldly, Descend. At once, the huge dragon plunged straight downward. Bravely, with not a trace of fear on her face, she asked, Lisa, are you okay? Struggling to hold onto the edge of Mabel's clothes, Lisa said, Yes, as long as Master doesn't punish me. Mabel thought helplessly. At a time like this, she's still worried Father will punish her. Then she said happily, Father always supports me, so it should be fine, right? Suddenly, two contestants riding dragons came rushing toward her. Mabel looked up and recognized one of them right away. It was Loser. He had an extremely displeased expression as he looked at Mabel. Then he turned to the person beside him, pointed at her, and said, Over there. The fairies, on full alert, quickly told her, Young lady, this way. The man who had attacked her earlier was here too. Thinking irritably, he muttered, How is this possible? I didn't think Depp's dragon could fly this fast. At this rate, I'm going to crash into Depp. Mabel urged her mount forward, diving as fast as she could. We're almost there. At this rate, the flag's going to be snatched away. The man quickly chased after her with a dangerous look on his face. That little brat's crafty too. Suddenly, a huge explosion went off, filling the surrounding space with smoke. Coughing, Mabel turned back to see who had caused it. What is this? To her surprise, the person behind the explosion was none other than her father. Father! Rachiel looked at his daughter with clear anger in his eyes. Found you. The fierce-looking man from before had now turned into a coward, trembling under the pressure of Rachiel's dragon. What is this? Why are you doing this to me? Rachiel muttered angrily. The reason? Because you're too ignorant to know it. Before the man could even grasp the situation he was in, Mabel's father immediately ordered his dragon to attack that contestant. An explosion rang out, and both the man and his dragon lost consciousness and plummeted downward. Mabel said uneasily, "Father," Rakiel instructed her, "just keep flying that way, Mabel." She was deeply surprised, having thought he would scold her. "Yes, sir." He pointed ahead and said, "Isn't that the goal over there?" Mabel turned to look in the direction her father was pointing. Her eyes lit up when she saw the red flag she had been searching for. The red flag. Mabel was overjoyed. "The red flag," Rakiel said seriously. "There's nothing more exhilarating than victory. That's how I feel, though I don't know about you." Rakiel's seriousness only strengthened her resolve to win. She hurriedly urged her dragon straight toward the red flag. "I'll win." She pressed on. "Faster. We're almost there. It's there, right there. Just a little more. Just a little more." Suddenly, Loser used his power to stop Mabel from reaching the goal. Fortunately, Mabel's dragon sensed the danger approaching and swiftly dodged in time. It startled her a little. "Ah!" the fairies cried out anxiously. "Young lady!" Loser was furious that his attack had failed to hurt her. How dare a lowly servant girl? Lisa covered Mabel's face and worriedly asked, young lady, are you all right?" Mabel exhaled in relief. Loser glared at Mabel and said, "It's mine, Mine. I won't let anyone take it." Mabel thought quietly, "If I were my usual self, I would have shrunk back just because someone raised their voice at me or glared at me." Then the little girl lifted her head high, her eyes full of determination. "But I don't want to keep being like that." She said it plainly to Loser's face. "I'm not some lowly servant girl. Compared to the kind of people you look down on, I'm far superior." She pointed at the red flag. "And that isn't yours." A mocking smile spread across Loser's lips. He glanced at the red flag and said, "Then I suppose it's just sitting there, is it?" He turned his gaze back to Mabel. "Fine. Someone with real ability will naturally be acknowledged. But," he arrogantly declared, "I'm the mage who will become the next heir of the Isla family. Compared to someone like you, I'm superior from the moment I was born." Loser conjured a mass of fire in his hand. "I don't know how this will end, but someone who stirs up chaos like this doesn't need to follow any rules anymore." As he said that, he struck down several contestants approaching the flag at once, making Mabel somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, Lisa comforted her from beside her. "Young lady, don't worry. Master is surely watching you." Mabel answered, Then she steadied herself. "Suddenly, I have this strange confidence that Father will always be watching me, even when I'm the one causing chaos." Laura quickly flew in front of Mabel and said, "Young lady, Master might not know, so I'll go to him." With that, Laura hurried off, fluttering away adorably. Loser sneered again from the side. "Those recording devices are supposed to project onto the arena screens, but after that nobody Dever fought with vanished, so there's nothing here now. Besides, those little golems that were monitoring each contestant are probably fake, right? Or maybe they got flung away in the middle of the fight, or blown to pieces." A memory suddenly flooded back. Mabel remembered what one contestant had told her before the match began. "There's no problem with minor clashes between golems, but you must never attack the riders themselves." That contestant had enthusiastically explained to Mabel, "This isn't a match where contestants fight each other directly. That's absolutely forbidden, so the moment it's exposed, you'll be disqualified from the competition without question." Suddenly, she thought of Claudel Cyclamen. "Red, I can't back down here." Mabel said firmly to Loser, "If you touch me, you'll be disqualified." Loser looked at her with contempt, a small flame burning in his hand. "I don't care. As long as no one finds out, that's all that matters. You'll probably be in too much pain to say a word. Maybe your tongue will burn too." His face became more sinister than ever, and with a smile he said, "What I wanted to show you ends here." Suddenly, a huge blast erupted, setting the lush forest below ablaze. Mabel stared at the forest in panic. "What do I do? Do I have to face him and fight?" I managed to awaken the golem somehow, but I still don't know how to use attack magic. And even if I knew the method, would I succeed the same way I did when I awakened the golem? What if I fail? Lost in her thoughts, she was abruptly dragged back to reality when a flame flew past her face. It scorched one side of Mabel's cheek with heat. Ugh, if Father showed up, maybe this would all end easily, but then she suddenly calmed down and spoke to Lisa, who was clinging to her shoulder. "Lisa, can you go?" The tiny fairy was startled. "Young lady." Mabel turned to her dragon and asked politely, Could you help me? Let's run. Thoughts swirled through her heart. Maybe I'll be afraid of red forever. In any case, tournaments don't suit me. Even if it's only a small battle, I don't have the power to win right now. If father and everyone at the mansion were here, what would they choose? Loser laughed savagely and mocked her. So now you're scared, huh? Too late. Burning with the desire to win, Mabel pushed forward. Let's go. At this moment, there's only one way for me to win. I have to take that flag before anyone else. The red flag seemed to be right in front of her now. The distance between her and the flag was no longer far at all. Just a little more. Just a little more. At last, Mabel grabbed the red flag in her hand. The red flag symbolized victory, symbolized her faith in herself. Holding it, Mabel broke into a radiant smile. I got it. She turned and said joyfully to Lisa, Lisa, I got the flag. But unlike Mabel's delight, the little fairy looked utterly horrified as she warned her. Young lady, ahead, right ahead. Mabel turned in the direction Lisa was pointing. A great wave of fire came surging toward her, as if it were about to swallow her whole. Mabel stared at the flames in terror. Her heart nearly stopped. I don't want Lisa and the golem to get hurt. She froze in place, not knowing what to do. No. Suddenly, the flames were pushed back away from her, startling her. What in the world? Her dragon suddenly lifted its head, and its eyes shone with a strange brilliance. Terrified as the flames seemed ready to devour her. Mabel cried. No. She squeezed her eyes shut, unable to face death. Then suddenly, someone's hand took hold of the reins of her dragon, and the dragon's eyes flew open wide as it began to attack, driving the flames far back. A moment later, the fire was quickly forced away. Loser was utterly shocked. He had never imagined that the power of his flames could be extinguished so easily. The petrified dragon Mabel was riding slowly began to reveal the true color of its scales. Mabel was so busy worrying about it that she hadn't even noticed its outer stone layer. Are you okay? Below, Loser shouted in frustration. What is this? Why did it turn out like this? Suddenly, his face went pale. Trembling, he pointed at Mabel's dragon. Golden eyes. Is there really a dragon like that? No, that thing. Grinding his teeth in fury, he shouted at Mabel. Throw the flag down here to me. Mabel faced him bravely. Never. Holding the red flag in her hand, Mabel radiated the aura of a fearless warrior, unafraid of heaven or earth. Loser tumbled from his dragon and shrank back at the sight of her confidence. Mabel gripped the flag tightly and declared to him, the flag is mine. Trembling, Loser began rummaging for something, seemingly unable to accept that he had lost. Why you? This is against the rules. He pulled a sparkling gem out of his pocket. I have to tell father. Seeing the gem, Mabel wondered to herself, what is that? Then Loser's eyes suddenly rolled back, and he staggered before abruptly collapsing to the ground. Mabel blinked in confusion. Did he pass out? While she was still wondering, Rakiel slowly explained from behind her, he's just asleep. Mabel whipped around. Father! He looked at his daughter, especially at the singed part of her hair. Are you hurt? Startled, Mabel touched her hair and answered awkwardly, and no, I'm not hurt. It's just that my hair is a little. He asked again with concern. Hurt? Mabel blinked. Yes, Rakiel went on. Even losing a single strand of hair counts as an injury. Mabel looked at him and said, does it? Suddenly, her father's hand touched her singed hair, and it returned to normal in an instant. That left her utterly amazed. Rakiel said, I made everyone here fall asleep for a while, especially the rude ones. They'll be sleeping for a very long time. The tournament staff monitoring this area are also enjoying a nap. He looked at his daughter's dragon and added, that dragon has worked hard. With a snap of Rakiel's fingers, the stone covering around the dragon fell away, and its brilliant red scales were revealed in all their fiery beauty. Mabel asked in astonishment, Father, you saved it, didn't you? Rakiel answered coldly, I didn't do anything. You did all of it. Now the dragon bore a coat of bold, blazing red, completely different from the dull, petrified dragon it had been before. I did all of that. This dragon. I can't believe it. Mabel stroked its scales and patted it gently. I don't know how I managed to awaken this dragon, but that can't be right. I'm a failed mage. I can't even perform the most basic magic. The wind roared through the open sky as Rakiel spoke. Mabel, you are my daughter. If I can do it, then of course you can do it too. She spun around to face him. You can do it too, father. He affirmed, of course. Rakiel fell silent for a moment, then said gently, "It was also your mother's skill." The image of a woman like an angel appeared in his mind. Long flowing hair, a beautiful white dress, blending with nature like a fairy descended to earth. Mabel looked at her father. She knew he always remembered his wife. Then he said, "That's right. Breathing life into lifeless things isn't something good at a time like this. If possible, it's better not to draw attention. We should adjust this a little here as well." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his arm. The stone layers spread back across the dragon's body, covering its scales again, and it returned to being a petrified dragon. Mabel asked worriedly, "How is it? Is this okay?" It said nothing, only stared blankly ahead with an adorably expressionless face. Rakiel asked his daughter, "Everything has been returned to how it was. Are you satisfied?" While Loser was still sprawled asleep on the grass, Mabel held a red flag, the symbol of glorious victory, in her hand. Deeply moved, she cried out with overwhelming joy, "Yes, I won." As she said it, she waved the flag back and forth in excitement. Seeing his daughter smile, Rakiel couldn't help but smile too. Amid the lively bursts of fireworks outside the arena, draped in brilliantly colored banners and the murmuring voices of people from all over, two people were talking. One asked suspiciously, "No way. How could that happen?" The other replied, "In a match like this, anything could happen, right?" At that moment, above the arena, Mabel rode through the sky on the back of her beloved dragon, Laser, weaving through the drifting firework debris, her hand tightly gripping the red flag, the sign of victory. The dragon landed on the ground, sending dust and smoke billowing outward. The winner! Wow, the winner! The cheers of the people around the arena thundered for her. They congratulated her with laughter and applause. The announcer turned toward the little girl and hesitantly muttered, "Well." Then he faced the roaring crowd and raised his voice. "Everyone, we still need one final fair assessment. Please pay attention." But while the crowd kept praising her, "Amazing. She brought back the red flag." No one paid any attention to what he was saying. "That child brought back the flag. No matter who sees it, she's the winner." The crowd rose up to defend her. Left with no choice, the announcer helplessly declared, "The winner. Yes, it is indeed this young lady." The announcement filled Mabel with delight. She beamed brightly toward the people who had just stood up for her. She thought to herself, it really wasn't as scary as it felt at the start. No, now there's nothing left to be afraid of. Somewhere in the stands, Canis and Sala stared in amazement at Mabel's victory. Canis teared up with joy, while Bellerophon, sitting nearby, thought she must miss Bellerophon too, right? Down on the field, the announcer wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Will the winner please step up to the podium? More graceful and beautiful than anyone else. And the winner of this elegant flight is..." "Yes, it is Mabel," the judge announced. Mabel stepped onto the podium lightly, wearing a radiant smile as she accepted the fresh flowers, which seemed dull beside her. Then the announcer came closer and whispered nervously, "Regarding that girl, Razako Moon, there's been a slight issue during the award presentation. So please wait just a moment. We apologize for the inconvenience." The scene shifted to a large reception room. Quite a few people were already seated on the long cushioned sofas by the tea table. Lisa, a little angry, said loudly, "That announcer definitely planned this with the mage." Canis agreed, "That's right. Normally, the prize should be given right there on the podium." Canis nodded in agreement with Lisa's words. Laura chimed in as well. "Exactly. They clearly intended not to give it to her." Meanwhile, Mabel was quietly staring at her father, wondering what he was thinking. Her master must be thinking the same thing, too. In the next instant, Bellerophon appeared behind her and offered his own guess. He asked her, "Young lady, what are you thinking about?" She replied, "I'm a little curious about that staff. It looked rather beautiful." From time to time, her thoughts kept returning to Razako Moon. As Mabel played with her small fingers, she said, "I heard that staff chooses its own master. That's why it's such a precious staff. Will they really give something so valuable to me?" She thought to herself, "It's a staff used by a mage who has reached a certain level of mastery. Since we're all waiting anyway, maybe I should just try." While Candace and the three sisters all openly showed their disgust toward those awful people, Mabel still couldn't shake the thoughts in her mind, and her dejection showed clearly on her face. But I still can't get the image of that staff out of my head. Don't be so down, Bellerophon said gently, reaching out to hold her hand. A lot of people saw what happened and saw who the winner was. They can't just refuse to give it to you. Candace lightly flicked his cheek and continued. That's right. Even so, they could have at least kept their mouths shut. But in a competition being held again after nearly 20 years of absence, if even one mistake happens, of course the whole event could be invalidated, and its reputation and profits would vanish too. We all know that. Bellerophon lowered his head and said, It's famous, and if things proceed along the usual track, the magical clan will use those within the family however they like. So I suppose that much is to be expected. All right. Bellerophon suddenly remembered something. I heard that the young lady used some very impressive magic. Mabel recalled Bellerophon's words. Maybe not today, but who knows whether tomorrow will be different. So she said to him, It may be a little mysterious, but it really is just as you said, Bellerophon. Smiling brightly, he answered, Yes, that really does sound like something I'd say. A question suddenly arose in Mabel's mind. Looking closely, Bellerophon really did seem like the noble son of some high-ranking aristocratic family. Are you a noble? Suddenly, Mabel floated up into the air. Flustered, she cried, With a thud, she was moved to her father's side. Resting a hand against his cheekbone, he said in a threatening tone, You noticed, did you? From now on, you will not stay beside that man for more than 1 minute. Mabel thought, that's not exactly close either. Then she said, But there are lots of things I don't know, so Bellerophon has to explain them to me. 1 minute feels a little short. The moment she finished speaking, his brows drew together. He told her coldly, 3 minutes, no more. Bellerophon quickly bowed and said in a lowered voice, Thank you, master. I will certainly keep my word. Then came a knock at the large door. It seemed someone had arrived. It was the announcer. He opened the door, stepped inside, and hurriedly said, Hello. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. As he passed Rachiel, he felt immense pressure. Since this child is the winner, he said, while stretching out a hand as if to pat Mabel on the head. But Rachiel rose with a threatening look in his eyes, making the man's arm tremble so badly that he withdrew it at once. Seeing that, Bellerophon warned, Could you please stop being so rude? If not, several people are going to get very angry. The announcer pulled back his still shaking hand, then hesitantly said, Sir Mage, would you be willing to come with me? I'll take you to the top floor. The owner of the racecourse wishes to meet the winner and her guardian. The atmosphere no longer seemed quite so tense. He led the way for Rachiel, Mabel, Bellerophon, Candace, and Mabel's 3 sisters. Excited, Mabel said, What is it? Maybe after talking with the owner, they'll bring us the thing we want. They stopped in front of a symbol on the floor. The announcer introduced it. This is a device from the Magic Tower. Curious, Mabel asked, The Magic Tower? The announcer replied, Yes. It's a transportation device used in place of magic to move to the upper floors. They stepped onto it. And whoosh, the symbol rose into the air, astonishing Mabel, and carried them where they needed to go. They stopped before a large door. The announcer opened it, stepped inside, and informed the person within, Master, the winner has arrived. In the large room, only one person sat at the tea table. After hearing the announcement, he picked up his staff, stood, and said, Bring them in at once. Rachiel, Mabel, and Bellerophon entered first, followed by Candace and the 3 sisters. Seeing them, the master of the room, old Orochin, could not hide his surprise and asked the announcer again, You're saying this child is the winner? Mabel stood tensely to one side. Yes, master, the announcer answered. The old man immediately exclaimed, Good heavens, I told you not to be so stupid. Isn't this just a skinny, sickly-looking child? My precious grandchild. Are you saying you'd give it to a child like this? As he said that, he looked toward Mabel, startling her. Grandchild, how absurd, she thought. But inwardly she realized, so this person is from the Isola line too. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to know who I am. The old man went on, I was wondering who would dare offend Isola. But even if my grandchild is absent-minded, she at least looks the part. There's no way some little girl with no proper appearance like this should. Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Turning to the announcer, he said, "Take them away." The announcer was bewildered. "Master, but that's different from what you originally said." The old man turned his back and replied indifferently, "I said it's fine. Take them away." Then he walked to a safe, opened its heavy door, and took out a precious magic staff. Mabel stared at it blankly and asked, "This staff?" Then she secretly glanced toward her father and Canis, as if waiting for confirmation. "Ha ha," the old man laughed. "You say she's the winner? The item meant for the winner is right in front of you. It truly is that staff. I guarantee it on the name and honor of Oro-chun, Grand Wizard of Great Isola. Of course, I know very well what it means for a mage to swear on his own name. If he breaks such a vow, he could even lose his magical power." He added that explanation as if to prove that everything he said was true. Mabel thought, if what he says is true, then that really is Razako Moon. The old man stroked his chin and said, "I don't know whether a shabby child like you has ever held it before, but Razako Moon is indeed a staff that chooses its own master. I don't know why you want to defeat my grandchild and take her place, but this was originally meant for her. Do you know how much trouble I went through to secretly steal it from within the royal family?" Suddenly the announcer called out, as if to stop him from revealing too many secrets. "Master," the old man shouted, "quiet." Though a little irritated by the interruption, he thought for a moment and continued, "Then again, what could an ordinary person like you even do with it? In any case, once this thing decides on an owner, it can't simply be abandoned." With a wave of his hand, a heavy sack of gold dropped to the floor in front of Mabel. Its value reached 1 million. The winner's prize is originally 100,000 gold coins. Someone ordinary like you will probably never touch that amount in your life, right? I'll give you exactly 100 times that. I won't just give you this money alone." Gripping the staff in his hand tightly and pointing toward the magic staff, he continued, "If you give up that staff, I'll give you 1 million gold coins." Mabel thought, there's only one way to take that staff out of here. I have to become Razako's master. Between a staff that chooses its own master and 1 million gold coins, I had already decided from the beginning which path I wanted. The old man hurried her. "Think simply. I'm a busy man, so I don't have much time." Mabel glanced at her father. When he saw his daughter looking at him, he nodded, showing that he was placing his trust in her. Without any more hesitation, she said, "Then, I'd like to try holding the staff." Hearing that, the old man looked disappointed and said, "Even though I've been generous, that's your answer in the end?" "Well, I suppose so. In my eyes, how could a child possibly understand how precious that staff is? Just an ordinary, crude little thing. Not being able to keep this staff will spare me troublesome matters and save time. Whatever. I don't care about a girl who can't keep hold of my fortune. Hurry up and finish this." Laura and Lisa stood to one side, cheering Mabel on. "You can do it, young lady." Mabel swallowed hard, nervous, as though she'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. Old Oro-chan had already turned away, but he still reminded the announcer, "Make sure they scrub the staff clean afterward. That filthy hand of a commoner touched it." Her father and the others said nothing. "This isn't dangerous, and now I know that." After thinking that, Mabel reached out and took hold of the magic staff. "It's so light," she thought. Suddenly, the staff spoke to her. It asked, "What kind of things do you like?" She replied, "What kind of things?" It answered, "If it's something you want, whatever it may be, I can make it real." It asked again, "Who are you? What is your name?" Flustered, she answered, "I'm Mabel." It repeated its earlier question. "Mabel, what do you like? What kind of things do you like?" "Let me see." She smiled brightly when she heard that. However, it seemed that only she could hear its voice. Her father and the others could not. Then it suggested, "Father, how about this? Or that over there? Look behind you." She turned and looked, and behind her stood a grand, magnificent castle. It asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" "It's beautiful, right?" She answered, "Yes, it's absolutely beautiful." Then it asked again, "Then what about this, Mabel?" There stood Bellerophon before that castle, his violet eyes utterly captivating. Mabel's heart stirred strangely. The staff concluded, "I see. So that's what you like, isn't it?" Mabel closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the magic staff had transformed into a longer, even more beautiful scepter. She was surprised and delighted, but suddenly old Oro-chan rushed over and shouted, "Take your hands off it, foolish girl. That's not something a worthless child like you can hold. That isn't how being chosen works." Seeing his words and attitude, Canis drew the sword at his waist with a sharp sound and said, "Honestly, really now, How unsightly. Bellerophon stepped in front of Mabel and bent slightly, whispering in a soft voice. Young lady, please close your eyes for a moment. This direction should be fine. The sound has been blocked off as well. Mabel shook her head lightly. Rachiel spoke up and challenged the old man. This makes no sense. The staff has already found a worthy master. The only way one may stand here and hold that staff is by being chosen as its owner. Were those not your own words? The old man resisted desperately. No, I refuse to accept it. I said no. Rachiel delivered the fatal question. Because you're afraid it's an item stolen from the royal family? The old man's hands trembled uncontrollably as he stammered. Think that. How? Rachiel continued, Razako Moon. Everyone knows of such a staff as just another household artifact, but only 3 outstanding people know its true value. And only the 7 mage monarchs know that it has long been passed down through generations of emperors and secretly kept within the royal family. And you are the only mage who could have escaped the keeper of the royal vault after stealing it, Orochun Isla. Hearing himself accused like that, the old man turned pale and was left speechless, mumbling, Why you? Who are you? The first face I saw. Who are you? I don't know who you are. Rachiel answered, You don't need to know who I am. Hearing that, the old man shouted, You will pay for casually speaking the name of a master like that. Suddenly the room fell silent. Mabel told herself his shouting stopped. I wonder who used magic to block it, she said. Bellerophon. Bellerophon turned to her and said, He will be punished. He dared to belittle, scorn, and mock you, young lady. Please do not pity him. You should only see beautiful things and hear good words. Young lady, that is what all of us wish for you, because you are someone very precious. Hearing that, she blushed with embarrassment. She wanted to say, Actually, I want to tell Bellerophon that I'm fine. The mockery and criticism from my adoptive parents and Claudel were far scarier. So this can't make me sadder than that. Words like these are almost normal to me. But those words remained only in her thoughts. Instead, she smiled and said to Bellerophon, Thank you, Bellerophon. At that very moment, crash, glass shattered. Old Orochun and the announcer were both bowed low to the floor. The old man remained stubborn and growled, This is unforgivable. The announcer, meanwhile, had clearly learned fear and trembled as he pleaded, Please save me. Rachiel asked Skyla, You've returned? Skyla replied, Yes, master. Behind Mabel, she suddenly noticed something. Her father's right arm was wrapped in golden chains, and it was as though she realized something. Old Orochun shouted, Do you even know what kind of staff that is? If you want to take it away, you'll have to pay the price. The moment he finished, whoosh, with a flick of Canis's hand, his sword flew out and pinned the old man's sleeve to the floor, trapping his hand beneath it. The old man whimpered in fear. That. It's an item beyond price. Are you saying you're just going to take it? Rachiel lowered his gaze and asked him, How much do you want? The old man got bolder and pushed further, glaring as he shouted, 10 million gold coins. No, 10 billion gold coins. Startled, Mabel tugged on Rachiel's sleeve, shaking her head as if to say, Don't give him any money. Please don't give him any money. Rachiel reached out, took his daughter's hand, and gently patted it to reassure her, then said to the old man, All right. The man was so shocked he froze, stammering, Oh, really? What? Why, you'll give it to me? Will that be enough? If you're the one guarding the safe, then you should know its value already. Rachiel took out a glittering crystal. The old man gasped in shock. The Secor of Zokmungan's son. Rachiel continued, Surely you know this is worth far more than what you asked for. Seeing the exchange as overwhelmingly in his favor, the old man agreed at once. Good, excellent. If it's that. Suddenly, Rachiel let the crystal drop with a thud onto the floor in front of him. It rolled back and forth, and the old man, horrified, hurriedly crawled toward it, groaning. No. Laura and Lisa were now standing outside the room, calling in through the window, Master, everything is ready. We heard Bellerophon can activate it now. Rachiel used magic to make Mabel float, then lifted her into his arms, softly saying to her, This way seems more comfortable. He was about to leave, but then turned back and said to Orochun, Come to think of it, I really don't know how I should reduce it. The old man stared blankly and asked what. Suddenly the crystal cracked, making him cry out in panic, What's happening to it? He kept screaming, no, no. As the crystal split and slowly dissolved into the air, Rakiel said coldly, this is a fitting repayment for the outrageous way you've treated others. You dared, under the name of a master, to call someone else's conduct uncouth? For the rest of your life, remember this pain every time you use magic through that mouth of yours. Crack, crack. The sound was chilling. The old man screamed in agony. That. Ugh. Cough. Then he spat out blood, which poured from his mouth. At last he remembered that face. Though racked with pain, he still forced himself to say, that chain. I remember now. You, Rakiel Cyclamen, the royal family's traitor. The royal family's traitor. Though he had heard the words clearly, Rakiel, still holding Mabel in his arms, did not care in the slightest. With a light step, both of them shot up into the sky through the shattered opening, and the others followed after them. The sky today was clear and bright, filled with sunlight. As they rose, Mabel squeezed her eyes shut, perhaps still unaccustomed to suddenly flying so high, even though it was not the first time her father had carried her through the air like this. Once they had gone high enough, Rakiel suddenly spoke. Mabel, I wonder, are you afraid? She had been frightened a moment ago, but when she heard her father ask that, she opened her eyes wide and remembered what had just happened. She understood what her father was worried about. Mabel placed her hand over the arm with which Rakiel was holding her tightly and said, I'm not afraid, father. A bright smile bloomed on her rosy, adorable little face as she added, because I have you, father. Mabel thought to herself that now she understood. The thing she loved most about this family was the smiles of everyone in it, and father liked those things too. Laura, flying ahead with her translucent wings, turned back and called out loudly, Master, young lady, the weather is lovely. Lisa chimed in, it really is. Canis, still rather serious, reminded them, everyone, don't fly off too far on your own, and don't make any more wind either. But Skyla immediately shot back, what are you saying? Ken always does whatever he wants. Canis said, what was that sound? It wasn't caused by them, was it? While listening to them talk, Mabel looked over at Bellerophon behind them. His face was as usual, utterly expressionless. She realized that, if she really paid attention, Bellerophon hardly ever smiled at anyone. Canis was the same way. Mabel was momentarily lost in thought, but when she heard the voice, she turned to look ahead again. Rakiel said, I've told you before not to block the chance to grow. Not quite understanding, Mabel asked, a chance to grow? Rakiel explained calmly, because this is your first time stepping into the world, you should do whatever it is you want. You must act so that you can express your own intentions. That made Mabel remember how, back at the Cyclamen estate, she used to sit alone on the floor and look out at the world only through the window. She also remembered when she had first come to Rakiel's residence and timidly asked Canis if it was really all right for her to stay there. Looking at Mabel, Rakiel said, because you can't voice your own thoughts. After a brief pause, he continued, though whether that's truly right or not, I don't know. Mabel asked, what about you, father? Even as she asked, she wasn't entirely sure what she meant, and she looked up at Rakiel. He went on, I don't know what you like or what you will choose, but no matter what it is, that's fine. Even if I don't know for certain, if what you want is to remain where you are, then you may stay there forever if you wish. The two of them looked at each other, still flying behind the others as they spoke. Mabel thought, I can't express my intentions the way father says. I stammered and couldn't say that I had been wrong. Back then, I asked Claude questions like that. How can we become family? But he had only smiled and said, isn't that something you don't need to know? With a contemptuous look, Claude sneered and continued, I'll tell you this. I am an ignorant fool like you're not family. Do you think you'll stay that kind of person forever? After hearing that, all Mabel could do was stand there wiping away her tears. But now, back in the present, Rakiel was telling Mabel, I will always be by your side, no matter when. Mabel thought to herself, Claude, you were wrong. That means everything you said was wrong. Turning back to Rakiel, she said, Father, I want to become a great mage. In her mind appeared the image of the back of a grown woman with distinctive long blue hair, holding a staff in her hand. Clutching her staff tighter, she continued, Excellent. Like you, father. One day, Mabel thought there would be many people who could be found just like she had been. She remembered when her legs had been chained, But that image was now replaced by the sight of the people who loved her reaching out toward her. Father and everyone in the family would help those people too, just as she herself had been helped. A mage. After flying for a while, they finally arrived. Rakiel carried Mabel down to the ground, and they landed at one corner of the square. Candace said, "Young lady, after that match, you must be hungry. We'll go buy some things to cook." Mabel answered brightly, staying behind with Bellerophon. She waved to everyone in the crowd and called, "Be careful." Suddenly, a voice called from afar, "Mabel." It was Aslan, Keely's son, waving as he came over. "Mabel, so it really was you." "I watched the match. You were amazing." Smiling, Mabel replied, "Thank you, Aslan." From a distance, a woman with short black hair and a sword at her hip, Aslan's mother, called out, "Aslan, who is that girl? Were you rushing off to like that?" Aslan turned back. "Mother." Aslan's mother laughed and asked, "Don't tell me she's your girlfriend?" Both Aslan and Mabel turned bright red at that. Blushing furiously, Mabel stammered, "A F friend." Aslan quickly pushed his mother away. His own face flushed scarlet. "No, that's not it." Even so, his mother kept looking back and teasing them. "Honestly, you two, are you really that shy?" Still red as a tomato, Aslan turned back and said goodbye to Mabel. "Mabel, see you later." Mabel waved back. A little while later, they finally returned with the things they had bought. Candace proudly showed off what he had purchased. "I bought lots of foods the young lady likes." Looking at the pile of food in his hands, Mabel said, "Isn't that way too much?" Candace replied, "Of course not. That's how you'll grow up big and strong, young lady." While they were talking, Bellerophon, off in one corner, glanced around and grew thoughtful when he saw Aslan. After returning to the mansion, cheering voices rang out. Young lady, do your best." Mabel's hand trembled as she held a bundle of grass. Squeezing her eyes shut, she said, "Does it really have to be like this?" Skyla, standing to one side, answered, "Yes, young lady. There's no other way." "You can do it, young lady." Lisa cheered too. "Young lady, you can do it." Laura added, that's right. "You can do it, young lady," with one hand clutching her skirt and the other holding the bundle of grass. Mabel turned her head away, not daring to look ahead. Her whole body trembled. "Do I really have to feed it this?" Skyla said, "Yes, exactly." Lisa added, "That is called an omnivorous diet." Laura continued, "She really knows a lot about creatures." Hearing that, Mabel was stunned and on the verge of tears. Shutting her eyes tightly, trembling, she thought, "Ugh, this side of it is cute too, but..." Mabel squeezed her eyes shut and thrust the grass out with a cry. "It's too big, too big." In front of her stood an enormous dragon. Skyla said, "Oh dear, young lady, you can't say it like that." It heard everything. At once, Mabel worriedly covered her mouth. Laura added, "That's right, we heard all too." Lisa said, "We will remember it." Dejected, Mabel murmured, I'm sorry." Hearing this, the dragon tilted its head to one side. Gur? It seemed not to understand at all. Mabel thought, "It's already been 2 days since I won the golem match. The mansion we're staying in temporarily after returning here isn't really any different from before. But if there's one thing that's different, it's probably that there's a new member now." The dragon staring intently at Mabel. She thought, "The day after I became the winner, the gift." Rakiel had handed Mabel a bag. When she opened it, she found a tiny red dragon small enough to fit perfectly in the palm of her hand. It stood still like a toy, then suddenly moved. Seeing it, Candace said, "Whoa, is that a miniature statue? It looks kind of familiar, wait." His eyes widened in shock, and he cried, It's moving." "Master, the G-gift is a dragon, but I thought you said you were going to release it." Rakiel said, "I never said that." Panicking, Candace exclaimed, "No way. Do you know how dangerous a red dragon is?" Looking up, Mabel heard Bellerophon, who was standing beside them, say, "So we get to see it again." They seemed very pleased to know about the young lady's magical power. Smiling, Bellerophon continued, "Its magic will soon be released and grow stronger. How about putting it down?" Still flustered, Candace said to Rakiel, "We have to get rid of it. How can we possibly raise something like that? It's known everywhere as a vicious and violent creature." Hearing that, Mabel, standing behind them, spoke up. I can't raise it." Candace went pale and turned to her anxiously. "Why, young lady?" Back in the present, Mabel was trying to feed the dragon in its giant form. She was still afraid, and trembling, she said, "Did it really become small before? Laura said, of course. Red dragons can reduce their size. When they're large, they're a little scary, but once they shrink down, they're adorable. Lisa said with some concern, it just needs to build more rapport with its owner. And its owner is you, young lady. Skyla, more cheerful, exclaimed, you probably still don't know what rapport means, right? So try starting with something basic like feeding it. But Mabel was still frightened by the teeth. It was baring slightly. Confused, she asked, but does it really eat grass? Because she was thinking, just look at those teeth. Compared to grass, it looks more like it would eat something else. In the illustrated animal book I read before, it said the shape of an animal's teeth differs depending on what it eats. Skyla thought as she spoke, no way. Isn't its main food meat? More precisely, it's an omnivore. It'd probably eat anything at all, no matter what it was. So if you're going to live with it, first you need to teach it what food is. For example, getting it used to the smell of the grass you're holding. Young lady, our bodies give off the scent of flowers, and flowers are close enough to grass and smell. At that point, Skyla suddenly sounded gloomy as she continued. It almost realized we were food too. If the young lady weren't here, it might even think of us as enemies. In her mind, Skyla was already imagining the huge dragon violently slamming a hammer into the ground while glaring at them as they trembled in fear. She continued, so we'll help the young lady come closer to it and get used to this place quickly, while also building up that rapport. Laura said excitedly, if it shrinks, it'll definitely be adorable. Lisa hugged her own cheeks dreamily and agreed, yes, adorable, just like the young lady. Mid-conversation, the two of them suddenly turned to look at Mabel and whispered among themselves. Laura said, "Ah, no, how could it possibly be as adorable as the young lady?" Lisa added, that's true. Mabel heard every word they said. Embarrassed, her cheeks flushed pink, and she awkwardly scratched at them with a finger as she thought, even though I've heard things like this so many times already, it's still embarrassing. Mabel turned to look up at the dragon. The dragon was lowering its head and looking back at her. It seemed to like her very much. Mabel said, red dragons are violent, but it doesn't seem that way. Laura and Lisa took turns saying, it really is violent. Its temperament is pretty nasty. It's only gentle because it sees the young lady as its master. It's a child that's loyal to its master, even though it looks fierce by nature. Which is why Master didn't take it into the forest. He probably wanted to keep it by the young lady's side. Just look. Isn't it only looking at you, young lady? Look at its face right now. It's big, but its eyes are sparkling as it looks at you like a puppy. The dragon lowered its head and slid it close to where Mabel was standing. Mabel was slightly surprised, but after hearing Skyla's explanation, she thought, I feel bad now for being frightened by this child's large size. She reached out. Mabel touched the dragon at last, and the dragon seemed delighted to be petted by her. It shut its eyes tightly. One of the maids asked, but, young lady, you'll be giving this dragon a name, won't you? Mabel asked back, puzzled. Does it matter that much if I don't? Skyla quickly explained, of course it does. It has the greatest effect on your rapport. Laura added, if we just call it Red Dragon. I thought you would give a proper name, like a tag on a sheet of paper. Lisa also said, that's right, just like Master does. Hearing that, Mabel thought, that's not the same as naming a person. Like the name, Rachiel Cyclamen. Laura said, exactly. When you save the life of a magical beast that's been captured, you become their leader, right? Lisa said, that's right. If Master goes hunting in the northern marsh now, wouldn't it come running over to greet him? It's gotten so big, and its tail would be wagging. Skyla continued, because it still thinks of itself as small. After saying that, the three of them went back to muttering among themselves, leaving Mabel here with the dragon. That's a clever label, isn't it? Isn't that how it works? After looking at them, Mabel turned back to the dragon, hugging it as she said, I'm sorry. I didn't know a name was that important. She thought, I can barely remember what I had in my life before. Of course, I've never had to name anything. But now it's different. Mabel said, what kind of name should I give you? As if it understood, the dragon's eyes widened. Gore. Mabel placed both hands on the dragon's head, and the dragon lowered itself obediently so she could. Mabel said, your name is Layson. Brightly, she called again Layson. Layson means sun. If you fly up into the sky, you'll be like a rising sun. A sun that's incredibly, incredibly beautiful and shining. The dragon lifted its gaze toward the sky too, looking up as it listened to her. Sunlight shimmered over the swaying treetops. A sparrow flew in from somewhere and landed on Mabel's hand, chirping, "Give me a name, too." Delighted, Mabel replied, "I can't not give you one then." "Raya. Your name is Raya. I'll call you Lily for short. It means smile." The little bird happily spread its wings and chirped, "I love it." Mabel said, "Listen, Lily, you will be my sun and my smile." She rested her forehead against the dragon's head, while the bird on her shoulder cuddled close to her too. "Please help me from now on." Suddenly the dragon let out a rumbling growl, and a brilliant light flashed. The three attendants nearby stared with shining eyes. "Ah, young lady." Mabel and the bird on her shoulder both opened their mouths in surprise, as the dragon's entire body glowed. The dragon had shrunk down. It now had a round little belly and sparkling eyes, so adorable that it was completely different from its giant form. The three of them cried out in unison, "Oh my goodness, it's so cute." Laura exclaimed, "This is the first time I've ever seen a red dragon in baby beast form." Lisa also said, "Wow, it's so soft." The two of them poked and squished the small dragon's plump cheeks, making it grumble irritably, but instead of being scary, it only looked even cuter. While Laura and Lisa were going wild over the little dragon, Skyla turned to Mabel and said, "Originally, when it shrank, it would still keep a form larger than this, so the fact that it's returned to the shape of a baby beast means it seems the age of its soul has been reflected." Mabel asked, "The age of its soul?" Skylar replied, "Yes. The moment you bestowed life upon it, young lady, was the moment its life truly began." Mabel thought, "Me? That's a little hard to believe." Over on the other side, Lisa was still pinching the little dragon's face and marveling, "Wow, but it really is so soft." The little dragon hated being pinched and tried to swat at her with its paw, but couldn't reach. Hearing that, Skyla said, "I want to touch it too." Just then, Mabel lifted the tiny dragon up, and losing its balance, it tilted and tumbled sideways. The moment he was set down, he burst into tears, crying and wailing, "Beep, beep, beep." Lisa said helplessly, "It looks like he really can't get used to this smaller form." Skyla said, "No wonder. He must be really shocked, right? It's his first time seeing himself this tiny, after all." Laura said, "That's probably it." The little dragon kept crying and squealing the whole time, "Beeba beep, beep, beeba beep." Mabel sighed, smiled, then picked the tiny dragon up and held him in her arms, gently patting him. The instant she hugged him, he stopped crying and was left only sniffling. Mabel said, "He's really gentle." The following afternoon, Mabel and Bellerophon stood upstairs, looking down at the little dragon happily chasing a butterfly in the garden. Mabel said, "Bellerophon, you said the founding assembly lasts a whole week, right?" Bellerophon replied, "Yes, that's right." Mabel counted on her fingers. Before she knew it, nearly half of the founding assembly had already passed. Candace had said the same thing on the first day as well. Each day of the fair had a different theme. Candace had said, "The founding assembly may seem long, but they redecorate everything every day so people won't get bored." Mabel thought, "What will there be today?" "Today I was planning to go out and look around with everyone in the family. If only Abe were coming too." She could already imagine Abe hearing about it and thinking, "Oh, come on, I wanted to see the founding assembly too." Mabel continued thinking, "Abe gets a little jealous sometimes, but he's always been really good to me." Lowering her gaze slightly, she said, "It's such a shame Abe isn't here." Bellerophon asked, "Are you missing Aber, my lady?" Mabel replied, "I guess that is true. Maybe it's because the festival looks so fun." She thought to herself, "Abe once showed me around the library in that house. If we could have come to the festival together, then the one showing me this, and that wouldn't have been Bellerophon. I thought that person could have been Abe too." The image of Abe smiling as he pointed things out to her came to mind, and she smiled to herself. Seeing that smile, Bellerophon silently thought. Tilting his head, he asked, "I wonder if the reason you're smiling so brightly right now is because you were thinking about Aber?" Mabel had been smiling, but when she heard Bellerophon's question, she snapped back to attention. Mabel waved her hands frantically and explained, "Fish, that's not it. Abe is nice, but sometimes he gets jealous of me too." Bellerophon smiled gently and said, "So you like people who are rich in emotion, my lady?" Mabel blushed faintly. Well, it's still better than people who are scary, right?" Bellerophon smiled. I see. The little dragon, who had been frolicking in the garden just moments ago, had somehow crept to the doorway and was peeking in with his tiny body. The moment he saw Mabel, he hurried over to her, climbed on her lap, and looked up at her. Mabel asked the little dragon, "Did you have fun playing?" She beamed brightly at him. Huh. The dragon climbed down and lay beside her, panting as if asking to be petted. Bellerophon said, "You look very happy, my lady." Mabel replied, "Even when he's having fun playing, he comes running back to see me every 30 minutes. Bellerophon said, "I could do that too." After that unexpected remark, silence fell. Suddenly, move aside. A hand gave a shove. Mabel, who had been upstairs, was brought down below. It was Rachiel, who had been sitting downstairs reading in a chair. He had done it. Mabel was brought over and seated beside Rachiel. Looking at Bellerophon, Rachiel said, 3 minutes. Then he looked back at Mabel. "I'm only allowing 3 minutes." Having suddenly been brought down from upstairs, Mabel stammered, yes. She thought, "Have we really been talking for more than 3 minutes?" It felt so short, though. Mabel looked at Rachiel, who was focused on reading beside her. Then she recalled the conversation she had had with him the other day. "Father, I want to become a great mage, one as talented and outstanding as you." Rachiel had asked a mage. He then said as he descended while holding the floating Mabel, "I'll teach you magic, but we have to go home first. Only then can I teach you the details." Back in the present, Mabel asked brightly, "Father, about teaching me magic." Rachiel stopped reading, turned to her, and said, "Wasn't I planning to do that after we returned home?" Mabel's mind filled with question marks. Wasn't I supposed to start learning today? From upstairs, Bellerophon called down, "Master, my lady is supposed to be learning magic today. She'll be coming to the study." He leaped down and landed lightly before continuing, "If you want to go see the festival, you must be patient." "You already knew that, Master." Rachiel clicked his tongue. "You're being too noisy." Bellerophon exposed him. "You deliberately didn't say anything, did you, Master? If my lady had known why she was really here, then you would have been silently admitting it. Today's festival theme involves a great deal of danger. I'm very concerned for my lady's safety. I also knew my lady would be studying magic today, so I came to assist her." Mabel looked back and forth between Bellerophon and Rachiel. "It's not like I'm learning some incredible high-level magic. Is it really such an important matter that he has to assist?" Bellerophon said to Mabel, "The barriers here are being maintained by my presence. That's why if magic is to be used in this place, I need to be nearby." Mabel said admiringly, "Bellerophon, that's really amazing." She thought he might even become more of a magical genius than Claudel. Rachiel said, "What's so amazing about it? There are plenty of mages at this level." Hearing that, Mabel asked Rachiel, "Huh? Isn't this level already remarkable? He can create barriers." Beside them, Bellerophon smiled and said, "What Master says is true, my lady." Mabel thought even Claudel has times when he struggles and gets tired, so Bellerophon feels really cool to me for being able to surpass so many people like that. She looked at Bellerophon and thought, Claudel has always been the one who sets the highest standard in my heart, to the point that even Claudel himself feels burdened by it. It's kind of amazing that Bellerophon feels more like someone my age, someone growing up alongside me. The fire crackled in the hearth as Mabel asked, "By the way, how old are you, Bellerophon?" Bellerophon smiled and answered, "Probably about 3 years older than you, my lady. Actually, where I'm from, I should add about another year, but I didn't want to make myself older, so I stopped counting. In the place where I was born, a child in need of care is left alone, and only after 1 year do people acknowledge that child's birth." After hearing that, Mabel's expression dimmed slightly. So Bellerophon wasn't born in the Empire? She didn't know whether it would be rude to say so, but those customs seemed rather strange. All Mabel said in response was, "So there really is a place like that." Bellerophon continued, "Yes, that place." As Bellerophon was speaking, Rachiel cut in. "Come here." "Knock, knock." Someone outside the door called. "Master, are you there?" Canis opened the door and stepped inside, his expression awkward. "A guest has arrived." Everyone's attention turned toward the clattering sound outside the door. Rachiel asked, "Who is it?" Canis hesitated slightly. "I regret having to inform you both, but it's a rather unwelcome guest." Even so, he insisted on. Rachiel set his book down on the table and said, "Enough. I don't need to hear any more. I already know who it is." Keely came on purpose. Candace asked. He came today with his son. What should I do? Rakiel replied coldly. Throw him out. Then he reconsidered. Even if I say that, he's the sort who barges in anyway. Candace smiled and replied, yes, but he suddenly remembered the letter. It seems there's something important. He brought a letter with him. Hearing that, Rakiel stood up as if to say something. Seeing him rise, Mabel thought in confusion, if the lesson isn't happening now, then what should I do? I guess I should follow Father. She asked, Father, may I go with you? Rakiel looked at her and replied, Mabel, you don't need to ask that. You may go anywhere. Mabel thought, does Father know? That's the thing I'm happiest to hear. Thinking back, no one in that family ever said things like that. And if Father is hurrying off like this, it must have something to do with the royal family. Father is connected to the royal family, isn't he? As she clutched at Rakiel's clothes, she thought, this is something I was never able to ask when I was in that house. But maybe now I can. I'm so curious. I want to know more. Mabel suppressed those thoughts and was about to speak when Candace said, they've arrived. Keely cheerfully greeted them. Oh, there you are. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Rakiel repeated flatly, a long time. Keely answered comfortably. We're close friends, after all. If I don't see you for even a day, I start to miss you. Rakiel remained cold. Since when exactly did we become friends? Keely muttered, still as cold as ever. Then he said, anyway, I'm very glad to see you again, though I'm a bit sad that I don't seem particularly welcome. He noticed Mabel standing beside Rakiel and asked, hello, Mabel. Have you been well? She nodded and replied, yes, I've been well. Keely continued, I heard your voice once before too, but it feels like that was quite a while ago now, doesn't it? As he spoke, he walked toward Rakiel and Mabel. Still, it's good that you're here. Good is good. Keely bent down as if to pat Mabel on the head, but Rakiel blocked him, making his hand stop short. Rakiel warned, don't touch her so casually. Keely laughed in reply. I got it. He thought, oof, he's like a hair tie. Rakiel asked, did you come alone? I thought you had come here with someone. Keely's eyes suddenly sparkled. What's this? You want to ask about my son? So you pretend not to care, but actually you wanted to see my son. He went on in that tone. I told you before about arranging a match between your daughter and my son. I never expected you'd be looking forward to it too. Shall I bring him in now? Heh. Rakiel replied, icily. Candace, I suppose we'll have to use magic to clean the house afterward. Keely jumped. If you're going to throw us out, at least throw both of us out at once. Rakiel continued. If I throw you out, I'll exile you from the kingdom. Keely went pale. Surely not. Candace said, Master, shall I bring the amplification device? If we do that, we might not just expel him from the kingdom, but send him all the way to the frigid forest in the far north. Keely laughed. I understand already. I told my son to wait by the main gate. If I brought him in, you'd only get angry again. He continued, don't be so worked up. I just didn't want to ruin your nice time with your daughter. Keely said, since I happened to come here anyway, I also got to spend some memorable time with my son. He pulled out the letter and said, Candace already told you a little about it, right? How much did you hear? Just as Keely took out the letter, it suddenly floated up. A royal emblem appeared on it. Mabel immediately recognized it and said, the royal family. She thought to herself, right now, I still don't know exactly what sort of relationship Father has with the royal family, but I do know that place is terrible. Keely muttered, that's not an invitation. You already received an invitation before this. You're the one who knows best what this is. Then he added, it's a four-summons home. It simply means His Majesty wants your family to return to the royal capital. He already guessed you had no intention of going back. The envelope opened, revealing the words, Rakiel Cyclamen, return here with your daughter. Then the letter suddenly tore apart and turned into a long chain that wrapped around Rakiel's arm. Mabel cried out in alarm, Father, this chain. Rakiel stroked her head to calm her. It's all right. Nothing's wrong. The chain gradually disappeared from Rakiel's arm. Seeing Mabel on the verge of tears, Keely said, Mabel, don't be afraid. That won't hurt your father. It only makes it impossible for him to escape the royal capital. Mabel asked, the royal capital? Keely raised both hands, which were also wrapped in chains, and said, that's right, just like me. Keely explained, long ago, the royal family bound the realm's great heroes to remain in the kingdom with an oath. That way, if a force summons like this is issued, they can't refuse it. Mabel asked, so he has to go back? Keely smiled and replied, he does. If he doesn't return, he'll lose a few precious things. The king uses these chains to drag us in personally, as a warning to stubborn people like us who dare say things that offend the ruler of a kingdom. And even so, no one speaks out against it. Mabel thought, back at the Sickleman estate, everyone talked about the royal family like this too. They were all so calm about it that I never thought it was anything serious. Keeley groaned sadly. So we're forced to go cheerfully to the royal ball. We'll have to leave soon. He said, you've heard of it before, right? On the last day of the festival, a ball will be held at the royal palace. Even if it means seeing many people you don't particularly like. Rakiel said indifferently, you keep saying useless things. Keeley replied, they may be useless, but they're true. Then he continued, the most beautiful place in the world where splendid balls are held and flowers and stars shine together. Mabel thought, so the place mentioned in the letter was referring to the ball. Keeley said, the ball itself isn't dangerous. The royal palace is what's dangerous. Honestly, forced summons like this are one of the absurd things about the royal palace. He explained, the reason His Majesty bound those great heroes is because they were too powerful. And among all the heroes bound by the king's oath, your father is the strongest. If he wanted to, he could turn the whole place upside down, so there's no need for you to worry over a few little chains. Keeley turned toward Rakiel. Isn't that right? Then he said to Mabel, see, Mabel, I only touched you for a moment earlier, and your father made such a fuss. So you have every right to be proud. He's the kind of father you can truly be proud of. Suddenly, Keeley's whole body was shoved sharply backward. Ugh, you. Rakiel said coldly, be quiet. You should be more careful with your meaningless chatter in front of child. Keeley replied, careful? Don't you see how curious your daughter is? I understand. You only want to show her beautiful things, good things, but... Rakiel cut him off. Haven't you already said everything that needed saying? Keeley blinked. What? I've said everything already. Irritated, he said, do you take me for some servant who speaks on your behalf? Rakiel ignored him and called, Canis. Understanding immediately, Canis asked, my lady, would you like to have some tea? The weather is especially lovely today, and the temperature is mild enough to enjoy tea out in the flower garden. Mabel asked, what about father? Rakiel pointed toward the panicking Keeley and said, I have something to discuss with him for a moment. I'll come after you. After that, Mabel and Canis went outside, and the room grew quiet. There, they came across Bellerophon standing nearby. He said, my lady, I need to bring something to master. I'll step into the room for a moment, and then I'll join you in the flower garden right away. The garden was beautiful, with birds and butterflies fluttering all around. A bird was scolding Layson, who was biting at a leaf. Don't do that. Mabel took in the scene and smiled, thinking, I'm glad the two of them get along pretty well. Then she remembered, by the way, the ball. Mabel murmured, do I have to go to that ball too? Then she suddenly heard a voice say, the ball. Startled, Mabel thought, who's there? Then she heard rustling behind the leaves. Aslan stood up and bowed. I'm sorry for startling you, my lady. He said, I happened to pass through this garden. I know it's rude, but it was so beautiful here that I stopped for a while. Mabel stared in surprise. Aslan smiled and said, you're Mabel, aren't you? I wonder if you remember me. Are you the daughter of my father's friend, the one my father always talks about? Mabel replied, yes. She thought, could he mean Keeley? So it really is the Keeley I know. Aslan walked over and sat beside Mabel, saying, how amazing. So you really are the girl my father always talks about. To be honest, I wanted to meet you again for a long time. Mabel said, me? Aslan replied shyly, yes. Sometimes I even think about you. Because you're very beautiful, and you're also the person my father always talks about. Mabel asked, what did your father say? He answered, my father said that you're very beautiful. Mabel's face suddenly turned bright red. Aslan smiled, and it's true. Very, very beautiful. But I think you're even prettier than how my father described you. Mabel stammered, thank you. Aslan continued, were you talking about the ball just now? Are you going too, Mabel? I'm going as well. She replied, really? Aslan suddenly stood up. I still haven't introduced myself properly, have I? Standing before Mabel, he bowed and said, "Hello, my lady. I am Aslan Justice Keeley, son of Duke Keeley. It is an honor to meet you again." Mabel thought, a duke? So the man earlier was a duke. Since he comes from a line of meritorious nobles, does that mean father doesn't need to bother with formalities around him? Aslan is very friendly and easy to approach, but I still can't quite believe it. In my experience, royals are usually the kind of people who care obsessively about perfection and etiquette. Most of them always stand high above others, looking down on everyone, and would never lower themselves. Mabel said, "The gentleman earlier brought vegetables he grew himself." Aslan replied, that's one of my father's special hobbies. They look fresh and delicious, don't they? He takes such good care of me, too, that my mother says he may be even more talented at gardening than at wielding a sword. Mabel asked, "So the duke can farm as well?" He said, "That's right. Even though he's a duke, our house is only a family of meritorious retainers who rose through distinguished service." Yes, and to put it another way, a duke can do whatever work he wants, including the things he personally wishes to do. Aslan continued, "But if we're talking about talent, isn't your father more impressive, my lady? He's the Grand Mage." My father said so himself. Then he suddenly asked, "Mabel, won't you introduce yourself as well?" She thought, do I have to introduce myself too? Aslan held out his hand. A little shy, Mabel asked, "May I place my hand there?" He answered, "Yes. If you would take my hand, I'd be very happy." Aslan smiled. "My mother told me that with someone you cherish, you should forget about etiquette." Mabel reached out and touched Aslan's hand. He said, "It's a great honor to meet you, Lady Mabel Cyclamen." Suddenly, Mabel heard a voice from afar. "Young lady, you mustn't casually offer your precious hand for someone else to hold like that." Bellerophon appeared from behind them, saying, "Young lady." He pulled Mabel back to his side, and she blinked in confusion. "Ashu," he said, "you mustn't casually let others hold your precious hand like that, young lady. If you do, it can lead to things." Fawn cast a sidelong glance at the boy opposite him and said, "And you, young lady, shouldn't permit him to behave so impertinently." Mabel thought, was that rude? Fawn continued, "Who knows what he might try to do to you next?" Aslan let out a sigh. "But my lady gave me permission." "And who might this be?" Mabel answered, "This is Bellerophon, father's disciple." Aslan replied, the disciple of the Grand Mage. I've heard my father mention you. Apparently, you're a very interesting person." Mabel thought to herself, interesting? What is that supposed to mean? Bellerophon has always been a very careful and gentle person. Bellerophon said, "So you are Lord Keeley's son?" Aslan smiled and replied, "That's right. I'm Aslan." Fawn bowed lightly. "It's an honor to meet you, young master. I am Bellerophon, disciple of Rakiel. I thought you would be at the main gate, so I was a bit surprised to find you here." Aslan replied, "It was because this garden was so beautiful that I wanted to come in. That was my fault. My apologies." Fawn said, "I see." Then he turned to Mabel and asked, "Young lady, are you cold?" As he spoke, he draped another layer over her shoulders. "The wind has grown a little colder than it was this morning." Mabel smiled. Yes, maybe a little cold. Thank you." Bellerophon replied, "It's nothing, young lady." Then he added, "Still, I do worry whether in the future you'll have someone who looks after you with such care." Aslan suddenly stiffened. "Mabel, are you cold?" "I'm sorry, I didn't realize." Flustered, Mabel said, no. Aslan lowered his head and said apologetically, "I thought the breeze felt pleasant. I didn't know you were cold." She thought, I'm not really that cold, though. Just then, Canis approached carrying tea. "Young lady." Then he noticed him. You must be Lord Keeley's son, yes?" Setting the tea down, he said respectfully, "It was a failing on my part not to receive our guest more properly." Mabel thought, Ken didn't mention at all that Aslan should have been at the front gate instead of here. Why not? Actually, when Ken stood before Lord Keeley, he seemed a little uncomfortable. I assumed he'd be the same with Aslan too, but they seemed more at ease than I expected. Seeing Mabel lost in thought, Canis asked, "What is it, young lady?" She answered, "It just seems like the way you're receiving Aslan is different from how you treated the Duke earlier." Canis said, "Well, of course, young lady. He's different. It's because the young master here resembles his mother more than Lord Keeley. Aslan laughed. Ha ha. I'm fortunate I take after my mother. Ken said, now that everyone is here, we may all enjoy tea together. In any case, it seems Master's conversation ran a bit long, so he took some time. At once, Rakiel appeared and said, there's no need for that. I'm here. Ken replied, yes, Master. Please come and join us for tea. When Mabel saw Rakiel arrive, she smiled. He murmured, do you like this garden that much? Mabel said, the plants here are so fresh and green. Ah, and there are flowers too. I like the plants and the Florence sisters as well. Ah, maybe Sala, Laura, and Lisa are hiding among the flowers right now, listening to us talk and feeling very happy. Mabel could imagine all the flowers speaking up at once. The young lady said she likes us. Just thinking about it made her feel delighted. Looking down from the balcony above, Keeley said, so everyone's here? Mabel said, the uncle from before. Keeley immediately leaped down from the balcony and landed lightly on the ground. Mabel admired him inwardly. Wow, he's quite tall and broad, but how can he move so lightly like a bird? Surely not everyone here can move that lightly. Keeley walked closer and said, my friend, you left me behind and went off. Do you know how lonely that made me? Rakiel said, I had my reasons. Keeley glanced at Mabel and said, well, look at those wide blue eyes. You ought to thank me, you know, for explaining everything to your daughter on your behalf. Rakiel didn't care and said, your part is over, so leave. Keeley said, come now, why so prickly? Mabel started to say, you too. Keeley replied, HM, are you asking about us? Mabel thought, I couldn't tell from just looking at him alone, but standing beside Aslan, they really do look alike. Mabel said, the two of you really resemble each other. Keeley laughed. You mean my son? Handsome, isn't he? Aslan smiled awkwardly. Father, please. Mabel nodded. Yes, he is handsome. Delighted, Keeley said, ha ha ha, isn't he? Since he takes after me, of course he's a fine beauty. Mabel thought to herself, actually, rather than handsome, glittering suits Aslan better. Of course, the most radiant person I've ever met is still father, but Aslan appeared like the morning sun, whereas Bellerophon gives off a gentle light like the moon. Rakiel suddenly asked, who did you say was handsome? He shot Aslan a glare, making him slightly uneasy. Rakiel asked again, Mabel, who do you think is more handsome? His question hung in the air. Who will be better? Hearing her father's question, Mabel became terribly flustered. Embarrassed, she asked back, you mean? Between father and Aslan. Rakiel didn't answer, but his silence made it clear that was exactly what he meant. Her small hand tightened around her skirt as countless thoughts ran through her mind. I have to be tactful. I absolutely can't say Aslan here. Besides, father is the greatest magician in the world. She raised a hand to partly cover her mouth and began to whisper, father is the best. The moment she said it, Mabel felt unbearably shy, and her face flushed bright red. A storm of thoughts raced through her head. It felt like telling someone a secret I was never supposed to say out loud. After hearing his daughter's answer, his face showed no emotion, yet everyone around him could tell he was extremely pleased. Rakiel said to his daughter, as expected, my daughter's judgment is perfectly accurate. Keeley stared, dumbfounded, at the man practically blooming before him and said, wow, that daughter of yours is such a fool for you. Hey, Ken, is my expression wrong or something? With a small sigh, Ken replied, let me see, though I haven't really seen anything at all. In the flower-filled garden, the voices of the two men rang out. Keeley continued his questioning. If you have eyes, didn't you just see all of it? Ken answered calmly. Were you referring to Master's appearance just now? I also think Master is an intelligent man. Hearing that, Keeley looked utterly astonished, and another question slipped from him. Is that really what you think he is? I'm starting to doubt whether the person I saw is actually Rakiel. Ken merely shrugged and asked in return, is there a problem with that? Hearing such an answer, Keeley blurted out in surprise, huh? As Ken spoke, he stretched a hand toward Mabel and began to explain. Our young lady is someone who deserves love. Naturally, even our famously cold-hearted master is no exception. Keeley went on, I'm not just saying this out of nowhere. It suddenly reminded me of that brat I met on the battlefield. did not hesitate to respond. It is a trait of our family that our appearance only matures once. There is not much visible difference in age because of that. Listening to the two of them, Mabel suddenly realized something and began to think, then according to Watkins said, does that mean Aben also only grows up once? At that moment, the image of Aben's broad back appeared in her mind. She thought, it's strange, but it's hard to imagine Aben growing huge like Kansas. Just then, Aslan's voice rang out again. Perhaps that really is true. Everyone who heard him looked surprised and confused. Smiling, he continued, I also think Mabel is a lovable girl. Hearing his son say that, Keely looked both startled and awkward. He asked his son, my boy, you may be my son, but those words are a bit. Mabel, when did I ever introduce the two of you? Hearing his father's question, Aslan answered cheerfully, we introduced ourselves earlier, father. Aslan stood up as he spoke. Isn't she the girl you're always humming and going on about? Then he walked forward, saying, my greeting is terribly late. He stepped before Rakiel and said, you are the ruler of the forest and the northern wastelands, are you not? And also the commander on the battlefield, Grand Mage Rakiel Cyclamen. Rakiel's face showed no emotion as he listened. Aslan placed a hand on his chest and bowed to the man before him. I am Aslan Justice Keely, eldest son of Duke Keely's house. Hearing that, Rakiel's gaze shifted slightly away as he replied in a detached tone, it's been a long time since anyone addressed me without using that title about being the previous head of the Cyclamen family. Did Keely tell you to do that? Aslan quickly answered, no, sir. How could that be? But I know you dislike being called that, especially when it comes from my father. It's a name people who know nothing use to mock you. At that, Rakiel flicked his hand lightly upward and said, enough. A fierce wind suddenly began to rise. His sharp eyes fixed on Aslan as he said, do not block my garden. You obstruct my enjoyment of it. With a light wave of his hand, a force of energy pushed Aslan backward. Seeing her father act that way, Mabel was deeply startled and thought, but Aslan was standing right by the path near the exit. The garden was the other way. The wind from before had blown her cloak to the ground. As Bellerophon picked it up, he said, such extraordinary magic, master. Holding the cloak, he draped it over her shoulders again. Mabel thanked him for the gesture. Seeing Bellerophon care for his daughter like that made Rakiel extremely displeased. Just then, Keely clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. In a ringing voice, he said, oh, how remarkable. Truly remarkable. Anyway, Rakiel, aren't you going to tell her? I mean your adorable daughter. Hearing that, Rakiel said irritably, you talk too much. Keely, unconcerned, continued, come now. You were going to tell her anyway. Getting shy now, are you? Keely looked at Mabel and said, hey, little lady, you said you'd be going to the ball, didn't you? You did say that earlier, right? Mabel nodded politely and answered, yes, I did say I would go. Hearing that, Keely said excitedly, that's right, my lady. We may end up going there together. Then, as though remembering something amusing, he exclaimed, and your father told me something interesting. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, this is a secret, but your father said he'll be staying for the fireworks this time. At that, Mabel excitedly asked, the fireworks? She thought to herself, I've never even seen them once before. He began answering her. I heard the ball ends with an enormous fireworks display. The more she heard, the more her eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing that, Keely thought to himself how adorable. A brilliantly dazzling fireworks display rose in his mind. He continued, we'll get to see that rare sight that can only be seen once a year. Remembering what Rakiel had been like at previous parties, Keely told her, normally your father disappears in a way that's honestly terrifying. At the start of the banquet, he only lets you see the good parts, but that place isn't filled only with good people, so I do worry. I've heard that if you get upset, your father will tear the whole place down. Saying that, Keely burst into laughter and continued, if anyone lays a hand on you, it'll be a disaster, won't it? Standing nearby, Rakiel narrowed his eyes in weary exasperation and said, so his son really does take after his mother. Though she said nothing aloud, Mabel inwardly agreed. Yes, I think so too. From farther away, Aslan cheerfully added, I've heard a lot of people say that too. My mother even says she raised me all by herself. Though of course, that's only a joke. Hearing that, Mabel asked in surprise, really? He answered frankly, yes. At that point, Keeley slung one arm around his son's shoulders, waved with the other at father and daughter, and said, "Well then, we'll be on our way. See you again at the ball." After hearing his father, Aslan bowed and said, "Until we meet again, Lord Rakiel." As he left, he turned back and waved goodbye to Mabel, and she waved back to him. Seeing his daughter do that, her father cast her a slight glance. Noticing it, she gave him a small smile. And so the guest who had stirred up the mansion in the capital departed. Later, in the dining room of the mansion, Rakiel sat drinking tea opposite Mabel, who was eating while the servants stood nearby. Lifting his teacup, Rakiel said, "We need to buy things." Across from him, Mabel looked up from her cake. She asked, Father, what is it that we need to buy?" As Rakiel sipped his tea, he answered, "For the ball." Canis, standing nearby, said, "Ah, Master means the ball." He added somewhat anxiously, "I had not yet thought of the things the young lady will need. I apologize for my oversight." Hearing can say that, Mabel hurriedly said, "It's all right. I hadn't thought about it either." She thought, "Do I really need to prepare that carefully?" Come to think of it, by this time Claudel and Mother would already have bought everything. Expensive jewelry and sparkling shoes. She said blankly, "Then, am I going to buy new things too?" Skyla said, "Young lady, would you like to wear something new?" Mabel replied, Because everyone wears new clothes to the ball." Laura and Lisa, standing nearby, lit up with excitement, flowers blooming all around them when they heard Mabel say that. They chimed in at once. "Of course. If that is what the young lady wants, then why not? That's right. She needs the most beautiful outfit in the world, Master. Sell the mansion, sell the jewels, and buy the young lady the most beautiful clothes in the world." Hearing the maid say that, Canis could only sigh and say, "Ladies, please stop that habit of yours of being so dramatic and exaggerated. Our northern estate is very wealthy. We do not need to sell the mansion or jewels in order to buy such things." When Canis said that, all three maids, Skyla, Lisa, and Laura, looked even more shocked. Their eyes widened and their mouths fell open. He thought they were shocked because he had been even more exaggerated than they were, but instead they cried, "Can, are you being stingy? Oh my, are you begrudging money spent on the young lady?" Canis replied, "That's not it at all." Standing there listening to the three of them, he looked so embarrassed he practically shivered. Walking over to the three of them with tea still in hand, he raised his voice and said, "Please speak more reasonably. How could I possibly begrudge spending money on the young lady? Besides, the things I meant weren't clothes but supplies." Even though Canis tried to explain, the three maids paid him no attention at all. They were too busy discussing what to buy for the young lady and completely ignored him. Who sells the most beautiful dresses in the world? Does old Renzo sell them? That old man just wanders wherever the wind takes him. As Mabel listened to everyone arguing about what to buy for her, she thought, what they're buying here doesn't really seem to be the point. But I don't hate the way they're all thinking so seriously about me. On the contrary, I feel grateful and happy. Shall we all go together? Rakiel, who had been silently drinking tea all this time, suddenly answered, "Only Mabel and I, and 4 others." He pointed at Canis, then Bellerophon. When Bellerophon was pointed at, he jolted in surprise, his cheeks flushing pink in delight. But he quickly noticed Mabel looking at him. Seeing the way she looked at him, he thought, does she have something on her mind? Bellerophon quickly nodded and said, "Yes, Master. I'll get ready." Skyla said, "Master, how can you do this? We want to go too. We even know yellow suits, young lady." Lisa, standing beside her, nodded repeatedly. Laura, her eyes shining with tears, said, "That's right, I want to go too. Please." But Rakiel replied with the same expressionless face, "You all stay here." Laura burst into tears and cried, "Master, you're too much." On the day they left, right in front of the mansion, Canis bent down and said to Mabel, "Young lady, aren't you cold?" As he spoke, he crouched to straighten the ribbon at her collar. Mabel answered, "It's such a happy day after all." "Thank you, Can." He replied, "It's nothing. Isn't this my job? Shall we go?" Mabel replied cheerfully, "I've already looked into where we can buy things for you, young lady. The 6th alley in the center should have what we need." Resting his chin on his hand, Candace continued. On the other hand, I am a little worried. Mabel asked, You said worried? Worried about what? Candace's face darkened. Well, what if on Sunday he buys the whole store? What will we do then? Mabel was startled and began worrying too. I really don't need that many things. For me, one outfit to wear to the ball is enough. I haven't even worn everything that's already in my wardrobe. If we buy the whole store, I wouldn't finish wearing it all in a lifetime. Just one outfit is enough. Ken raised his index finger and said, Young lady may say you don't need it, but here, there are people who believe you do. One person. Then he smiled so brightly he seemed to glow and added, No, not just one. There are many people, young lady, because the happiness you imagine for yourself and the happiness we imagine for you are different. Mabel blinked and asked, Different how? Candace placed his hands on her shoulders. The happiness we imagine is much, much bigger. Your happiness, young lady, is one of our greatest wishes too. Of course, no matter how great it is, it still can't compare to the feelings Master has for you. Hearing that, Mabel's cheeks turned pink, happiness radiating all around her. She clasped both hands to her chest and listened to her heartbeat as she thought, Ever since I came to that mansion, every season has felt like spring. She said, Thank you, Candace replied, You're too polite, young lady. At that moment, Rachiel and Bellerophon came out. Rachiel said, Let's go. Once they were seated in the carriage, Bellerophon said, Young lady, when I left the house, I saw Layson sniffling and crying. Mabel said worriedly, It's still crying? When I came out, it was crying like that too. At that moment, Layson had tearful eyes and was sniffling as it leaned against the window and looked outside. Bellerophon said, It's probably sad because it couldn't come with you, young lady. Leaning her head against the carriage, Mabel glanced out the window and said, It would be better if it were a doll at least, since it feels so stiff when you touch it. She thought, even if I wanted to bring it, it would attract too much attention. So, Bellerophon continued, In any case, your judgment was quite right, young lady. The hidden side of the capital is a good place, especially now, when true mages are gradually disappearing and fake ones are increasing. Speaking of mages, not all mages are genuine, so we have to be careful to make sure nothing happens. You don't need to worry, young lady. Master is here, and so am I. With a cheerful face, Bellerophon said, Of course, Master's power is far greater than mine. Outside, Candace drove the carriage at a fairly brisk pace. Clatter, clatter. After some time, the carriage finally stopped in front of a large clothing store. Standing at the entrance, Mabel widened her eyes. Wow, I heard this is one of the 3 biggest dress shops in the capital. It's my first time coming to a clothing store. Candace stepped ahead. Let's go in. The moment they entered, all she could see were gorgeous, sparkling dresses. Standing in the middle of them, Mabel stared blankly. She truly loved it. Beneath a deep blue sky strewn with glittering stars, a magnificent classical building stood like a dream made real. Silk curtains swayed gently, revealing the vague silhouettes of noble figures. In front of the stately building were exquisite carriages decorated with elaborate patterns, soft lights spreading everywhere, as if the whole world were immersed in a sweet dream. Inside the room, after we've looked through everything here, if it still feels lacking, we can go elsewhere and look. Glancing down, the girl spotted a white hat with eye-catching details and couldn't resist putting it on. She admired the hat she had chosen with obvious delight. Rachiel glanced at her and thought, She's beautiful. Suddenly, the girl called, Yes, did you call me? After a brief silence, he said, Bring me everything. The man nodded, then laid out the most exquisite and beautiful hats in the shop before Mabel to make it easier for her to choose. Candace said, Why not just buy this entire store? Master, would one store even be enough? This store belongs to a major brand. I know several other branches too. If we're going to buy, why not buy the entire chain? Rachiel chimed in, Not a bad idea. Seeing that, Candace went on, Yes, and I also know they can take advance orders there. The girl nearly teared up inwardly as she thought, Why is this happening? How could young lady possibly fail to wear everything this year? She'll need many more things soon. It's a fine idea. Standing off to the side, the girl looked toward the two of them as they kept offering opinions for her, when someone came to stand beside her. Looking down at the very first hat she had chosen when entering the store, she said, I don't need an entire hat workshop. Besides, I was only trying this hat on. Help me. That would be difficult. With a flustered expression, Mabel said that the amount of money Ken had brought probably wasn't enough to buy the whole brand anyway. He gave a small laugh and said, "I was only joking, young lady. Don't make that face." But she continued to look utterly pitiful. Master and Ken won't blow things out of proportion. Looking toward the two people still arguing over how to pick out clothes, the girl said, "I don't feel reassured at all hearing that, but I probably can't interfere, young lady. Even a staff more precious than the treasures in the royal vault, or an ancient 1,000-year-old spellbook would be ignored by Master. But this is the first time I've ever seen him seriously choosing something for anyone like this." Hearing that, Rakiel seemed to think of something. "Aside from that older man just now, I've never seen Father stand apart from someone or speak normally with anyone. So Father really is an adult." Ken said to the shopkeeper, "I heard they're auctioning off a gemstone at this year's festival." The shopkeeper replied at once, "Yes, that's correct." He continued, "Mages often use gemstones as currency, after all." As he spoke, greed flickered in his eyes. "So then, are you a mage, sir? I'll show you our special designs." "That won't be necessary. I've never been to a ball, but I do know they don't use hats like these there. If anyone saw this, they'd know at once it's the kind of hat you wear outdoors." She panicked and denied it. "That's not what I meant." From behind, Ken spoke up. If it were Keeley, he'd probably say he'd definitely seen hats like this before. So there's more than one fool in the world. Quite an interesting subject. Hugging an armful of selected hats, the girl said in confusion, "All of these are for me? It's too many. Honestly, I'm not really any different from them, young lady." After sitting there choosing hats for quite a while, Mabel gradually grew tired, and every now and then she let out a sigh. Whoosh. Canis, holding a hat in his hand, stood before her and asked, "Ah, young lady, are you hungry? There's a very famous dessert shop in front of this store, especially well known for its carrot cake, orange cake, and fruit cake. I could go buy some for you. If I have them wrapped to take away, it won't take long. We can leave things here to the staff." The girl said nothing, only looked down at the heap of hats on the table and thought, "First, I want to escape from this mountain of hats." When Rakiel heard what Ken said, he told him, "Go and come back quickly." "Yes, master. I'll escort young lady safely. Don't wander off." The girl gave a small smile and said, "Yes." While the two of them were in the bakery, the girl was already thrilled, completely drawn in by the golden, fragrant pastries, the warm, round cakes, and then the cream cakes covered in cream and adorable decorations. Mabel could only stare at them with wide eyes. She wished she could eat them that very instant. She didn't know what kind of magic he used, but with a sweep of his hand, a great many beautiful flowers appeared, gliding past the people lined up to buy cakes. Jingle, "Are you happy, young lady?" It's my first time seeing cakes that can dance." Holding the cake box tightly in her arms, the girl murmured, "What a waste. How am I supposed to eat these?" "Then saving them has its own kind of joy too, doesn't it?" But I heard they're really delicious." "Let's all eat them together, Skyla, Laura, and Lisa too. The Florence sisters will be happy when they hear about it. Bellerophon, you should eat with us too." When she finished speaking, he paused for a moment, then replied, "Young lady, you really are very warm-hearted. Bellerophon, is something bothering you today?" "Bothering me?" Back at the mansion, it seemed like you were thinking about something. "You looked a little down today, so if I misunderstood, I'm sorry." Hearing that, he immediately denied it. No, young lady, you don't need to apologize. Please don't say that. It's just that I've been feeling a little stifled. I didn't expect even you to notice. I dislike balls. No, it's everything the royal family organizes that I dislike." Hearing that, she hesitated before asking, "Then, the festival too?" He explained, "Not exactly. Strictly speaking, this festival originally came from the common people celebrating a victory. As I said, if I'm going with you, young lady, it's fine." "Were you worried about me?" "Thank you." The girl held the little bird in her hand and said, "Laura said she didn't have anything to cheer me on with, like those cute little items." The tiny bird lifted its head high as if to say, "I'm cute and adorable, aren't I?" Smiling brightly, the girl held the little bird up and said, "Look at this cute little thing and do your best, all right?" He laughed softly. "Yes, I understand, young lady." The girl's eyes shone like bright stars, with the sparkling innocence of a child who had received the answer she wanted. He smiled faintly and said, "At this moment, I think the cutest thing in the world may already be right before my eyes." The girl exclaimed in surprise. What? Can't you see? The entrance is so cramped it's about to collapse. Loser shouted in the middle of the crowd. The entrance is so packed it's about to burst open. Can't you see? He slammed into the person next to him again. Ah, you brought me to a dump like this. Then he threw both hands into the air and shouted again. What are you all looking at? By coincidence, Bellerophon and Mabel were standing nearby and witnessed the whole thing. Suddenly, Loser bumped into Mabel's shoulder with a thud. Annoyed, he snapped, "Move aside," but then he realized who he had run into and froze in confusion. Huh, you. At that moment, the girl also noticed the person who had bumped into her. Suddenly, Loser shot out a hand, as if to grab her and put on his usual arrogant attitude. Huh, who is this? Isn't this that lowly little brat who dared steal my staff? Mabel was startled and couldn't react in time. But fortunately, Loser's hand froze in place, trembling violently. Bellerophon, standing beside her, had helped her with his magic. He looked coldly at Loser, then clenched his hand and released the spell. Loser quickly pulled his hand back, but he still kept up his insolent behavior. So you've even got a mage escorting you, huh? Thief! Hearing that, Mabel bravely spoke up. Insulting me won't do you any good. I'm not lowly, and I'm not a thief like you claim. That isn't yours. It's mine. He clicked his tongue in irritation. Ah, Eames Buckalus. Fine. So you trust the people who helped you steal that staff, and now you're acting proud? Even though you don't know they stole my staff and ran off with it. Bellerophon raised a hand, preparing to use magic again. A small amount of magical power had already gathered in his palm, but the girl waved her hand, signaling him to stop. Loser kept shouting and threatening her in the middle of the crowd. You'd better hand it over right now. The girl refused to back down and said, The way you're threatening me right now is truly ugly. She let out a slow breath to steady herself. She remembered her father and told herself, Be brave. Don't tremble. Do as father would. Once she had calmed down a little, she snapped back at him, If you want it that badly, then take it with your own ability. Hearing that, Loser broke out in a sweat, fear playing on his face. Irritated, he shot back, You talk too much. I already heard it from Claudel Cyclamen. Then he sneered. So even an idiot can make it to the capital? But of course Claudel can say that. I heard Claudel has already mastered 7 kinds of magic at this age, right? They say he was invited to the palace this time by the emperor himself. He might even be nominated as the youngest official. One side is that exceptional, while the other. Bellerophon suddenly shot him a glare. Unaware of it, Loser kept sneering at the two of them. And you've turned into a little thief. Don't you see that? Bellerophon said nothing, but a dark energy began to spread around him, as though he were on the verge of anger. Then the girl's hand lightly tugged on his cloak, drawing his attention. The girl looked at him, pressed her lips together, and shook her head slightly, telling him not to get angry. He understood and took her hand, gently saying, Young lady, do you know why a human's mouth is called a mouth, but an animal's mouth is called a muzzle? It means that if the cries of a beast come out of a human mouth, then that mouth ought to be shut, if necessary by force. You should hear only good words and beautiful things, young lady. As for vile words, I will hear them and swallow them myself. He stopped, then turned to look at Loser, his gaze so frightening it seemed murderous. Do not let the noise of beasts reach your ears. With that, he raised his hand. Wind surged in all directions, howling and whistling through the air. Everyone nearby grew afraid of what was about to happen. Their faces were full of panic and fear. Something violet spread around Bellerophon. It whipped his cloak into the air, making it flap wildly in the wind. Then suddenly a voice rang out. Well said. At once, the wind died away, along with that dark energy. A man appeared behind Bellerophon and Mabel. It was Rachiel. He stood there with one hand extended in front of him and an indifferent look in his eyes. Rachiel said, I believe I told you to restrain that power. Bellerophon looked at him and frowned slightly. Master! Little Mabel also looked up and called, Father! Under the stares of the gathered crowd, he continued, Orochan Isola is rather shameless, isn't he? Not even telling his own grandson the truth. Loser flinched in fear and stammered, Why you? Who are you? As he spoke, Rakiel lifted the boy into the air, so he dangled helplessly. Rakiel Cyclamen is the father of the child you just mocked. This may sound unrelated, but he won't have another chance to tell you himself. Suddenly, Loser's mouth twisted grotesquely to one side. His face turned bright red, and though his mouth moved, all that came out were muffled noises. MMPH, MMPH. Rakiel swept one hand lightly. Pop Loser disappeared, leaving only his clothes suspended in midair. Then the clothes dropped to the ground. The man who had accompanied him rushed forward in alarm and shouted, "Young master!" From inside the heap of clothing came a rustling sound, and a frog popped out, croaking, "Ribbit." The man stared in confusion. "Young master." The frog could only raise its front legs into the air and croak repeatedly, as if asking for help. "Ribbit, Ribbit." Rakiel lifted Mabel into his arms and said gently, "Let's go home." Standing nearby, Bellerophon closed his eyes and stepped back. The girl looked at the stunned man, who had no idea what to do with the frog. Then she turned back and quietly wrapped her arms around her father. "Father, I'm not hurt." I told him back that he was being awful. Rakiel's gaze softened at once. "I know, but just because you say you aren't hurt doesn't mean I will leave it at that. Of course, you don't need to step forward and lose your temper either, and you don't need to punish him." As Bellerophon said, "Your role is to look at beautiful things and hear lovely words." The girl gave her father a light push and asked, "Until when?" Rakiel was silent for a moment before answering, "Until you grow taller than I am." Hearing that, the girl burst out laughing. She thought to herself, well, that day is never coming. But she still laughed happily and said, "Father, thank you for getting angry on my behalf." And yet, deep in her heart, the girl was still thinking, "I want to become stronger. Stronger than I am now. Much, much stronger. So that Claudel, so that boy, can never laugh at me again." As they walked through the lively streets, she whispered, "Father, you know, don't you? Before, I said I wanted to become a great mage." He replied, "I know." The girl spoke again, her face full of excitement and hope. "I want to do it faster. I want to become an even better mage. I want to become strong like you, Father." Rakiel carried little Mabel in his arms, with Bellerophon following behind as they walked on ahead. He gently stroked the girl's hair, but his tone remained serious as he instructed her. "No matter how strong you become, I still won't be able to stop worrying. But if you want to grow stronger and are determined to keep moving forward, then you've already become a more wonderful person than you were yesterday. If you truly want to become a great mage, wouldn't it be nice to experience that feeling at least once?" As he spoke, before she knew it, they had arrived at a magnificent mansion. Only then did the girl realize it and think to herself, "We're already at the mansion?" Rakiel said again, "There are still many restrictions placed on you, but inside this mansion alone, you may use magic as you like." The moment he finished speaking, with a swish, an ornate frost-covered staff appeared in his hand. He lightly tapped it. Mabel's eyes widened in amazement at the sight before her. The splendid mansion before them became even more dazzling as it was covered in flowers of every color, enhancing its grandeur with vivid brilliance and luxury. At the foot of the stairs on both sides, a breathtaking natural scene unfolded, overflowing with blooming flowers. Golden chrysanthemums shone brightly like tiny rays of morning sunlight. Crimson roses stood proud and alluring, their sweet fragrance drifting through the air. Dreamlike purple lavender created an atmosphere of romance and peace. Orchids of every shade, pure white, soft pink, noble purple, captivated the heart. Tiny wildflowers, though small, were full of life, adding touches of color among the green grass and making the whole scene harmonious and lively. Each flower held its own beauty, and together they formed a rich and varied landscape that would make anyone stop to admire it and lose themselves in nature's wonder. All of it combined into a glittering, magnificent view around the mansion. As Rakiel walked through the sea of flowers, he said, "Your staff contains flowers as well. When you become a mage, you'll be able to create a scene like this." A gentle breeze stirred his hair. "It will be difficult right now, but if you want, I can show it to you whenever you wish." Seeing the surprise on the girl's face, he continued, "Until the day comes when you can keep these flowers blooming on your own." With the roses spread beneath the stairs, he finished speaking and entered the mansion. Once inside, Laura hurriedly asked in alarm, "Young lady, were you really not able to buy anything at all?" Skyla and Lisa were equally bewildered. Was there really nothing pretty at the dress shop or any of the other stores? Mabel let out a small breath and explained, walking around was fun. It's not that I didn't buy anything because there was nothing I liked. After that, she recounted everything that had happened from beginning to end, while the three maids nodded to show they understood. Hearing it, Skyla immediately spoke up in outrage on her behalf. Honestly, turning him into a frog was too lenient. Laura agreed as well. Exactly. You should have kicked him hard in the backside, too. Scratching her chin awkwardly, Mabel asked, I wonder if the spell has worn off by now? Hearing that, Bellerophon kindly reminded her, that spell is very difficult to break, young lady. Extremely difficult. The maids immediately erupted in further indignation. Even so, he should have been turned into a mayfly. Another maid was not to be outdone. That would be rude to mayflies. He should have been turned into a rock. The girl calmly placed both hands on her chest and reassured them, I'm fine. I really am. I have Skyla, Laura, and Lisa now, and father too. Dan, Ibn, she glanced happily toward him and said, and Bellerophon too. Hearing that, Bellerophon smiled at her with a gentle gaze. In that atmosphere, Lisa and Laura suddenly threw themselves toward her, their eyes brimming with tears of emotion. Young lady, Laura hugged her tightly and tearfully wailed, sob, if only you wouldn't grow up anymore. Mabel smiled awkwardly. I suppose it won't be long before I'm truly grown up. One of the maids immediately replied, not yet. Aiken and Ken said humans grow up very quickly. Young lady, will you grow as fast as a carrot? The three maids seemed entranced by their own imaginations. It was as if they could already smell flowers, grass, and even fresh earth from the little girl. Embarrassed, Mabel scratched her chin. I don't think I'll be like a carrot. Then Lisa spoke up anxiously. Then what do we do? We still haven't bought anything for the young lady. Laura agreed. That's right. The final day of the festival is only 2 days away. Should we go out again? And keep looking. Rakiel, who had been standing by the door and watching everything, finally spoke. There's no need. The maids were confused. No need. Even if we go now, we might not make it in time. He said not outside. There's a separate place to buy things. Renzo. He can also be called a wandering merchant. The girl immediately remembered an old man with a huge sack on his back, boots on his feet, and a dark round-brimmed hat on his head. She thought to herself, that's the name I heard that day. She had once heard all sorts of rumors about the old man from maids whispering among themselves. Who sells the most beautiful things in the world? Does old Renzo have them? That old man just drifts wherever the wind takes him. With only a needle and thread, that old man can happily wander around all day. Rakiel continued. He's also an odd fellow who uses thread to cast magic. One of the maids asked in surprise, Thread? He explained, for a mage, a staff is not absolutely necessary. It can be replaced with other objects. However, when using objects that don't resemble a staff, gathering magical power becomes more difficult. Mabel was quite astonished. Wow, so magic can be used through thread. She recalled that the kind of magic pursued by the Sickleman family was traditional magic, so this was the first time she had heard of using some other object as a magical medium. Lady in Hung, Ho had once taught her that magical tools other than staffs were called external implements. He stepped closer, and hearing her say that, replied, It's possible. It just can't be measured in advance. Everyone marveled. What a strange person. Rakiel continued. He isn't human. He carries mixed blood, human and fairy. He suddenly pointed in one direction. He's about to knock. The girl quickly turned her head to look where her father was pointing. Everyone saw a flash in midair somewhere, and the wind whistled sharply. As the smoke cleared, something resembling a door began to appear. When the smoke vanished completely, a full door stood before their eyes, and the girl gasped in shock. Then the door suddenly made a knock, knock, knock sound, startling Mabel badly. She turned sharply and asked her father in surprise, Father, I think he's knocking. Rakiel crossed his arms and looked at her calmly. Yes, he's knocking from the other side. If you want him to come in, just open the door for him. The girl innocently asked, Father, can I open it? He answered, yes. There's nothing dangerous. She approached the door, looked up at the towering thing before her, and swallowed nervously. After the knocking stopped, the door remained perfectly still, as if there were no one behind it at all. Gathering her courage, Mabel reached for the doorknob and pulled the door open. It opened as her heart pounded wildly. Then, with a clunk, a pair of boots and a dark wide-brimmed hat appeared before everyone's eyes. An old man with a large sack on his back stepped out and politely tipped his hat in greeting. "Hello." Standing before the doorway, old Renzo said to those on this side of the door, "I've come to this mansion quite a few times, but this is the first time I haven't been chased away and have instead been welcomed so warmly." The wrinkles on the old man's face left little Mabel staring in wonder. He said, "Small things like that reveal a great deal." The old man courteously lowered his hat before his chest and bowed. "A late greeting, but I am a wanderer, an old man, at the same time a mysterious and splendid merchant. Renzo." Looking shy, the girl replied, "Ah, hello, I'm Mabel." The old man looked at her with warm eyes. "A pleasure, noble young lady. You needn't introduce yourself further. I already know of you. After all, you possess such great magical power." He paused, then turned in another direction. "Isn't that right, master of the house?" Rachiel, arms still crossed, replied, "I believe I once told you not to call me that." Unfazed, the old man continued, "Yes, yes, lord of the northern forest. I may be old, but I still remember. I'm a merchant who sells everything. What do you wish to buy?" All of a sudden, Laura and Lisa rushed toward the old man, full of emotion, and cried out, "Renzo, Mr. Renzo, please sell clothes to our young lady." "That's right, the prettiest outfit of all. You do sell them, don't you? You even make them." The old man observed the two of them for a moment, then said, "So these two are leaves and roots. This is the first time I've seen such cheerful faces on them." Standing nearby, Skyla also spoke up. "Enough chatter. Show us your goods first." No sooner had she spoken than the old man said, My, there's a flower as well." After a brief pause, he continued, "To have even won the love of a fairy clan, what a young lady, protected by all things." Then he turned toward Rachiel. "So then, Lord Rachiel, what is it you want?" Rachiel answered without uncrossing his arms, "The finest outfit. If it isn't the very finest, I won't buy it." Hearing that, the old man removed the hat from his head. The magical hat spun in his hand, and he laughed. "Ha ha, now then, do I have such a thing or not?" He turned to the girl and asked, "Noble young lady, have you read many storybooks?" Mabel thought to herself, though they were mostly the ones Claudel had gotten tired of and thrown away. Even so, she hesitantly asked back, Which one do you mean?" He continued, "Then do you know the story of the young man who became a noble prince?" The girl suddenly remembered and replied, Yes, I do. It's about a boy who meets a fairy, goes to a ball, and then finds his long-lost father, right?" The old man answered with satisfaction, "Indeed. Then surely you know about the fairy's magic in that story. The fairy who gave him the most noble outfit in the world and the giant carrot carriage." Laura clapped her hands, showing that she knew the story too, then turned and asked Lisa, "I know that one too. You read it to the young lady before, didn't you?" Lisa replied cheerfully, "That's right," though the young lady had already read it herself before then. Renzo, spinning his hat in his hand, laughed heartily. "Kaka, that fairy was my grandmother." The girl's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. "Huh, really? The fairy in the story was truly his grandmother?" The hat rustled as he caught it neatly in his hand, and then he mused. "It has been a very long time since I acted as an old man rather than as a merchant." Then he extended a hand toward the girl and asked, "I suppose I should help someone transform, shouldn't I? If the young lady has her magic staff with her, may I take a look?" Hearing that, the girl held out her hand. Something sparkling gathered there, and in an instant a lovely pink magic staff appeared in her grasp. The old man touched a finger to his lips as he thought, studying her staff for a moment before saying, "Oh ho, the Rochelle moon. How marvelous. This is the first time I've seen the Rochelle moon take such a form." The girl exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, really?" The pages seemed to rustle open as though unveiling new knowledge. The old man replied, "Yes, I've lived a very long time. Everyone knows that it is created by gathering the power of its current master, and of the masters before that as well. Ordinarily, the Rochelle moon takes on forms meant for destruction, such as fire or lightning, until it no longer has any magical power left to serve its master. In the mansion hall, before all those listening, the old man praised it. "It truly is a clever staff. It cannot be used immediately now, but no doubt it is waiting for the day it will have the honor of being wielded in the young lady's hands." Hearing this, the girl looked down at her staff in surprise. her face full of happiness and pride. Suddenly the old man rummaged around in his hat with a rustling sound as he said, "I see now. As I thought, it's flowers." Then, as if he found what he was looking for, he paused and continued, "So that is it, the reaction of sunlight in spring." The old man pulled a large needle from his hat, wrapped with a long length of red thread. Great swathes of pale pink and white fabric flew out of the hat as well, whistling through the air before wrapping themselves around the girl. The girl blinked in confusion, then burst into delighted laughter. "Aha, that tickles." The fabric spun around her for a moment and became a complete outfit, warm and comfortable. The girl looked as beautiful as a flower while old Renzo explained, "The finest outfit for a mage is a mantle. It suits spring very well." As if still not satisfied, the old man shrugged and murmured thoughtfully, Then in a flash, a large, beautiful red bow appeared at her collar, adding the perfect final touch to her clothes. The maids all praised her endlessly. "Young lady, you're so beautiful." "That's right, truly beautiful." Skyla spoke first. "Our young lady has always been beautiful." Lisa and Laura eagerly agreed again and again. Exactly. Raquel turned to the girl and asked, "Do you like it?" Smiling, with her cheeks flushed pink in happiness as if countless flowers were blooming with that smile, she answered, "Yes, I really like it. This is the best gift ever." Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 2 days later, in little Mabel's room, a maid gently stroked the girl's soft, silky hair and asked, "Young lady, do you like it?" Mabel turned around. Her hair was pinned up with tiny red roses, combined with red ribbon bows that formed 2 little looped ornaments on top of her head, while a few loose strands fell softly down. At that moment, she looked lovely and radiant like the stars themselves. Happily, the girl replied, I really do." Mabel picked up a mirror to admire her hair, and the maid beside her explained, "Young lady, if it feels uncomfortable, you only need to untie the ribbon here." Another maid added, "That's right. We tied it very beautifully, very cutely, so even if you undo it, it won't become messy." Then the maids urged her, "Young lady, you should change into your clothes too." When the little girl stepped out, oh my, she was like a little angel. The mantle was paired with a 2-layered pale pink dress woven with white patterns. At the side of the skirt were 2 strands of pearl-like chains linked together, each end tied with a lovely red bow. Another cute red bow adorned the collar, and on her feet were pale pink doll shoes. She gazed at herself in the mirror with sparkling eyes and cried out, "It's so pretty." Skyla smiled and replied, "Because it's on you, young lady, it looks even prettier." Layson, the little dragon, saw the girl looking lovely in her dress and happily went beep beep as he ran toward her. Excitedly, Laura said, "Layson says it's pretty too, young lady. He says you smell nice." Mabel immediately hugged the little dragon and laughed cheerfully. "Haha, maybe it's from the flowers in my hair." Then she said to the little dragon, "Be good and watch the house, okay?" The little dragon's eyes shone as he raised a forepaw and gave a beep, as if agreeing that he would listen to her. After playing with him, Mabel placed him on the pure white sofa. She walked to the door and waved to him, and the little dragon waved back to his tiny mistress. After that farewell, Mabel and Candace were now on their way out of the mansion. As they passed by a window, the girls saw that it had already grown dark and said, "The sun has set." Candace smiled and explained, "Yes, because it is the closing ball. The final day of the festival begins in the evening." When the 2 of them reached the mansion door, the girl walking behind him said, "I'm really looking forward to seeing what today will be like." With his hand on the doorknob, Candace asked, "Are you ready, young lady?" As he opened the door, she replied, I'm ready." Beyond the door, in the quiet night, Bellerophon stood beneath a sky full of stars, his gaze fixed on the girl. The heavens glittered with thousands of stars, like diamonds scattered across dark velvet. A black carriage, splendid and luxurious, stood silently beside him, decorated with gleaming trim that gave it an air of mystery and elegance. Dressed in a pure, white, formal outfit of the royal court with elegant black trousers and intricate gold embroidery, Bellerophon radiated dignity dignity and grace. The starlight shone down on him, highlighting his handsome face and bright eyes, which were filled with hope and anticipation. A gentle breeze drifted by, carrying the fragrance of wildflowers and the soft sounds of the night. The chirping of insects was like the perfect background music for such a beautiful scene. He extended his hand and, smiling at the little girl before him, said, "And now the young lady is off?" Mabel asked. "Oh, is Bellerophon coming with us too?" He shook his head. "No, I'm not going. I only came to see you off, young lady." Bowing slightly, he explained, "It's just that I couldn't possibly send off the young lady looking so beautifully dressed while I myself appeared in an unsightly state." Mabel gently placed her hand on Bellerophon's. He said, "The young lady's special day is also a special day for me." Smiling, he added, "Please travel safely, young lady." Mabel nodded. From behind her, Rachiel stepped forward and asked, "Are you ready?" He boarded the carriage and ordered, "Let's go." The carriage departed into the night. From inside the carriage, Mabel looked outside and called, "Father." Clearly disappointed, she asked, "Canis will be coming in another carriage, right?" But Rachiel replied, "Canis will not be coming. The appearance of the most distinguished magical bloodline must not bring shame upon the family. Only then can it stand alongside the great powers." Mabel thought, "There aren't even that many people at the Cyclamen mansion, though." Rachiel explained, "When we arrive at the royal palace, no attendants of any kind are permitted. That is the rule." He instructed the little girl, "Also, whenever you need to use the magic staff, think first of the thing you want most, just like when you woke Doo-Doo the dragon." Mabel asked her father, "If I do that, will I be able to use the magic staff?" Rachiel looked at her and replied, "That's right. However, if you're in danger, attack magic, defensive magic, or movement magic would also be useful in that case," but Rachiel's explanation still left Mabel confused. Even so, he told her, "The strongest magic you carry within you is me. So when that happens, call for father." The sound of carriage wheels screeching to a stop rang out, and Rachiel said, "We're here." Mabel turned to the window and looked out. It was a vast place, dazzling and magnificent. Mabel seemed overwhelmed by its beauty and murmured, "The royal palace." She was thrilled, her eyes sparkling brightly. "It's huge." Behind her, Rachiel said, "It was built when the kingdom was first founded. The stronger the magical power of the divine attendants serving beside the king, the larger the royal palace becomes. So by looking at the palace, one can tell the strength of the royal family." Just like that, fireworks were bursting one after another in the sky above the palace, a truly splendid sight. Rachiel lifted Mabel into his arms. Someone called out, "Are you Lord Rachiel Cyclamen?" A stranger wearing a hood stepped up before them. "I've been waiting for you." The man introduced himself. "I am Finn, a secondary court mage of the royal family. We've met before, have we not?" He gave a sneering laugh, his contempt obvious. Rachiel recognized him. To run into the Cyclamen family's Jeonar here today. His behavior made Mabel furious. She clenched her father's clothes in her fists. That voice, that manner of address. Is this mage looking down on father? Rachiel said, "Jeonar, is it?" Finn still answered flippantly, "What is it, my lord? If I said something wrong, you should tell me." Hearing that, Rachiel nodded. "That's true." But then a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky between Rachiel and the man, forcing him to raise a hand to shield his face. Rachiel also covered Mabel's eyes. The lightning made Finn immediately wary. Rachiel spoke. "Anyone can tell just from hearing you." His face darkened, murderous intent seeming to radiate from him as he asked, "You expected me to come here, didn't you?" The other man shouted furiously, "What is the meaning of this? How dare you do such a thing to a messenger of the royal family?" Rachiel calmly replied, "Yes, I only just got started. I decided to teach you a light lesson, nothing more. Otherwise, if I truly made a move, I don't think you could endure it. And what state you'd end up in then, I can't guarantee." Rachiel's words were chillingly sharp. Trembling in fear, the man said, "I will guide you, my lord. This way." This is where all mages are examined for magical ability. In order to enter the hall where the National Foundation Anniversary Banquet is being held, everyone must undergo a magic aptitude inspection. Mabel thought, "I'm still a child, so I don't have to take a magic test." But father is different from ordinary mages. so he has to go through many rounds of inspection. Rakiel said grimly. Were you planning to keep quiet until all the tests were over? Did you think I wouldn't notice that petty scheme of yours? As Rakiel moved, the chains wrapped around his arms clinked loudly. Do you take me for a fool, or have you forgotten what happened before? Terrified, Finn hurriedly explained, I swear I will guarantee your daughter's safety. I swear on the king's life and my own. His Majesty will not make the same mistake as before. Rakiel asked Mabel, Mabel, do you remember what father told you? Mabel nodded, repeating his words in her mind. If I'm in danger, use the rosy cane to call father. Rakiel reassured her, It won't take long, my daughter. Finn chimed in, Yes, of course. After that, Mabel followed Finn, thinking as she walked strange. I heard the royal family binds heroes and great figures with an oath. But compared with what my foster parents did to me, keeping someone confined and restrained like that can't be a good thing. Mabel recalled the golden chains tightly binding her father's arms. Why would the royal family bind father to such a degree? The more they do that, the more it only breeds resentment toward the royal household. Finn reminded her, Please turn right here. She looked outside. Isn't this the garden? Mabel thought in confusion. No matter how much I look, I still can't see the banquet hall. She asked Finn, Don't tell me the banquet is being held here. He answered, The turn is here. Then he vanished. And would you please wait here for a moment, my lady? Mabel stared at the empty air in shock. He disappeared? She clenched her hands, trembling. He left me here and vanished? Should I use the magic staff and call father? She walked along the path he had indicated, trying to calm herself. No, I can't. Father said it wouldn't take long, so if I wait a little, he should come soon. Suddenly, Mabel sensed someone behind her. She turned around and asked, Who's there? A young man with red eyes was staring at her. Who are you? He asked darkly. Why are you here? His tone startled her. The little girl trembled and wondered, Why am I shaking like this? He seemed to notice her fear and asked, Are you trembling because you can feel my magic power? Mabel could not answer. Her mind had gone blank. Fear made her clutch the staff tightly. I have to call father. But the terror overwhelmed her. I can't control my magic. He continued. Are you the master of Rosy Cane? I don't know how you came to know of the royal family summons. He stepped closer to Mabel, then bent down to confirm it. As I thought, the form of magic you use is like Galates. At that moment, Mabel felt that the person before her was extremely dangerous. Not like a human at all, but like a huge venomous snake. He immediately corrected himself. No more like a beast. A northern beast I once wanted to conquer. And now her daughter, who looks exactly like her, is the master of Rosy Cane. He looked at her with interest. This should be amusing. Behind him, another person wrapped from head to toe in clothing appeared and announced, There isn't much time left. He replied, I know. Then the two of them vanished together. I confirmed it. Come back here before she escapes. At last, Mabel was left all alone. It was as if all her strength had been spent. She collapsed to the ground, but her body was still trembling, and her hands still clutched the magic staff. I'm so scared. Mabel looked at the staff. I was going to use this to call father, but I still couldn't use magic. Then a voice called out, My lady. Startled, Mabel sat up straight. Bellerophon. The voice asked after her, My lady, are you all right? She wondered, where's that voice coming from? A pair of tiny wings appeared, and a small fledgling landed on her. I'm speaking to you through Riri. The little bird proudly placed its wings near its beak and explained, Of course, I can't do this all the time. It's rather difficult magic, and only you and I can manage it. Mabel had calmed down by now, and she smiled when she heard Riri say, Because you are Riri's master, my lady. The little bird told her, Master anticipated this and told me to find a way to contact you. She thought of her father. Riri continued, Of course, if anything happened to you, it wouldn't be me. Master himself would tear this entire royal palace apart. Bellerophon soothed Mabel. I and everyone else will always be here, because you are very important to us, my lady. Mabel felt reassured and smiled brightly. Standing up, she said to Bellerophon through Riri, Bellerophon, I want to go to father. Riri flew ahead to guide her. Understood. Yes, I will help you, my lady. When they reached the garden, Riri fluttered around Mabel. Mabel looked around and said, I don't know where this is. Riri replied, Since I'm not there, I can't know where you are, my lady. Please use a little magic over there. Riri looked extremely confident. I'll use image summoning magic to bring the view from that side back here. Mabel cried out, Bellerophon, I think I've realized something. No matter how hard I try, I still can't use magic. It feels like something is completely blocking it. She raised the magic staff. Riri asked, Does that mean you also can't sense the magic power outside? Mabel denied it. No, that's not it. I can still feel the magic power coming from this magic staff. Riri answered, Then your magic hasn't been sealed, my lady. If it had, you wouldn't be able to sense any kind of magic at all. In the past, only mages guilty of serious crimes had their magic sealed. Mabel lowered her head. It really is strange for this to happen to you, my lady. Since when have you been unable to use magic? Mabel recalled those red eyes and that terrifying gaze from earlier. She answered, It was when I met that scary person just now. Riri immediately asked, Who did you meet, my lady? Worried, Bellerophon pressed her with questions. Did he bully you, my lady? Do you remember his features, or how he appeared? Mabel tried to describe him. Black hair, and his eyes were red like blood. Her hand tightened around the staff again. He isn't here with me now, and I don't know clearly, but I think he mentioned my mother. Bellerophon fell silent. Mabel called, Bellerophon? Startled, he poured out a string of questions. You weren't hurt anywhere, were you, my lady? Nothing hurts? You're not uncomfortable anywhere? Mabel smiled brightly and answered, I'm fine. I'm not hurt, and nothing hurts at all. Riri replied, I was only worried that you might have been hurt somewhere because that person could injure you at any moment. Grinding his teeth, Bellerophon said hatefully, He's someone who never cares how much pain he causes others. Mabel also noticed something strange in his voice and asked anxiously, Bellerophon, are you all right? He immediately returned to his cheerful tone and said lightly, Even in a situation like this, my lady, please always remain kind-hearted. The two of them shared a quiet smile. Returning to the matter at hand, Bellerophon said to Mabel, First, please tell me where you are, or just describe what you can see there. Mabel looked around and replied, Here, but then she suddenly trailed off, staring at what was before her. Animal statues, she continued. There are many bronze statues, winged lion statues, and a little farther away. She stepped closer. There's a fountain shaped like a person with wings holding a staff. Riri spoke up with directions. Please walk a little to the right, my lady, about 30 steps. You'll see a very distinctive bronze sheep statue with black horns. And if you go a little farther from there, you'll reach the palace. Mabel followed Riri's instructions and reported, I can see the palace now, Bellerophon. Oh, Riri said happily. That's a relief. Mabel smiled radiantly. Thank you. Following Bellerophon's guidance, I made it here so smoothly. It feels like I've been here before. Mabel continued, following Riri. Suddenly, she hesitated. A cloud of smoke appeared in front of her. Lady Mabel Cyclamen. Then a man with his head wrapped and concealed appeared. So you were here? I've been looking for you. Mabel clenched her hand and retorted, You clearly weren't looking for me. Her words made him click his tongue in annoyance. Pointing toward a door, he said, I don't know why you would think that, my lady, but the hall for the National Foundation celebration is on the other side. Mabel thought suspiciously. He said earlier that he would show me where the celebration was being held too, but then he left me alone and disappeared. She answered the man, Can I trust you? You already tricked me once earlier. Startled, he explained, That was just a misunderstanding. She shot back. I clearly saw you disappear right in front of me. He sighed. A bluish magical power flowed from his body. If this keeps going, he pointed his hand at Mabel. The little girl also realized what was happening. Is he using magic on me again? Sunflowers and cherry blossom petals began appearing around her one after another. The man looked at her and sneered. That staff, what exactly is it? Are you trying to do something to me, my lady? Mabel gripped the staff tightly and voiced her wish in the depths of her mind, just like when she awakened the dragon. I want to call father here. The man said disdainfully, Why do I feel as if some force is standing behind this little girl? A cloud of blue smoke appeared. The masked man was just about to attack Mabel when the smoke swirled around him. Mabel cried out in fright, Father! A loud explosion behind him drew his attention. A hand appeared and blasted the man away. Someone stepped forward. 15 minutes have passed. Mabel called, Father. Rachiel asked, Are you all right, Mabel? He lifted his daughter into his arms. Smiling brightly, Mabel answered, I'm fine. I'm not hurt at all. He looked at her gently. Thank goodness. Then Rakiel turned a cold gaze toward the strange man. He caused 2 more explosions beside him, making the man cower and cover his face in fear. Trembling, he asked, what is this? Why you are Rakiel Cyclamen? A huge amount of magical power radiated from Rakiel. You still don't understand what's happening? The man answered, Rakiel seemed to have lost patience. He formed chunks of ice and snow and sent them at the man. You should know better than anyone why it has come to this, so that next time, you won't do something so stupid again. The man screamed in terror. Wait. The blocks of ice veered around him instead. He swallowed hard in fright, then dropped to his knees before Rakiel and begged. I had no choice. I was only following orders, my lord. I don't know anything at all. Rakiel curled his lip. You don't know? The man kept pleading in confusion. Please. Darkness appeared and swallowed him. No. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the stranger vanished. Rakiel raised a hand to cover Mabel's eyes. He turned and asked his daughter, Do you think I went too far? Mabel nestled against him. He took me to a very strange place. She said fearfully, I was very scared. Mabel buried her face in her father's shoulder. I'm very sorry for making you worry. Rakiel looked at Mabel gently. It's all right. He touched her cheek. I feel fortunate that you are my daughter. Mabel wondered to herself, what kind of expression does father have when he says things like this? It's a shame I couldn't see it. Rakiel continued, We have to go at once, leaving behind the head-wrapped man unconscious and covered in injuries. Mabel nodded happily. Yes. White smoke surrounded them, and the 2 vanished together. Masked mages were casting spells, and murmuring voices spread throughout the hall. A patterned magic circle on the floor glowed with an eerie sea blue light. One mage looked at the magic jewel in front of him and said in confusion, Tracking spells don't work. Control spells and defensive spells won't work either. Another urged, Keep trying. A flash of light appeared, and the first mage answered hesitantly. But, then suddenly a gust of wind tore through the air with a whoosh. Rakiel flew in carrying Mabel, to the astonishment of everyone present. He seemed slightly embarrassed when someone suddenly said, Hurry, do it quickly. While the mages were still trying to manipulate their magic, he said, I may enter, I assume. Someone asked in surprise, that mages? One mage signaled to the others to keep quiet. Rakiel said lightly, still carrying the little girl, No need to mind me. Then he passed them and continued inward. When they reached the great doors, he took the little girl's hand and walked ahead. She only came up to his waist. As they walked, she looked down at her palm and said to him, Father, while you weren't with me, I met a very strange person. When I was in front of him, I couldn't use magic. The scene outside the windows was quiet. He looked at her and answered, Is that so? When he is annoyed, he nullifies the magic of whoever displeases him. The silhouette of that mysterious person stood before the great doors, surrounded by enigmatic white smoke. He continued, His specialty is nullifying other people's magic. Those dangerous, blazing red eyes. That mysterious figure. It's almost like a twisted hobby of his. He looked at the little girl and asked, But even so, you still managed to call father, didn't you? He patted the little girl on the head and praised her. Well done, my daughter. It had long since gotten dark outside, and the girl said to him, Bellerophon helped me too, father. She told him, I followed Bellerophon's directions, so I was able to get back to the city, father. I went straight there as if I already knew the way. He replied calmly, You should remember it. The girl quietly looked at him as they continued walking forward, and he said again, You'll find out soon enough what is about to happen. Seeing someone standing guard at the main gate, he said, We're here. We should probably go inside now. Gentle music drifted through the air, and the girl said in surprise, This melody, it's coming from inside the doors. The gatekeeper stepped forward and said, Lord Rakiel Cyclamen, once you enter, amplification magic will be installed and activated automatically. The gatekeeper smiled, then bowed to them. The girl glanced back, and amid the flowing music the gatekeeper said again, I hope you enjoy the National Foundation Day banquet, my lord. The girl walked toward the door, holding his hand as she went inside. The music echoed everywhere, and the girl exclaimed delightedly, Oh wow, it was a vast and luxurious place. Mabel gasped in surprise. Is this the banquet hall? He looked at her and said, "Let's go, my daughter." She answered happily, yes. The lights of the banquet glittered brilliantly, and beyond the door was an entire dazzling hall. The little girl's eyes seemed to shine as she cried out again, "Oh wow." As she stepped forward, the floor beneath her made a strange sound. Plop! Suddenly someone said, "Greetings, great mage Rakiel Cyclamen and Lady Mabel Cyclamen." The girl gaped in astonishment as she looked down at the banquet below. Holding the little girl's hand, he used flight magic to descend. Looking at the people before her, the girl said in amazement, "This is the first time I've ever seen so many people." After that, she let go of his hand and curiously looked toward two women at the banquet. They looked at her in confusion, then began whispering among themselves. "That person, according to the rumors, isn't that the Cyclamen family?" The little girl was upset by their whispering, like some kind of monster. Faced with their judgment and gossip, she said unhappily, "It's like they're looking at some strange animal." The murmurs only grew louder. Didn't he leave the royal palace? Then why is he here again? The girl grew even more puzzled. Father stayed here for a long time before, didn't he? So why is everyone reacting like this? The words became even more malicious. Could that be the monster that was abandoned in the wasteland or the northern forest? The girl lowered her head, looking unhappy, and said, "With everyone talking like this, I wonder if Father is okay." He came closer, took the little girl's hand, and comforted her. "It's all right." She hesitated and said, "Father," he continued, "if you stay so negative, you'll waste all your time instead of enjoying the banquet." Looking at the candles, he added, "Today is different from usual." At the girl's confused expression, he said, "If you try, you really can change everything." She kept listening as he explained. "If you keep all your discomfort locked away in your heart by yourself, then you're the one who ends up enduring all of it." He remembered when he first met her and said, "There are times when endurance is good, and then there was the time you came to my estate." Her face had been smeared with blood, and her eyes had looked up with a sharp, cold glare. He smiled, then returned to the present and looked at the girl with a smile. "It's the same right now. You're not alone. There are always two of us, right?" She answered happily, "Yes, Father. The two of us." Resting his cheek on his hand, the king spoke up. "At present." She turned toward the voice, startled. The king sat on his throne with one arm propped against the chair, looking slightly bored as he asked, "Has everyone arrived? May we begin the National Foundation Assembly?" Looking at the glittering candles, he went on, "As you all know, today is a deeply meaningful day for all of us. Today is the day this empire was founded." The noble crown rested on his head as he continued speaking. "It is also the day on which the mages swear eternal loyalty to the royal family." Mabel thought to herself, "So that person is the king?" She secretly glanced at him. The little girl bit her lip and muttered, "He's a bad person." Rakiel looked at his daughter as though he understood what she was thinking. He smiled, stroked her white hair, and said, "You don't need to worry. He's not as frightening as you think." Amid the grandeur of the banquet, the little girl thought, "The king controls the atmosphere of this entire hall nonstop, just like now." But after hearing Father's words, the thought of the king as something terrifying seemed to vanish completely. The whole hall buzzed noisily. "See that face?" They whispered to one another. "Is that his daughter? Isn't that child the Cyclamen man's daughter?" The whispers only increased. "No way. Can a monster have a child too? Then does that mean he—" The king above continued his speech. "Today is also the day I hear the vows of you valiant heroes. The vows of our mages and heroes are by no means trivial." He looked toward Rakiel and asked, "Isn't that right, Rakiel Cyclamen?" Lowering his hand, he continued, "It truly has been a long time. I'm overjoyed to see you again. You feel the same way too, don't you?" The Empire's great mage, Rakiel, answered calmly, "Was that really necessary? You already know my answer, and yet you still ask." "Your Majesty." The king laughed. Just the answer I expected. As emperor, that is all I can say." He rose to his feet and declared loudly, "You should attend more often from now on. If the great mage of the entire empire doesn't come to a single festival, then who is there to make it shine?" With a cheerful expression, he extended a hand and went on, "After that, everyone who attends the National Foundation Assembly must also pay the royal fee. Only then will this day truly become memorable." Rakiel looked at him and replied, "Your Majesty, rather than having only a few dozen mages attend, would it not be better to have hundreds of thousands come here? thinking, next time, you should have the decorations extend all the way into the corridors. He immediately responded with praise. As expected, there is only one great mage in the Empire. Over the loud chatter of the crowd, he continued, "Isn't that so, a hero of the North?" With a composed expression, Rakiel replied, "The North is where I was driven out, so that is hardly a pleasant title, Your Majesty." Rakiel stood in the middle of the hall holding the little girl's hand, facing the king, though she seemed uneasy. Unlike his calm demeanor, her hand had begun to twitch. Mabel seemed to hear the sound of chains clashing and anxiously thought, there are chains rattling somewhere. Her eyes widened in fear. I could feel a terrifying kind of magic, too. Her arm trembled slightly. Am I the only one who can sense this? The king's image became grotesque, his eyes glowing red. The little girl anxiously grabbed his hand and called out, "Father." The king above said, "Indeed. This year, you did not come alone, Rakiel Cyclamen." The little girl flinched slightly when she heard that. He came closer to the two of them and continued, "To have a companion with you like this. How very interesting." Rakiel shot him a cold look and said, "Interesting?" The king came even closer to them and said, "That's not what the messenger who invited you back here said, is it?" He looked at Mabel and smiled sinisterly. "Ah!" Under his unreadable gaze, the little girl involuntarily swallowed. Gulp. She tried to reassure herself, "It's fine. There's so many people here, so that person won't be able to do anything to me." Then he raised a hand to his chin, glanced at Rakiel, and said, "So, are you not going to perform the proper greeting ritual?" Mabel clenched her hand into a fist and murmured a greeting. She remembered what someone close to her had said before the banquet. "My lady, when you attend the ball, there will come a time when you must perform the formal greeting. When that happens, you need remember only one thing." The little girl stayed silent as that person continued, "You are not an ordinary person, my lady. You are the daughter of the great mage." The king now stood facing the two of them. Rakiel bowed his head and said, "Cyclamen, guardian of the North, greets your majesty." Mabel then placed a hand on her shoulder and bowed in greeting. "Mabel Cyclamen, daughter of the great mage, I respectfully greet your majesty." When they heard the girl say that, the people began to whisper. The gossip grew louder and louder. Just saying her family name without a proper greeting isn't exactly madness. "Did you hear that? She said she's the great mage's daughter." The entire hall grew more and more animated with endless murmuring. It might be fine if they're close, but if the relationship is distant, that's rather inappropriate. Ignoring those whispers, the king folded his arms and looked at Rakiel. Then, as for Cyclamen's position, Rakiel closed his eyes and answered, "Whether I work here or remain by your majesty's side is for your majesty to decide. I will accept it wherever you place me." He fell silent, then said, "Very well, that's more like it." Turning around, he spoke to his subordinate. "Come here." The man bowed and answered yes. Pointing, he said, "Now begin the oath ritual at once." The subordinate replied, "Why, yes, your majesty." The sound of doors opening rang out. Creak. A group of people entered wearing mysterious garments that made their faces hard to see. They shouted loudly, "Long live the king! We are ever grateful for and revere the king's magic power." A loud boom resounded. The ritual had begun. The magic crest on the floor emitted a hazy, mystical golden light. And Mabel exclaimed in curiosity and surprise, "A ritual?" Rakiel explained, "It's a ritual to bind the heroes once again, my daughter." The chains clattered loudly. They symbolize restraint. Those controlled by it are like birds in a cage. He continued explaining, "It is held every year, almost like a form of coercion. Those who swear the oath are bound and made dependent on this land." Looking frightened, the girl said, "But people aren't birds. Why do they have to be trapped in a cage?" He patted her head reassuringly. "It's all right, my daughter." The mages chanted their incantations, and glittering lights spread everywhere. Then suddenly a streak of light swirled through the air. Swish! One person said, "The scene during the ritual is especially magnificent this year." Another replied, "I agree." An old mage cleared his throat. "Ahem, ahem." Raising both hands high, he shouted, "It may be a little earlier than last year, but our oath ceremony will begin shortly." The ritual continued. The anniversary of the National Foundation Assembly has come again, and with all the sincerity in our hearts. The little girl stood watching the ceremony. "All heroes, please step forward." Raquel released the little girl's hand and stepped forward. She looked at him anxiously. The little girl thought to herself, is it really okay to let father go like that? He suddenly turned back and called Mabel. He reassured her, you like sweets, don't you? The little girl answered, why yes, I do. I really like them. He continued, this palace has many delicious desserts. So even if the ball goes on from evening until late at night, you won't go hungry. There are all kinds of sweets on the table. They looked very tempting. Of course, they won't be as good as the dishes can make, but stay here, enjoy them, and wait for me. All right, my daughter. As he walked toward the ritual, he said, this ritual, it isn't a beautiful sight. Ken once said that eating sweets makes you feel much better. Ken entered, and one of the mages bowed politely and said, please come in, Lord Kan. Amid the candlelit banquet and the wine, the magical inspection ring would not last long. Just like last time, the little girl flew up toward him. Seeing Mabel, he reached out and stroked her cheek. Father promises. Mabel bowed her head and answered yes. But inwardly she thought, I'm still a little worried, but father has never lied to me. Her eyes turned thoughtful. Looking at the little girl floating in front of him, he said, this National Foundation assembly is different from what you understood and experienced before, Mabel. He smiled at her. When I come back, I'll show you your mother's portrait. The little girl looked more reassured by his comforting words and replied, yes, father. But there was still a trace of worry in her heart. I said yes, but I still feel uneasy. The little girl stepped forward. Those participating in the ritual lined up solemnly. Someone said, first, everyone, place your feet here. Boom, boom, sounds rang out as they stepped into the ritual circle. The mages all raised their hands high, and one of them lifted a magic staff topped with a sparkling diamond. Then chains began pouring out. The little girl said, chains? The clanking of iron chains echoed out. Why? The people present laughed in delight. All. The little girl thought, everyone here seems very entertained by this sight. That person said earlier that a ball was supposed to be a beautiful, splendid place filled with countless lights and flowers. But this isn't like that at all. The sound of the chains grew louder and louder. Clang, clang. And just like before, in front of all these people, why are that person and father being bound in chains? The little girl pursed her lips and thought, the reason that person insisted father had to attend this banquet. She hesitated. Could this be why? Someone walked up and said, what is this? You? The little girl turned around. With one hand on his hip, he continued, here of all places. He raised a hand mockingly and said, hello, big sister. The little girl called out in surprise and confusion, Claudel? He giggled and said, I never thought an idiot like you could make it into the royal palace. The standards here must have fallen quite a bit. Huh? Someone with outstanding magic like me is here, of course, but the sister mother always called a fool is here too. Isn't that amazing? Looking at the mages performing the ritual, he continued smugly, you know what? Even His Majesty the Emperor wants to meet me. Want to know why? With an arrogant expression, he went on, because I am a candidate for a new official post. In the middle of the lively banquet, he added, I'm going to become an aide to the highest-ranking officials in this palace. He sneered mockingly. Compared to that, what about you, sister? Have you changed at all? The little girl trembled with anger and clenched her hand into a fist. He glanced at her, pointed, and said loudly, even if you're dressed up so extravagantly, it doesn't hide how stupid you are. I heard a little from my friend. Apparently you met him, didn't you? At his words, the girl's face showed faint recollection. I heard you cheated to get prize money, didn't you? So now you're not just dim-witted anymore. You become low and dirty too? Looking at the little girl with contempt, he continued, big sister, even if your father is a respectable person, it's no good if you live without any decency. Ah, or is it that your father taught you to live like that? Holding the flag that represented the Sickleman family, he said self-importantly, you may only be a minor part of the Sickleman bloodline, but don't go staining the reputation of the entire family. Claudel frowned at the girl, like father, like daughter. Without showing any expression, the girl thought, that look. The two stood staring at each other for a while. Then Mabel thought back on the past. Because he had been treated like the treasure of the Sickleman family, she had never dared do anything to him. Before, she had not even been able to look him straight in the eyes. But now it was different. Mabel closed her eyes, as if closing away the dark past as well. This time, Mabel did not endure Claudel's excessive words in silence. She fought back by asking him, You're still that arrogant child who does nothing but look down on others, aren't you? The question clearly startled Claudel, twisting his face. Mabel pointed straight at him and declared, Claudel, from now on, I'm not afraid of you. She continued, you call me your sister, but have you ever treated me like family even once? Her voice carried both coldness and bitterness as Mabel spoke of how painful those times had truly been. But thinking back on it, all you were doing was showing off your arrogance. It seemed Mabel had hit a nerve, because Claudel looked flustered. Mabel continued, people say you're intelligent, but all you ever are is arrogant and contemptuous of others. Claudel frowned, but unlike his anger, Mabel's face actually looked lighter, even cheerful. It was as if she had finally spoken all the feelings she had buried for so long, and that alone made her feel relieved. She did not forget to add a jab. Go on living like that, then, and congratulations on becoming an official candidate. Yet, deep down, Mabel still knew that Claudel being a genius was true, something she had always understood clearly. So there was nothing strange about him saying such self-satisfied things. Even so, Mabel said, I will only grow stronger from here on, and no matter what you do, I won't care. Claudel clenched his hand against his mouth, his eyes burning with resentment, his whole body trembling. Meanwhile, Mabel firmly turned away. Then suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the ceiling. A sheet of white smoke suddenly covered the entire hall. Everyone began coughing because of it, and with a stunned look in her eyes as she saw the figure appearing within the smoke, Mabel called out, Father. A man with blue hair and a white cloak gradually came into view through the thick haze. There was a kind of magical aura emanating from him that made everyone present instinctively curious. That man was Mabel's father. He appeared before His Majesty and said that, by the Emperor's command, he had come here with his daughter to attend this ceremony, and that this year as well, he had fulfilled all the proper rites for His Majesty. So now, it was probably time for him and his daughter to leave. Mabel stood frozen in place, staring at her father. Suddenly, Mabel's father turned to look at her, as though he were trying to say something to his daughter. But no matter how hard she tried to listen, Mabel could not understand what he was saying. She wondered if her father really was speaking to her. But what had he said? In that vast ballroom, a man approached Mabel from afar and answered her question. He told her, My lady, run over there. It was Aslan, with his gleaming blonde hair, bronze skin, and formal attire that made him stand out even more amidst the crowd. Aslan came up to Mabel and said, Hello, Lady Mabel. Mabel asked Aslan, Did father call for me? Yes, he did, Aslan replied. Someone used magic, so you couldn't hear what your father was saying. Aslan let out a sigh and continued, What a shame. I wanted to stay with you, my lady. But since your father is calling for you, all I can say is, please run over there. As soon as Aslan finished speaking, Mabel hurried off toward her father. At that moment, a trace of regret appeared on Aslan's face. He stood behind her and waved, though she could not see it. See you again, Mabel. The distance from where she was to where her father stood was truly too far. This place was so vast that the more she ran, the farther it seemed. She ran while panting for breath, and then suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Before her were unfamiliar people with all kinds of different hair colors. It felt as though she were running across a dazzling surface of colors. Then she spotted her father. Overjoyed, she cried, Father, and threw herself at him, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Looking at her, her father said gently, You're too light. You need to eat more. In the middle of the grand hall, father and daughter embraced happily. Just as he had promised, he had returned sooner than expected. He set his daughter down, and Mabel replied, Yes, father. Looking at him proudly, she said, My father is the coolest in the whole world. Mabel's father looked at her affectionately and said, If you still say that to me 10 years from now, that would be wonderful. No, 30 years from now, perhaps. Suddenly, a shout rang out toward the two of them. Rachiel Cyclamen. It was none other than the Emperor. His Majesty strode toward Mabel and her father from a distance and said, You dare ruin this sacred moment? But Mabel's father answered with complete indifference. He admitted, Yes, I ruined it. However, I did not break the oath, so there's no problem, is there, your majesty? Standing face to face with his majesty, Mabel's father fixed him with a sharp stare and said, or perhaps your majesty would like me to destroy this entire imperial palace right now. In the midst of that vast, noisy hall, the two men simply stood there staring at each other. Mabel's father patted her head and said, "Let's go home, daughter." Mabel asked again, just to confirm she had heard him right. Her father answered firmly, "That's right. But before we go home, we'll stop by one place first." "All right, my daughter." Looking at him, Mabel answered happily, "Yes, father." Mabel's father embraced her, and with a single light snap of his fingers, the two of them vanished into a cloud of smoke, to the astonishment of everyone present, including His Majesty. The people in the hall began murmuring among themselves that the restriction must surely have been lifted. Hearing those words, His Majesty only gave a faint smile and let out a small scoff. Outside the palace, the night sky was adorned with glittering stars reflected across the magnificent castle. But against that star-filled sky was the image of Mabel and her father, the father holding her in his arms as they flew over streets bustling with people. Looking down from above, even Mabel could not help but marvel, "Wow, it's so peaceful." Then she suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to look at her father. "Is it really all right for us to just leave like this? How can father seem so calm after what just happened?" "No, it'll be fine. I just don't want to see him again." Mabel's father seemed to sense that something was off with his daughter and asked, "What is it, daughter?" Mabel hugged him tightly and said, "No, it's nothing, father." Mabel's father looked at her tenderly and hugged her back just as tightly as she was holding him. The two of them continued flying through the starry night sky, when Mabel suddenly asked, "But father, where is this?" "The city wall," her father replied. He explained to her, "If I were to explain the true meaning of the founding festival, it is a celebration honoring the day the nation was established. So originally, it was simply a commemoration of the nation's founding. Moreover, on this day, the mages voluntarily performed the oath ritual as well." Surprised by her father's explanation of how the mages performed the oath, Mabel exclaimed, "Voluntarily?" Her father answered, "That's right. They were not forced words. It was an expression of loyalty toward the king." As he spoke, Mabel's father descended. "At least, that is how I always thought of it in the past. Today, when I came to the imperial palace, many things had become distorted, but some things have not changed at all." Mabel listened intently. Curious about what had changed and what had remained the same, she asked, "What is it, father?" He replied, "The closing ceremony. It's the event held on the final day of the founding festival. Crowds gather into parades. It's quite a wonderful sight, isn't it?" But without noticing the beautiful scene beneath where she stood, Mabel only asked, "Where do the parades go?" "Look over there." Her father pointed toward the street, where brilliant lights shimmered and people moved busily below, their laughter ringing out brightly. Seeing that scene, Mabel smiled radiantly and could not help exclaiming, "Wow, it's so beautiful. It's like all the stars have gathered around the castle. It's amazing." Mabel's father looked at her with a tender gaze, and a soft smile unconsciously crossed his lips as he began speaking of the past. "A long time ago, your mother and I stood here too, looking at this very sight." As he said that, Mabel's father's eyes suddenly dimmed. He continued, "Back then, your mother said the same thing you just did." At that moment, memories resurfaced in his mind of himself and his wife standing there together, gazing upon the beautiful view. "Rakiel, it's as though all the stars have descended here." Suddenly, the sound of fireworks cut through Mabel's father's thoughts. Turning to Mabel, he said, "Mabel, if there is anything you wish for, anything at all, take my hand. Even if you wanted the whole world, I would gladly give it to you." Father and daughter embraced as they watched the fireworks blazing in the sky. Mabel's father raised his hand to the sky and snapped his fingers 3 times. Images of all the familiar people around Mabel and her father appeared in the heavens. Mabel was astonished by her father's magic. It was incredible that magic could create things like this. Mabel's father said, "Magical power was originally created to help mankind." As he snapped his fingers, he continued, "This is a story yet untold. The image of magic power not yet used, the image of a festival nearing its end, and of us quietly leaving." Then the two of them flew back up into the sky together. Carrying her through the air, Mabel's father said, "You have talent for flight magic." Mabel said in surprise, "Me?" Then her father said that when she had been in the race and again in the hall, he had been able to see her abilities clearly. "But of course, my judgment can't possibly be objective, because even if you couldn't do anything at all, to me you would still be more beautiful and more capable than anyone." Hearing him say that about her, Mabel clutched at his collar and said, "Thank you, father." In a dark and silent forest, the two of them landed in front of a place that looked like a palace. The building had been constructed in an Eastern architectural style, magnificent and grand. Not knowing where she was, Mabel asked, "Father, where is this?" Looking straight at the building, he said, "The Divine Temple. Your mother once lived here." Many thoughts sprang up in Mabel's mind. Mother once lived here. Father said that when he returned, he would show me Mother's portrait. I thought that would happen after he got home. But this is a place Mother once stayed. Isn't this the Imperial Palace? Mabel had so many questions she wanted her father to answer. The first royal mage and the king's close retainer, along with the officials who handled palace affairs, all stayed here. Although she had never actually seen the temple before, it wasn't as though she knew nothing about it. Ever since she was little, when studying with Claudel, she had heard of this place many times. After all those thoughts rushed through her mind, Mabel's face suddenly changed, and she asked, "Father, can we really come here? I heard not just anyone is allowed into this temple." Her father answered his daughter's question. "It doesn't matter, daughter. Right now, almost everyone comes through here first, before going to the banquet hall." He explained that the retainer currently serving beside the king was an elderly mage. An image of that mage surfaced in Mabel's mind, and she let out a small sound of realization. So that person was the king's retainer. Mabel's expression grew subdued. "Since your mother died, I have never returned to this place. If I hadn't come to the Imperial Palace today, I probably never would have had this chance." Hearing that, Mabel immediately asked, "A chance for what?" With sorrow in his eyes, her father replied, "A chance to show you the place where your mother once lived. But your mother is not here now. We'll have to wait another year before we can meet her again." Mabel's father continued, "It's nearly T's Memorial Day around this time. I can't keep avoiding it forever." As he said that, he drew out his wand and added, "Inside the Imperial Palace, magic cannot be used freely." As he spoke, he twirled the wand several times, creating bubbles glittering with light. Seeing that, Mabel exclaimed, "The sparkling lights are so beautiful." The entire space of the palace was covered in those shimmering bubbles, creating a dreamlike and enchanting scene. Looking at the round, floating bubbles, Mabel asked, "What are those?" "They are spirits, a kind of magic that can only be used here," her father explained. The spirits brushed lightly against Mabel's hair, giving her a soft, airy feeling that made her feel wonderfully at ease. She thought about what she had learned, that spirits, as known in this world, were like fairies or magical creatures, spiritual beings from another realm. Her father told her, "Normally, they are natural entities such as wind and water. The stronger the inner power, the more thoughts and emotions they carry." Then, with a proud expression, he looked at her and said, "Spirit magic was your mother's primary magic. The reason this magic can still be used here is because traces of your mother still remain." Suddenly, a dove brushed past the hem of Mabel's dress. Looking at the bird, she said to her father, "There's a bird here, father." "That is the spirit of the wind," her father replied. He continued, "That colorful peacock represents light. The tiny droplets circulating through nature are the spirits of water and rain. And those little sparks are the spirits of fire." Her father explained the characteristics of the spirits to her, and Mabel raised her hand as though she wanted to touch every one of them. "So all of these are traces left by Mother?" The spirits seemed to contain a bit of mystery, a bit of strangeness, and something faintly sorrowful as well. Even though she could see the traces her mother had left behind, in truth, she still could not see her mother herself. Her father assured her, "Your mother was an exceptionally gifted mage, right up until the moment she left this world." As he spoke, beautiful butterflies with vivid colors fluttered around the two of them. Mabel's father explained, "These butterflies are released all throughout the Imperial Palace. Butterflies are considered messengers between this world and the next. During the founding festival, when rites are performed to honor the spirits beyond, multicolored butterflies like these are released to pray for the souls to rest in peace." A golden butterfly flew over to Mabel's father, and he raised his hand so it could land there. These butterflies are guided here by spirits that bear the power of nature. As he said that, fireworks began exploding in the sky overhead. Turning to Mabel, he announced, "The festival's closing has begun, daughter." Suddenly, Mabel gave a light cough. Her father turned and asked, "What is it, daughter?" Covering her mouth with a smile, Mabel answered, "It's nothing, father." But inwardly, she was thinking that normally, the one who would explain things like this to her would be Bellerophon, or else Can. But today, neither of them was here. Watching her father explain everything so earnestly, she found it both strange and somehow delightful. Then suddenly, a voice sounded beside Mabel's ear. "My lady." Startled, Mabel asked, "Bellerophon?" It turned out that Bellerophon was the little bird perched on her shoulder. The little bird said, "My lady is standing before a truly marvelous sight." Looking up at the sky lit by fireworks, Mabel thought, "Earlier when I got lost and Bellerophon guided me, I learned that he can see what is in front of him too, even if not very clearly." Mabel happily greeted Bellerophon and said, "Yes, it's beautiful here. And magical, too." Bellerophon agreed with her. "That's right. Even though it is still night, it's so bright here that it almost feels like daytime, my lady." My lady, do you remember? Master once said that if it was what you wanted, then even the sun itself, he would pluck it from the sky and bring it to you. Hearing that, Mabel's eyes lit up, and she let out a small cry of realization, as if she had remembered too. Beneath a sky illuminated by the spirits, father and daughter slowly made their way into the temple. Bellerophon continued, "How do you feel, my lady, receiving a gift unlike any other in the world?" Mabel's face brightened, glowing with happiness. She placed her right hand over her chest, feeling the joyful beating of her heart, and thought, "Why do I suddenly feel so nervous?" Then Mabel turned and asked her father, "Father, do you like spirits too?" Her father stroked her head and said, "Let's see, your mother liked them, and so do I." Looking toward the temple, he said, "All right, let's go." Surprised, Mabel asked, "Go where?" Her father replied, "Home, of course." Then he asked his daughter, "Did you enjoy this trip?" Mabel fell into thought. A journey with a place to return to. That was a true journey. Her first journey had not exactly been a peaceful one, but Mabel answered him with a radiant smile. "Yes, father, it was a memorable trip. I loved it. And because I got to go with you, I loved it even more." Her father looked at his daughter with eyes full of gentleness and affection. Mabel thought that every journey held so much joy and also many mistakes. But in one way or another, her first journey to the founding festival had brought her a great deal of happiness. And so this journey came to an end. One more thing. At last, she had finally seen her mother's face. The face of a beautiful and kind-hearted woman. And then came a brilliant morning in a grand and splendid capital city. In a spacious room, only Mabel sat alone at the dining table, lost in thought. 2 days had already passed. 2 days were by no means a short time, and yet to her, it felt as though time had flown by like an arrow. Mabel enjoyed the food spread out on the table. Smiling happily, she thought, "I'm home again, the home I always want to return to." She looked at the 2 people staring back at her strangely and thought to herself, "All I asked on the way back was whether we could get home a little faster." Sitting in the carriage, dizzy and panicked, Mabel thought, somehow the carriage ended up going even faster than when we came to the capital. With an amazed laugh, she thought, "I never imagined a carriage could move that fast." Layson rubbed against her with a clingy expression. Holding Layson in her arms, Mabel said cheerfully, "That's right, Layson. The carriage flew so fast, just like when I used to ride on you. Did you like it?" Layson answered with a little cough. Watching her dragon smile so happily, Mabel thought to herself, "What will you be like when you grow up?" She recalled what Bellerophon had once told her. "It's not that hard to return Layson to his original form, my lady. You only need to care for him little by little from now on." He had smiled and said, "If that happens when he grows back up," imagining the fully grown Layson, huge and imposing, he continued, "He'll be much healthier and much stronger than before." Thinking over Bellerophon's words, Mabel felt sure they would come true. Returning to the present, she rolled up a little food pellet for Layson and asked, "Adult dragons can breathe fire, right? Layson, you'll show me you breathing fire too, won't you?" Layson popped the pellet into his mouth and nibbled on it. Then Mabel suddenly remembered something and widened her eyes. Wait a second. Thinking of the Florence sisters, she wondered, why haven't Sala and Laura come? And Riri, too. She couldn't understand why none of the three had shown up. Usually, the Florence sisters came here around this time. Why wasn't Ken here either? Could something have happened? Looking downcast, Mabel said, I don't want to eat by myself. Then she stood up as if she had somewhere to go. Let's see. Her face full of determination, she said, I'll go look for them. The old-fashioned room was filled with an air of elegance and nobility. As she walked around the house searching, she called out, Sala. She checked every corner, peeking into the bushes and asking, Laura, are you in here? Standing in the middle of the estate, Mabel shouted, Lisa, Gun, where is everyone? Beside her, Layson enthusiastically called out too. Still, no one answered. She stood there blankly, thinking that's strange. Did everyone leave me here and go somewhere? She looked toward the basement and thought, I've searched everywhere. Only the first floor and the basement are left. The basement is empty already. Touching her cheek, she wondered, should I go check the first floor library? She thought, the kitchen is down there too, right? Maybe everyone's there. She was just about to head downstairs when someone suddenly called out, Hey. Startled, she turned toward the voice. Seeing a familiar face, she brightened like a flower and called back excitedly. Aben. With his hands on his hips, Aben asked, What is it? Why are you here, my lady? Mabel showed how much she had missed him. I really missed you. At those words, both of Aben's ears shot upright and twitched. He was the only one who hadn't been allowed to go to the founding festival, and he had been sulking for ages. His tail wagged again as if he couldn't believe what he had heard, and he asked, My lady, you missed me? Don't tease me. Mabel said, I'm telling the truth. That made Aben freeze and blush bright red. He quickly turned away, embarrassed, and grumbled fondly. Where did you learn to smile while saying things like that? Changing the subject, Aben asked, What happened in the capital? You're like a different person now, my lady. Tilting her head with a smile, Mabel asked back, Do I look that different? Hearing that made her quietly happy. I really like how I am now. I've changed a lot, haven't I? Aben pressed his lips together, his face still red, and didn't answer. Stretching awkwardly, he continued, Oh, right. Why are you down here, walking back and forth like this? Mabel tilted her head, not understanding what he meant. A moment later, she replied, It's because I couldn't find anyone. There's nobody in my room or in the drawing room. Hearing that, Aben looked surprised. No one? Don't tell me you don't know. He said, Come with me. Honestly, my lady, you're so clueless. He was about to lead her away, but the moment he turned around, he noticed someone standing behind them and stared in surprise. Oh, the figure behind them was Bellerophon. He spoke up. Oh, my lady, so this is where you are. Mabel stepped toward him and asked blankly, Bellerophon, were you looking for me? He answered gently, Yes. Not just me. Everyone has been searching for you, my lady. Lowering her head sadly, she asked, Then why didn't anyone come at lunchtime? Bellerophon smiled softly and explained, Because whenever there is an important celebration here, everyone gathers in the central garden to hold it, not in the drawing room, my lady. She stared, not understanding, and asked, But what celebration? I've never heard of it. Bellerophon replied, Perhaps you didn't know, but this celebration is for you, my lady. Honestly, you're so dense, Aben muttered. At that, Bellerophon's expression darkened, and he glared at him. Did you just say that to my lady? Aben quickly clung to Mabel, tail swishing, and said, Well. The master said I could act comfortably around my lady. Bellerophon sternly corrected him. The master may have said that, but that does not mean you may speak to my lady like that. Understood. Still stubborn, Aben shot back. You talk like you're my older brother or something. But I'm not scared of you. Hiding behind Mabel, Aben glared at Bellerophon as if challenging him. Bring it on. The two stared each other down, sparks practically flying. Seeing the awkward situation, Mabel helplessly asked, What day is it today? Mabel looked adorably bewildered as Bellerophon said, My lady, don't you remember? Today is your birthday. Her heart skipped a beat. It's already my birthday? I forgot, since no one had ever prepared a birthday party for me before. Bellerophon gently held out his hand and said, Please come to the garden with me, my lady. Then he opened the door with a click. Seeing the scene before her, Mabel gasped in astonishment. Wow! All four of them were bustling about, busy making a birthday cake for her. My lady likes carrots. Mabel could hardly believe her eyes. Is this real? Laura spotted her and ran over joyfully, carrying a plate of carrot cake. My lady, my lady, my lady! Do you like it? This one's for you too. The carrot cake looked delicious, and there was even a candle on top. Laura proudly declared, I made 2 cakes. 2 cakes for what my lady likes, so the happiness is doubled. Lisa chimed in, and the joy is doubled too. Everyone chattered excitedly. A giant birthday cake. See, it's giant, so it's extra delicious too. Then Mabel suddenly sensed something and glanced to her left. Shimmering blue hair fluttered softly in the wind. It was Rachiel, walking toward her as he said, You came late. Happy birthday, my daughter. Mabel stood frozen, deeply moved, tears threatening to spill. When I first came to this house, I thought that one day I would have to leave it. Sniffling as tears welled in her eyes, she thought I was afraid for nothing, afraid that I would be rejected. The next moment, she ran to her father and hugged him. Father, actually on the first day I came here, I prayed under that birch tree, that I could stay in this house for a very, very long time. That's what I wished for. In the clear air, with the breeze scattering a few flower petals, father and daughter stood beneath the tree, holding each other in happiness. Rachiel answered, That wish was not granted. Then he continued, Because it is not that you may stay here for a very, very long time, but that you may stay here for as long as you wish. With tears in her eyes, Mabel obediently replied, Yes, father. The party then grew lively and noisy. Joyfully, Mabel thought, My very first birthday party has been prepared for me. It marked the end of the miserable days of being 10 years old and the beginning of days overflowing with happiness. And from now on, I'm officially 11. On the day of the founding festival, Aben was mulling over one thing. What should I wear? Touching his chin thoughtfully, he muttered, What was it they said again? He recalled having overheard Laura and Skyla choosing a dress for Mabel. My lady, please wear this yellow dress. Laura had agreed. That's right. It looks so cute on you, my lady. Back in the present, Aben looked at 2 outfits and thought, So it's yellow, right? Then he put on the yellow one, shy but satisfied. All right, covering his mouth with one hand, cheeks flushed, he imagined Mabel seeing him and exclaiming in admiration, Aben, you look so cool. He couldn't help thinking, I'll definitely look better than that Bellerophon guy. Once he had settled everything in his mind, he cleared his throat awkwardly, pushed the thought aside, and declared, Let's go. In high spirits, Aben bounded along, chanting, The founding festival. Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere and asked, And where do you think you're going? Aben instantly stopped in his tracks. He turned around, and the moment he saw who it was, he broke out in a cold sweat and stammered. And master! It was Rachiel, standing there with arms folded, looking down at him with imposing coldness. Casting him a fierce glance, he said, You will stay home and guard the house. Aben gaped in shock and stuttered. Huh? What do you mean? Rachiel said, You know exactly why. Bewildered, Aben asked again, Yes, sir, why? Laura poked her head out from behind Rachiel and said, We know the reason. Lisa followed up, That's right. A sinner who dared touch my lady's hand without permission. Aben froze for 5 full seconds, his thoughts echoing, Sinner. Sinner. Dejected and miserable, he thought, I want to go too. Seeing him like that, Bellerophon thought, He really does look disappointed. In that vast estate, the thought occurred to him, The master may be acting a bit excessively, but Aben has to stay. Only then will the mansion be protected. Aben diligently scrubbed the floors, then went out into the yard to water the blooming flowers. After finishing the housework, he lay on the floor, rolling back and forth in boredom. Harsh sunlight streamed into the library, packed full of books. As Aben put the books back in their places, he thought, Isn't today the day they're supposed to come back? Why haven't I seen anything yet? He muttered while tidying, I wanted to go to the founding festival. Hearing noisy voices outside, he immediately pricked up his ears. He stepped to the window and peeked out, wondering, What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Did everyone come back already? Outside, everyone was chatting happily and excitedly. Seeing that they had all returned, Aben's face lit up. Ah, they're back. He was about to turn and leave, but suddenly stopped himself the next second. Wait. His face fell, gloomy and unhappy as he thought, right? I'm still not over being angry. While he stood there holding a pretty flower, someone called out, Aben. He turned around toward the voice. Kanos asked, Aben, why have you been avoiding my lady ever since the founding festival ended? In a somewhat sulky voice, Aben replied, I haven't. Then Kanos asked something that made him stiffen in surprise. Don't tell me you're still upset because you weren't allowed to go to the founding festival? Aben turned around, frowned, and shouted, No. On the day everyone returned, Aben had secretly hidden behind things, watching Mabel from afar. Mabel, looking puzzled, had thought, where did Aben go? I even bought a present for him. I wonder if he's in the library. The day after that, Aben had again secretly hidden while watching her search for him. Aben, where are you? And even today, he had done the same. Thinking of that, Kanos sighed to himself. If it's not that, then what is it? He gently patted Aben's head and said, I know you're upset, but you can't keep doing this, kid. Hearing that, Aben fell silent, lost in thought. Kanos watched him carefully. Then a bright, cheerful smile spread across his face. The next moment he held out a box of candy and said, I bought this for you. Taking the box, Aben snapped. What? Do you think I'm a child? Kanos pointed at the box and said, That one's grapefruit flavored. Looking inside, Aben immediately brightened. It's the grapefruit flavor I like. As he sucked on a candy, he heard Kanos say, Everyone's finished preparing. Go bring my lady here. Aben asked back, me? Kanos asked again, You want to see my lady too, don't you? Hearing that, Aben blushed and awkwardly denied it. And no, that's not it. Kanos smiled and said, Go on. My lady is alone right now. Hearing that, Aben quickly set off to find Mabel. As he walked, he worried, is she really alone? Could she be crying? That kid hates being alone. Step by step, he hurried on. Aben thought, come to think of it, when that kid first got here, she was so skinny. She's probably put on some weight lately, so she looks better now, right? He guessed her whole bearing seemed different too. After a few more steps, Aben finally spotted Mabel. Hey! Startled, Mabel turned around toward the voice calling her. At once she smiled brightly like a flower and called, Aben! Tilting his head in confusion, Aben asked, What is it? Why are you here? Mabel answered, Because I wanted to see you. At that, Aben's ears immediately perked up. His tail wagged as he bashfully asked, Why you wanted to see me? Hey, don't scare me like that. He stared at Mabel's lovely, flower-like face and thought, What is this? Swallowing hard, face red, he thought, Wasn't that exactly what I wanted to hear? Looking up at her, Aben silently praised her in his heart. And on top of that, she's really pretty when she smiles like that. He stood there frozen, unable to say a word. Suddenly his tail stood straight and wagged as he said, Follow me. As he walked, he muttered teasingly, You really are an idiot. A total idiot. But then the two of them caught sight of someone approaching. It was Bellerophon. He spoke up, my lady. So this is where you are. Seeing him, Mabel happily ran forward. Bellerophon, were you looking for me? He replied, Yes. Not just me. Everyone has been searching for you, my lady. Seeing that, Aben turned his face away irritably and thought, I found her first. How annoying. Kanos guided them toward the door. Please come to the center garden, my lady. Fuming, Aben followed behind, thinking, why does that guy always show up at the worst time and ruin everything? Outside, the air was fresh and green beneath the blazing sunlight. Laura ran up to Mabel holding carrot cake and happily boasted, My lady, my lady, my lady, do you like it? And here, this is cake too. Then suddenly someone said, Happy birthday, my daughter, and tears welled up in Mabel's eyes. Aben awkwardly tried to comfort her. Why are you crying, you dummy? Sniffling as she wiped her tears, Mabel answered, Because I'm so happy. Aben's own eyes filled with tears as well. Yet he still told her, Don't cry. The two of them only cried harder. Crying himself, Aben kept saying, Don't cry. Rachiel and Kanos said nothing, simply watching the two of them cling to each other and sob. Rachiel radiated a dark, murderous aura, while Kanos only smiled awkwardly. As for Aben, he thought, If you cry, then it makes me want to cry too. The scene was lively and joyful, filled with the sound of voices wishing, Happy birthday, Mabel. Beautiful white flowers shone with a pure, innocent grace, while the wind shook loose petals from the peach trees, scattering them across the path. A foot stepped over those fallen petals. Long, glossy blue hair fluttered in the breeze. Mabel's face was bright with delight. Kanos asked, "The weather is lovely today, isn't it, my lady?" Mabel thought to herself, "The season has changed, and I've changed too. I'm a little taller than I was last winter, even if it's only by about a finger's width." Stretching happily, she thought, "Still, getting taller is nice." Then she said, "Can I drop the seeds?" Kanos handed them back to her and said, "Here you are, my lady." Holding a pair of gloves, Skyla waved and called, "My lady, put on your gloves first." Mabel refused at once. "No, Sala can wear them." Worried, Skyla said, "Your hands will get dirty, my lady." Mabel reassured her, "It's fine." Scooping up some soil in her hand, she smiled brightly and said, "I like planting with my bare hands better." Touching the soil in Mabel's hand, Skyla thought, "It feels nice and soft." Pointing ahead, Mabel asked, "Sala, didn't you say that once this side, that side, and over there are all planted, it'll become a whole garden?" Skyla replied, "Yes, my lady." Mabel asked again, "Then let's plant a row of magic grass too." Skyla answered, "I don't know how to grow it, but oh well, let's do it anyway." Rakiel, who had been sitting under a tree absorbed in a book, looked up at her words. He said, "I'll go find some seedlings." The moment he finished speaking, he shot off in a blur, leaving Mabel staring in surprise. A little while later, Rakiel returned carrying a large bundle of magic grass seedlings. Mabel politely answered, "Thank you, father." Kanos asked, "My lady, shall I bring more vegetable seeds as well?" She shook her head. "No need. I only want to plant these two kinds." Kanos stroked his chin thoughtfully. Antora carrots and magic grass?" Mabel asked, "What is it? Can't those two be planted together?" He explained gently, "It's not that. Magic grass seems to grow best in shaded conditions, while Antora carrots become sweeter the more sunlight they get." Hearing that, Mabel remembered the carrots she had eaten before and thought, "But the ones I ate were really bitter." Kano said, "The carrots Laura grows are naturally very bitter because the donkey she keeps likes extremely bitter things." Realizing that, Mabel said, "Ah, so that's why." Her eyes widened with excitement when Kanos added, "If you want sweet carrots, my lady, then from now on you'll have to prune them diligently." Mabel said firmly, "Then I'll do that from now on." He replied worriedly, "My lady, that will be very hard on you." Kanos continued, "Laura told me that if you eat lots of carrots, you'll grow quickly." Hearing that, the little girl became even more determined. "I've decided, starting this spring, I'm going to take care of the crops." He stroked his chin and smiled in satisfaction. Kanos said, "Yes, if you need any help, my lady, please tell me any time." Mabel answered cheerfully, "Thank you." She glanced around and thought, how am I supposed to move all this? Suddenly, Aben came over from nowhere, wagging his tail as he asked, "My lady, did you really believe Laura?" Resting his chin on one hand, he stuck out his tongue at her. Mabel looked at him in confusion and asked, "If not, then what?" He wagged a finger and said, "If you want to grow fast, you have to eat meat. That's how you really grow big." The little girl stood there silently, looking at him. But a second later, she said, "But you're tiny too, Aben." That made him freeze in shock, mouth hanging open. "Wow, my lady, that's so mean. Foxes in their growth period are naturally small." She continued, "I didn't know that. You're the one who said it. You said you have to eat a lot of meat to grow quickly." Tearing up, he replied, "That's true, but I didn't tell you to make fun of me for being small." Mabel explained pitifully, "I wasn't making fun of you." He sighed and said, "Fine, forget it." Then Aben held a candy out in front of her and said, "Here, this is for you." She blinked in confusion. "What is it?" He answered, "It's candy. Super sweet. I stood in line forever today and barely managed to buy even one." Aben looked around warily and said, "This is your punishment for teasing me. So hurry up and eat it before they get here." Turning his face away awkwardly, he said, "You like sweet things, don't you?" His tail kept wagging nonstop. Mabel replied happily, "Thank you." "But Aben cut her off and asked, "But what?" She held out both her hands and explained with a smile, "My hands are dirty. How can I eat like this?" He sighed, then unwrapped the candy. Holding it in front of her, Aben said gently, Here, open your mouth. Then he asked, so, it's sweet, right? With the candy in her mouth, she answered, it's delicious. He let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness. But he had no idea that someone was standing right behind him. Rakiel asked in a frighteningly cold voice, what are you doing? Aben jumped in shock. Rakiel cast him a chilling glance, full of murderous intent. Aben went pale with fear and stammered, He hurriedly explained, I was just giving her some candy. Then Rakiel walked behind Aben. Aben protested miserably. I didn't even do anything. Rakiel coldly ordered, as punishment, go fetch water. Seeing that scene, Mabel could not help smiling happily. A moment later, she walked over to where everyone was planting and saw Laura. Laura, you're here too? Yes, my lady, Laura replied. Mabel asked, if I want to grow as big as a giant carrot, how long will it take? Laura waved her hand brightly and said, probably very soon. You might even grow right now. Lisa, standing beside her, added, that's right, my lady. Seeing that, Kanos corrected the two of them. Laura, Lisa, you mustn't lie. Even carrots take about 3 months to ripen fully, Laura replied. But my lady has already grown this much. Kanos bent down and explained to Mabel, my lady, if you want to grow quickly, eating well is very important, but you mustn't forget exercise either. And positive thinking is just as important. She reassured him, you don't need to worry. Since coming here, I've always been happy, so you don't need to worry about that. Straightening up, he said, I understand. Then, my lady, you warmed up your body first, right? He set the tools down on the ground and continued, now that you can handle the shovel properly, shall we begin? Holding the shovel, Mabel answered excitedly, yes. Her face was glowing, her cheeks flushed pink, and she was fully ready to start planting. Rakiel and Kanos stood together looking at a field of purple plants arranged in a very strange way. Mabel slowly came closer to take a look too, but jumped in surprise when she heard Rakiel say, you have to break them apart before planting them in the ground, so they won't topple over, right? Flustered, Mabel interrupted, Father, please go sit over there and rest. Kanos brought her to a garden filled with those strange plants with purple leaves. He gently raised a finger toward them, and the plants floated into the air. Remembering that moment, she recalled that her father had said he wanted to make a garden for her, and had even gladly dismantled the training yard to make room. At first, she had been so surprised that she asked him, is it really okay not to have a training yard? The image of water splashing from a wooden bucket came to mind. Then suddenly there was a loud boom, and the tiny droplets bursting beneath the vast, blazing sky formed a rainbow. Mabel looked up happily, welcoming each cool drop as it fell. After a while, she cheerfully helped the maids gather the paper seed bags. Then she went around with bright little steps, watering each tiny sprout with a happy smile. Perhaps she had worked too much under the blazing sun, because sweat kept gathering on her forehead. Mabel let out a soft breath and wiped the sweat away with her hand. Looking excitedly at everything she had accomplished today, she said, I'm so proud that I was able to help make a garden like this. The seedlings she had planted were neat and straight in their rows, and at that moment, that was her greatest pride. Holding a pink hat, Kano smiled and said, and you seem less tired than the first time. Taking care of a garden also helps improve our stamina, my lady. As he spoke, he thought of Rakiel's words. The master thinks so too. A powerful mage needs a strong body and the stamina to endure magic. That's what he once said. Thinking back to a sky full of glittering stars, he continued, normally, the children of other mages begin training from a young age, but I started 10 years later than they did. That's why I needed to strengthen my own immunity. Looking at the garden she had tended with her own hands, the girl thought, so this garden is actually the physical training father gave me before starting magic immunity training. But she was still wondering, of course, gardening like this won't improve immunity to things like poison or curses. Just then, Kanos was cheerfully giving her detailed instructions on the proper way to care for the plants. As he demonstrated, he said, then you just carefully cover it back up with soil. After finishing, Kanos smiled and asked Mabel, shall we stop here for today? He told her, next time, I'll teach you some even more enjoyable activities. Or rather, more farming methods. Kanos' enthusiasm made the girl's cheeks flush bright red. As they headed back, Mabel asked him, have you taught someone how to grow plants before? Kanos looked puzzled. Yes, Carrying the container full of gardening tools, he walked back with her. Looking up at him blankly, she said, "No reason. It's just that you explain things so clearly, and you seem so used to it, so I thought maybe you'd done this before." Kanos replied happily, "My lady is very perceptive." Remembering the lessons of the past, Kanos said, "A very long time ago, I taught these things to the people of a tribe for a short while." Hearing that, the girl innocently asked, "Did you live there before meeting Father Kanos?" After a pause, he answered slowly, "That tribe was where I and the Nameless Ones gathered together." Remembering the image of himself being driven into a corner by a crowd, he said, "How should I put it? I was almost chased out of that place." After those words, the two of them fell silent for a moment. Then he smiled and said, I'm fine." As they walked back together, he added, "Now that I think about it, I've been following the master here for a very long time too. It's already been several years." Halfway back, they found Raquel standing beneath a tree, waiting for them. He asked, "Are you done?" The moment she saw her father, Mabel used her power to lift herself into the air and dart toward him, calling out, "Father." She flew into his arms, then suddenly startled as she realized something. Looking down, she sniffed her sweaty hand and thought anxiously, "I'm all sweaty." Without a single complaint, Raquel lifted her in his arms and asked, "You didn't overdo it, did you?" Mabel answered brightly, "No, it was fun." Standing beside them, Kanos reported on the day's work to Raquel. "We finished sowing the seeds today, but they're still in the process of settling into the soil." Looking at the girl, Kanos praised her. "And my lady's condition has improved a lot as well. She has a knack for it, too." Mabel thought in surprise. "Huh, me?" Raquel's eyes softened as he listened to Kanos. Then he said, "Of course." Turning his gaze toward Mabel, he added gently and firmly, "She is my daughter." Her little hands, stained with dirt and mud, fidgeted on her father's shoulder as she said, Father, my clothes got really dirty from working in the field." Raquel asked calmly, "You mean you smell?" At her father's question, her face turned bright red with embarrassment. She nodded and answered, "Yes." Raquel suddenly raised his hand. A white wind appeared around it, then slowly circled Mabel's body. It turned out Raquel had summoned that white wind to remove all the mud and dirt from her body. The girl's face brightened at once. She was now much cleaner and drier than before. Raquel reached out and lightly patted Mabel's pink hat. Then he slowly set her down and said, "Walk on your own." Obediently, she replied, "Yes." Out of nowhere, a hand suddenly appeared and offered her a cup of iced water, making Mabel blink in surprise. It was Aben, smiling brightly as he asked, "Finished exercising, my lady?" Mabel took the cup from his hand and said, "Thank you." Seeing how pleased she was, Aben wagged his tail and glanced behind her, where Raquel and Kanos were talking. Kanos said, "I'll prepare some dessert." Raquel pointed toward Mabel and replied, "I won't eat any. Making some for Mabel is enough." Aben gestured to Mabel and whispered, "Drink up, my lady." Then he suddenly bowed and said, "I'm very happy to see how hard you've been working, my lady." Mabel held the cup of iced water in her hands, and Aben was so pleased that his tail kept swishing nonstop. Blushing, he looked at her and said, "I'll cheer you on with the tail you like best." His eyes fixed on Mabel as he thought, "I'll use this method from now on too." But suddenly from behind, a large hand grabbed his clothes and lifted him up, making Aben panic. When he turned to look, Raquel's terrifying face had already appeared behind him. Raquel demanded, "Who said you could come nearer?" Aben's expression darkened as he nervously explained, Master, I was only bringing her water. My brother asked me to." Standing nearby, Kanos immediately cleared himself of blame. "I never asked him to do that, Master." Aben's face went completely pale. Still hanging in Raquel's grip, he continued struggling desperately to get away. Mabel looked at him and gave an awkward smile. Seeing her expression, Aben grew a little embarrassed and quickly turned away. He thought to himself, "Is Mabel praising me?" Raquel glared at Aben unhappily. Then he said darkly, "From now on, you are forbidden from going near that girl." Aben asked anxiously, Again, this is the 13th time I've been banned from approaching her." Mabel drank her water and stared at Aben blankly. She wondered, why does Aben always make the same mistake every time? Spring had arrived, bringing new beginnings. First came planting the carrot field, then learning how to control Lily and Layson, and finally, several thick books suddenly dropped onto the desk with a heavy thud. Mabel had finished reading all of them. Smiling happily, she said, "I finished reading them all." That drew the attention of Raquel, who was seated across from her, and Kanos, who was looking for books farther away. Mabel proudly continued, "All of these." Raquel reached out and took Mabel's small hands in his. The bright sunlight streamed through the library window, falling over Raquel's blue hair. Looking intently at her hands, he warned her, "Don't carry heavy things anymore. You could get hurt." Flustered, she asked, "Get hurt?" Like a sulky child, Raquel grumbled, "Books are dangerous." Mabel stared blankly. Can people really get hurt by books? Even Kanos, standing in the distance, was stunned by Raquel's words. No, surely not. Looking at the stack of thick books on the desk, Mabel thought, well, if this pile fell on my head, it definitely would hurt. And the books father chose were much thicker than the ones she had seen at the Sickleman estate before. A new thought suddenly flashed through her mind. And if a book cut your hand, that would hurt too. No, it would hurt a lot. She quickly sat up straight and said cheerfully to her father, "Yes, books are very dangerous," which left Raquel sitting across from her quite satisfied. Her blue eyes grew wide and sparkled as she looked at him. "I won't miss a single piece of father's advice." Suddenly, she noticed Kanos making strange gestures from the other side. He waved his hands and mouthed words at her, whispering urgently, "My lady, that isn't true, my lady." Mabel asked in confusion, "Huh?" Even Raquel looked puzzled by what was going on. Seeming to realize something, Raquel abruptly turned to look at Kanos. Kanos immediately caught on and acted as though nothing had happened, standing there calmly with a hand on his chest. Raquel eyed him suspiciously and asked, "What nonsense were you just saying?" That made Mabel giggle. Embarrassed, Kanos replied, "Master, please forgive me. I have no idea what you mean." Mabel slowly moved closer to her father. Raquel reminded her, "In any case, don't carry heavy things anymore." Naively, she asked, "What counts as heavy?" He put a hand to his mouth and thought for a moment before answering. "Just don't carry anything heavier than a feather." Mabel blinked at the imagined weight of a feather. Then Bellerophon's sudden snort of laughter from somewhere nearby caught her attention. He cleared his throat lightly. Ahem. Then he greeted them. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, my lady." He stepped closer to Mabel and said, "So my lady was here? How wonderful to see the two of you together." Mabel answered politely, "Hello, Bellerophon." The room was bright with sunlight pouring in from outside. Bellerophon continued, "My lady is looking more and more like master." Raquel gently placed a hand on Mabel's glossy blue hair and patted it. Casting her a soft glance, he said proudly, "My daughter should, of course, resemble me." Raquel smiled to himself. Bellerophon smiled doubtfully. "Is that really so?" Then he continued, "Though it seems to me that my lady is getting cuter by the day." Before he could finish speaking, a sparkling stone suddenly flew in from nowhere and struck him on the head, making him cry out, "Ow!" The glittering stone rolled across the floor. Seeing that, Mabel thought worriedly, "That must have hurt." With her hands clasped in front of her chest, she anxiously looked at him and thought, is he okay? But it seemed that the stone hadn't affected Bellerophon much. Smiling awkwardly, he rubbed the spot where it had hit him, then turned to Raquel and said, "That hurt, master." But the only response he got was Raquel's cold dismissal. "If it hurts, then heal it." Brushing the pain aside, he said gently, "If I remember correctly, you hate immediate healing, don't you?" Those words made Raquel's face darken, and a frightening blue smoke began to appear around him. Sensing Raquel's foul mood, Bellerophon leaned back to avoid the ominous smoke and slowly explained, "I was teasing you, master. I'll be more careful next time." A shimmering light suddenly appeared around him, and his face shone brightly in the blazing sunlight. He placed a hand lightly on his chest, his eyes gentle, but his words were blunt as stone as he said to Raquel, "Because I don't want to be banned from approaching her like that fox." Mabel stood there staring blankly, speechless. His gaze suddenly softened as it drifted toward the girl. Mabel looked innocently at Bellerophon, then realized it feels like Bellerophon got taller again. About a handspan? No, maybe two. His voice suddenly broke the quiet silence. "Are you studying magic today too, my lady?" She answered, "Yes." He continued, "I had a feeling, since I could sense both your mana and masters here." That hazy blue smoke appeared again, swirling around. Mabel rubbed her little hands together and wondered, "My mana? I still can't use it properly." Rakiel cut into their conversation and asked slowly, "Haven't you already succeeded?" She replied, "That was only because Father helped me." His large hands reached out and lightly tapped hers as he said, "Though it's still a little weak, you do have mana, much stronger than before." Mabel remembered, "I started learning magic with Father last winter, but there still hasn't been any remarkable change." Then, thinking back to the Cyclamen estate, she realized, the main reason is probably that I wasn't able to receive magic immunity at Cyclamen. She thought of people with great strength and sturdy muscles, and realized that magic immunity was not simply about strengthening the body. It also tempered the heart, the place where mana resided, helping mana remain stored within the body. The way her father taught her magic was different from what she had learned at the Cyclamen estate, floating in the middle of a huge, dazzling magic circle like other mages did. The little girl remembered the past, sitting in the reading room when her father's voice had suddenly rung out, reminding her, "Read your book." In that memory, Mabel had been carefully going through each page and reciting it back. At the Cyclamen estate, they had started by teaching magic circles first, and she had been a poor student. Actual combat or practical application had felt impossible even in her dreams. The awful memories came flooding back, Claudel mocking her because she could not cast magic properly until she had collapsed. She fell silent, clutching her skirt tightly as she thought, "Drawing the magic circle is fine, but the moment I try to pour mana into it, something goes wrong." Back in the present, she realized that even now, she still could not use magic skillfully. Rakiel suddenly stood up and said, "Then shall we continue today's lesson?" Rakiel lazily dragged his feet forward. Seeing her father's condition, she worried and wondered, "Why doesn't Father teach me magic circles?" He called to her, "Mabel, bring out Razako Moon." She obediently replied, "Yes, sir." She froze as she recalled that a magic staff was a tool used to amplify mana. Her father had once said that young or inexperienced mages like her should not use one. So why was he telling her to take out a magic staff now? With a serious expression, Mabel raised her hand in front of her. A strong swirl of pink smoke suddenly appeared, revealing itself as a splendid magic staff. Holding the staff, her rosy, fair face made her look beautiful and adorable, like a little princess. Rakiel pointed toward the window and said, "Hold the staff and aim it at the window." She obediently answered yes. Rakiel placed a hand on her shoulder, nudged her forward, and instructed, "From now on, I will use my mana to alter yours." Hearing her father say that, she anxiously asked, "Huh? But I heard you aren't supposed to mix mana." He calmly reassured her, "Don't worry." Rakiel bent down to her height, took hold of the staff, and said, "I need to awaken the hidden power inside you. Is there any magic you want to use?" Mabel slowly raised the magic staff and answered, "There are lots of them." It seemed he had read her mind, because Rakiel immediately said, "Then use Energy Bomb." According to what Kanos had once told her, Energy Bomb was a spell for beginners. It was formed by gathering mana into a circle and causing a light explosion, about as powerful as fireworks. Rakiel gently guided her step by step. Try to feel the path mana takes as it moves. Ordinary mages lack enough mana, so they gather the mana in their hearts together before using it. Mabel felt some invisible power, so terribly cold that she blurted out, "It's so cold." He continued, "But you and I are different." Suddenly, a heart-shaped diamond appeared and sparkled brilliantly, making her wonder, a heart? Rakiel said to Mabel, "It's the same for tea, too. We don't even need to know the formula. Your mana is already strong." The magic staff suddenly began to shine beautifully. Standing beside her, Rakiel clearly instructed and supported her, encouraging her so she could truly feel the magic. "You're just not used to the movement of mana yet. As for talent, you have more than enough." She gently closed her eyes, feeling the faint trembling movement near her ear, and slowly said, "The air around me feels strange. Ticklish, warm, and fragrant too." The air around her gradually turned pink, drifting softly like a flower garden. Rakiel whispered in her ear, "You'll grow used to it, because this is your original power." Mabel focused her entire mind, tried to sense every little detail, telling herself that she had to concentrate even more. Then a voice called her name from somewhere. "Hello, Mabel." The voice called again, "Mabel, Mabel." She looked up at the staff. That hazy voice asked again, "What kind of magic do you like?" The staff gave off a radiant glow. The voice asked once more, "What magic do you want to use?" Then water came surging forth, and flames flared into existence before her eyes, only to vanish into smoke and gather again. The voice rang out again, "What kind of magic do you like?" Then countless snowflakes fell, and beautiful blocks of ice appeared around her. Mabel held out her hand to catch the snowflakes. Pressing them tightly to her chest, she happily said, "It's just like Father's magic." She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, Rakiel was there. He gently took Mabel's hand, then let go and praised her. "Very clever. One day, you'll be able to do this too." In the next instant, the staff flashed brightly and then produced a huge explosion. Mabel froze in shock, mouth hanging open. Bricks and chunks of wall came crashing down, leaving a large gaping hole in the wall. Flustered, she stammered, "Father." He calmly folded his arms and said, "One day, you'll be able to use magic like this." Kanos clapped non-stop in praise. "My lady, you are magnificent." Mabel blinked blankly and asked, "Ashu?" Kanos continued, "To destroy a wall this splendidly. Good heavens, just as I thought. I knew my lady would be able to master magic." He shed tears of joy, as though he were seeing his master in his youth. Truly the best of the best. Of course, Master was incredible too. Mabel gave an awkward smile. "Oh dear, that's embarrassing." Rakiel patted her head and said, "Naturally, in the future, Mabel will become an even greater mage than I am." Smiling, he continued, "Because you are my daughter and tease." Looking up at the staff in her hand, Mabel thought that thanks to today's lesson, she finally understood what her father had wanted her to realize earlier. She remembered him telling her, "You don't need to draw the magic circle. Picture in your mind, then use it." She thought to herself, "Relying on magic patterns over and over again has only been holding me back." She said to him, "Father, what does it mean that you can do it without drawing a magic circle?" He replied, "Yes, you've understood it now." She answered a little. He said to Mabel, "Use that as your foundation. Then you'll be able to go wherever you want." There were countless paths within magic, divided into many types according to attribute. Is there any attribute magic you want to use? She fell into thought. Mother's magic is called divine light, right? At the Imperial Palace, Father once showed me spirit magic. Could I use that kind of magic too? She glanced at the pile of collapsed wall. "I don't want this kind of magic." She hesitated, silently wondering the magic I want to use. Then that voice rang out again, asking her, Mabel, you don't like it? Then what kind of magic do you want to use?" Helplessly, Mabel thought, "I want some kind of really amazing magic. But the magic I most want to use right now." Then she tightened her grip on the staff. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and it opened a crack. It was Abin, peeking his head in awkwardly. "Master, it's me." Rakiel folded his arms and asked, "What is it?" Abin answered, "Oh, well, we have a visitor." Stammering, he added, "That visitor is a little." Kanos immediately said, "Why are you hemming and hawing?" "I'll go see, Master." Rakiel nodded. The two of them left, only to stagger back in and say, "Master, this is someone you really must meet in person." That person came from Atada. His face turned serious as he repeated inwardly, "Atada." Then he started walking and said to Mabel, "Father's going to take a look for a moment." She answered yes. "Please go ahead, Father." He stopped for a moment, then patted her head and replied, Abin sneaked forward, and Mabel put a hand on her head. "Atada," she murmured. "That sounds a little strange." Both Abin and Kanos said together, "That's because it's an ancient language." Abin added, "That's why it sounds strange to you." Kanos said, "That's why my lady feels that way." The two of them made Mabel jump. She asked Abin, "Aren't you going outside with Father?" He cheerfully replied, "Nope, I'm not going. My lady, that visitor is someone I never want to see again." Curious, she asked, "Who is it? Someone you know?" He replied, You could say that." He flopped down onto the empty cushion, resting his chin in his hand as he continued, "Forget that. Can't you pay a little attention to me, my lady? Do you know I sneaked in here behind Master's back?" As he said that, his golden-orange hand perked up with his ears, and he went on, "Also, I could see you." When he saw Mabel staring at him wide-eyed, he jolted, then grinned in delight and said, "What is it, my lady? Do you want to touch my ears?" Aben propped up his chin and cast her a sidelong look, making an offer. "Sure. If you touch them, I'll tell you who the visitor is." Mabel's hand twitched, and she really was about to touch Aben's ears when Bellerophon lifted her hand away. Startled, Mabel looked at him. Looking at her, Bellerophon explained, "Atata, the land of the nameless, is the tribe of prisoners who live in Lebestia." Holding Mabel's hand, he continued, "And Kanos and Aben are from there as well." Bellerophon lowered his gaze to Mabel and smiled as he shared his guess with her. "The one who just arrived is probably a messenger sent from Atata." Aben, who had been watching all along, realized that Bellerophon did not want Mabel touching his ears. Somewhat annoyed, Aben turned away with a huff, while Bellerophon smiled with narrowed eyes. He continued speaking to Mabel. "Atata has friendly relations with Master and has sworn loyalty to him, and I think that messenger is probably an acquaintance of Kanos and Aben." Surprised by Bellerophon's words, Mabel widened her eyes and said, "I see." But inwardly she was puzzled. If that person was an acquaintance, then why was Aben still sitting here? She realized she had never seen Kanos or Aben return to their homeland even once. As if hearing Mabel's thoughts, Bellerophon spoke up. "The reason that fox is still sitting here is because—" Mabel glanced at Aben. Bellerophon continued, "He's afraid the visitor would feel uncomfortable." Hearing that, Aben sprang up, looking somewhat flustered, and denied it. "That's not true." Rising to his feet, Aben walked over to where Bellerophon and Mabel were standing. He continued, "I sneaked in here just to be near my lady." Bellerophon looked down at Aben with a stern, displeased expression and asked, "So you're fully aware that you snuck in here?" Aben looked a bit smug. He widened his eyes at Bellerophon and mocked him. "What surprised?" Bellerophon said to him, "If Master finds out, you won't be allowed to stay here." Aben replied, "I can handle it myself." Before Mabel's eyes, Bellerophon and Aben were clearly irritated with each other, and the atmosphere turned tense. Bellerophon asked, "Then what if Master learns about the absurd things you've been doing with my lady?" Aben irritably shot back, "Are you planning a tattle?" Bellerophon answered, "I don't need to." Bellerophon folded his arms, looking smug. Smiling at Aben, he said, "You know it yourself. There's nothing that happens in this estate that Master doesn't know." His eyes turned cold as he looked at Aben and added, "If you don't know that, then you're a fool." Aben looked at Bellerophon, laughed, and then replied teasingly, "Well, what should I do then?" Reaching out, Aben took Mabel's hand. Startled, she looked down at her own hand. Aben raised her hand to his ear and looked at Bellerophon smugly. "I guess I'll just have to behave properly." Holding Mabel's hand, Aben made her stroke his head himself. Bellerophon watched the scene without changing expression. Bellerophon looked at Aben with contempt, and Aben turned back to glare at him irritably. Seeing this, Mabel awkwardly spoke up. Wait," she asked. "Are you two fighting right now?" Bellerophon smiled and replied, "No, we are not, my lady." Aben waved his hand in disagreement and said, "Of course not." Aben irritably continued, "I wouldn't bother arguing with a human who does nothing but sit around reading paperwork all day, because he's so weak." Bellerophon did not back down. He shot back, "I have no desire to argue with a weak commoner who can't even control his own mana, for much the same reason." Aben's tail shot up as he stepped toward Bellerophon and angrily demanded, "What did you say? Who are you calling weak? If you got the nerve, come at me." Watching this, Mabel smiled helplessly and let out a sigh. Then suddenly she heard a voice calling her. "Mabel, Mabel." She realized it was coming from her staff. The staff continued, asking her, "What kind of magic do you want to use?" Mabel immediately understood. That voice must be Razuko Moon speaking to me, she thought. Countless elements appeared in her mind. Mabel asked herself, what kind of magic? And then she found her answer. Looking at the staff in her hands, she thought, I want something a little warm. The staff sounded surprised and asked again, warm? Then it produced a large flame. Alarmed, Mabel thought toward the staff, that's too hot. I don't want the kind of magic that hurts people. Then she turned her gaze toward the broken wall outside. Mabel asked the staff, Is there any magic that suits this season? The staff replied, Yes, I will do anything you want. Then, to Mabel's surprise, the staff radiated a brilliant light. Before her appeared countless beautiful flowers, all kinds of colors drifting through the air. Their petals fluttered softly. The staff asked Mabel, how about this? Delighted, Mabel's eyes widened, and she replied with a smile, yes. She thought soft and warm, beautiful, and able to make others happy. That was the kind of magic she wanted. Seeing this, Bellerophon smiled and said, Congratulations, my lady. He raised a hand, looking at Mabel as he said, You have taken another step on the path toward discovering the origin of your magic and becoming a great mage. Aben happily added, A tiny springtime. You're amazing, my lady. Bellerophon replied proudly, My lady has always been remarkable. Hearing that, Mabel lowered her head slightly, gripping her staff tightly, looking shy. Then she asked Bellerophon, may I learn about alliance pacts? Mabel thought to herself that she had originally wanted to ask her father this, but had not dared. In the book Father gave me, it mentioned alliance pacts. According to the theory I read there, if you wish for it, you can bind anything. If I learned that, then wouldn't I be able to break the alliance pact? Mabel said brightly, I want to undo the contract Father is bound by. She continued, I wish all the bad magic in this world would disappear. Do you think I can do that? Bellerophon gave an awkward smile and asked Mabel, Make all the bad magic in the world disappear? Seeing how strained he looked, Mabel understood that perhaps her wish was unrealistic. But if your dream is too big, then you just start by doing the smallest parts of it first, right? Mabel continued, yes. Everyone in the Cyclamen family said I could never become a real mage, but I still managed it. Holding the staff, Mabel squeezed her eyes shut, then smiled brightly and said, Maybe miracles like this exist somewhere in the world too. Tightening her grip on the staff, she declared, That's why I want to try. In her heart, she thought, a lot of people decide from the start that some things are impossible, and they think I definitely won't be able to do them. There are even things they never try in the first place, like how I used to think I could never use magic. If I keep thinking that way, then I'll never accomplish anything my whole life. So right now, I want to try doing the things I couldn't do before. Seeing Mabel's determination, Bellerophon dropped to one knee. Kneeling there, he said, My lady, you are truly wonderful. Mabel looked at him in surprise. He continued, If bad magic is evil, then you must root out all evil completely. Kneeling before the adorable and slightly startled Mabel, Bellerophon told her, I do not think it will be easy, but if it is you, my lady, then I believe you can do it. Mabel's face turned bright red. Bellerophon reached out and took the hands that were clutching the staff, declaring, I will help you. When necessary, I will become your beast. I possess a hidden power, a power like a beast with its bridle removed, strong and savage. With a somewhat strained smile toward Mabel, Bellerophon said, You'll know soon enough. Then he asked her, Have you told Master yet? Mabel replied, I want to wait until I'm stronger before I tell him. Inwardly, she thought, because I want it to be a surprise for Father. Bellerophon replied, Master will not oppose your decision, my lady. Watching all this, Aben folded his arms, somewhat annoyed, his tail swishing as he clicked his tongue, and said disdainfully to Bellerophon, Why are you acting so cool? Aben's tail drooped as he stepped toward Bellerophon and Mabel. I'll help you too, my lady. With a resolve as wonderful as that. He smiled brightly and continued, You absolutely have to make it happen. I want to see it. At the northern residence, a strange young woman stood there looking self-satisfied. With a smirk, she looked toward Mabel. Feeling a little uneasy, Mabel lowered her head and looked down. She glanced at Rachiel, who sat there with his arms folded, staring at the strange woman with a serious expression. The girl smiled brightly and spoke up. Hello. The strange girl's ears perked up and she introduced herself. I'm Vivia. Mabel thought to herself, a Black Panther? Vivia continued her introduction. I'm a messenger of the great Lebestia tribe. Vivia shut her eyes in a cheerful smile and said to Mabel, It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. Then Vivia's eyes suddenly sharpened. She stared Mabel up and down. Mabel couldn't understand Vivia's strange behavior. Rachiel glanced over and noticed the girl's awkwardness. Then Rakiel raised a hand and covered Mabel's face, saying, Vivia, stop staring. Vivia looked puzzled and asked, but why? Are you worried she'll wear out? Rakiel replied coldly, yes. Vivia was stunned. Her eyes deepened with surprise as she said, this is the first time in my life I've heard the sovereign say something like that. Kanos turned and warned her, and Vivia replied irritably, yeah, I know. Then Vivia asked Kanos, I've never seen anything this miraculous in my life. So am I not even allowed to be moved? Kanos sounded a little annoyed as he answered, what do you mean in your life? You're only 16. Vivia sighed and gave an irritated snort. Are you trying to act older than me right now, Kanos? I understand human language perfectly well, you know. Still looking extremely displeased, Vivia continued, do you know what people like you are called in human language? She raised a hand and answered her own question with an annoyed expression. A know-it-all. That's what a know-it-all. Kanos looked confused. A what? Vivia continued, firing off one cutting remark after another at Kanos, each word stabbing straight into his heart. You're like an old man, outdated, and always lecturing people. Kanos' face went pale. Irritated, he asked, are you calling me old? As he spoke, Kanos made such a bizarre expression that even Mabel had a comment. It's my first time seeing him make a face like that. Folding her arms, Vivia said seriously to Rakiel, anyway, you are a king, so please stop glaring at me with those cold eyes. Rakiel didn't understand what Vivia meant. More precisely, he didn't understand the word she had used. King? Meanwhile, standing to one side, Kanos staggered a little, unable to keep steady after the heavy verbal blows Vivia had dealt him. Vivia continued speaking to Rakiel. Do you think I would harm such a noble young lady? Rakiel replied icily, it's good that you know better, unless you want to see the entire wasteland evaporate. Vivia gasped in surprise. She hadn't thought the matter was that serious to him. Flustered, she said to Rakiel, please don't say things like that. I know you really do have the power to do it. Vivia raised a hand, coughed once, and returned to a serious expression. As you know, my duty is to carry messages between Atata and Lebestia. Rakiel asked in surprise, where did all the sacred forms go that you had to come yourself? Vivia replied, all the adults are busy with their own matters, so I'm the only one who had time. Rakiel asked, then what message have you brought? Vivia answered, everything is proceeding smoothly. Everyone is acting according to the king's orders. The end. Hearing that, Mabel didn't understand, so she asked Rakiel, what does that mean? Rakiel looked at her in surprise. Then Rakiel explained, Lebestia and Atata are tribes made up of those with combat abilities. They're the ones who clean up the wasteland. Vivia raised her hand and cheerfully added, yes, we're basically the wasteland's cleaning staff, my lady. Sometimes people call us beasts, but I like that title better. She continued, lately the number of monsters has been rising rapidly because of the price of the Alliance Pact, and it's keeping everyone so busy we barely have time to breathe. Mabel caught the phrase she had been looking for in Vivia's words and asked, the Alliance Pact? Vivia raised a hand and answered knowingly, yes. Then she asked Mabel, have you ever heard of magical circulation, my lady? Mabel replied, you mean the flow of magic that exists naturally in the world, right? Vivia nodded. Yes, that's it. But if a kind of magic that harms the world starts running wild, then something on the other side has to pay the price. Waving her hand as she explained, Vivia said, the Alliance Pact is an extremely dangerous form of magic that was banned. The more forbidden magic is used, the more monsters will increase. Rakiel folded his arms, frowning slightly as he looked at Vivia, while Mabel listened intently. Closing her eyes, Vivia continued, because the royal family is trying too hard to bring great power under its command. The wasteland is the one suffering the consequences. That's how it is. Tapping her thigh with one hand, she added, the Alliance Pact is indeed an ongoing spell, but normally monsters don't increase to this extent. Vivia's gaze turned serious. I think this abnormal situation means the royal family is planning something. Then she noticed how intently Mabel was listening. Vivia raised a hand and smiled at her. By the way, my lady, how old are you? Caught off guard, Mabel stammered, what? I'm 11. Vivia lit up, clapping her hands and exclaiming with a bright smile, oh my goodness. Seeing that, Rakiel spoke up in warning. Vivia said, but, Your Majesty, please allow me just one more question. You see, someone extremely important to me was stolen away. Vivia crouched down and wiped away tears as she continued. It's been such a long time since that person came back, so I kept wondering what had happened. Kanos, standing nearby, glanced at Vivia. Crying out dramatically, she shouted, "But now that I've come here, I see such a beautiful, adorable person that just makes you want to go right up beside her." She pointed toward Mabel. Hearing that, Mabel flushed bright red and grew a little flustered. Vivia moved closer to where Rachiel and Mabel were sitting and asked, "May I poke my lady's cheek just once?" Rachiel asked coldly, "Do you think you may?" At that, Vivia immediately looked crestfallen. Slumping back in her chair, she solemnly declared, "Not long ago, my fiancé was stolen from me, sovereign." Aben suddenly appeared, jumping in shock and shouting at Vivia in alarm. "Who's your fiancé supposed to be?" Looking at Aben, Vivia said, "What? It's true, isn't it? We're already engaged." At that, Aben visibly deflated and asked, "How does that count when you decided it all by yourself?" Vivia replied, "Isn't it only natural for strong beasts to pair up?" Smiling as she spoke, she added, "If anything, I'm the one lowering myself to date you." Aben shouted back, clearly annoyed, "I don't need that." Hearing that, Vivia asked, "If Aben says no, then Kanos, will you marry me?" Kanos replied, "If I dated you, I'd definitely get arrested for breaking the law." "I don't want to get arrested," Vivia said. Then she added, "Well then, that won't work." Grinning teasingly at Aben, she continued, "If Kanos won't do, then Aben, you'll just have to date me." Aben answered angrily, "As if I would." Vivia kept teasing him. "What? Why are you getting so worked up? Didn't you once say that no matter what happened, you'd never let yourself look irritated?" Then she asked Aben, "Could it be, just as I said, that the reason you won't date me is because of my lady?" Aben's face turned bright red. Vivia went on, "Because you want to stay by her side and keep looking at her." Aben turned his face away sharply and denied it. What are you talking about? I never said that." Mabel didn't understand Aben's behavior and couldn't make sense of his attitude. Watching all this, Rachiel said coldly, "Take him away." Mabel looked at Rachiel, while Aben stared at him in utter shock. In a gloomy voice, Rachiel told Vivia, "Drag him back to Atada right now." Seeing that, Kanos quickly spoke in a small, hesitant voice. But, Master, Aben has to stay here." Aben also became flustered and called out to Rachiel in protest. And Master, the scene shifted to the next day, while Mabel was focused on tending the garden, when suddenly someone greeted her. "Hello." Her tail swishing, Vivia appeared, wearing the same radiant smile as before, and continued, "Hi." Mabel turned around in surprise and smiled. Then she said, "You don't have to use honorifics with me." Vivia asked back, "How could I possibly do that?" Fidgeting back and forth, Vivia said to Mabel, "But if my lady asks it of me, I'll try. I should be obedient, after all." Then she whispered to Mabel, "Only when no one else is around, okay?" Cheerfully, Vivia raised her voice and asked, "So, what are you doing?" Her tail swishing, Vivia said, "I know you're gardening." Then she asked Mabel, "But what are you planting?" Mabel answered, "This row is for giant carrots." She thought to herself, "I bet Vivia's ears and tail are soft too." Tilting her head, Vivia asked in surprise, "Those carrots as big as a person? Why are you planting those? Is this mansion rich or something?" Mabel replied, "No. I heard that if you eat giant carrots, you grow faster." Vivia asked her, "Who told you that?" She wondered to herself, "Do giant carrots really do that?" Mabel answered, "My nanny, the Florence sisters, told me." Vivia looked puzzled. "Florence? Ah, the fairy ladies, right?" Vivia grew serious, snorted once, and said, "If fairies said it, then it's probably true." Then she added, "But since when did carrots have that effect?" Her eyes shifted sideways, and she noticed the watering can in Mabel's hands. Crouching down, Vivia said, "I'm sure if you eat a lot, you'll grow." She asked Mabel, "How tall do you want to be?" Mabel answered happily, "As tall as father." Vivia seriously guessed, "If you got that tall, I don't think the sovereign would like it much." Mabel sighed and asked, "Oh, really?" Seeing Mabel droop, Vivia hurriedly waved her hands and said, No, that's not it, I misspoke. No matter what you turn into, the sovereign will still like you." Mabel replied, "Thank you. But there's something I'm really curious about." Vivia asked, "What is it?" Ask me anything, my lady. Mabel asked Vivia. Why do you call father the sovereign? I mean the king. Hearing that, Vivia explained, You didn't know? I call him that because the sovereign is the ruler of the northern forest and the wasteland. Placing a hand on her chest, she said proudly, The wasteland is the land of Veronica beast folk like us, and we acknowledge him as our sovereign. Vivia proudly continued, The sovereign is a transcendent being. Of the three transcendents who govern the west, east, and north, the master of the northern region is the strongest. In this land, transcendents are like emperors or divine beings beside emperors, and each has the right to possess a domain of their own. A lot of people say the three transcendents went searching for a place to belong, but in truth they were cast out. With a stern look, Vivia said, But I don't believe that. When a master first came to the north, this place was nothing but frozen land with nothing in it at all, a land sealed in ice. Vivia bent down, pulled up a handful of weeds, and asked, You've heard that plants only grow within the grounds of the Cyclamen estate, right? Then she explained, That's all thanks to the magic power there. She asked Mabel, But aren't you curious how the forest itself was created? Looking at Vivia, Mabel asked how. Vivia answered, The sovereign created it himself. The sovereign gathered all the demonic beasts and monsters into this place. The image of Rachiel's staff striking the ground appeared, and Vivia continued. Then he planted a magical staff at the very center of the land. The white scepter. Mabel was startled and thought, The white scepter? Mabel remembered having seen it in a room at the Cyclamen estate. Vivia explained, The magic that grew the forest was the magic of another transcendent. Hearing that, Mabel instantly realized it, and two words sprang into her mind. Mother. With a broad gesture, Vivia cheerfully continued, Lord Galatia's magic was magic that gave life back to living things. Vivia and Mabel looked toward the lush green forest, and Vivia said to her, It's thanks to him that this place has such a dense forest. Isn't it incredible? Mabel thought to herself, Mother's magic created this forest. I can't believe it. Vivia continued, Lord Galatia was the fourth transcendent. Though he has passed away now, while he was alive, he ruled the southern lands. Raising a hand, she went on cheerfully. After that, he released a demonic beast into this northern forest, and it became the king of the northern forest all the way up to now. That's what I heard from my grandfather. Vivia dusted off her hands and continued explaining to Mabel, My grandfather fought on the battlefield alongside the sovereign, because he was one of the sovereign's followers. Mabel held out a handkerchief to Vivia and said warmly, Thank you. Taking the handkerchief, Vivia wiped the dirt from her hands and asked, What are you thanking me for? Mabel replied, For telling me all this. Happiness showed clearly in Mabel's eyes as she said, All this time, I didn't dare ask about Mother because Father seemed so heartbroken over what happened to her. Mabel looked up and said to Vivia cheerfully, But I really was curious, so I wanted to ask the people around me. What kind of person was she? What kind of magic did she use? Mabel smiled brightly, her eyes shut tight with happiness, as she told Vivia, Thank you so much. Vivia scratched her cheek, blushing shyly as she replied, This is exactly why you attract someone like Aben, isn't it? Mabel didn't understand and asked back, Huh? Vivia said, I think that even if you weren't the sovereign's daughter, you'd still be loved by a lot of people. Mabel let out a breath and replied, That's not true. At the Cyclamen estate, people used to call me worthless because I don't know how to use magic. At that, Vivia flew into a rage and asked, What? There are idiots like that actually existing? Startled by Vivia's reaction, Mabel jumped a little. Hands on her hips and speaking with some anger, Vivia asked, My lady, there's something I want to know. How strong are you right now? She continued, You're the daughter of the sovereign and Lord Galatia. So to be honest, I'm very curious what kind of person you are and how strong you are. Mabel let out a breath and answered, I'm not very strong. Then suddenly she faltered. She remembered the people at the estate and told herself, No, I can't keep shrinking into myself forever like this. Mabel suddenly stepped close to Vivia and declared loudly and clearly, Maybe I'm a little strong, actually. Vivia was surprised by Mabel's sudden action. She shut her eyes and laughed. How strong? Mabel thought deeply. How strong? How am I supposed to explain that? Noticing Mabel's confusion and awkwardness, Vivia looked around and said, "Let me show you an example." Mabel asked back, "An example?" Just then Vivia spotted something and said, "Over there. That'll do." Pointing toward what she had seen, she told Mabel, "Come with me." Mabel followed Vivia. Then a huge boulder appeared before them. Vivia said to Mabel, "Beast folk tribes possess physical strength several times greater than humans. Even before becoming sacred forms, we're already stronger." Vivia raised a hand high and continued, "Among those who haven't reached the sacred form, I'm the strongest. Even against those who have, I don't fall too far behind, you know." Vivia clenched her hand tight. Her eyes sharpened with concentration and her tail stiffened. "Watch carefully," Vivia said, her voice slightly colder. She clenched her fist, her fighting spirit surging, then swung her arm toward the massive rock in front of them and shouted, "Huh!" A thunderous crash echoed across the area, sending the birds into a panicked frenzy in the sky. Mabel Cyclamen gaped in astonishment. Wow, the huge rock she had just seen was no longer intact. Instead, there was now a massive hole punched straight through it, large enough to see clearly to the scenery on the other side. Vivia looked proud of her result. In admiration, Mabel praised her. "That's amazing. So cool." Vivia rubbed her nose and replied shyly, "What is this? You're embarrassing me. I don't even know what to say." Then she cheerfully told Mabel, "Well, I didn't show you that so you could admire me. Anyway, what's your ability? Show me." Excitedly, Vivia pointed at the rock behind her and said to Mabel, "There just happens to be another rock right there. Show me on that one." Looking toward the boulder, Mabel thought, "I've only just started to grasp the feeling of how to use magic. Is it even possible?" Burning with determination, she said, "I'll try." As soon as she said it, Mabel Cyclamen produced a beautiful staff. Behind her, Vivia clapped and clicked her tongue in admiration. "Wow, what a beautiful staff. Remember what Father did for me." Mabel began the incantation. Immediately, light poured out and wrapped around the staff. Looking at it, she thought, "It's smaller than when I did it with Father. I guess I'm still lacking." Looking at Vivia uneasily, she said, "Even if I can't do anything, please don't be too disappointed." Vivia replied cheerfully, I know. Your very existence is healing enough already." Mabel asked, puzzled. "Healing?" Blushing a little, Vivia answered, "I mean you're pleasing to look at and comforting to the soul." Mabel took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. "That's right. Don't be too disappointed. If it's the power of darkness, maybe I can destroy the rock. Since I'm creating it alone, the power will be weaker. It would be nice if I could bring down a force a little stronger than an explosion, like lightning, for example." She concentrated all her power into the staff and launched it toward the rock, but it did not go as she intended. The stream of power she released should have flown straight toward the boulder, but instead it shot upward into the sky. The two of them followed the source of the power with their eyes, and Vivia let out an "no." She teased her, saying, "Was that an accident just now?" Mabel gave an awkward smile and replied, Why yeah, I think so." As the two of them were talking, the light that had seemed to disappear suddenly came back and crashed straight down onto the boulder. A tremendous boom rang out, leaving them both stunned. A barrage of lightning bolts from the sky struck straight down with a crash. Boom, bung, crack. Looking at the scene before her, Vivia said, "Was that an accident too?" Beside her, Mabel answered, let's see." The girl said in confusion, "I don't know either." Vivia praised her, saying, "Wow, that's amazing. That's seriously incredible." Eyes shining brightly, Vivia said excitedly, as expected of the sovereign's daughter, "You're not only adorable, you're incredibly strong too." Mabel called out to her, "Hey, Vivia." She replied, "Call me Vivi." Embarrassed, the girl tightened her grip on her staff and called out, "You, Vivi." Mabel happily made a suggestion of her own to Vivi. "Then you can call me Mabel too." Vivia smiled and replied, "All right, Mabel." Mabel said to her, "By the way, that magic just now came from this staff." She replied, "But that's still your own natural power." Drawing on what she knew, Vivia said, "I know that staff. It chooses its own master, right? Being chosen by it is a kind of ability too, Mabel." She asked, "Mabel, are you going to participate in the Wildlands Martial Tournament?" Mabel asked back in puzzlement, "The Wildlands Martial Tournament?" Vivi explained, "Yeah, it's a competition between fighters. Just like the name says, it's a grand tournament held in the Wildlands where people compete against one another. It's also a gathering place for famous overseers and mages." The girl asked in surprise, "Even mages? I thought mages only took part in wars." Mabel thought, if it's a competition, then that means fighting. Vivi cheerfully cleared it up for her. No. That's only how those refined human high nobles who live comfortably and elegantly think. Of course, there are also families who live in hardship. Large prize money, prestigious positions, and highly valuable rare treasures are awarded to the winner. Even though it changes from year to year, even distinguished gentlemen can be tempted by it. True strength is born from clashing, breaking, rolling through life, and experiencing it firsthand. Vivia clenched her fist and held it to her chest proudly as she said, "That's what I believe." Mabel looked down at the staff in her hand and said, "I participated in a golem competition before, but," she murmured to herself, "that was also the competition where I got this staff. Doesn't that count as a contest too?" Vivia spoke up to comfort her. No, Mabel, that's different. It's not about borrowing the power of a tool." The girl sighed in disappointment. "It doesn't count?" Flustered, Vivia waved her hands around and hurriedly explained, Of course I'm not denying that you're talented. But this competition is about using your own natural power to compete and see how much you've improved. Of course, there are also matches here where you destroy golems. Last year, I think it was an elimination event." Mabel asked, "Destroying golems?" Vivi answered, "Yeah. Within a limited time, there's an elimination round to see who can destroy a golem the fastest. Besides that, the format of the tournament changes a little every year. A few years ago, it was held in the eastern thicket forest or the western swamp. Sometimes they even do hunts for monsters that have lost their reason out in the desert." Looking at Mabel with interest, she said, "But this year it seems like it'll be the traditional fighting tournament." The innocent girl asked, "So all you have to do is enter and fight, right?" Vivi replied, "Probably. 2 fighters enter the arena and battle. Since it's such a huge event, there's a lot to see too." The girl asked innocently, "Will it be as fun as the founding festival?" Vivia answered in surprise, "What? The founding festival? It may not be as splendid, but it's full of interesting things. Sometimes there are dragon riders from other countries, or even performance exhibitions by mages from the wild plains. Since they're powerful mages, it's all very dazzling. With rare treasures that amazing on the line, who wouldn't want a challenge for them? If you're strong, you definitely want to win one." Mabel asked curiously, "What's a rare treasure?" Vivi rubbed her chin as if thinking, then replied, "Wait a moment. The prize is different every year. This year's rare treasure is a soul stone." Mabel asked, "A soul stone?" Tapping her hand, Vivi said, "More exactly, it's a bracelet made from soul stone. It's something amazing, Mabel." The girl looked blank, not understanding. She explained, "They say can call forth spirits that have already passed from this world." The girl said, "You can control spirits? Spirit magic?" Mabel thought before. Father said that no one in this age can use spirit magic. The spirits seen in the Royal Divine Hall can only exist there, and those two were possible because of Trace's mother left behind. Vivi tilted her head, one hand on her chin, and said, "I don't know much about magic, but I heard that if you have a spirit bracelet, you can form contracts with them." She looked at Mabel and smiled. "Mabel, you didn't know, did you? The king was the youngest winner in the history of the tournament." Mabel said, "Father?" Vivi replied. "And on top of that, Galatia was the winner of the 8th tournament, and every winner has to leave behind one of the weapons they brought with them. I guess it's a tradition. Of course, the organizers reward them with something even better, and sometimes that weapon becomes the rare treasure for a later tournament." The girl moved her lips and said. Then, as Mabel was about to say something, a loud voice suddenly called out, "My lady!" From afar came the hurried sound of footsteps and another shout, "My lady!" Rachiel flew down in front of Mabel, and the girl called out, "Yeah." Rachiel asked her anxiously, "Are you hurt?" The girl answered politely, "And no, sir." Beside them, Vivia said, "Wow, it's the king?" He looked at her coldly and said, "If you cannot explain the disturbance just now, it will not go well for you." Frightened, she flailed her hands and stammered, "Teach that his sovereign, Rachiel stepped in front of her and said, "From now on, you are not to make excuses. You are to explain." Kanos came over and asked Mabel worriedly, "My lady, are you all right?" The girl replied, "What happened?" He said, "Today, the master had to reconstruct the great magic sigil. So he had gone out beyond the northern forest, and then He said he heard a very faint sound from the estate. It was faint because he was far away, but he said it was an unfamiliar sound. After hearing his explanation, Mabel tugged on Rachiel's clothes as he was threatening Vivia and called out, "Father!" Hearing the girl's voice, he turned around. She said, "The loud sound you heard, Father, was me. I was the one who used magic all by myself. Father, I can use magic on my own now." Mabel smiled brightly and said to Rachiel, "I think I've improved because I've been studying hard." He gave her a gentle smile, stroked Mabel's head, and said, "That's good. That's very good." The girl replied, "Yes, and Vivi helped me too." The hand stroking Mabel's head suddenly stopped. "Vivi?" the girl asked timidly. "Am I not allowed to call her by a nickname?" He answered, "It's not that you aren't allowed." Looking at her, he said, "But I do wonder how you came to call her so casually, so quickly." At Vivia's side, she hurriedly explained, "I didn't do anything." Aben suddenly appeared and said to Vivia in an irritated tone, "Even if you say you did nothing, you were definitely trying to charm my lady with that mouth of yours." He grinned and said, "Master knows it too. That's just who I am. Vivia is the best talker among us, and the one most likely to reel people in." Vivi snapped angrily, "Hey, what do you mean reel people in?" Looking at Rachiel with sparkling eyes, she placed a hand on her chest and declared, "That's not true, Sovereign. Where else would you find a Black Panther as pure and innocent as me?" Before Rachiel could respond, Aben cut in, "Exactly. Where could you possibly find a contradiction like that?" She scowled and shouted angrily at him, "Aben, are you acting like this because I haven't agreed to marry you yet?" Taking a few steps back, he answered, "Who said anything about marriage? And I am absolutely not marrying you, sister." Hearing their conversation, Mabel felt as if she was beginning to understand something. "Sister?" Standing beside Mabel, Kanos whispered, "Vivia, Aben, I grew up together like real siblings. Strictly speaking, Vivia is our foster sister. I told you before that I used to raise children, didn't I?" "Yes, in the kindergarten. The child I took care of best was Vivia." Over there, Vivi and Aben were still bickering. He continued, "Besides farming, I taught them many things, including how to fight." With a sigh, he said, "When Aben was little, Vivia was always picking on him. No wonder when Vivia jokes around and laughs, I can sometimes see a glimpse of Aben's face in her expressions. So that's because they grew up together." Mabel said, "So you're family." Kanos replied gently, "Yes, that's right." The girl called out, "Father." Rachiel turned back at once. Embarrassed, she said, "Vivi didn't do anything wrong. I was the one who said I would do it, so I did. It's because I wanted to become closer with Vivi." Vivia and Aben, who had been arguing, froze when they heard Mabel say that and turned to look at her. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. He said, "You may continue." Having received her father's permission, Mabel shyly expressed what she was thinking. "All this time, other than everyone at the estate, I haven't known anyone else. Vivi said she was my first friend from outside." Mabel thought, this isn't something to be embarrassed about, but my cheeks feel hot. The girl went on. "When she said I could call her by a nickname, I was really happy." At that moment, Mabel was thinking at the estate there are also the Florence sisters, Kanos, Aben, and Bellerophon, but compared to a friend, they feel like people even closer than that. So when Vivia, a guest from outside, told me I could call her by a nickname, deep down I was very happy. The girl told her father, "Father, Vivi is a good friend." Hearing that, Vivia was so moved she almost cried, then happily said, "My lady is so adorable. Adorable and strong too. You're the best." Aben, who had been unable to lose his mind properly for a moment, suddenly burst out from behind them. "What was that last part?" Vivi excitedly said, "My lady said she was happy to call me her friend." "To me, my lady is a good friend too." Mabel replied, "Mem, thank you." Suddenly, Laura and Lisa came forward from somewhere, their eyes full of affection. Taking Mabel's hands gently, they said, "My lady, I'm Lo." "And I'm Lee." Skyla stepped forward and introduced herself too. "Isn't that easier to say?" "My lady, I'm La." The other two said, "What?" "You're exactly the same." "That's right." Bellerophon also appeared behind Mabel and said politely, "I would also be happy if you call me Fawn, my lady." Suddenly, she floated up into the air. It turned out Rachiel had used magic to pull Mabel back over to him. Holding the girl in his arms, he said, "Kyle, your mother used to call me that. but I would rather hear you call me father. Hearing that, the girl looked at Rakiel happily and replied, yes, I like calling you father too, because that's something only I can say. Rakiel smiled in satisfaction. Cradled in Rakiel's arms, Mabel looked at him and thought, I think father is smiling. Skyla ran over and said, my lady, let's have a feast today. The girl asked blankly, a feast? Skyla said happily, a celebration for the day my lady made a new friend. Behind her, Lisa and Laura were just as excited. From the back, Kanos crossed his arms and reminded them, could you not decide things on your own? Skyla replied, why not? You like it too, Can? The three women surrounded Kanos and chattered away. It felt as though everyone's feelings and thoughts had become one, that they all wanted what was best for the girl. The gentle forest breeze was like a symphony, bringing happiness and soothing the small heart inside Mabel. Then she remembered the tournament prize. What kind of bracelet is the Soulstone bracelet, I wonder? I'm so curious. Suddenly a loud voice called out, Vivia. Vivi was funny and innocent, sometimes mischievous too, but in Mabel's eyes, she was very mature. She secretly watched the situation whenever father was around, and the moment father left, she started fooling around as if she'd been waiting forever. Because of that, lately Mabel had been able to see many different expressions from Aben. Vivia was like a little pebble dropped into the still waters of a quiet lake. Even so, Mabel thought, do I really have to say this too? As for Bellerophon, Mabel and Fawn met each other's eyes, and both of them smiled shyly. Perhaps because of Vivia's lively personality, she quickly grew close to the three Florence sisters, and of course to Kanos as well. Kanos held his head helplessly and said, you're still here? Even though Kanos looked a little troubled, a few days later, the day Vivi had to return home arrived. Vivia held Mabel's hand, but she nervously glanced at Rakiel first. Then she cheerfully said to the girl, I'm going now. See you again. Mabel replied, Hugging the gift she had received, she waved happily and said, I'll come visit again. Mabel also waved back happily. Come visit again, okay? The girl thought, I said, see you again. Vivia said, Mabel, you have to enter the martial tournament. Right? If someone strong like you takes part, it'll be really exciting. Mabel replied, there are plenty of people stronger than me. Vivi seemed to realize something, leaned closer to the girl and said gently, I said it wrong, didn't I? There won't be anyone as cute, adorable, and strong as you. After hearing Vivi's words, the girl hesitated. She thought, I've been hearing that for days now, but I'm still not used to it. Then she answered, I'll think about it. At that, Vivia stepped closer and took her hand, her eyes shining as she looked at her, and said, thinking about it means joining, okay? That'll make it fun. Aben came over and said with one hand on his hip, aren't you leaving yet? Turning to look at Aben, she said, what is it, Aben? Are you upset because this older sister won't marry you? He answered, upset? Who's upset? She said teasingly, come on, it's hard. You know, when in my heart you're a complete zero. Got it. The two of them were arguing when Rakiel suddenly appeared and said, when exactly do you intend to depart? Startled, she replied fearfully, I am going now, of course. He continued, if anything important happens, report it to me. She answered, yes. Please don't worry, Sovereign. Then I'm off, Mabel. See you later. She added, it would be great if I could see you at the martial tournament. She ran off so quickly that she was out of sight in no time. Mabel said in amazement, wow, she's so fast. Beside her, he replied, because she's a Black Panther. Kanos explained, Vivi is the fastest in her clan, my lady. Panthers are quick to begin with, but that girl is even faster. Mabel replied, I see. Vivi already seemed like an adult. She was so capable, doing everything on her own. She's only 4 years older than me. It would be wonderful if 4 years from now, I could be as capable as Vivi. Mabel thought, but what if father doesn't want me to grow up that fast? That would probably make him sad. Rakiel took his daughter's hand and led her into the room. Mabel called to him, father. He lifted the girl up and asked gently, what is it? The girl said to her father, Vivi told me about the martial tournament. I want to participate, and I heard that father was the winner of the Wildlands martial tournament. Rakiel brushed it off. She's saying pointless things again. The girl asked doubtfully, is that not true? Without denying it, he answered his daughter softly, no, it's true. The girl asked again, then mother too. Before she could finish, he answered, she was a winner as well. In his memory appeared the image of a woman with golden hair, wearing a blue dress decorated with lovely little ring patterns. The girl continued to ask, and the winner leaves behind one item they possess, right? Rakiel answered, that's right. It's a custom. His eyes showed a hint of surprise as he listened to his daughter repeat what Vivi had told her. According to Vivi, the weapon the winner leaves behind is later given as a prize to the next winner. But this time, the Soulstone bracelet will be awarded to the winner. He repeated, the Soulstone bracelet? The girl replied, yes. The girl lowered her face, since the sunlight did not fall on it. Her expression seemed slightly shadowed. Could it be Mother's bracelet? Rakiel touched his daughter's head and said, we'll have to see. It's possible. Caressing Mabel's small face, he added, all of Thea's belongings are being kept by the royal family, so you don't need to worry. But the staff Mother used is at the estate. He answered hesitantly, that is. Then he carried the girl away. The whole way, Rakiel continued speaking to his daughter. In the final moment when Thea was leaving, I protected it at the cost of my life. She asked her father doubtfully, then there's no chance it's something Mother used? I heard that if you have a spirit bracelet, you can form contracts with them. As he walked, he said, the spirit bracelet is not the only one in the world. Of course, it's a precious object. First, we need to see the prize with our own eyes before we can know whether or not it belonged to Thea. But Mabel, Rakiel asked again, wanting to be certain of his daughter's decision. You want to participate in the martial tournament? Go ahead and tell me. To father, what matters most is what you want. He turned her around, so she was facing him, and said gently, the person who taught me that the living matter more than the dead was your mother. He stroked back the little girl's neatly tied hair. That person was your mother. The little girl said, yes, father. He lowered her to the floor, and she firmly told him, I really do want to participate in the martial tournament. She took a few steps forward and said confidently, and I want to win too. Turning back toward him, she continued, even if the Soulstone bracelet wasn't Mother's, I'm sure it's an item that could let me see the souls that have disappeared from this world again. Facing her father with unwavering eyes, she said, I want to become a mage who can control souls. Mabel wants to do the kind of things Mother did. She smiled sweetly, but her eyes shone with determination. I've already learned Father's magic for creating ice crystals. Rakiel's expression hardened, and he murmured thoughtfully, you really are more like your mother Thea than I expected. Hearing that, the little girl smiled and said, well, I am your and Mother's daughter. And so the next trip abroad was decided. The girl asked her father, Father, when will the martial tournament be held? The two of them were having tea together in the sitting room when he answered his daughter, a month from now. After calculating for a moment, he continued, to arrive on time, we'll have to leave in 10 days. The little girl nodded. I see. He did not stop there, and it kept telling her more. He explained many things about the tournament, and Mabel thought to herself that it was probably because Father had once wanted himself that he knew so much. It was the first time she had seen him talk so much about one thing after another. Oh, Father, she asked, a few days ago, did you go to the northern forest? Was it to repair the magic signs in the forest? In the northern forest, there was a grand magical sigil that Father had created. It not only prevented the number of monsters from surging, but also helped keep them from losing their reason, and it served to stop intruders. Any intruder who tried to sneak in would be struck by lightning. It was both a wall that protected the entire forest and a kind of watchman. As he sipped his tea, he explained in detail, what I went to repair that day wasn't the magic sigil protecting this place. The girl asked, then what was it? He continued, it was the magic protecting Bellerophon. Mabel stared in surprise. Magic? The room suddenly fell silent. The little girl looked toward her father's first disciple, Bellerophon. Protecting him? He gave a faint smile. Rakiel sounded helpless. Even if I was forced into taking him as a disciple, there's no need to dig into his circumstances. Fawn said softly, it's all right, master. You can tell her. If it's the young lady, I don't mind. Fawn lowered his eyes, looking troubled. The room once again sank into silence. Then he spoke frankly. There is ancient magic hidden inside my body. The little girl asked, magic? He continued, if I call it magical power, it may be easier to understand. Just think of it as a very evil power, like those ghosts that have lost their reason and wander the wastelands. Because it's a monster. Right now, Master is suppressing the monster inside me with his magic and mana. Someday, I'll have to restrain it on my own, which is why I'm learning magic from Master. Because one day, I'll have to take hold of the reins myself. Mabel asked, what if you can't grab the reins and hold it back? Fun smiled awkwardly. Then I guess I'll become a monster. Bellerophon reassured her. Please don't worry, my lady. As long as Master is well, nothing will happen. There is absolutely no chance my lady will be put in danger. Mabel lowered her gaze. That's not what I mean. She sank into thought. I'm more worried about Bellerophon. What if he gets tired, or worried about the monster inside him? Seeing the young lady fall silent, Vaughn stepped closer to her. But, my lady, standing before her, he said, I heard that my lady will be participating in the martial tournament. You really want to win the prize, don't you? Mabel nodded. Yes, I really do. Vaughn bowed slightly and asked, if I happen to win the tournament, may I give the prize to my lady? She asked in surprise, huh? Bellerophon is entering too. He replied, yes. Rachiel set his teacup down sharply, cutting Bellerophon off. He said, that's enough. Then he looked at him coldly and asked, do you want to be forbidden from going? Vaughn immediately waved his hands, making it clear he did not. He turned and headed for the door. Well then, Von Bolt, please excuse me. I'll return to my room. The door opened, then shut. At that point, Rachiel spoke to Mabel. Do you want reflection magic? He asked the question, and she thought it over. Reflection magic is the kind that blasts everything away, right? In the end, Mabel said goodbye to her father. Then I'll see you at mealtime, Rachiel replied. Then he reached out and patted his daughter on the head. The door closed once more. Stretching, Mabel murmured to herself, it should be about time for the Florence sisters to bring snacks. She returned to her room and sprawled across the bed. She heard someone opening the door with a clatter and immediately sat up. Ah, they're here. The door opened. But the one standing there was not the Florence sisters. It was Bellerophon kneeling down. My lady, looking at her, he said, though it is terribly rude, I came because I wanted to tell you the rest of the story I couldn't finish earlier. Mabel asked, you mean about how if Bellerophon wins, he'll give the prize to me? Leaning against the railing outside her room, Vaughn confirmed, yes, that's right. Then he smiled and added, ah, please just call me Vaughn. Mabel fell silent, hesitating as she considered it. Then she said, in that case, I should call the Florence sisters by familiar names too, or they'll feel sad. Bellerophon asked, you mean Lauro, Emily? Mabel recalled Kano's warning her not to do that, because it would be too confusing. The three sisters had looked disappointed and regretful. It can't be helped. There's no other way. But Kano's told me not to. Seeing Mabel hesitate, Bellerophon said, besides, Aben is already called Aben, isn't he? She remembered him bristling as he said, I'm the only one who gets to be called by a familiar name. Nobody else should get greedy. He continued, and Master doesn't want that either. Rachiel had refused, saying that calling him father was best. Looking at the young lady, Bellerophon added, that only leaves me. He asked, would it be strange to call me Vaughn? She stared at him closely. Then she agreed. All right. Mabel called out, Vaughn. He answered cheerfully, yes. Sitting on the windowsill, he said, thank you, my lady. I'll prepare diligently for the tournament. Bellerophon bent down and jumped off. If Master were to participate, there wouldn't be even the slightest hope. Mabel asked, what? He replied, about that. Master can tell my lady later. He stepped forward until he stood directly before Mabel. My lady, actually, I came today to confess something to you. She repeated, confess. He confirmed, yes. Bellerophon said, I've kept this secret for a very long time, but I want to be honest with my lady. I only hope this won't make you avoid me. He placed a hand over his chest solemnly. The truth is, I am a prince of this country. Mabel could hardly believe what she had just heard. What? But Bellerophon explained seriously, Master saved me when my life was in danger. Mabel's thoughts still spun around what she had just heard. Bellerophon is the Emperor's son. The Emperor is the one who controls extraordinary people like Father and Uncle Vaughn through oaths. That's why I'm afraid of the Emperor and hate him too. But my lady, Bellerophon called to her. His face looked somewhat heavy. Worried, he asked, do you hate me, my lady? She remained silent, deep in thought. This really is beyond anything I imagined, so of course I'm surprised. Mabel looked at the boy standing before her. If Bellerophon were on the Emperor's side, father would never keep him by his side. And if father was the one who saved him, then there must have been some unavoidable reason. More than that, I don't believe the way Vaughn has shown himself to us could be made out of lies. She stepped forward and took his hand. Holding Vaughn's hand in both of hers, Mabel answered, I don't hate you, Vaughn. Smiling at him, she said, Of course I'm very surprised. No matter how you look at it, this is far beyond anything I imagine. But Vaughn is still Vaughn. Knowing your secret won't change how I feel. He continued, There isn't enough time to explain everything right now. Suddenly, the sound of someone opening the door cut him off. Mabel looked toward it. They had brought the snacks. Bellerophon tightened his grip on her hand. The ancient magic inside my body will gradually awaken. Unfortunately, even now, it still cannot be completely sealed, though Master has kept it asleep all this time. His heart was pounding. Eventually, I will slowly become a monster. Vaughn took the young lady's hand and placed it over the spot where his heart beat thump, thump. Mabel could feel it. Vaughn's hand was very warm. Because of that, it felt hard for her to believe what he was saying, or rather, she did not want to believe it. Bellerophon said to Mabel, Master says he can temporarily stop it from erupting, but he can do nothing against the ancient magic slowly seeping out. She asked, Could it be that someone cursed you? Bellerophon said, No, my father did this. Mabel stared blankly, then lowered her head. Oh, holding her hand, he said, My lady is very kind. You look at things positively and warmly, and you never overlook the smallest details. Bellerophon stretched out a hand. An ray of light appeared. Sometimes, the world I resent and hate looks different to me. Something began to glow in the space between them. A golden key appeared. He said to Mabel, So someday, could my lady become the reins that hold me back? Mabel caught the key in her hand and murmured, Reins? You mean this key? Bellerophon answered, Yes. Just keep this key with you. Turning away, he told her, If you're willing, then please give me your answer later. He smiled at her. When I win the martial tournament. A flash of light burst forth, and Mabel covered her eyes. His voice rang out, My lady, until we meet again. The room fell quiet again. Lisa opened the door and entered. My lady, it's time for your snack. As Mabel sat eating her snack, she thought to herself, what did Vaughn mean by that? Even the key had disappeared. Time passed until the martial tournament drew near, and 10 days before their departure, during that period, I learned magic from father, and sometimes from Bellerophon too. Time kept passing until the day before the trip to the tournament. A voice called out, Hello, Mabel. Mabel saw a visitor with tan skin, Aslan, who had come to the estate. Aslan bowed and kissed Mabel's hand. Seeing her surprise, he asked, Mabel, what's wrong? She replied, I always feel embarrassed when I'm greeted like this. Aslan answered, You should get used to it. Rakiel stepped between them and said, Move. 3 seconds is enough for a greeting. Aslan stepped forward and bowed politely. Greetings, great mage Rakiel. I am the son of Duke Justice. Rakiel asked, Did you learn that strange way of greeting from your mother? Aslan replied, Yes. My mother always wanted me to become a polite person. Rakiel said, Von Killy. Well, it's better than being like that one, at least. Aslan smiled and said, My mother says the same. Noticing the sword at Aslan's side, Rakiel asked, Aslan, what is that black sword? He answered, this. He drew it proudly. It's a knight's sword. Holding out for Mabel to see, he said, Of course, I still have a lot of training to do. I'm a royal knight, after all. Hearing that, Rakiel asked, You're a royal knight? He replied, Yes, Sir Rakiel. Rakiel asked, Your father agreed to that? Aslan answered firmly, Not entirely, but he told me to go ahead and experience it for myself. Mabel looked at Rakiel's expression anxiously. In her mind, she thought, It's heavy. This pattern. This is the pattern drawn on the invitation from the royal family. Seeing her look that way, Aslan asked, Is it heavy? She replied, Oh no, I just held it for a second. Seeing that, Aslan said sorry. Seeing his gloomy face, Mabel said, No, it's okay, Aslan. Then she asked, So are you just stopping by our house for a little while and then leaving? He replied, No, I'm on my way to the capital, and the Cyclamen estate is on the road there. Oh, I see. Then it'll be hard to see you from now on, right? Aslan smiled brightly. I'll probably be very busy, but if Mabel wants, I'll come. Standing beside them, Rakiel cut in. A royal knight in training doesn't have it that easy. Aslan rested a hand on his sword. It's fine, Sir Rakiel. Then he said, if necessary, I can simply say that I'm the heir of a duke. Rakiel answered, the way you view a duke's influence is just like your father. Aslan laughed and said, my father says to think of it as something that can always be thrown away. Lowering his head, Aslan said, but I want to guide that influence so that there won't be any more victims controlled like slaves by an oath to the royal family, like your father and others with great power. Rakiel turned his head away and said, that is a wish and an unreasonable fantasy. He replied, even so, didn't you say that justice always begins in small places? Rakiel answered, not me. My wife did. Inwardly, Mabel thought, Mother, that's such a wonderful thing to say. What kind of expression did she have when she said it? Mabel spoke up. Me too. I want to win Father's freedom back too. Embarrassed, she added, that's why I want to do my very best. You feel the same way too, don't you? She took Aslan's hand. Aslan answered her question. That's right, Mabel. He encouraged her. Let's both do our best. Everything feels fun when I do it together with you. Mabel squeezed his hand. I'm really happy too, because it's something I want to do. Aslan smiled brightly and said, and, Mabel, your father said it too. Swordsmen and mages make good partners. Mabel replied, that's true. The mage supports from the rear, while the swordsman stands at the front. Cheerfully, Aslan went on, so then, you and I will be a pair in the future. Hearing that, Rakiel warned, stop before it's too late. Aslan said goodbye to her. Mabel, I'm going now. I have to keep traveling if I'm going to reach the capital. I'll come visit again. She replied, don't forget. Then Mabel said, oh, and I won't be here for much longer either. I'm going to the martial tournament. Aslan asked in surprise. The martial tournament? Then he told her, we might meet there. I heard the royal family may be going to the martial tournament as well. Mabel asked, the royal family? Rakiel asked Aslan in return. Are you certain? Aslan shook his head, looking unsure. No, sir. It's just something I heard, so I can't be sure. Thinking of a mysterious group, he continued. But a few days ago, an imperial order did send several envoys within the palace. They were overseers. Supervisors, Rakiel corrected. Aslan bade father and daughter farewell one last time before leaving. It's almost time for training, so I must go. Mabel waved goodbye to him and fell in a thought. Aslan had brought us bits of information and then quickly departed. A few days later, the day of departure for the martial tournament finally arrived. As Mabel checked her luggage one last time before leaving, Skyla asked after her young mistress. My lady, you haven't forgotten anything, have you? Laura also spoke up. What about snacks? After finishing her check, Mabel closed her suitcase and answered the two of them. I packed everything. I wish Skyla and Laura could come too. Laura laughed and pointed at Skyla. Don't worry, my lady, Skyla continued. Someone has to remain at the estate, after all. And with the master's power, whenever necessary, we can appear beside you at any time, my lady. Someday, my lady may be able to do the same. Smiling as she spoke, Skyla added, so parting now isn't really a parting at all. Laura happily agreed. That's right. At that point, Mabel was left speechless listening to Skyla and Laura play off each other. The two of them came all the way to the carriage to see her off. My lady, be careful around strangers. And don't forget to eat lots of carrots over there. Mabel replied, I know, though they probably won't taste as good as they do here. Thinking of glossy carrots, Skyla and Laura laughed and said, of course not. The plants here are grown with our passion, after all, Laura added, and the best among them are the carrots. Skyla agreed. Exactly. Skyla waved goodbye to Mabel. Travel safely. Mabel waved back to Skyla. I'll come back. As Mabel walked forward a little unsteadily, tap, a red dragon lying ahead of her came into view. Razul, hearing Mabel call his name, the dragon opened his eyes. Whoosh! Razul rose to his feet and spread his wings. Seeing this, Mabel sank into thought. Over the past few months, Razul had grown so much that it was hard to wrap her arms around him now. As she cuddled him, she continued thinking, he really is growing so fast. Kanos even said that, for Razol, this was actually slow growth because he was deliberately growing at the same pace as her maturity level. That was his will to respect his master. Razol could grow even bigger if he wanted. While Mabel was thinking, rumble, 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 Razol rose, stretched himself, and lowered his head toward the little girl. Mabel reached up and rubbed the dragon's head, saying cheerfully, "Wow. You look especially cool today, too, Razol." The dragon swayed its head and rubbed against Mabel affectionately. Laughing, Mabel said, "Ah ha ha ha. All right, I'll pet you. Let's get going." Gone, Aben, Bellerophon, and Lisa traveled by carriage. Mabel and Rachiel rode on Razol. Kanos looked at Mabel worriedly and asked, "Will my lady be all right?" Mabel smiled back. Don't worry." Suddenly, Mabel floated up into the air. Rachiel had cast a spell so she could climb up easily. He seated his daughter in front of him and wrapped an arm around her. Looking at him, Mabel smiled and said, "Because I have father with me." Chirp, chirp, a little bird flew over. Delighted, Mabel asked, "Riri, were you playing with Razol?" The bird answered as if in agreement. Chirp. Rachiel seriously instructed Mabel, "When you ride a dragon over a long distance, you must always check your safety." Mabel answered just as seriously, "Yes." The little bird then perched quietly on her shoulder. Whoosh, whoosh. Razol beat his wings and soared straight up into the sky. At that moment, Mabel suddenly felt dizzy, and her face visibly turned pale. Rachiel spoke up to remind her, "A dragon trained by a mage uses its master's magic. You remember that, don't you?" Completely drained, Mabel replied tiredly, "Yes, I remember." Rachiel covered his daughter's eyes with his hand to help her focus and continued teaching her from experience. Don't forget the sensation of losing your magic power. The most important thing in long-distance flight is rising as high as possible. Those who are not yet used to it will get dizzy during the process. Rachiel continued, "First, the connection between you and the dragon should be transferred to father." Mabel asked, "Then will it disconnect from me?" The great mage explained further to his daughter, "The original contract with its master cannot be broken. It remains effective as long as the master exists in this world." After hearing his explanation, Mabel felt reassured. "I see." While using his magic to form a contract and temporarily take control of the dragon in his daughter's place, Rachiel comforted her. "I'm only stepping into the contract between you and the dragon for a little while." As he completed the contract, he continued explaining, "The dragon has accepted this, so don't worry." After hearing him out, Mabel relaxed. Yes. Once the transfer of control was complete, Rachiel withdrew his hand and returned her vision. Russell, an incredibly majestic and magnificent sight, appeared before her. Above was the vast sky, and below stretched an endless sea of green forest. Mabel was so astonished that she could only gasp, "Wow!" Then she suddenly noticed something and turned to ask Rachiel, "The wind isn't as strong as I thought." Rachiel explained, "That's because the dragon can block the wind." As Mabel looked around, she marveled inwardly. "It feels completely different from when I was competing." The scenery around her kept changing, from forests to crystal-clear lakes. Once again, Mabel marveled inwardly. "It's so high." It was tense being so high and so fast. "But I'm not scared." Thinking that, she tightened her grip on the reins. Mabel thought back to the time she had spent learning to ride a dragon. "Lately, what I've practiced most is steering and using landing magic. I'm still not good at it, but I can manage on my own because Rachiel and Bellerophon taught me." She remembered the praise they had given her. "Well done, Mabel. That was truly excellent, my lady." She also remembered the time she had accidentally destroyed the mansion walls. There were still plenty of things she hadn't mastered, but she had blown holes through walls and windows alongside her father. Then there were other accidents too, even lightning strikes that shattered rocks. Vivi had named that one deadly step. Imagining herself chasing after the footsteps of a young man ahead of her, Mabel continued thinking, "At this rate, I think I'm about half as capable as Claudel." Then, Mabel suddenly corrected herself. "No, Claudel isn't my goal." As she thought that, she looked at Rachiel. "My goal is even farther ahead." Ending that train of thought, Mabel said to him, "Father, you're amazing." Hearing his daughter say that, Rachiel said nothing. He simply patted her head in silence. Mabel was a little surprised, but she was still very happy to have her head patted by her father. We flew like that for 4 days. When we had covered about 2/3 of the journey, we landed to rest in a nearby city. The whole group stopped at an extremely bustling city. Holding Mabel's hand as he led her along, Rakiel explained, a trip that would normally take a month by land can be done in 4 days by dragon. That's already quite fast. The group entered the city together. Looking back at the dragon, Mabel asked Rakiel, but is it really okay to just leave Razol like that? MHM, Rakiel answered. As soon as they stepped into the city, Mabel exclaimed at the scene around them, wow, there are so many people with magical beasts. Kanos explained, it's tournament season, so people from all over the world have gathered here. This is a sight you normally wouldn't see. Mabel still looked amazed. How incredible, Kanos went on. Normally, people who can handle magic are quite rare, and aside from the Royal Palace Knights who tame dragons as a group, the rest are wandering adventurers. Some travel in search of stronger magical beasts, and some seek beasts simply to provide food for their own. Mabel looked toward Razol. Eat magical beasts? At that moment, the red dragon was staring at another magical beast, a fluffy ball-like creature with 2 horns and 2 leaf-shaped ears. The little fluff ball trembled under Razol's stare. Kanos continued explaining to Mabel, of course, Razol is different. In the wild, red dragons probably. Rakiel suddenly cut in. Eat animals. Mabel was a little surprised to hear that. Animals. Kanos continued. Yes, that's true, but Razol doesn't need to hunt. Lisa chimed in cheerfully, because he changed according to my lady's wishes. Mabel asked, Kanos, I've been wondering this for a while. How can a carriage keep up with Razol's speed? Kanos answered, because the carriage moves according to its owner's will, my lady. While they were talking, Razol and the little fluff ball were still happily playing together. The dragon looked delighted to play, though the fluff ball was still terrified. After that conversation, Mabel sank back into thought. If he wants to, he can match a dragon's speed. Father really is a great mage. She thought that as she closed her eyes and nodded to herself. Suddenly, someone called out, hello. Startled, Mabel looked toward the voice. It was a beautiful young woman with golden blonde hair and green eyes. She wore a very elegant dress, and a luxurious gemstone hung at her neck. Mabel and Razol, girl and dragon alike, both turned to look at the blonde young woman, smiling. The woman stepped closer and greeted Mabel. My, there's a little lady here too. She pointed toward Razol. That really is a beautiful dragon. Then she turned to Kanos and asked, are you the rider? Kanos replied, no, ma'am. She then looked to Rakiel. Oh, then would that be you, sir? Rakiel did not answer. He merely glanced at her once, and that alone made her shiver and look away. The blonde woman turned to ask the others instead. Then could it be? Rakiel turned his head toward his daughter and saw that she seemed to want to say something. Mabel looked up at Rakiel. After receiving his nod of permission, she happily raised her hand and identified herself as Razol's master. Hi, it's me. Hearing that, the blonde young woman was utterly astonished. She raised a hand to cover her mouth. Good heavens, did I hear that right? You're his master? Mabel answered seriously, yes. She held out her hand toward Razol, and the dragon seemed to understand at once, lowering his head toward his little mistress. The blonde young woman became visibly excited. Oh my, it's true. Sorry I didn't realize it sooner. I noticed there was an incredibly cool dragon here, so I came over to look. You see, there isn't a dragon this beautiful anywhere in this country. At that, surprise appeared on Mabel's face. You're from another country? The blonde woman smiled in reply. Ah, so you're from here then? She raised a hand and introduced herself. I'm Blitziro. I'm from the kingdom of Assaisen. As she said that, she lifted her hand. Mabel didn't really understand, but she copied the gesture anyway. Blid slapped palms with her and cheerfully explained, that's a greeting from my country. You could call it the greeting of dragon riders, since it was created by dragon tamers. While she was speaking, one of Blid's companions called out, Blid! Blid turned to look at him. I know. Then she continued, that's Connor, my colleague. Connor gave a slight nod, and Mabel nodded in greeting as well. I'm Mabel. She then introduced everyone else to Connor. This is Lisa, Kanos, and the person beside me is my father. A little surprised, Blid asked, oh, you came with your father? Mabel nodded. Connor and Rakiel, meanwhile, stared at each other warily. Belid continued. You're heading to the martial tournament too, right? Yes, Mabel replied. She had already noticed the strange tension between Connor and Rakiel. Connor kept glancing at father. Looking over the flow of people, Belid went on talking. This tournament really is the largest one ever. I came a few years ago too, but it wasn't nearly this crowded. Hearing that, Mabel was also quietly observing Belid. She's dressed simply, but she looks elegant and stylish. I feel like I've had this impression before. Belid's voice continued. It's probably because of the rumors that all the empires are participating this time. Mabel looked rather shocked to hear that. The royal families? Belid continued. You didn't know? Most people think there's no way that's true, but I think otherwise. On the way here, I saw royal carriages. Those had to belong to very important figures, right, Connor? Connor spoke up. Kano seemed quite surprised to hear this. Rakiel, on the other hand, remained rather indifferent. Belid paid no attention to their reactions and kept talking. The martial tournament is a worldwide event. Countries joining isn't forbidden or anything, but most of them usually support it rather than participate directly. The martial tournament is one of the events that brings nations from around the world together. The countries provide support for the tournament, and each nation selects either a swordsman or a mage to represent them in helping organize it. The organizing committee has the authority to choose the location and format of the competition, and before it begins, they must swear to be fair in their role as judges. Until now, the royal families have only ever provided support. They've never participated in the tournament itself. But this time, I'm sure it's the emperor, and this time not as a judge, but as a participant. There are all kinds of rumors, like the winner having to present something to the empire, but one thing is certain. The royal family will be involved. We just don't know in what capacity. That's what I think, anyway. Hearing that, Mabel thought of what her father had told her. We'll see. It's possible. All of Thea's belongings are being kept by the royal family, so you don't need to worry. Belid bent down and smiled at Mabel. Anyway, it was really nice meeting you. Mabel snapped out of her thoughts and stammered, me too. Belid gave Mabel a gentle smile. You're adorable. If we happen to run into each other at the tournament, make sure to say hello. As she raised a hand to stroke Razol's head, she continued, Dragons are beings that make people's names known. Mabel panicked a little. Donjou. But what happened next surprised her. Razol's just letting her. Mabel thought about the way Razol treated other people. If it's not me, Razol doesn't like being touched by anyone else. As for father, he's just too strong, so Razol is wary of him. Belid continued. Even though we've only just met, I think the dragon chose the right master. Mabel nodded happily. Belid bowed, slightly in blessing. Good luck. Even after Belid had left and disappeared into the busy crowd, the whole group kept looking in the direction she had gone. Kano spoke up. That woman seems to have the ability to tame magical beasts, doesn't she? Is that right, master? Rakiel replied, Yes. It seems so. Mabel also asked, a magical beast tamer? Rakiel continued explaining. Just as this country has many mages, the kingdom of Asaisen has many people born with the ability to tame magical beasts. That's why it became the nation with the strongest dragon-riding knights. Kanos was still worried about what they had just discussed. The royal family has always stayed detached and indifferent to the tournament, so for them to participate now is something unprecedented. It's not normal at all. Mabel's face showed a trace of fear at that as well, while Rakiel still looked unconcerned. Suddenly, a voice rang out. My lady master. Mabel looked toward the sound. It was Abin and Bellerophon. The two of them came walking toward the group, arms full of the items they had bought. We purchased the materials everyone asked for. Abin complained about Bellerophon. There was such a crowd, and then we got lost. If you'd just listened to me, it wouldn't have been such a pain. Bellerophon shot back. That's because you foolishly ran off without saying a word. Abin flared up. Foolish? You want to settle this right here? Bellerophon sighed. Why do you always act before you think? Rakiel glared at the two of them, radiating an icy aura. I told you two to go buy things, so you would reflect on your quarrel. Or do you want to sleep outside? Abin and Bellerophon both trembled under Rakiel's presence and said in unison, We're sorry. The city's scenery then shifted into evening. We stayed one night in the city, and the next day we set out again for the tournament. After 3 more days, our leisurely journey came to an end, and we arrived at the free city of Bezin, where the martial tournament was being held. Excitedly, Mabel said, "Wow, Father, look! It's huge," Rakiel replied, "because this is where the tournament is held every 2 years." Bezin was a city near Bestia, where the prisoners lived. Originally, it had been a village of hunters from the wastelands who hunted magical beasts that had lost their reason. Looking around, Mabel thought to herself, everyone is wearing so many different kinds of clothes. Are those used as weapons too? She remembered the past, back when she had still lived in her old home, when she was beaten with whips. "Mabel, why can't you even do something this simple? You stupid girl." Her face turned pale with fear. Rakiel said nothing. He only tightened his grip on his daughter's hand and led her forward. Mabel felt it and was filled with happiness. Kanos asked Rakiel, "Master, shall we head to our lodgings or go register?" Turning back, he continued, "They're accepting registrations right now, and it's probably near the end. The later we are, the fewer openings will be left." Mabel thought, so that's why we arrived a little late. Suddenly, whoosh, a sword flew right over Mabel's head. Aben and Bellerophon caught it at the same time, and both turned to look toward the direction it had been thrown from. A man ran up in a panic. I'm sorry. I am terribly sorry." Bellerophon and Aben said nothing, only stared at him coldly. Irritated, Aben handed the sword back to the man. "Hey, mister, be more careful." The man looked deeply remorseful. About that." Bellerophon, meanwhile, tried to calm Mabel, who was still badly frightened. "Are you all right, my lady?" The man kept apologizing. "I am truly sorry." Then he left. Aben said nothing, only watched him go. Walking over to Mabel, he asked anxiously, "That was dangerous. If it had been just a little closer, something terrible could have happened." Mabel still had not fully recovered from the fright. "Yeah, thank you." Bellerophon also checked on her. "Are you hurt?" Mabel replied weakly, I'm fine. "Thank you, Phone." Bellerophon smiled at her, then looked coldly at Aben. "Where did you learn to speak to my lady like that?" Aben snapped back irritably. "Huh?" Then Aben grinned slyly. "And what about you? That way of talking is so underhanded." "What? Fawn, are you showing off because you're better at it than me?" Bellerophon replied in turn, "Jealous." The smile vanished from Aben's face. His cheeks started turning red. "What? Not at all." Flustered, Aben hurried to explain. "Hey, that's not it. My lady, it's not that. I'm not hoping to be called something childish like that." Mabel smiled and replied, I know. I won't call you that." Aben panicked. "What? Why won't he call me something cute?" Mabel asked, puzzled. "Well, because I already call you by a nickname." Aben stammered in surprise. "Teach that." While the three of them were talking, Rakiel spoke up, startling them all. "No calling names. No looking." As he pulled Mabel into his arms, he said, "If the problem is people, then we'll just go like this." Mabel smiled brightly, very happy to be protected by her father like that. She asked Rakiel, "Father, where have we decided to go?" Rakiel answered his daughter, "We'll go register." Looking at her eager face, he added, "It seems you want to see it." Tugging at the hem of her father's clothes, Mabel said coaxingly, "Yes, I do. I want to see everything." Looking at Rakiel, she gave him a radiant smile. "It's not often I get a chance to travel this far, so I want to look around as much as I can." Rakiel was surprised by this expression on his daughter's face. "The farther we go, the more you talk." Mabel looked at her father and wondered inwardly, but when have I ever talked that much? Rakiel said nothing, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Mabel also fell into thought, sighing inwardly. "I thought I'd grown up a lot, but father still seems to think I'm as little as before." Kim once told me that, to parents, no matter how grown their children become, they still feel like newborn babies to them. It's not that they think their children are immature, but that they can never forget the moment of life that looked like them came into the world. I can't fully understand what that means, but I do know that Father has always been there for me and loves me. I don't have to struggle to search for love anymore. Lost in her thoughts, Mabel suddenly realized the group had already reached the registration area. Lisa handed her a handkerchief and asked, "My lady, it's so dusty. Would you like to use this?" Mabel smiled and replied, I'm fine." Then she noticed something and looked toward the registration tent. "I can feel a faint trace of magic from inside the tent." Mabel looked at Rakiel and asked, "Father, I think there's magic lingering over there." Rakiel answered, Defensive magic and protective magic. Mabel immediately understood. She cheerfully thought, I guessed right. All that training really wasn't for nothing. The registrar spoke up. I'll check the names of the registrants in order. He looked at the three of them and asked, Fawn, Mabel, and Belle, correct? Mabel and Bellerophon both turned to Aben in confusion. Belle? Aben looked at Mabel. From now on, call me that. Mabel could only agree helplessly. Okay, I got it. She thought to herself, you could have just asked me to call you that. Aben asked, then is that the condition? As long as I pass the preliminaries, right? Seeing Aben's reddened face, Mabel wondered, You don't have to go that far. I was just going to say I understood and would call you that. Aben happily wagged his tail, though he still put a hand behind his head and tried to act composed as he smiled and said, My lady really is difficult. Fine then, this adorable Belle will definitely pass the preliminaries. Mabel was utterly shocked that Aben was making up a whole story by himself, but she only thought it and said nothing. Belle, that's not what I meant. Bellerophon spoke up mockingly. So you're only betting on the preliminaries? Looking at Aben, he said, So you don't have the confidence to get past the next round? Aben flared up. What? Are you done talking yet? Bellerophon sighed again. Do you have to lose your temper every single time before you can win a match? Aben shot back, and you're one to talk, going against that mediocre guy. Mabel suddenly realized something and looked at Bellerophon. Could Bellerophon entering under an alias have something to do with the royal family participating in the tournament? Father didn't say anything, so I don't know if that's really it. Aben provoked him. So how far do you think you'll go? How far are you planning to get while pretending to be so relaxed? Bellerophon smiled. I'll win. Aben was so shocked he couldn't speak and only let out a long breath. Then he gave a disdainful smile. Looking at Mabel, he grinned. My lady, if I make it into the round of 16, then please call me by a cute nickname like his. Mabel hesitated a little. Aben brightened. Yes, you said you understood, right? Mabel could only give in to his stubbornness. Aben happily said to Rachiel, Master, this isn't idle chatter. Wouldn't it be wonderful if our great archmage had several strong people serving Our Lady? With his beastkin instincts, Aben thought he saw a faint warm glow on Rachiel's cold face. Rachiel replied, That does sound like idle chatter. Aben laughed awkwardly. Master, I haven't done anything yet. I'm only participating, just participating. Watching this, Mabel thought to herself, and now that I notice it, Aben always stands 5 steps away from me. I wonder if that makes talking inconvenient. He doesn't come any closer anymore, either. Father seems satisfied with this distance. Kanos also shook his head in exasperation. How foolish. Registration is finished. Bellerophon looked around and found the guidance board. It says the preliminary categories here. Aben also glanced over. Bellerophon read the board and remarked, The preliminary category is the same as last year, isn't it? Mabel asked curiously, What was it last year? Bellerophon answered, Destroying golems. Aben laughed arrogantly. What that? Easy as turning over your hand. A faint smile also appeared on Bellerophon's face. Mabel thought happily, just like Vivi said. She turned around and asked the 2 men behind her, Father, you're not participating? And Can? The butler answered respectfully, I won't be participating. I'm only here, and it no longer suits me. As for Master, he cannot participate. Hearing that, Mabel couldn't contain her curiosity and immediately asked, Why? Ken gently explained to his young lady, There is a rule that anyone who has already won the martial tournament cannot participate again, and there is identification magic all throughout the arena, so even if one changes appearance, one still cannot enter. The next part seemed a little difficult to say, so Kanos' voice faltered slightly, and Lady Galathea was the one who created that magic. Hearing the name, Mabel exclaimed in surprise, Mother! The butler continued explaining. At the time, there were not many people who followed the rules. Corruption and favoritism were everywhere. It was an age in which fairness could not be found, so she created that magic then. Master once changed his appearance because he wanted to participate in the martial tournament together with Lady Galathea, but he was in the middle of recounting the old story when someone suddenly called his name. Gone! It was his master, Rakiel. Killing intent radiated from him. You've said too much. Only then did Kanos realize he had become too talkative, and he groaned. Oh no. He quickly apologized. Forgive me, master. Ha, ha. Returning to Mabel's thoughts, after registration, we went back to our lodgings. Once they arrived, Mabel asked, The inn and the arena are pretty close, aren't they? Kanos replied, That is because this used to be the residence of the judging council. A servant came out to receive Mabel's family and respectfully said, Please come in. The room you reserved. Before he could finish, a fair hand stretched out, holding something that looked like a coin. The servant was stunned the moment he saw it. He hurriedly shouted, I will escort you to the highest and finest room right away. The corridor the group passed through was extremely splendid. Curious, Mabel asked Rakiel about the object from earlier. What was that coin? He explained gently. It signifies someone who has won. Those who have won the martial tournament can stay in the best room by presenting that coin. It is treatment reserved only for victors. Hearing that, Mabel couldn't help admiring it and continued with more questions. You don't need to check each person individually? Her father replied casually, It's fine. If someone is not its true owner, they cannot carry it with them. While Rakiel opened the door to the room, Mabel fell into thought again. The martial tournament and everything related to it involve far more magic than I thought. When she saw the beautiful room before her, Mabel couldn't help inwardly praising it and comparing it with her own room. It's huge, but it's still smaller than my room. It looks like there aren't separate rooms for each person, though. Suddenly, Bellerophon entered the room and said, Master, allow me. He raised his hand before him, and a magic circle appeared inside the room. Faced with such overwhelming power, Mabel couldn't help feeling worried. Won't the people downstairs be startled? Someone beside her reassured her, You needn't worry about that. Only this room can feel the tremor. The table and chairs in the room were replaced with different ones. Seeing that, Mabel thought, Is he changing the furniture? No, he's altering the space. Then her thoughts came to an end as two more attendants appeared before her. They were none other than Laura and Skyla. Mabel happily greeted the two older girls. Skyla, Laura. Skyla smiled faintly and said, Didn't I say that us parting ways wasn't a real parting? Mabel threw herself into their arms and happily thought, So that's what she meant back then. The maids spoke up one after another. While you were away, we prepared everything, my lady. Please have a meal. Skyla held out a teacup. As they talked about the registration from earlier, someone said, Today is the last day of registration, and tomorrow the preliminaries begin immediately. There are people here participating in tomorrow's preliminaries, right? Hearing the question, Mabel, Abin, and Bellerophon answered in turn, Mine is in 3 days. Mine. I'm tomorrow too. Mabel returned to her thoughts. Abin and Bellerophon compete tomorrow, and I'm the day after tomorrow. The next day, as the huge sun rose over the horizon, the horn announcing the start of the preliminary round rang throughout the town. The preliminaries were held early in the morning because there were simply too many participants. People had already gathered at the gates and around the arena. I wondered whether the arena could even hold that many people, but apparently as many as 80 fighting platforms had been prepared for the preliminaries. Watching the crowd chatting cheerfully all around her, Mabel could not help but marvel. It's incredible. As for the results, Abin and Fawn. A voice amplified by magic echoed through the arena. Contestant Fawn, 32 out of 40. Contestant Ben, 31 out of 40. The two of them easily passed the preliminary round. Standing in the spectators' seats, Mabel saw the cloak draped over Abin and asked, Why is Abin wearing a cloak? He answered calmly, Because prejudice still remains in the world. Since beastkin are beings that are neither fully human nor fully beast, we were abused and discriminated against. In the end, we were driven to Lastia, a barren land without life. Though it is now only a vague story from long ago, that sorrowful past has been passed down through each generation to later descendants. It is not something beautiful. Seeing his younger brother using a cloak to hide his mark, he suddenly felt guilty. Someday, there will come a time when nothing needs to be hidden anymore. After hearing that, Mabel fell into thought again. Aben hides his ears and tail with a cloak, while Fawn uses a mask to cover his whole face, as though he doesn't want people to know who he is. I naturally assumed Fawn would use only magic, but unexpectedly, he used both magic and a sword. I was surprised that he used a sword in place of relying only on magic. Someone's voice rang out in the stands. Aben, 31. Fawn, 32. Even so, Mabel paid it no mind and continued talking with the butler. Say, Ken, I have a feeling both Aben and Fawn could have destroyed more than that. It felt like they were holding back. He agreed with her observation. Yes, my lady, you are correct. If the two of them truly put in the effort, they could destroy even more golems. His face was filled with seriousness, unlike his usual smiling expression. But if they did that, they would become targets for suppression by the other participants. Mabel repeated, all the other participants? He smiled and replied, yes. I don't know if it will happen this year, but in past years they formed groups to oppose one person whenever they ended up fighting in the same round. Even though the format changes from year to year, it is better to be cautious. That is likely why they chose to be careful from the start. There is no need to waste strength in the preliminaries. While the two of them were talking, Fawn and Aben had already come out of the arena. When they saw Mabel, the two boys happily called out to her, my lady, and just like that, it turned into a situation of me glaring at you glaring at me. Seeing the two of them stare each other down like that, Mabel couldn't help finding it amusing. Aben and Fawn are like cats and dogs every time they meet, yet strangely enough, they think alike. Only after a long while, when the sun had set, did the preliminary results finally come out. Aben and Fawn easily passed with high average scores. Lying on her bed, Mabel thought back over the day. Both of them achieved results exactly as they intended. The first preliminary round had ended, and 2 days later, the second preliminary round began. A pair of small hands were tightly clasped together. Along with them came a worried little groan. Ugh, it was Mabel. Sitting curled up in a corner, she muttered to herself, I'm so nervous. When she lifted her face, she saw a whole group of familiar people in front of her. Lisa held Mabel's hands tightly and offered comfort. My lady, you can do it. Even though others were encouraging her, Mabel still felt terribly anxious and answered hesitantly, Next came comforting words from the butler. Lisa is right, my lady. You will definitely do well. Please don't be too tense. Just do it as comfortably as you normally would. Though his words were full of determination, his trembling hands clearly showed that he himself was even more nervous than Mabel. Standing beside him, Aben quietly reminded his older brother, Brother, you know you look more nervous than my lady right now, don't you? Embarrassed, he rubbed the back of his head. Haha, was I found out? I really am a little worried. Just a little. Just a little. Seizing the chance, Aben teased him. What? You really are a coward. Not continuing to tease the other man, he turned back to Mabel and encouraged her. My lady, I believe you will definitely succeed. Yes, there is no doubt. The boy then eagerly asked, I'm the best, right, my lady? Mabel replied helplessly. Mabel thought miserably. Aben always says things just to tease people. I know that this time too. No, but that's not what matters right now. Then another voice sounded. My lady, you can do it. Fawn stood before Mabel. Like the others, he earnestly offered words of comfort and encouragement. My lady, you had already grasped that magic before. The only thing you lacked was control over your mana. But now, my lady, you have already overcome that shortcoming. Mabel lowered her head and said, but it still isn't perfect. In the face of her anxiety and tension, Fawn calmly reassured her. Yes, even so, there will still be no problem, my lady, because you are Master's daughter. Hearing that, Mabel froze for a moment. Maybe Bellerophon already knows, she thought. Those words felt like a kind of magic, giving me more strength than any others could. Time began counting down toward her entrance to the arena. 1 hour before the preliminary round. All contestants participating in the preliminaries, please enter the waiting room. There are only about 10 minutes left. From here on, my lady must go into the waiting room alone. A hand gently came to rest on Mabel's head. Rachiel used that gesture in place of words of encouragement. Mabel looked up and called, Father. Rachiel seemed to be hesitating over what to say. After a moment, he finally spoke. Before the final match takes place, a celebratory exhibition is held in the host nation. If I remember correctly, This year Seisen is where that exhibition will be held. Though she did not understand why he had suddenly brought this up, Mabel still followed along. Ah, that's where the Drake Knights are, right, father? Rakiel replied, that's right. Normally, when the ceremony begins, the prize for the winner is announced. Hearing that, Mabel murmured. Then, though his daughter had not finished speaking, Rakiel already understood. So he said, that's right. We'll know then. Mabel clenched her skirt tightly, thinking, could the winner's prize really be Mother's bracelet? As she stepped forward, Mabel asked, then when that time comes, we'll be able to know, right, father? He answered calmly, yes. Having heard that answer, her heart filled with even greater resolve. I don't know how far I'll be able to climb, but for now, I'll just do my best. Watching his beloved daughter walk toward the arena, Rakiel said, don't worry too much, Mabel. Even if you can't bring it back, if you want it, Father will always be willing to get it for you. Curious, Mabel turned back. How? He thought for a moment, then gave an answer that sounded more like a question. Steal it. Mabel was so startled that all the tension she had been carrying vanished instantly, and she cried out, ah, as if he had been waiting for that exact moment. The corner of Rakiel's mouth curved upward. He laughed and said, I'm joking. Mabel let out a breath of relief. Honestly, father, you scared me. Rakiel continued listing other methods. If that doesn't work, shall I just destroy the pedestal and bring it back for you? Instead of focusing on the main point of his question, she asked something else. What's a pedestal, father? He explained. It's what the winner's prize is placed on. Hearing that, Mabel started sweating with worry. Grabbing her father's hand, she hurriedly tried to dissuade him. No, father, you can't do that. That would be wrong. And so the father and daughter chatted for a while. Even though it was almost time for her to go onto the stage, Mabel still insisted, really, you absolutely must not do that, father. Faced with his daughter's firm attitude, Rakiel smiled happily and said, is that so? I was joking again. Mabel seemed to understand that his teasing words and actions had been his way of encouraging and supporting her, and she smiled brightly. Still smiling, Mabel told her father, I'll definitely win it. A moment later, she walked down the hallway. Once she was alone, she couldn't help sinking in a thought again. Father said he'd be watching from the stands, didn't he? Ken had said that because today was the last day, all of the matches would be held in this arena. At the same time, everyone would be pouring all their strength into making it into the finals. When she reached the contestants' waiting room, Mabel did her best to tell herself, don't be nervous. I believe I can do this. In front of the waiting room door stood a girl who seemed to be the attendant in charge there. She asked, are you here to compete? The little girl politely replied, ah, yes, I am. Looking at the contestant before her, the other girl smiled brightly and said, oh my, this contestant is absolutely adorable. Please come this way. Just as she was about to open the door, someone suddenly shouted loudly, this makes no sense. How could I have gotten a result like that? I can't believe it. A man came running toward the waiting room, shouting, I refuse to accept this. I said I refuse. He stormed over aggressively. The girl calmly asked, HM, what seems to be the problem? The man snapped, what? You're asking what the problem is. Then a disturbingly twisted smile spread across his face. The man then yelled, there has to be some mistake in my ranking. There's no way I could have gotten a score like this. While he was still ranting about his result, the girl suddenly drove her knee upward. She slammed it straight into his stomach. Startled, Mabel took a small step back. Even while stepping on him, the girl kept smiling cheerfully and said, contestant results are always accurate and fair, so please accept them with grace. The girl then turned to Mabel and explained, please forgive that little display. Contestants who cannot acknowledge their own ability do not meet our competition standards. Contestants, please proceed this way. This is the final match of the day, and this young lady is our last contestant. Before Mabel entered the room, the girl offered her one final word. I wish you the best of luck. Mabel blinked and replied, ah, thank you. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. A voice echoed through the room. Out of the 40 contestants, next is contestant. As Mabel passed by the other contestants, someone remarked, she's so young, isn't she? Hearing that, the little girl flushed in embarrassment. She walked over to an empty seat. She sat down right away. Then another woman approached Mabel and held out a lollipop. The girl hesitantly accepted it and said, thank you. The woman smiled. Then the voice rang out again through the room. Contestant number, out of the 40 contestants. Well then, contestant number, please stand by. The moment she heard the number being called, Mabel jolted in surprise. That's my number. When Mabel stood up and looked around the empty chamber, she could hear the pounding of drums from outside. There's nothing here. While thinking that, she stumbled up the stairs. Am I the last one? She had reached the arena floor. The moment Mabel stepped out, a huge roar erupted from the stands. Wah! Ah! The sheer size of the crowd overwhelmed her completely. Goodness, there are this many people? Wah! Wah! She tried to calm herself by thinking of something else. No, I can't get nervous. Kanos told me that. Since the preliminaries are over and the finals begin after this, that must be why so many people gathered here. But my hands are shaking so badly. I've never stood in front of so many eyes before. No, I can't lose heart like this. As Mabel walked toward the center of the arena, a voice from somewhere in the crowd called out, "Miss, do your best." That's right. No matter how nervous you are, don't lose heart. Do your best. Seeing you reminds me of myself when I was young. Hearing those encouraging words, Mabel happily waved back at them, thinking with joy, they may not know me, but they're cheering for me. They must be good people. She kept waving all around as the crowd roared. Wah! Looking around, Mabel spotted her father sitting in the stands with the others beside him. Ah, Father. They seemed to notice she was waving at them specifically, and they cheerfully waved back. Rakiel waved her too. Seeing that, Mabel's heart felt incredibly warm. The loudspeaker rang out once more. All right, let's begin. Hearing that, the girl took a deep breath. Who? Soft pink light shone from Mabel's palm with a faint swishing sound. A staff appeared in her hand, its shaft wrapped in flowing magical currents that blew with a soft whoosh. The staff called its master's name. Mabel. This was Siko's great moon, altered from its original form by the magic her father had cast upon it. At the same time, he had warned her never to reveal the staff's true appearance. Smiling, Mabel said, I'm counting on you. The staff answered eagerly. Yes. A number of golems appeared, while gusts of wind whistled through the arena and made the atmosphere even tenser than usual. One of the golems began to move, its massive body rumbling heavily. The other golems also began trudging forward with heavy thuds. Mabel still had not released her own magic. There's still time. Suddenly, one of the golems was almost right in front of her. Fear rose in her chest. Is this enough? When she watched Aben and Bellerophon's matches, it didn't seem this fast. Once they came down below, they looked even faster. Faster even than when the earlier contestants fought. Is that because it feels different when you're facing them directly? Mabel anxiously thought, I was planning to use the dark energy Father taught me, but then I remembered the lightning magic I used before Vivi. While she was struggling to decide, the staff suddenly cried out, That one! I know it! Just as the giant golem was about to strike Mabel, light spread out from the staff. Faced with the monster's enormous hand right before her, the girl gave up and raised her arms to shield herself. Too late. Then, as if remembering something, Mabel told herself desperately, No, I mustn't close my eyes. A sparkling light burst forth. A barrier appeared around Mabel and blocked the golem's huge hand, the collision making a dull thump. A small bird flew high in the sky and chirped. Seeing it, Mabel suddenly realized, Riri, was that you? The little bird answered with 2 chirps. Mabel glanced at one of the staff members behind her and thought, since no one's saying anything, that means it's allowed, right? Mizudamer did say Riri could participate with me. Happily, she said to the bird, Thank you, Riri. The staff rose high once more, and a current of air shot out of it with a swishing sound. Then that current burst upward into the sky with a sharp crack. The audience fell utterly silent. A moment later, teasing voices started up. Oh dear, why'd the little girl fire her spell into the sky? Too nervous, maybe? After the tense match, Mabel was walking down the corridor when a voice suddenly called out, Young Miss is the best, as always. Kano smiled brightly as he praised her. Everyone had been waiting for her, and Lisa congratulated her. My lady, you were so cool. But Mabel gave no response and merely lowered her head in silence. Seeing that, Aben stepped forward and asked with concern, My lady, what's wrong? Doubting herself, Mabel asked everyone, were those flashes of lightning just now really magic that I created? Rakiel stepped forward to comfort her. That's right. He pulled her into his arms. Mabel said, Father, I still can't believe it. He reassured her. Maybe the staff was teasing you. Blinking, the girl nodded. Rakiel then explained her own power to her. The staff only acts as a medium to draw out your power. That magic was your strength all along. She looked surprised. Really? Rakiel gently stroked her hair and praised her softly. You did very well, Mabel. Feeling the warmth of her father's love, Mabel no longer felt insecure about her own strength. Smiling happily, she said, "So it really is my power." Rakiel then turned to his disciple and said, "First, we need to go." Bellerophon replied, "Yes, master." He immediately chanted a spell. All right, but Mabel didn't feel anything at all. She darted her eyes around, yet everything still looked completely normal. Suddenly, someone bumped into her father's shoulder as though the two of them were invisible. Seeing the bewildered look on her face, he explained, "It's magic that prevents others from seeing us." Then he asked her, "My lady, will you come with us?" Mabel asked, "Go where?" He answered, "To hear the explanation of the final match, of course." She then asked, but where did Aben go?" He told her, "Right now, Aben is disguised as you and has already gone back out there." Mabel stared in surprise. "Disguised as me? Won't it be easy to notice?" She then asked him, "Then couldn't we just keep hiding our identities like this?" He explained, "If we did that, it might attract attention from the people around us. Using magic to blur one's existence is not an easy thing." She nodded in understanding. Then he added kindly, hoping to reassure her, "Aben is doing this to help with your final, my lady. He'll draw people's attention in an appropriate way to help you, and everyone will be easier to distract as well. He's used to this sort of thing." Mabel let out a small breath. He reminded her, "When he comes back later, all you need to do is praise him once. Isn't that what he likes most? Though he always denies it." Rakiel shot him a sharp glare. Seeing that, Kanos awkwardly turned his face away from the threatening look and said, "Anyway, I hope my lady will praise him a little." In the arena, the announcer addressed the audience directly. "May I ask everyone present in the hall today to remain quiet for a moment. We will now explain the rules for the final match." The entire venue fell silent. Kanos wondered, "I wonder how they'll do it this year." Rakiel guessed, "This year's intention is probably different too." Is that really so?" Mabel looked blankly at the conversation between the two of them. He then explained, The host nation chooses the region where the celebratory exhibition is held, and naturally, they also decide the format of the final. You can simply think of it as a kind of privilege, my lady. The final is always designated to be fair, with no favoritism toward any individual or any particular country. The nation responsible for hosting this year's final was announced to the public during the previous assembly session. That's why everyone has gathered here to hear the announcement. Mabel asked him, "What kind of format are they using this year?" He shook his head and said, I don't really know either. Assassin always comes up with new event categories. One way or another, the order of hosting usually rotates. This year it's Assassin again." Rakiel spoke up. "How odd." Kanos agreed with him. "Yes, as I told Master before, Assassin tends to prefer methods that differ from the norm." Down on the stage stood a beautiful young woman with pale blonde hair, dressed neatly in a white and violet gown. Mabel suddenly recognized her and turned to Kanos and Lisa. Can Lisa? Isn't that someone we met before?" Kanos asked, puzzled. "Pardon? Whom do you mean, my lady?" Lisa suddenly realized. "Oh, it does seem so." Kanos still didn't understand and asked, "My lady, whom are you referring to?" Lisa recalled it and said, "That's right, my lady. I remember now." Mabel reminded him, the person who praised Razel in the city where we stopped before?" He asked back, Do you mean the older woman?" Lisa said, "No, not someone trying to look young. It was the girl with blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes." He still looked confused. Strange. The woman I remember from back then seemed older, with brown hair and green eyes. Mabel found that odd and thought, Kanos has a good memory, so there's no reason he'd see it wrong. But still, then she said firmly, "The person I met was definitely a young woman." Lisa agreed with Mabel. "That's right. I saw the same thing as my lady. That girl had blonde hair and blue eyes, sparkling like jewels." Rakiel spoke up. "It was magic. Aben realized it. Now that I hear all of you say that, I think she may have used a kind of illusion spell. It's a high-level magic that affects the nervous system. Bellerophon then explained, Lisa is an elf, so she wouldn't be affected by that kind of magic. Elf can see the true nature of all things. Mabel wondered, then what about me? Rachiel said, there are two possibilities. Either you're not affected by illusion magic, Mabel, or she had no intention of hiding it from you. The girl thought, she had no intention of hiding it from me? Mabel asked her father, then did you know she was using magic? Rachiel replied, I didn't mention it because she seemed to be just passing through. Down on the stage, the microphone seemed to be malfunctioning, so an attendant brought the girl another one. Another person said, my apologies, everyone. I will now begin the explanation of the final match. There was a problem with one of the magical tools we were using. Our deepest apologies. I shall begin again. Then he introduced her. This is Blitz Cyro, Princess of Assassin. Lisa said, did you hear that, my lady? She's a princess. Our lady is a princess, too. Mabel smiled and said, I heard Lisa, but I'm not a princess. Lisa replied, you are our princess, my lady. A lovely, adorable princess. Embarrassed by Lisa's warm and affectionate words, Mabel blushed and answered shyly, Laura says that too. It makes me so embarrassed. Lisa laughed and replied, does she? Well, she's absolutely right, my lady. At that moment, Blitz tested the microphone below the stage. She began her greeting. Greetings to all of you, to all the outstanding contestants here today, and to all the mighty mages gathered here with us. The audience in the stands cheered. She continued, my apologies, I nearly forgot. The Mizudamers as well, and our lovely order of knights have joined us here today. As introduced by our announcer, I am the princess of the kingdom of Assassin, and I have the honor of explaining the format of this year's final match. Yes, I can hear many voices urging me to hurry up already. That is what you're all thinking, is it not? So, without keeping you waiting any longer, allow me to explain at once. From out of the darkness, two raggedly dressed figures appeared, dirty all over, with fierce and frightening eyes. Blitz announced, the format of this year's final round is taming. The audience immediately began to murmur excitedly. Taming? What is she talking about? This is insane. They're using this format again. Mabel asked Bellerophon, what is taming? He replied, that. He hesitated before explaining. Strictly speaking, the meaning can be very broad, but the taming she refers to. I'll explain it for you now, my lady. Some people know of this method, but most only have a vague idea and do not really understand it. To explain it simply enough for someone unfamiliar to grasp, there's zombies in human form. As you may guess, it took considerable authority and power to bring them here at all. They had long since disappeared from this era. Kano said to Rachiel, we Dragonians believe they had all died out after the wars. Rachiel explained, the survivors migrated to Assassin. Though they have human-like bodies, their true nature is still that of zombies. Kanos turned to Mabel and said, that's how it is, my lady. Innocently, she asked him, hey, that person has scales and long ears like a rabbit's. So, they're not human. Kanos answered, no. First of all, they are not human, my lady. She asked again, then are they a different kind of creature from you, He nodded and said, yes, that's right, my lady. If beasts that possess the power of many things are destroyed, they too may become zombies, but fundamentally, they are different. People like them are not treated well in places like this. Many people see them as little more than curiosities to stare at. She asked what? Bellerophon answered, they are victims of war. More precisely, they are experimental subjects created by wicked people. She said to him, then they're survivors. He murmured in reply, why yes, that's right. He gave a gentle smile. Mabel wondered to herself, could this have something to do with the secret Bellerophon told me about? At that moment, the expression that passed across Bellerophon's face was clearly the same as her father's. Mabel asked him, then does taming mean I have to become friends with them? He said, for now, that would be quite difficult. They cannot speak the language of humans. They can only move and act on instinct. Still, becoming friends with them. That is a very nice idea. I think only you would think of something like that, my lady. Rachiel interrupted their conversation. That's enough. He used magic to blindfold him with a cloth. He reminded him sharply, your eyes. Bellerophon quickly turned away to adjust the cloth. Rachiel lifted Mabel into his lap. He asked, do you want to sit on father's lap? The girl said nothing and simply remained quiet. Down on the stage, Blitz continued explaining the rules and format of the match. When taming them, you may subdue them, but under no circumstances may you kill them. The competition will be conducted in teams of 2. The rules are very simple. Whoever tames the Dragonian first wins, regardless of the method used. Isn't taming them without killing them harder than simply not killing them? She continued. As you have seen, we of Assassin have prepared this challenge for you all. At the same time, we will also present a specially tamed zombie as a gift to the winner. Therefore, we very much look forward to witnessing the talents of all the contestants gathered here today. She declared loudly. Now then, with your permission, let us begin. Everyone shouted excitedly after her speech. The entire arena grew livelier and noisier than ever. Mabel thought with disappointment. In the end, everyone seems to enjoy fighting Dragonians. Is that really a good thing? The little girl confided in her father. I thought taming meant becoming their friend. Rakiel explained. That's true too. They just didn't say it outright. You can use any method, after all. What she said isn't exactly wrong. You're probably the only one who would think of it that way. Come to think of it, your mother always said the same thing. The little girl asked back. Mother said that too? Down below the stage, Blitz stared at the little girl with warm eyes. Mabel noticed her gaze too and said to her father, Father, I think that princess is looking at me. Blitz smiled brightly, waved in a friendly manner, and said, Because I used to be Thea's closest friend. Surprised, Mabel raised her hand and waved back. She had not expected that her mother and the princess knew each other. Excited, she said, That's amazing. Curiously, she turned to her father and asked, Mother is beautiful like the princess too, right, father? Rakiel said, Your mother is far more beautiful than that. Holding her father's hand, the little girl said, Father, I want to see mother too. Rakiel hesitated for a moment, then agreed. All right, I'll show you. The girl happily exclaimed, Yes, I'd love that. When they got home, the Florence sisters warmly welcomed her and asked after her, My lady, you're back. You had fun, right? They kept bombarding Mabel with questions, leaving her flustered and unsure where to begin. How was the match? You passed, of course, right? What's the final round format like? Seeing that, Lisa stepped in and reminded them. One question at a time, sisters. My lady's eyes are already spinning. Skyla immediately turned and admonished her younger sister. That's right, Laura. You should calm down a little. Embarrassed, Laura agreed. All right. Mabel sat down in a chair and told them everything she had gone through that day. Her father walked over and instructed, Then stay with the Florence sisters for a little while. The little girl obediently replied, Yes, father. She waved goodbye to Rakiel. Then she suddenly noticed someone sprawled out weakly and asked, What's that? Lisa answered, That's Aben. Skyla explained, Aben was so exhausted he passed out, my lady. Laura added, That's right. The fox wore himself out and fainted. Lisa moved closer and asked, Goodness, is he dead? Laura tapped his tail and said, Looks like it. In a tired voice, Aben muttered, Emma, what is it? Laura said, Don't touch me. Lisa remarked, So he's not dead yet. Laura replied, Yeah. Skyla turned to Mabel and said, No matter what, being bait must have been really hard. The little girl blamed herself. Was it because of me? Skyla immediately denied it. No, that's not it. It's not your fault, my lady. Laura chimed in as well. That's right. My lady did nothing wrong. Aben should have come back in good condition. Aben's ears perked up as he listened to everyone's conversation. He suddenly sat upright and asked, What? Mabel came closer and asked with concern, Are you all right? Aben asked back, Do I look all right? The little girl answered, No. Smiling, he said, That's right. Worried, she reached out and touched his head. Embarrassed, Aben quickly brushed Mabel's hand away and said in confusion, What are you doing, my lady? Mabel explained, No, I just wanted to check your temperature. He immediately denied it. I don't have a fever, and I'm not sick. Still concerned, she said, But you never know, Aben. Helplessly, he explained, Beast folk don't get colds and things like that. If my older brother heard that, he'd laugh at you. Mabel said, Kanos doesn't laugh at people. Aben began talking about Kanos. That's because you haven't seen my brother in the past. Back then, he was really rough. You don't believe me, right? If you don't, ask the Florence sisters. Mabel was surprised and couldn't quite believe him. Even so, that still sounded a little strange. She turned to the Florence sisters. Skyla, Is Aben telling the truth? Skylar recalled it. Actually, yes, he really was like that before. Laura agreed. That's right. She's right. He was terrifying. Lisa continued, like tearing leaves to shreds from one tree to the next. Aben agreed, torn to bits, exactly. Mabel nodded. If all three of you say so, then it must be true. Still, she asked him worriedly, but really, are you okay? Embarrassed and unable to meet her eyes, Aben insisted. Are we still on the cold thing? I said I'm fine. Mabel said, your face is really red. Aben's whole face turned red. He shouted, this? My lady? Then he asked in confusion, what did I even do? He abruptly turned away and covered his face with his hand as he explained, that face is. Laura interrupted, wow, it's carrot-colored. Lisa teased him too. It really is. Exactly like a carrot. He yelled, you're all so noisy. Mabel raised her hand and touched Aben as she said, anyway, Aben, I'm sorry. You went through all that trouble because of me. Flustered, he stammered, what are you? Before he could finish, Mabel removed a leaf that was stuck to him. He complained, my lady, why did you make it sound so misleading? Mabel asked back, what did I make misleading? He said, I thought you were going to pat my head. The little girl apologized, I'm sorry for not meaning to do that. Puzzled, he asked her, why are you apologizing for that? In that case, you could just pat me. He placed Mabel's hand on his head. He confessed, you don't misunderstand. It's not like I did what I did for your sake. I just want praise. The little girl sincerely praised him. You did really well. You were amazing. He was taken aback by her praise. What? The little girl smiled brightly and said, when Father pats my head and praises me like this, that's when I feel the proudest. Is it the same for you too, Aben? It makes me proud and feel like I could do even better. He waved her hand away. She asked, are you satisfied now? He replied, do you think just that much would satisfy me? She asked again, do you want me to pat you more? Wagging his tail, he said, I am satisfied. Mabel happily said, what a relief. After that, Lisa, Laura, and Skyla all wanted head pats too and said, my lady, I'm very good at petting too. Me too. I'm good at it as well, my lady. They stepped forward, patted her head, and chatted among themselves. The little girl laughed innocently, bright and cheerful. Then she glanced over and saw Aben standing up. Inwardly, he praised her. My lady, you did well today too. Through the whole match, you were the coolest. The finals began. They started immediately after the preliminaries ended. According to Kanos, that was actually better because everyone was still full of excitement from the preliminaries. Just as Kanos said, every corner of the town hosting the Martial Tournament was overflowing with energy. Mabel, Bellerophon, and Aben, among them, the first to participate in the finals was Bellerophon. There were many people gathered in the arena to watch the Martial Tournament. Kanos said to everyone, the arena is completely packed. Mabel continued, only the finals are being held here, so there really are a lot of people. The four of them sat in one corner and observed the final match. Someone spoke up. Yeah, I think there are even more than during the Golem fight. Another person replied, that's right. Compared to that arena, this one is bigger. Curious, Mabel looked toward the center of the battlefield. Can people in seats that high up still see the match clearly? Kanos explained to her, you don't need to worry about that, my lady, because that magic device over there will display the entire match. As he spoke, he pointed toward a screen in the distance. Rakiel spoke up. I think I saw something similar during the Golem battle. Kanos answered enthusiastically. Yes, it uses the same kind of magic, but the devices here are made with far better magic crystals. Once the match begins, you'll be able to see the contestants form over there. Cheers rang out. A man dressed all in black and wearing a mask appeared. Only then did Kanos notice the match and say, Fawn's out there. In the middle of the arena, two figures were stepping forward. Strong footsteps advanced into the battlefield. Thud, thud, thud. A Dragonian was brought onto the stage. Everyone gasped in shock. My goodness, it's huge. At that moment, a beast-like creature appeared on the arena floor, with a long tail dragging across the ground, a hunched posture, hairy limbs, and cold, sharp eyes, growling as it walked. It stood at the very center of the stage, surrounded by three men. The referee raised his hand and gave some kind of signal. Suddenly, there was a sound in the middle of the arena, bam, and at the same time the crowd around them erupted into cheers. Wah, wah. Mabel flinched. Her face plainly showed anxiety. She sat motionless amid the audience's cheers. The referee announced, the match may now begin. At that, the cheering only grew louder. Wah, wah. On the arena floor, Fawn extended his hand and cast magic. Sparks of lightning appeared in his palm. Crackle, crackle. He struck at the beast with all his might. The creature only raised an arm to shield its face. Seizing that opportunity, he shot forward like an arrow, drawing the sword at his hip as he ran. When the beast regained its bearings, the blade was already at its throat. With no other choice, it could only raise a white flag and surrender. The match ended to thunderous applause from the audience in the stands. Everyone shouted excitedly, "Wah, wah!" The cries grew louder and fiercer. Mabel covered her ears with both hands. Her father beside her worried over his daughter. "Do your ears hurt?" Trembling, she stammered. And no, she did not dare look him in the eyes and only lowered her face to the ground. "I was just startled by everyone's cheering." It felt as though some invisible fear was surrounding her. Mabel thought to herself, "It's completely different from the golem battle. If that one was like a sapling, this feels like staring up at a giant ancient tree." Only then did Kanos, seated beside her, speak up. "It's probably because this is the first match, so everyone is cheering especially hard. There will probably be a congratulatory performance in a little while too." Mabel paid no attention. She was staring intently at something in her hand. "This piece of paper," Kanos asked her. "My lady, do you see the red symbol engraved on the yellow paper? That is the emblem of the Drake Knights." Just then, the loudspeaker announced once more, "The winner is Fawn from the East." Mabel looked up. It seemed she had noticed something. On the opposite side, there was someone there, and it was His Majesty the Emperor. The little girl's face darkened, and her hands and feet began to tremble. Seeing that his daughter was not doing well, Rakiel placed his hand over hers and asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Without lifting her face, the little girl answered, "Father, over there. I think His Majesty the Emperor is there." He followed the direction she indicated, tightened his grip, and comforted her. "Even if he is called the Emperor, it's fine. No one here can hear what you say." Her father raised his hand and cast a spell. Whoosh. Curious, she asked, "Why is the Emperor there?" "Let's see. I'm not sure either. He may just be here to do something pointless." She continued asking, unease in her voice. "What if he creates a magic circle again like last time?" Rakiel stroked his daughter's head to ease her anxiety and reassured her. "The oath can only be carried out at the founding ceremony, so nothing like that will happen, my child. You don't need to worry, Mabel. There can't be any trouble here." On the opposite side, a close aide was whispering something to the Emperor. Just then, celebratory paper fireworks burst to honor the winner. SHHHD. Though he had reassured his daughter, Rakiel himself still had his doubts. He said to everyone, "Even so, we should remain on guard." Kanos turned to him worriedly and asked, "Will you be all right, master?" Rakiel immediately gave an order. "First, keep an eye on him." In the arena, the announcer continued, "Now, let me introduce the next contestant." Rakiel stood up and called to everyone, "Let's go." Mabel was full of doubt and somewhat bewildered. She thought to herself, "Father suddenly leaving our seats is a little strange, but honestly, I don't want to sit there anymore either. I don't want to stay in the same place as the Emperor. And I want to praise Bellerophon for doing so well. Bellerophon praised me so much, so now it's my turn." The atmosphere of the martial tournament remained lively, and the people continued talking and praising the warriors in the arena. Rakiel walked ahead. At that moment, Lisa turned to Mabel and asked, "My lady, Master doesn't seem to be in a very good mood." Mabel replied, "Mem, I think so too." Then Mabel looked to the side of the road. A great deal of meat was hanging there, making the little girl feel uncomfortable, and she shook her head. Lisa asked worriedly, "My lady, what's wrong?" Mabel shut her eyes tightly and confessed plainly to Lisa, "I'm a little scared." "Of the meat? I've never seen so many bones before." "Ah, then shall I cover your eyes, my lady?" Lisa suggested, but Mabel immediately said, "If you cover my eyes, then I won't be able to see the way ahead, will I?" "Then I can just guide you, my lady. Or should I carry you? That would be tiring. And if you carry me, Lisa, then you won't be able to see the way ahead either. Lisa nodded. Ah, that's true. We can't fly either. Mabel reassured her. No, it's all right. I'm Euphina. Suddenly, Aben appeared from nowhere, hands on his hips, and said to the two of them, Wouldn't it be enough to cover you like this? Honestly, my lady, you're so hopeless. Surprised, Mabel asked, Since when were you here? He lightly swished his fluffy tail and answered, I just got here. My lady, why isn't Master carrying you? I just wanted to walk. As Mabel walked, she glanced around, drawn to something perched on the shoulder of the man walking ahead. Aben and Mabel chatted as they walked. This year, there are a lot of beast trainers among the participants. That thing hovering over the shoulder of the person who just passed by, that a magic beast, right? That's right. It's a bird-type beast. It looks like a chick, but I bet they use shrinking magic on it. In any case, Assassin is the host nation of this martial tournament, and this place is famous for magic beasts. My lady, do you know about the Princess of Assassin? Ah, yes, I saw her. Right. She appeared during the presentation after the preliminaries. Mabel thought to herself, not only at the presentation, I actually met her face to face. I heard the princess has overwhelming ability. She can tame magic beasts and is called a once-in-a-century genius. Mabel was surprised. How do you know that, Aben? Aben glanced at her. Well, as the two of them continued talking while walking, Aben explained further. Beast folk and beast tamers are very close. Among the tamed magic beasts, there are some that even eat their own kind. They came to La Bestia, my homeland. That's right, anything that crossed into that place was already a magic beast that had lost its reason. Mabel asked, if they lose their reason, can't they return to normal? No. Basically, they've gone completely mad. They've been bewitched by magic power. Can't they be cured? Aben shrugged. Of course not. Then Aben suddenly leaned close to Mabel's ear and whispered, Before, your mother, Lady Galathea, tried every possible method, but all of them failed. Anyway, there are a lot of crazed magic beasts in La Bestia. So many beast tamers come there. That's why we have a good relationship with them. And that's when we heard stories about the princess. Mabel continued glancing around and spotted another magic beast. She marveled, magic beasts really do come in all kinds of appearances. Suddenly, a familiar face bent down and joined the conversation. My lady, are Razel and Riri also magic beasts? Lisa's sudden action startled Aben so much he nearly jumped. Hey, were you shoving your face in for all of a sudden? Because my lady is small, so this is the only way I can be at a level with her. And you're small too, Aben. Angrily, he said, What are you talking about? I've grown a lot. You're smaller than Bellerophon. Don't compare me to him. Standing beside them, Mabel could only give an awkward smile. As she happened to glance past them, she saw a noisy crowd gathered around something. What drew her was a golden egg decorated with many ribbons in one corner. An egg. She stopped to look, which made Aben and Lisa follow her gaze. Aben exclaimed, That's a magic beast egg. Lisa added, My lady, that's a magic beast egg. Everyone's astonishment caught Rakiel's attention. He stopped and looked toward the egg. Only then did Mabel speak. Father, that egg is huge. The three of them were all looking toward the egg, while the seller stood in one corner introducing it. If we're talking about this egg, Mabel asked doubtfully, I wonder what kind of magic beast would hatch from such a huge egg. Kanos explained, It's a desert lizard egg. It's the most commonly seen kind among magic beast eggs. Places like this sell eggs too, my lady. So lizards hatch from eggs? That, I'm not entirely sure of. Not every egg necessarily hatches. It will only hatch if it comes into the possession of someone gifted in taming magic beasts. Not only will it fail to hatch if it is left out in the open like this, it also won't hatch if the proper time is missed. The man is selling that egg, right? Yes. He doesn't look like a beast tamer. He looks more like a hunter who happened to come across the egg. After watching for a moment, Kanos called out, Let's go, my lady. Mabel hurried after Kanos, but not before glancing back regretfully at the egg. The egg stirred some forgotten memory within her. I feel like I'm forgetting something. The little girl remembered the past. When she first met Father at the northern estate, Father had given her a small egg. Recalling that day, Rakiel and his little daughter had been sitting together. He had given her an egg. Give me your hand. Your hand. The little girl quickly answered. Yes? What is it? He replied, This is a gift. Back then, Father had called it a demonic creature. She realized now that demonic creature was just another term for a magic beast. She tried to remember. Was that an egg too? I think I gave it to Kanos. Back at the residence, everyone sat together in the drawing room, enjoying tea. Aben began his report. Master, people outside are talking about the rumor that His Majesty the Emperor is here. When I want to check the match schedule, that was all anyone was discussing. Reikyo replied, I know. Bellerophon sipped his tea, but his attention stayed fixed on the conversation. I don't fully understand, but this is going to get troublesome, isn't it, Master? Mabel, still holding her teacup, kept staring intently at Bellerophon. Reikyo took a sip of tea and gave a cold hum. The tea in his cup trembled slightly. Kanos asked anxiously, Will everything be all right, Master? Is there any danger? Reikyo answered uneasily, We've always avoided danger, but now I think it may be a little dangerous. As he spoke, he tapped his thigh with his fingers, lost in thought. Then he turned to his daughter. Mabel, yes. Do you want to go back? No, father. I want to stay. I think I can try with my own strength now, so I want to give it a try. No, I can do it. Mabel spoke with utmost determination, even making a little hand gesture as if to reassure her father. When he still said nothing, she continued, We haven't done anything wrong, father. Please don't keep avoiding it. The other three sat still, silently listening to the exchange between father and daughter. Mabel smiled brightly and said with excitement, I want to stay and compete in the finals. I can do well. Reikyo bent down until he was level with his little daughter and said fondly, Whose daughter could you possibly be? You're truly serious about this. And he spoke to everyone in a serious tone. This city is not a place where the royal family can wield power however they please, especially when we are an assassin. He began casting magic, making the spoons float in the air, and continued, I have never retreated before an enemy. Even on the day when the most precious thing was taken from me before my eyes, I did not retreat. I respect your will. As he spoke, he cast another spell. Pop! A little girl exactly like Mabel appeared on the tea table, holding a magic staff. Reikyo reassured her, I'll stop every danger. Let's move forward together. The little girl on the tea table began to move, step by step, overcoming the obstacles made by the floating spoons and heading toward the place she wanted to reach. In the end, she overcame everything, smiled brightly, and stopped to bow to everyone. Mabel stared at it, then shyly answered her father, Yes, father, I can do it. Pop! Everything on the tea table vanished. After that, Mabel's days of hard training began. Since I competed near the end of the preliminaries, it seemed the finals would also be later, just like before. Thanks to that, while I still had time before my match, Father or Kanos, and sometimes Bellerophon and Aben, helped me train. Of course, whenever Bellerophon or Aben helped me, Father would supervise, unless he had to step away for a while. While we were training, Mabel asked Bellerophon, Oh, right, Bellerophon. Before Aben went to compete, he told us we absolutely mustn't come to the match and had to stay at the guest house. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, Why didn't Aben want us to come watch today's match? Did he not want us to see? The sound of the sword lowered with a clang. Yes, that could be it. Or perhaps he thought that if too many people were watching, it would be harder for him to use his abilities properly. But there are lots of spectators. Even without us, there would still be plenty of people there. In that case, perhaps one person's gaze can feel heavier than that of countless spectators. Mabel froze at those words, not knowing how to respond, her eyes widening as she looked toward Bellerophon. At that, Bellerophon turned his face away and said softly, I know that feeling. Yet his hand tightened around the sword. He swung it up and continued, Still, a true master must do their utmost in battle, no matter the circumstances. He narrowed his eyes in a mocking smile. On that point, didn't he get eliminated? Mabel immediately defended her friend. No, even if we don't cheer for him, Aben will still do well. Bellerophon said firmly, Yes. If he lost in the first match, it would be terribly embarrassing. The little girl hesitated. Embarrassing, Bellerophon went on. Then he would be ashamed. The girl replied, Yeah, if you look at the other way, I guess that's true. Mabel muttered to herself, If it were me, I'd definitely be so embarrassed. I probably shouldn't have brought up failing a match. Then she quickly changed the subject. Bellerophon, what do you think of the Dragonians? He fell silent for a moment before answering. They're very strong. The Wilderness Martial Tournament only allows the use of small magic beasts. So when you go to the match, my lady, you won't be able to bring Rosso, but you can bring Riri. Hearing its name, Riri poked its head out from around Mabel's neck to listen, then suddenly flew at Bellerophon. Startled, Mabel cried out, "Riri, stop!" Bellerophon looked blank for a moment, then answered reluctantly, "It's all right. The little one is only playing." Riri continued pecking at Bellerophon's head as if displeased about something. Bellerophon continued explaining things to his young lady. In any case, you can't bring magic beasts larger than about this size into the match, so tamers bring small ones instead. You've seen many kinds here already, haven't you, my lady? Mabel remembered what she had seen at the tournament before and murmured in realization, "Ah, so that's why everyone keeps them on their shoulders." "Yes, because that's a size they can carry." He went on, explaining magic beasts further. Dragonians possess power equal to that of large magic beasts. There are clear differences among Dragonians, but they are all strong in the same way. And because humanoid magic beasts feel strange to humans, most people have a hard time fighting them. It's your first time seeing Dragonians too, isn't it, Bellerophon? No, I saw one once before, when I was very young. It had something to do with the Emperor. You might think childhood memories would fade, but strangely enough, I remember it very clearly, because I was in a position not unlike that of a test subject. Bellerophon looked a little sad as he brought up the past, his face tinged with both sorrow and fear. Mabel reached out, wanting to touch him in comfort. "Are you okay now?" He had been about to say, "I'm fine," but answered honestly instead, "I don't think I'm okay." Mabel tightened her grip on her sword, suddenly flustered. "What'd I do now?" I asked something I shouldn't have. Seeing her expression, Bellerophon knelt down in front of her and said, "Even if I'm not all right, I think I would feel better if you patted me, my lady." She blinked in surprise at the suggestion. "Pat you where?" He tilted his head toward her, offering his hair. "On my head." Shyly, she reached out her hand. She began to gently stroke Bellerophon's hair. He sat there enjoying it, and while he did, he kept talking. "Aben bragged to me about it." The little girl asked, "Brag about what?" Bellerophon replied, "He bragged that my lady patted his head. Then he asked me, 'You've never been patted by my lady, have you?' He muttered. I was very jealous, even though I knew it was childish." He looked up at her with a small smile, his eyes clearly full of satisfaction. "Are you okay now?" He answered cheerfully, "Yes, I'm very happy." She brightened again and unconsciously took his hand. "That's a relief." Bellerophon then resumed explaining about magic beasts. "We got sidetracked. As for Dragonians, their strength is on an entirely different level from humans. By strength, I mean physical power, like being able to lift things easily." She asked curiously, "Kanos and Aben are very strong too. Are they the same?" "There's a slight difference. Kanos and Aben can use swords. In other words, they can use weapons. Dragonians, on the other hand, cannot use weapons. Instead, they specialize in pure brute strength." Bellerophon looked Mabel straight in the eye and gave her advice. "If possible, my lady, don't let them land a hit. I believe they can break through any kind of defensive magic." Mabel stared blankly. "Huh? Then what am I supposed to do?" As he spoke, Bellerophon pointed into the air. "Do you remember wind magic? I used wind and gravity magic together. If you plan to use magic like mine, you mustn't simply press them down like this." As he spoke, he made a pressing motion with his finger so she could picture it, but she still didn't understand and asked why. He explained, "Because they have tails. If you only press them down, you won't be able to suppress the tail as well. They can still move it left and right." Seeing that Mabel still looked confused, he elaborated, "Like this, imagine tying them down with taming cords while pressing them from above." That sounds hard. I'd have to use 2 types of magic at once. If it's you, my lady, you'll do well, even if it's a little complicated." He kept encouraging her, offering her a reassuring smile. She looked at him gratefully. There really was no other way but to suppress them. "As long as I don't get hurt, it'll be fine." Bellerophon clasped the little girl's hand. "Exactly. And most importantly, Our Lady must not be hurt." She nodded gently. After finishing our light practice session, we returned to the guest house. The training areas were built into separate rooms, so we didn't meet anyone on the way back. They said it was a privilege reserved for the tournament winners, but honestly, there were far too many privileges. Even with all those benefits, very few people use this room. I wonder why. The door to the guest house opened, and sunlight streamed into every corner. The girl was drying her hair when Kanos asked, "My lady, have you finished bathing?" She answered softly, Kanos quickly ran over and pulled out a chair for her. "Please sit, my lady." The girl asked him, "Time passes so fast." Aben must have finished his match by now. He answered, "Yes, it seems it has ended, and he should be on his way back." As the girl sat down, she added, "Even though he's my younger brother, he's so stubborn, not letting anyone come. He must have one. Then, or at least he'll be spared the embarrassment." Laura came running over from somewhere and cried out, "Oh my lady, your hair still isn't dry." Lisa chimed in, a towel. The little girl smiled as Lisa dried her hair for her. "Thank you, Lisa," she replied briskly. "It's nothing. It's an honor." Laura eagerly added, "Next time, let me dry your hair for you, my lady." The little girl said happily, "Thank you, Laura." Kanos had just finished pouring tea for his lady when, from the side, he heard the two girls whispering to Mabel. "Even if my lady drips water all over the floor, Kanos loves cleaning it up." The other added, "That's right." Kanos looked at the sisters helplessly. "Laura, Lisa, why are you saying that so boldly? I'm always the one doing the cleaning." Suddenly, the little girl asked, "Oh, right, Kanos?" He replied, "Yes, my lady." The little girl continued, "Do you remember the magic beast egg father gave me before?" He answered honestly, "Yes, of course I remember. Master gave it to you with his own blood." "Really, Master?" she asked. "Do you know where that egg is now?" He explained, "A few days later, my lady asked me to take care of it, and I did. Recently, signs started appearing on the egg, so I entrusted it to the Florence sisters, since no one understands matters of nature better than fairies." Laura and Lisa both looked confused. Why don't we know anything about that?" If that's the case, then Sister Sulla is the one holding it, my lady." Mabel asked, "Where is Sulla?" Laura answered quickly, "She went back to the estate for now." The little girl looked puzzled. "Isn't this the estate?" Laura explained, "It is, but we can't move the entire estate, so only part of it was moved here. So only some of the rooms are connected. She probably went to the basement section of the estate, and if I leave this room, the magic will be undone, so I have to stay here. Sulla and I are the two acting as the intermediaries." The little girl nodded in understanding. I see. Then I can't go back to the estate." The maid answered, "Yes, as far as I know. I've heard this is one-way magic." The little girl politely said, "Thank you, Lisa." The other continued, "If Master were here, then my lady could also return to the estate." Laura and Lisa looked anxious and flustered, worried for their young mistress because Master was not here right now, which made things difficult. Lisa agreed, "That's right. It's very difficult since both Sister and Master have gone out." Seeing that the two sisters looked embarrassed, Mabel quickly reassured them, "No, it's not urgent or anything. I was just curious. I'm sure she knows where the egg is. I'll definitely ask her." Thank you." Night fell, and Mabel stood by the window, looking up at the star-filled sky. Then she heard a faint click. The little girl turned around. It was Rakiel. She softly called out, "Faye." Rakiel reached into his coat, as if feeling for something. His outfit made the little girl stare in a daze. This coat. It was the one Father was wearing when I first met him." He pulled a rolled-up paper from inside his coat, tied with a ribbon, and said to Mabel, "Take it." Then he opened his hand and held it out to her. It seemed to be something he treasured deeply. In the dark and gloomy castle, her voice echoed, "What is this?" Rakiel pulled his hood slightly aside, revealing his blue hair, and said, "Open it and see." Then he lowered the hood completely, revealing blue hair stirring in the wind and bright blue eyes glowing in the night as he looked down. Mabel stood there blankly, holding the mysterious roll tied with a red ribbon, then looked innocently up at Rakiel. Then she lowered her gaze to the roll in her hands and slowly opened it. Her round eyes widened, and she said uncertainly, "It's a portrait of Mother." The ribbon that had tied it fell to the floor as the little girl fully opened the roll. Inside was a portrait of a woman with glossy, wavy pink hair. She had long ears like an elf's, a gentle face, and faintly flushed cheeks. She was so beautiful it was beyond words. So this was Galathea. The portrait was huge, half as tall as the little girl herself. Holding it in her hands, she gasped, "Whoa." Her face lit up with delight as she stared at the painting, while he simply stood there watching her. Little by little, Mabel reached out and gently traced the features of the woman's face in the portrait. As she held the portrait and examined it little by little, happiness spread over her face. Her cheeks turned rosy, and she exclaimed, "Father, Mother is so beautiful." Rachiel smiled proudly and said, "Didn't I tell you?" Then he knelt on one knee and looked at the little girl with a tender, gentle gaze while she still held the portrait and looked back at him. His face was full of pride as he said, "She is the most beautiful woman in the world." Then he gently placed his scarred hand on the girl's glossy blue hair. Looking up at him, she looked completely happy. As he stroked her head, he said, "You are the child of me and Thea. Every time I look at you, I think." Rachiel's expression grew thoughtful as he looked straight at the little girl and said seriously, "That I will never lose you again." In the darkness of the castle, they spoke quietly together. "Do I look like Mother, Father?" He answered, "Sometimes you look like me too. And sometimes, when I look at you, you resemble your mother as well." Hearing that, the little girl froze in surprise for a moment. Then she lowered her eyes, blushing shyly, thinking, "So I really do resemble Mother in some ways." She carefully tied the red ribbon back around the portrait and said, "Thank you for letting me see it, Father." He replied, "Next time, I'll make one for you." Understanding what he meant, Mabel shook her head and declined. Then she handed the portrait back to Rachiel and said softly, "Please hang it in your room, Father." Holding the portrait in his hands, he paused for a moment, thoughtful. Then he said, "Perhaps we'll go on like this from now on." Mabel gave a small, understanding smile, reached out her hand, and said hesitantly, "Me?" Then she touched the hand with which he held the rolled portrait and said, "And Father." In that solemn space, their voices lingered. A few days later, it was finally the day of my first match. It was Mabel. She lowered her head and sighed. Now I'm the only one left." At that moment, Mabel, Aben, and Bellerophon were talking together about the tournament. Of course, Aben had won his finals match in splendid fashion, so he had started boasting arrogantly. It was a boring match. Too easy. Hearing that, Mabel looked shocked. "What did you just say?" Bellerophon, standing to one side, judged him with a single word, "Show off." Standing there quietly by herself, the little girl began sinking into gloomy thoughts. Aben and Bellerophon both made it through, and only I'm left. She lowered her face and muttered miserably, "It feels like I'm always the last one." Bellerophon stood nearby, smiling gently as he encouraged her. "My lady will do well." Aben, still wearing that smug expression, laughed loudly. "That's right. There's nothing difficult about it." A trace of hurt showed on the little girl's face, but she still offered her congratulations. "Even so, I'm glad you both made it through." Mabel thought, unlike the preliminaries, my match in the finals is scheduled near the beginning. As she stood talking with Aben and Bellerophon, two maids suddenly came hurrying over to fuss over her. "My lady, let me tie the ribbon on your cloak." "Let me put your cloak on for you." The two boys could only stare, while the little girl politely said, "Thank you, Sulla." Mabel glanced over at Bellerophon and asked with some hesitation, "I wonder how much longer it'll be after this finals match?" Bellerophon, still calm as ever, smiled faintly and said, "This final round is a little special. Both participants can be eliminated." Aben kept up his arrogant boasting. "Ah, you mean when two idiots get eliminated together? What's difficult about that?" Faced with Aben's overbearing attitude, Bellerophon struck back with a mocking comment. "Oh, you mean the match where you got injured all over your body? What of it? Beast folk heal quickly." The atmosphere split into two camps. On one side, the little girl was having her clothes adjusted. "All done, my lady." On the other side, the two boys kept trying to outdo each other. The two maids beamed as they praised the little girl. "You look lovely today too, my lady. You really do." Ignoring the bickering on the other side, they kept their eyes fixed on the girl, showering her with compliments. At the praise, Mabel beamed brightly, her eyes reddening a little as they narrowed into smiling crescents. Tilting her head, she replied, "Thank you." Then she suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Skyla." Looking up at her, the little girl asked, "Where's the monster egg Father gave me?" Smiling, Skyla knelt down and answered gently, Ah, after young Master Kanos infused it with divine power, I've been keeping it safe, my lady. That child needs more magic power. Curious, Mabel asked again, what kind of monster is it? Skyla closed her eyes in thought and replied, I'm not really sure. I understand magic power well, but I don't know much about beasts. I did try to guess based on my power. Hearing Skyla's answer, the little girl froze in confusion. Skyla continued, but I still don't know. The only thing I'm sure of is that it's a furry beast. Mabel imagined a pitch-black creature with yellow eyes, covered all over in sharp spikes, and her face immediately darkened in fear. Skyla suddenly asked, "My lady, why has your face gone so pale?" The little girl answered, "It's nothing. I just imagined a scary spiky monster." Skyla hurriedly explained, "Good heavens, it's not that kind of monster." Mabel let out a sigh of relief. If it had too many spikes, I wouldn't even know how to hug it. Thank goodness. Looking up, the girl listened as Skyla went on. "And the egg is always with you, my lady." The little girl asked blankly how. But Skyla waved her hands awkwardly, unable to explain properly, and said, "It seems the egg wants to stay near you." The little girl held out her tiny hands and measured an egg shape with her fingers. Skyla said, "It probably moves back and forth between the pockets of your clothes." Mabel innocently replied, "Huh? Then how come I never noticed?" Laura joined in to explain, "Maybe because it's too small." Skyla agreed, "Laura is right, my lady. It may simply be too small." Still full of questions, the girl curiously asked, "Then what about clothes that don't have pockets?" The two attendants patiently continued explaining to Mabel, "In that case, it waits in your other clothes." At that, the girl lowered her head helplessly, sighed, and said, "I see." Looking down at her little palm, she murmured thoughtfully, "I feel like it's gotten bigger. If I remember right, the egg used to be small enough to fit in my hand. Maybe that's it." Then Mabel looked down at the dress she was wearing and wondered, "Then where is it now?" The two maids answered that it was probably hiding in the dress she wore most often. She thought for a moment and said that it's probably not this one, since I'm only wearing it again after a long time. The egg was in the pocket of the little girl's dress while she thought, so it's waiting in some other outfit. Thinking that, the little girl smiled shyly and covered her mouth in delight. "So it's the egg that moved from pocket to pocket just to see me." Mabel's cheeks flushed red, and glancing to the side with excitement, she wondered, "What kind of egg is it, I wonder?" Suddenly, she let her hand fall and touched her dress. Mabel looked down in surprise, as if realizing something. "I feel something in my pocket." Her face showed startled alarm. A green energy suddenly enveloped her body, and the little girl, slightly frightened, began to float up into the air. Then Rakiel came closer, picked her up, and said, "My lady, it's time for us to move." The girl suddenly realized it. Ah, that's right, now it's scene change. A magnificent, grand arena came into view. Rakiel and Mabel walked together, talking as they went. Looking down at her, he said, "Once the congratulatory ceremony ends, the finals will begin." The girl replied, "It's amazing that the performance and the competition are happening together." With the match before her, Mabel was very nervous, cold sweat forming as she clenched her hands and said, "Compared to the other finals, today's match is drawing much more attention." Seen from above, the arena was majestic, and everything had been thoroughly prepared. As the little girl drew closer to the match, the closer she came to the arena, the more anxious she became, thinking, "I feel even more nervous, and my heart is pounding too." The arena was packed with people, the atmosphere lively and loud. They found their seats over there. Standing in the middle of that overflowing arena, the anxiety she had felt gradually faded away. Looking out over the sea of people, excitement spread clearly across her face as she said, "There are so many people up there." They sat together and began talking. Kanos was the first to say, "Everyone's probably thinking the same thing. It's because the performance venue is in Assassin, which is famous for its dragon nights." Then, from behind Mabel's hair, Layson heard dragons being mentioned and poked his head out. Climbing on her shoulder, he pressed his face against her cheek, listening in. Stroking Layson, Mabel smiled innocently and said, "Rasan, they don't mean you, they mean the other dragons." Layson seemed pleased by her touch, and Mabel went on, You don't like staying in the special space for magical beasts, do you? Are you still sulking? Then someone beside them suddenly asked, "Little lady, is that your dragon?" Hearing that, the girl looked to the side in slight surprise. At the unfamiliar voice, Rakiel and Kanos also turned their attention that way. Aba nudged Fawn to look too. The man there looked over kindly. He had bronze skin and a gentle smile as he looked at Mabel with goodwill. The girl looked back at him. Then he continued smiling warmly and said to her, "You have some very strong protectors, little lady." Mabel looked at the man and, in her imagination, pictured him as a bear. Feeling a little uneasy, she thought, "He's huge." The man stood up, looked at her, and continued, "I only said that because I found it marvelous." Smiling kindly, he approached and bent down to look at Layson. "This is the first time I've seen such a tame red dragon." The girl looked at him blankly. Looking at Layson behaving quietly on Mabel's shoulder, the man began to say, "My dragon wasn't like that." Standing there, he gestured animatedly as he spoke. A better partner took it away. The girl looked at him warily and raised a hand to shield Layson. Layson also shrank back. The man continued, "It was a dragon that liked its lady very much, and it had a very stubborn spirit." Then the little girl spoke up. "He's not a possession." Hearing that, the bronze-skinned man looked at her in surprise. In the middle of that vast arena, the bronze-skinned man stood looking at the seated little girl as they talked. She continued, "He's a friend." Mabel smiled innocently as she stroked Layson and said, "Right?" After hearing her words, the bronze-skinned man fell silent for quite a while. Then he smiled faintly. Looking at the girl before him, he said gently, "That's right. You're right, little lady. I heard about it from the princess and Connor. It truly is remarkable." At the mention of Connor, the little girl recalled his image and asked, "Connor?" The man explained, "That person, the one who first met Princess Blitzcyro." At that moment, an announcement echoed through the arena, apologizing for the long wait. A powerful gust swept down from above, making the little girl's blue hair and dress flutter wildly in the wind. The little girl watched the ceremony intently as the announcement rang out. "We will now begin the congratulatory ceremony for the finals." Overhead, enormous dragons filled the sky, flying in formation toward the stands at the signal. Great winds swept through the arena as their wings beat the air with a loud whooshing sound. Mabel stared in amazement at everything before her. Then she suddenly realized everyone around her had disappeared somewhere. On the spectator bench, only she and one other woman remained, both looking up at the dragon's performance. The girl looked around for the bronze-skinned man from earlier. Then the announcer's voice rang out. "The commander of the Dragon Knights." Mabel's attention immediately turned toward the arena. She looked up as the announcement continued. "The master of the Red Dragon." Up in the sky was the bronze-skinned man from before, now riding a massive red dragon with commanding dignity as it soared through the air. Only then did Mabel realize it and say, "So that man was the leader." At the center of the arena, Blitz stepped forward in a solemn royal suit. Her platinum hair made her shine brilliantly amid the arena, and in her hand was a dazzling golden scepter. She walked forward at a measured pace. Standing in the middle of the arena, Blitz raised the scepter high. Her hand gripped the scepter tightly. Blitz thrust it straight forward, and sparks burst across the entire arena. Flames rose brilliantly from the arena floor, drawing everyone's gaze. Looking down in astonishment and delight, Mabel realized she's transforming the dragons into their base form. That's an extremely difficult skill. A dragon shot down from the sky, wrapped in swirling pink and blue currents tracing the path of its flight. Looking up, Mabel said, "In that state, all of a dragon's abilities are amplified many times over. It can only be used when there's a close bond between dragon and master." In the arena, the flames blazed brightly while Blitz stood with imposing authority, controlling it all, the shadow of a huge dragon circling throughout the stands. Mabel watched closely and asked curiously, "Then can all dragon knights use this technique?" "Not in this case." Blitz stood in the arena, holding her scepter and chanting in a singing voice, while the little girl in the stands watched and understood. "It's the princess's power." The princess remained passionately absorbed in the performance, and the girl said, because she's known as someone capable of taming an entire troop of magical beasts. She's a genius. In the sky, a knight rode a dragon gliding lightly through the air. The dragons landed on the ground with majestic force, creating a powerful gust of wind, then lined up neatly behind Blitz in a striking display. The winds made by the dragons were so strong that people in the stands had to raise their arms to shield themselves. Mabel looked down toward the arena with rapt attention. The arena buzzed with excitement as the crowd reacted in amazement to the beautiful performance. The dragons now stood still, lined up properly behind Blitz. Watching from one side, Rakiel and Kanos also admired the display. Kanos said, "That's it. Assassin really prepared thoroughly." Rakiel replied, "They must have anticipated this." Looking down at the arena, Blitz stood there in full dignity. Watching her, Rakiel said, "Because this isn't simply an ill-fated connection." After finishing the performance, satisfaction filled her expression. The Emperor sat on his throne, leaning his face against one hand, his head tilted as though quite interested in her display. Blitz approached him and said, "Thank you for watching the performance so attentively, Your Majesty." Brave participants and companions gathered here today. She brought the scepter before her, bowed solemnly, and said, "Along with the elegant courage of the dragons, thoroughly infused into this sacred contest." Looking up at the Emperor, Blitz asked, "How did Your Majesty find my match?" The Emperor's eyes looked downward for a moment. Blitz stood proudly in the arena and stepped closer to the throne. "Your Majesty." Blitz smiled warmly and said, "It is an honor." The Emperor's expression did not change at all. Blitz continued, "To receive you here." From the side, the Emperor replied, "I enjoyed the performance very much." Then the host, holding a microphone and standing excitedly in the arena, called out loudly, "On behalf of the Martial Tournament delegation, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to the Princess and the Dragon Knights for their wonderful performance." Hearing that, the little girl quieted down and steeled herself, knowing that her match was about to begin. The announcement rang out. "We will now begin the first match of the day." The little girl stood and looked forward, readying herself. No longer nervous, her face was filled with determination. The already lively arena atmosphere had been thoroughly heated up before the first match. Mabel, now burning with fighting spirit, said, "I'm going to get ready now." Then, full of energy, she headed off to prepare, with Rakiel, Kanos, and Lisa following behind to escort her. Mabel smiled awkwardly and thought, "You really don't have to come with me. I can go by myself." When they reached the door, the little girl went inside while the three of them stopped and watched her back. They smiled brightly in her direction. Even on Rakiel's usually icy face, a gentle smile appeared as he sincerely wished her well. "Do your best." As she neared the door, the little girl turned around, smiled cheerfully at everyone, and said with innocent brightness, "Yes, I'll do well," before turning back. The three saw Mabel off, but Rakiel made Aben and Fawn stay behind. The two of them were utterly bored and helpless because they weren't allowed to accompany her. The little girl's feet carried her closer to the arena floor. Then the announcement echoed with the name of her opponent, Connor, from the East. At that moment, she began recalling the lessons she had studied with Kanos and thought, normally before a match, it's hard to know what kind of person your opponent is. Only the opponent's name appears on the schedule. But I still don't know how Kanos always managed to investigate and tell me everything about my opponents the day before a match. As she approached the arena floor, she sifted through her memories, recalling what Kanos had told her. He's a warrior who uses a great sword. A huge sword, and a huge build too. By then, Mabel had stepped onto the arena floor. Standing before her was Connor, burly and towering, with a shaved head and thick sideburns, looking down at her. He lowered his head in surprise and exclaimed, "Huh." Then arrogantly he said, "What a disappointment." Compared with Connor, Mabel's small figure made the difference in size truly extreme. Standing before the huge, muscular Connor and amid the sea of spectators, the little girl was no longer nervous. She was calm now, while Connor continued to sneer disdainfully. "A little brat?" He tilted his head and looked at her with utter contempt as he said, "I heard about this before the match even started. The girl swung out her hand and caught her staff, her heart firm with resolve. Because I'm small, my opponent may look down on me and laugh at me. But I'm not shaken anymore when others mock me, because I know I can do well. Her expression turned serious and quiet as she thought, all right, let's enjoy this. She began recalling Kano's teachings. Originally, mage families did not judge people by appearance, because everyone differed in experience and knowledge. Talent existed independently of age, gender, and experience. And, of course, the Cyclamen family was no exception. The little girl carefully remembered every word. During training, Kano's had told her not to worry, because mages were unlike physically strong warriors. He had said, I've been looked down on by sword-wielding fighters because I'm not large. Aben had added, I'm small too, so I often end up in those situations. The little girl recalled Rakiel's quiet figure saying, and people like that, she pointed her staff forward and said, should be made unable to say such things ever again. The referee in the middle of the arena shouted, I will now begin the countdown. Both the little girl and Connor focused on the referee's voice. 1, 2, the white flag dropped as the referee shouted, 3, begin. The chains restraining the monster were released as well. The monster glanced back and forth between the two of them, but did not act yet. Then Connor looked toward the little girl and thought, I'll observe first. The girl looked at the monster and thought, at first glance it looks human, but its eyes, ears, and tail make me think of a reptile. Looking at the monster with white hair, 2 horns, pitch-black eyes, and rough reptilian skin, the little girl thought, for a mage, the most important thing is time. Father and Bellerophon emphasized that to me. Of course, a truly excellent mage won't be hindered by time, but for someone like me, who's still learning. Suddenly, the staff cried out in encouragement. You can do it. You can do it. The little girl looked at the staff, smiled brightly, and said, thank you. Then she thought, I should give this staff a name later. How about Umlosi? While she was lost in thought, Connor suddenly called out, hey, little girl. Gripping his sword arrogantly, he said, I'd like to praise you, but if you just stand there, how are you supposed to subdue the Dragonian? Then he began swinging his enormous sword and rushed toward the Dragonian, smugly saying, too easy. He slashed repeatedly at the monster, but it dodged to one side. Taking the chance, Connor charged toward the little girl, still wearing that same arrogant look. She remained standing there, a bit wary, and pointed her staff forward. Though slightly nervous, the little girl began casting. Riri, she created a shield to block the swordsman's strike, and Connor was unexpectedly knocked off to one side. Riri cried, huh? Connor charged again, thrusting his sword straight into her shield, his face full of excitement as he praised her. So you do have talent. The shield gradually began to crack. Riri warned her, cheap, cheap. The little girl replied, yes, I know. As Connor continued thrusting with his sword, the little girl began casting another spell. Chu. Not understanding, he asked, Chu what? Who are you calling, mister? Then she raised her staff upright, releasing a sparkling burst of light. Thrown back, he stammered in surprise. What is this? He drove his sword into the ground to brace himself, and stood up, saying, you little brat. The girl drew back her staff and created a gust of wind that swirled around her. Connor's face darkened as he said resentfully, with this much power. Mabel Cyclamen herself was a little startled by the strength of her own power. Connor no longer looked down on her. He rose with his sword in earnest now and rushed toward her in a hurry, thrusting his blade forward. Before that powerful attack, Mabel recalled the sword aura. Kanos and Bellerophon had taught her in great detail that even a swordsman had ways to stop the wind. At that moment, Connor kept advancing toward her. Mabel started to panic. Then suddenly, someone cried out, ah! Just then, the Dragonian rushed forward, grabbed Connor by the neck, and flung him aside to protect her. Mabel could only stare in shock. Stammering in confusion, she said, What? What is this? What is this? Why am I the only one here? She thought he must have gotten angry because that man attacked first. Seizing the chance, she gripped her staff tightly and pointed it toward Connor, thinking, my luck has come. He was lifted into the air under her control and cried out, what is this? Huh? Let me go. She quickly signaled to Riri. Riri, if the Dragonian flies over, block him for me. Riri chirped in agreement. Cheap, cheap. On Connor's side, he started shouting, you brat, can't you let me down already? Mabel lowered her face and focused. I may be small, but I've grown up. Then suddenly, panic flashed across her face as she clutched her staff. This is bad. A man with an irritated expression appeared, and from somewhere came a gentle voice. Sir, a young girl with blue hair decorated with tiny flowers held a magic wand and said, Please live and speak kind words. As soon as she spoke, a great gust of wind appeared and hurled the man away, making him panic in shock. What? Huh? Ugh. At that very moment, he was just about to be pushed out of the arena, but he still struggled desperately to stop himself in time. But luck was not on his side. Mabel's magic staff glowed with a tremendous surge of energy aimed straight at him. The man writhed in despair and pleaded with Mabel. No, don't. His face twisted in utter terror as he cried helplessly, no. He fell out of the fighting area and was officially out of the match, eliminated. The entire audience was stirred up by Mabel's battle just now. Everyone was thrilled and astonished by her incredible ability. Amazing. You're incredible, little miss. Mabel felt greatly encouraged, as if she had been filled with new strength. However, at this very moment, she needed to be even more careful, because her current opponent was a monster far from ordinary. She lowered her head, clearly feeling very anxious, and the little bird was the friend who helped calm her down. Riri, I can do this, right? The little bird puffed itself up proudly to encourage her friend. Cheap. As if renewed by that encouragement, Mabel raised her head high and fixed her determined eyes on her opponent. The whole arena cheered her on with all its might. Take him down, little miss. You're doing great. Mabel thought, come to think of it, Dragonian seemed to have helped me earlier. Still lost in thought, she wondered, maybe he attacked that man at just the right moment, but I can't be sure. With an innocent, worried look, Mabel softly called out, Hey, you, hearing her voice. The opponent standing before her gradually calmed down and looked at her. Mabel thought Bellerophon said these beings can't understand or speak, but somehow, I don't know why, when I look at his face, I can hear Dragonian's voice. Could it be because I've been around Riri and Rassel for so long? Even though we don't share the same language, I can still understand what they mean. The monster suddenly grew angry and let out threatening sounds. Grr, grr, grr. Mabel quickly pointed her magic staff at him, though her mind was still racing. When I watched the other matches, most people forced the Dragonian into helplessness. The magic I chose was Bellerophon's magic because it was the safest for him. He wouldn't get hurt, and there wouldn't be any blood. Mabel immediately raised her staff high into the sky. Suddenly, a pair of large white wings appeared from the staff, yet she still seemed to be speaking to herself inwardly. Maybe I can understand him if he was forced to fight. While she was distracted in the middle of battle, a voice suddenly shouted, Danger! Mabel snapped back to her senses and looked up just in time. Her opponent had already closed the distance. He raised his sharp claws toward her, while Mabel was still caught in anxious thought, and even Riri could not stop it. Mabel shouted at him, Stop, stop! Then, the unexpected happened. The opponent who had been about to attack her stopped instantly the moment Mabel's words rang out. Now the two of them stared directly into each other's eyes from very close range. Looking at the face before her, Mabel thought, I thought he was already grown, but compared to the other Dragonians, he actually looks very small. It seems he's not fully grown yet. She raised her magic staff and began to release her power. The staff unleashed its power. A beam of light appeared and forced the monster before her down to his knees. Mabel continued lifting the staff overhead and thought, just like Bellerophon said, I only need to press down from above. But my magic is completely different from Bellerophon's. So maybe you won't be able to break free, even though a Dragonian should be able to escape at any moment. Even so, he did not break free. At that moment, Mabel gently said to the one kneeling before her, Hey, can I let you go now? Suddenly, the referee's voice rang out loud and clear. The match is over. The winner is Connor of the East. The entire arena immediately erupted into deafening excitement. Wah, wah. Even so, standing there in the arena, Mabel kept smiling at her opponent, paying no mind to the roaring spectators. Thank you for not hitting me. Thank you for stopping. She gently extended her hand toward him and continued, apologetically, I'm sorry I couldn't understand you better. She even cheerfully introduced herself to her opponent. "Hello, I'm Mabel. What do you like?" Holding her staff out in front of her, she gave it a little shake. "This is what I like." As soon as she said that, the staff filled the battlefield with brilliant flowers. Mabel gently caught a rose and happily asked, "Do you like it?" Then she softly held it out to him. "This is my favorite flower." The monster in front of her took the flower Mabel offered, but then suddenly put it into his mouth, trying to taste this thing he had never seen before. That startled her, and she was too late to stop him. "Oh, that's not something you eat." Mabel gently picked another flower and offered it to him. The monster accepted it, then looked at her. The smile on Mabel's lips melted his stony heart and warmed it. He quietly tucked the flower she had given him into his pocket before the guards took him away. The heavy clanking chains that sounded with each of the monster's steps made Mabel think of her father. Somehow, those iron chains looked far too much like the iron restraints that had once bound him. Her hand tightened on her clothes, even though she knew those people were only carrying out the match properly. Then she lifted her gaze to the vivid blue sky, a sky that seemed to promise peace, freedom. And yet here everything felt so cramped and constrained. Why did those in this place have to live in chains like that? The waiting room appeared as the narration continued. After the match ends, each participant must stop by the waiting room. A silver-haired man sat there busily recording something. In the waiting room, I have to meet the recorder who judges and confirms the result. Only after the result is confirmed and I sign my name is the match truly over. Suddenly, the recorder called out, "Contestant Mabel, please sign here." She answered politely at once, "Yes." While she was signing in, a strange man beside her kept praising her. "I watched your match. You were truly impressive." Mabel replied courteously, but happily, "Thank you very much." Suddenly, the recorder spoke up. "Do you know? You are the youngest participant in this tournament." Mabel immediately answered, "This is the first time I've heard that." The recorder continued, explaining further, "Even if you include all the martial tournaments of previous generations, you would still be the youngest." Mabel remembered her father. He, too, had once been the youngest participant, and in that season, he had also been the winner. She sank deeper into thought, a happy smile on her lips as she remembered him. No wonder following in father's footsteps feels wonderful. Once she finished signing all the paperwork, the recorder opened the door and said, "You may go now." Mabel cheerfully stepped outside as instructed, still full of thoughts. Everyone said they'd be waiting ahead. I want to see father and everyone else soon. When I see them, I'll tell them everything I saw and felt. Mabel raised her hand to push the door open, but just then, a girl with neatly tied up curled hair entered from somewhere. I'm not too late after all. Hello. Mabel gasped in surprise. Blitz. Then she abruptly realized her mistake. No, I mean, Princess. Blitz paid no attention to that and simply smiled at her. "You don't have to call me that." She bent down low to make Mabel feel more comfortable and continued warmly, "No, actually, I prefer it if you don't call me that. Could you just call me casually?" Mabel asked awkwardly, "Is that really okay?" Blitz smiled brightly. "Of course, though at big formal ceremonies, it might be a little harder." Then the blonde girl quickly straightened up, put her hands on her hips, and said comfortably, "But right now, this isn't one of those times." Mabel stared blankly for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. "I saw your performance. It was really, really cool." It was obvious that Mabel truly admired Blitz's talent and strength. The praise made Blitz blush. Covering her face shyly, she said, "Thank you. It's been a long time since I've felt this embarrassed." Blitz continued, "I watched your match too." She knelt down so she was at eye level with Mabel and gently went on, "I ran here as fast as I could before you left the waiting room. It was worth the run." Mabel asked curiously, "You wanted to see me?" "Why?" Blitz answered cheerfully, "I just wanted to say hello." Looking delighted, she added, "Now I'm sure who you are." Suddenly, she took both of Mabel's hands and asked, "You're not uncomfortable, are you?" The little girl shook her head cutely. Blitz continued sharing her thoughts. "At first, because it had been so long, I wasn't sure. Your father really is the same, no matter how many years pass." She suddenly lowered her head and murmured, "Truly remarkable." Blitz's gaze became warmer, and she looked straight at Mabel. I'm your mother's friend." Mabel calmly said, "Father told me." Blitz smiled gently. "Is that so?" Then she continued, "You look like both your father and your mother, but your eyes look more like Galathia's. It's amazing." Mabel lightly touched her hair and thought, "Since my hair color is like father's, I always thought I resembled him more." Then she suddenly cried out excitedly, "I saw Mother's portrait. She was really beautiful." Blitz said firmly, "That's right. She was the greatest beauty on the continent." Mabel asked in surprise, "Really?" Blitz replied, "Yes." She continued, "When you grow up, you'll become a beauty, just like your mother." Blushing, Mabel nodded. Suddenly, Mabel jumped, startling Blitz, who asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" The little girl gently took a golden egg out of her pocket, surprising Blitz. "That's a magical beast egg." Looking at the adorable girl before her, Blitz said, "Judging by your reaction, I guess you didn't know there was an egg in your pocket." Mabel answered, "Yeah, it startled me." Blitz said confidently, "It wants to stay by your side. That's what it means." Mabel asked in confusion, "Eggs can talk? You can hear it?" Blitz smiled brightly. "Yes, I can." She gently placed her hand over the egg in Mabel's hands and said slowly, "It seems to be staying close to you because it's almost time for it to hatch. That's its secret." Mabel answered awkwardly, "Doesn't have to secretly follow me around." Blitz replied, "It wants to surprise you." "How adorable." She then asked the little girl, "What do you want it to look like?" Mabel sank into her imagination, remembering her little bird friend and her cute dragon. "What I want it to look like. Riri is a bird with soft, downy feathers, and Rassel is a dragon with really cool scales." Suddenly, she remembered her friend Aben and his words, "I'm a fluffy one." Mabel suddenly felt guilty and thought to herself, "I feel bad that I had to ask Aben before touching his tail." Coming out of her thoughts, she smiled brightly and said how she truly felt. "But no matter what it looks like, I'll be happy." Blitz answered with relief, "That's good. I don't need to worry. It seems like it'll turn into something you want." Mabel asked in surprise, "How do you know all that?" Blitz proudly declared, "Because I'm someone with the talent to tame magical beasts. To put it simply, I'm a genius in your country's terms." Then she suddenly reminded Mabel, "Goodness, there's not much time left. Someone's waiting for you, right?" Mabel looked at her and answered, "Yes, Father and everyone are waiting for me." After waiting for Mabel to finish, the blonde girl stepped forward and gently stroked her head. "Yes, like I said, I'm your mother's friend." Suddenly, Blitz's eyes darkened. The hatred in her heart rose sharply, and she said, "I hate the Emperor." Startled, Mabel asked worriedly, Why are the Dragonians chained up?" Blitz answered innocently, "Oh my, in my country they aren't chained. Don't misunderstand. They're being protected by Assassin. The chains are for their sake too. If they weren't restrained, they would bare their claws and charge at the Emperor. They agreed to participate, and I honored their wishes. It is a warning to the Emperor and to the Emperor's dogs." Her voice, which had been gentle at first, now turned razor-sharp and fierce, as if declaring, "Never forget our hatred." Cradling the egg, Mabel said shyly, "So it really is possible to talk with Dragonians?" Blitz replied cheerfully, "That's right. Among those with the talent to tame magical beasts, only a few can do that. Are you one of them too?" The little girl answered softly, "Yes." The blonde girl took Mabel's hand and said gently, "I thought so. That's why I ran here. I noticed it from the first time we met." Blitz's smile was full of warmth, and the air around them became soft and intimate. "You also have the talent to tame magical beasts. It's a very exceptional talent." Mabel asked in surprise, "Exceptional?" Blitz continued, "Yes. You look like I did when I was little." "No, it's not just magical beasts." The little girl asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Blitz said decisively, "It's because you take after your mother. Your mother was a fairy." The image of a young lady with soft pink, flowing hair appeared, smiling gently. Mabel was stunned. Blitz spoke softly, "The precious child of my dearest friend." Mabel looked straight into Blitz's eyes and thought, Blitz's eyes do resemble Father's a little. Whenever Father talks about Mother, there's a longing in his gaze. Blitz continued, "Galathia was always telling me to become your godmother." As she spoke, she reached out and touched Mabel's cheek, then said sadly, "I regret refusing just because I hated your father." Blitz gently touched Mabel's hair and was about to say more, but a knock on the door interrupted her, forcing her to stop. "I want to talk more, but I really have to go." Before leaving, she shared one more thought with the girl. Hey, I have a feeling you'll make it to the final match. Mabel hurriedly thanked her. Ah, thank you. Blitz replied, no need to thank me, but do something for me, okay? Mabel looked at Blitz in confusion. What is it? The blonde girl continued. Well, if you really do make it to the final match. Suddenly, her expression darkened. She rose abruptly and leaned close to Mabel's ear to whisper. In the final match, don't stand in the corner. The moment she finished, Blitz instantly returned to her usual self. Smiling brightly, she cheerfully said goodbye to the little girl. Remember your promise, okay? It's a deal. The door slammed shut, and in the wide, empty space, only Mabel remained standing in silence, absorbed in Blitz's words. At last, Mabel stepped outside to meet her familiar loved ones again. The moment the door opened, a flood of cheerful congratulations rushed toward her, making her incredibly happy. Congratulations, my lady. Mabel immediately ran forward and threw her arms around Lisa in joy and excitement. Lisa quickly returned the hug and said, Congratulations, my lady. A young man with white hair, known as Bellerophon, also joined in the celebration. You did very well. Finally, Rachiel, her father, quickly reached out to stroke her head and praised her as well. You did well, my daughter. Receiving praise from her father, Mabel quickly raised a hand to rub her head shyly, a bright smile blooming on her lips as she politely thanked everyone. Thank you, father. Thank you, everyone. Suddenly, Bellerophon noticed that the people around them seemed to be whispering about the two of them, so he quickly walked over and pulled his hat and cloak up to cover Mabel's head. The little girl looked puzzled and confused by Fawn's actions, while the people around them burst into lively applause and congratulations. Then, out of nowhere, a fluffy fox pelt lightly brushed against her leg. It turned out to be her friend Aben's tail. You did well, my lady, though it took a bit longer than I expected. Once everything was settled, Rachiel quickly lifted his daughter into his arms and prepared to leave. Along the way, she chatted with Kanos, the steward of the mansion. Ah, about that. I was really happy to meet someone in the waiting room. Kanos asked in confusion. Whom did you meet, my lady? Mabel answered innocently, the princess. Her father suddenly stopped, frowned, and asked, Blitz Cyro? The little girl nodded in confirmation. Yes, the princess. Kanos, standing nearby, was also extremely puzzled. Why would the princess of Assassin meet with their young lady? Mabel replied, She told me lots of things. Then she took a golden egg out of her pocket. Ken immediately understood. So that's what it was. He began stroking his chin in thought. If it's about what magical beast will hatch, then with the princess's ability, she might be able to tell. The little girl happily cradled the egg and said, it'll hatch according to what I want, but honestly, I think I'd like any form it takes. And she said I also have the ability to tame magical beasts. Lisa proudly said, Of course, my lady. There's nothing our young lady can't do. Embarrassed, Mabel hurriedly denied it. No, that's not true. Ignoring the girl's lack of confidence, Lisa clenched both hands and declared determinedly, You can do anything. Fawn, standing beside them, added, Lisa is right, my lady. The words and encouragement from Lisa and Bellerophon made Mabel feel more confident and happier than ever. Mabel said, and she also said the first matches of the finals are over. As for the rules of the matches, like they said before, this isn't a fight where two people simply win or lose against each other. It's a contest to tame a dragon, so it's very different. In many matches, both participants were eliminated. So after the matches ended, only a few contestants were left. Mabel Cyclamen said to Bellerophon, It looks harder than we thought. Fawn replied, Normally, choosing not to kill is harder than killing. She froze for a moment at his words, and only when Fawn turned and called, Lady Mabel, did she hurriedly say, no. But in her head, she was thinking that such a face really didn't suit such brutal, death-filled words at all. Still, those words weren't wrong. In reality, many people had tried to subdue Dragonians by injuring them. Fawn continued, Personally, I find it interesting. Even if it isn't war or some kind of conflict, it can still be a match. The little girl agreed with him. That's right, I like that too. Bellerophon then sighed over the match. Still, it's a pity. After the first match of the finals, the next match was announced not long after. This time, it was not announced by Blitz, but instead through magic that instantly informed the participants. And the second match truly lived up to the name of a martial tournament. It was a one-on-one close combat fight. Simply put, a fierce duel. Seeing the intensity of the competition through the matches, Bellerophon said, but unfortunately, they were all eliminated. Mabel Sickleman replied, there was no helping it. It wasn't Aben's fault. It was bound to happen that way. She then asked him again, I heard your opponent is one of the favorites to win this tournament. Fawn thought of the person she was talking about. He didn't remember the name clearly, but he had heard the man was a famous knight and swordsman from some kingdom. People said he had entered under his king's orders to raise his kingdom's prestige. Then he answered her, that's right. What's surprising is that it's rare for such a strong championship candidate to enter through the preliminaries. Fawn explained to her, each kingdom sponsoring the martial tournament gets one priority slot to send someone directly into the finals. If that's the case, then those who use those final round entries are grouped separately. However, since this championship candidate entered through the preliminaries, there was no other way but for him to clash with the preliminary participants. Mabel Sickleman asked again, so from the second final match onward, right? Fawn said, that's right. Unfortunate, isn't it? The girl gave a reluctant hum. That really isn't good at all. Hey, Fawn. He smiled back at her. Yes, my lady. The little girl hesitated before saying, your face doesn't look sad at all, though. Fawn raised a hand to his face. Ah, is it that obvious? Mabel Sickleman said, more than obvious. Well, I've been found out, haven't I? Liar. You weren't trying to hide it in the first place. Hearing Mabel Sickleman say that, Fawn even burst out laughing aloud. His pure, refreshing smile looked bright and cheerful. Even so, she actually knew perfectly well that the two of them didn't hate each other. Mabel Sickleman shrugged, amused by Fawn's jokes. Honestly speaking, Aben and Bellerophon were like cat and dog. Whenever they met, they snapped at each other, but it was more like growling than actual fighting. Even now, Bellerophon was always trying to find ways to tease Aben. To be fair, Aben did have a very punchable way of speaking. Even Kanos had to laugh when he heard the two of them talking. Ha! He really dug his own grave there. Mabel Sickleman laughed. That really is like Aben, isn't it? Lisa joined in exactly. The two of them giggled happily. In any case, it was wonderful that both of them had made it to the finals. Apparently, that was something very hard to achieve. Fawn said to Mabel Sickleman, but if my lady is praising me, then doesn't that mean you're praising yourself too? After all, you also made it into the finals splendidly. Embarrassed, she waved her hands. Huh, no. Then Fawn said, but I always knew Lady Mabel was an amazing person. His words made the little girl freeze with a blush on her face. So this was why Aben only supported from behind the scenes and did housework. Fawn asked in confusion, yes? Not knowing how to explain, the girl could only blush and brush it off. It's nothing. In any case, Aben's match was already over, and today it was Bellerophon's turn. The order was always like this: Aben, Fawn, and then me. Fawn explained to Mabel, that's right, though there's no helping it. I heard that instead of mixing up the order from the preliminaries for convenience, they set up a tournament bracket. Hearing that, the little girl swallowed and asked, how do you know that? Fawn answered, I asked the tournament recorder before. Mabel raised a hand to her mouth and thought, Bellerophon really does think ahead, doesn't he? He seems curious, just like me. Fawn folded his arms and said in response to Mabel's doubtful expression, I've learned quite a lot, you know, my lady. Still unconvinced, the girl asked him, learn what? Fawn glanced aside. This and that, all sorts of things. If my lady asks, I'm always ready to answer. Then he bent down, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, I only wish you would ask me something. Mabel jolted in surprise at his action. By reflex, she hurriedly covered her ear, her cheeks flushing as she quickly moved away from where he was standing. Fawn, meanwhile, acted as if nothing had happened and simply said, I need to go now, leaving her frozen in place, holding her pink cheeks with both hands. Seeing that he was about to leave, she hurriedly grabbed his cloak and said, do your best, Fawn. He smiled back at her. I'll do my best to make it a gift for Lady Mabel. The little girl swayed slightly, deep in thought at his meaningful words. As for him, he acted as though nothing had happened, bowed, and walked away. While Mabel was still standing there blankly, Lisa approached and asked, what are you doing, my lady? Only then did Mabel come back to herself. No, I was just thinking how lucky I am to be friends with Fawn and Aben. It's really wonderful. And of course, that includes being friends with you too, Lisa. Touched, Lisa hugged the little girl tightly. I'm so happy I got to meet Lady Mabel. So this is what friendship is like. Human relationships have always seemed difficult for me to understand. Surprised by Lisa's words, Mabel asked, What part is difficult to understand? Lisa answered, Everything. Inwardly, Lisa reproached herself. I should have learned more from my sisters. While Mabel was still puzzled by Lisa's words and her thoughtful expression, Kanos called to her, My lady, please come this way. The girl said, I'm coming. All four of them then made their way into the lively arena. Kanos asked Mabel with concern, My lady, would you like some scones? Mabel happily replied, I'll take one, please. Father never lets me eat street food because he worries it isn't hygienic. The girl thought I used to eat moldy bread and still digested it just fine, so I don't really understand why Father worries. Still, instead of eating food sold outside, we fill our stomachs with food prepared in advance. Mabel happily ate the pastry Kanos handed her and even praised it. It's really delicious. Kanos smiled too. As long as my lady likes it, I'm happy. The girl then turned to ask Rakiel, Father, would you like to try a few bites? Rakiel replied, I don't like sweets. Disappointed, Mabel said, I helped him make these, though. What a shame. As soon as he heard that the cakes had been made by his daughter, he immediately grabbed Mabel's hand, the one holding the cake, and, ignoring her surprised father, took a bite. He even said without hesitation, It feels like the piece you gave me is less sweet. At Rakiel's words, the girl could only stammer, why yes, while inwardly wondering, really? Rakiel's face tightened, but he still tried to act as though he was fine. He turned to the girl and said, It's delicious, Mabel. You got the flavor just right. The little girl hummed happily after hearing the praise from her father. Everyone then turned back to watch the arena. Rakiel said, Looks like the host this year prepared a few things to show off. Kanos replied, It seems so. They've really put in a lot of effort. On the field, the announcer declared, Thank you to our eagerly waiting audience. The second match of today will begin in just a few moments. Allow us to introduce contestant Phone. He stepped onto the field to the crowd's loud cheers. And the announcer continued. And his opponent is an exceptionally special figure. This match is even a once-in-a-lifetime confrontation among the official rounds. The enticing introduction made Mabel wonder. Once in a lifetime? From backstage in the distance, Aslan stepped forward to everyone's surprise. Mabel was also very shocked. Why is Aslan here? He said he was going straight to the capital. I mean, he did say he'd see me again soon, but this soon? The announcement rang out again. Young Master Aslan Justice Keeley has qualified for the official round through the Empire's special exemption. At the special request of His Majesty, the Great Emperor, this match has been arranged against an opponent of the same age. And ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget that young Master Aslan is also the son of the battlefield hero, Sir Bon Keeley. In other words, today we are privileged to witness a match unlike any that could be seen anywhere else. The host continued his speech for quite a while. Ever since the last few matches, he started rambling. When he heard those words, Rakiel said coldly, So that's the game, is it? Kanos added, disgusting. To drag down a hero's bloodline for entertainment. Mabel listened to their comments. Though she didn't fully understand, it seemed Aslan's appearance this time was not a good sign. Feeling a little uneasy, she hurriedly took hold of her father's hand. Rakiel raised a hand to stroke her head and said, He hasn't changed at all from 12 years ago. Mabel thought, I wasn't even born 12 years ago, so father must be talking about the Emperor. I knew it. Right now, father is thinking about someone. It's written all over his eyes. In the arena, Aslan and Bellerophon stood facing one another, apparently saying something. Father had cast a spell on me, so I could see clearly at a distance, but hearing didn't reach that far. So I could only guess what they were saying from the shape of their mouths. Seeing the surprise in Aslan's eyes, Mabel asked Rakiel, he recognized Bellerophon, didn't he? Father, what were they saying? He answered her question. He asked whether Aslan is really Keeley's biological son. Then he glanced at the girl. This spell isn't difficult, daughter, but the sound of swords clashing would hurt your ears. The girl immediately replied, Yes, father, while inwardly deciding, I won't use that spell anymore. Father says it would affect my ears worse than I thought, and I'm curious enough already. Mabel then heard her father continue. Besides, you don't need to care what those crafty brats are saying, leaving her able to do nothing but laugh awkwardly. The flag signaling the start of the match was raised. Curious, Mabel asked Kanos, do you think Bellerophon will draw his sword? Kanos answered, I'm not sure. Maybe Bellerophon will use a sword by instinct and try to limit his magic as much as possible in this match. It's almost like he wants to hide it. I only know a little about young Master Aslan's skills, but I'm much more familiar with Sir Bon Keely's. Mabel asked further, then what do you think? Ken said, Sir Bon once showed off his son, saying the boy was just as good as he himself had been in his youth, maybe even better. If that's true, then he won't be easy to deal with, even for Bellerophon. On the arena floor, the two of them began the match, and the sound of swords scraping rang out. Bellerophon's swordsmanship was truly skillful. But a sword isn't his main weapon, so it'll be a little hard if he wants to hold out until the very end. The two men on the field said something to each other. Curious, Mabel asked, I wonder what he's saying. Rachiel, meanwhile, seemed to realize what the two were saying, and his expression turned sour and angry. Rachiel raised a hand over Mabel's head and cast a spell, allowing her to hear the voices of the two on the arena floor clearly. Then he said, they're in the middle of a match, so why are they talking so much? Mabel burst out laughing when she heard Rachiel say that. On the arena floor, Aslan said to Bellerophon, Wow, you're pretty good. I watched all your previous matches. Not bad at all, but haven't you used magic in every single one? Fawn parried Aslan's sword strikes and said, You seem to have quite a lot to say. Aslan laughed lightly and replied, What I mean is that sword won't help you much. Your real strength doesn't lie there. The sounds of their swords colliding rang out continuously. Even so, I'm impressed you managed to reach the official rounds while hiding it. I remember you having a problem with me, don't I? My memory's right, isn't it? Fawn answered coldly, Who knows? Then swung a fierce slash at his opponent, startling Aslan enough to break into a sweat. Watching the two of them keep talking, Mabel thought, what is he saying? After that powerful slash, blood trickled from the corner of Fawn's mouth as he said, That's right, you're correct. Playing around ends here. Unlike you, I need to make it to the final round quickly. A surge of power burst from his hand. Aslan also began concentrating power into his sword. We're alike in that regard. I didn't come here just to fool around either. I can't disgrace my father's honor. He is the Empire's greatest swordsman, you know. Still, I'm not actually that interested in having come this far. Now that I'm here, though, partly because I was forced, I realized I don't want to act like an idiot. Besides, since Mabel is watching, I want to show her a masterful performance. Fawn said coldly, I don't like that. Then he focused his magic power, creating many blue swords. You really do have a talent for getting on my nerves. Fawn hurled those phantom swords toward Aslan, forcing Aslan to hurriedly block them. He slashed through the phantom blades, but did not realize that one more illusion was still coming at him. Startled, Aslan asked, What are you? Your face. Fawn raised a hand and wiped his face. And then, boom, something exploded on the arena floor. Ow, that hurts. Those were Aslan's last words before he lost consciousness from the explosion. Mabel sprang to her feet in alarm. Rachiel told her he only fainted. That only made Mabel worry more. Fainted? Then what about Bellerophon? There was a pool of blood on the arena floor. The announcer declared the match over, and the winner, from the west, Fawn. Fawn stood swaying, covered in wounds, his clothes torn in patches. Bellerophon. Mabel called to him as he lay unconscious on the bed. He had collapsed the moment he returned to the waiting room. Then the little girl turned to the physician and asked, then what about Aslan? The physician replied, If you mean his opponent, that boy isn't doing well either. In fact, it's quite serious. He suffered severe internal injuries. Just then, Fawn's voice rang out. My lady. Mabel called out too, Bellerophon. Why did you push yourself that far? You're hurt. Being hurt hurts a lot. Fawn took hold of her hand. I'm sorry, but Keely would never have backed down in that match, and neither would I. I truly wanted to reach the finals and win. Fawn's words left the little girl silent. Suddenly, Rachiel came over, picked the little girl up, and said, How disappointing. How are you feeling? Fawn replied, I think I pushed myself a little too far. I'm not feeling very well now. Rakiel said, "That does seem to be the case." Fawn was also breaking out in a cold sweat at Rakiel's attitude and words. Mabel turned to Rakiel and asked, "Father, do you think Aslan is seriously hurt?" He answered the little girl, "The Night Order should have its own physician." Before the match, Ken and I already said that Aslan had been sent into the fight to draw attention. The little girl asked again, "If Aslan is hurt so badly that they can't treat him, could you heal him, Father?" "I don't think he joined a match of his own free will." Kano shared Mabel's thoughts. "I agree. The royal family has never cared about or respected new recruits. They probably won't send a physician, since Keeley has only just joined the Night Order." Rakiel stretched out his hand, cast a spell, and made Fawn settle fully into Can's arms, causing Can to yelp. Then he sighed and said, "I'll heal them." In the waiting room, Kanos and Mabel watched over Fawn. Can said, "I'm not sure he'll be able to take part in the next match." The little girl asked, "Is it that serious?" Ken continued, "That's still hard to say. He used a power he was never meant to have. It seems to have affected his body. Master will need to examine him to know for sure, but for now he needs rest. In any case, Master has already treated Aslan Keeley, so I'll look after Bellerophon for the time being. There's no need for you to worry too much, Lady Mabel." Mabel smiled and thanked Can. He smiled too, then said to the little girl, "I need to go get some fever medicine for him. He needs to take it as soon as he wakes up. Will Milady be going to rest too?" Mabel answered softly, "Mitchum." Just then, the door opened a crack and Ibox asked, "Ah, he's back already?" When he saw Fawn lying on the bed, he exclaimed, "What is this? What happened to him?" He came closer. "Huh, didn't he have a match today? Did he lose miserably or something? Who managed to beat him? Was it a bad guy?" His barrage of questions made Mabel say, "You seem worried." Ibox jumped and said loudly, "Who would be worried?" Kanos had no choice but to grab him by the ear and drag him away. "Stop babbling and come with me." Wait. Don't grab the back of my neck." Okay, I got it," Ibox shouted as he struggled. Only Mabel and Fawn were left in the room. She turned to look at him lying on the bed and thought, "Fawn, you have to get better soon." Unfortunately, even after several days, Bellerophon still hadn't fully recovered. But fortunately, 3 days later, he finally woke up. Sitting beside Fawn's bed was none other than Mabel. Looking down, he spoke to her in a self-reproachful voice. "I think I should give up on the next match." "I'm sorry, my lady." Hearing that, Mabel hurriedly said, "No, don't say that." It turned out that after Fawn collapsed, quite a lot had happened. Since Bellerophon couldn't complete the next match, that match ended with no winner. Even so, time passed, and eventually it was my turn to fight. My opponent had seen my last match, so they became more wary of magic than necessary, and more frightened too. As a result, I won in a rather foolish way. In the end, the second round concluded with me as the final winner. That night, in the darkness, with only the rustling sounds around her, the little girl could not sleep and kept turning over in bed. She thought of Fawn, who, despite his disappointment in himself, had still forced a smile and apologized to her. "I'm sorry, my lady." She got out of bed and went to Fawn's room to see him. "I can't sleep. I wonder if Bellerophon is still awake. It should be fine if I only look at him for a moment." Click! She gently opened the door, letting a sliver of light fall into Fawn's small dark room. She approached his bed. From the bed came labored sounds. Hearing that, she softly called, "Bellerophon." He lay there silently for a moment, then asked in a hoarse voice, "Is that Master?" Hearing how rough his voice sounded, Mabel wondered, why is his voice so hoarse? When he got no answer, he asked again, Then he suddenly sat up and turned his head toward Mabel. Half of his face was covered in black marks. His violet eyes had turned into a sharp golden color, as if they could kill. Seeing that the person before him was Mabel, he looked a little surprised and said, "Oh, Lady Mabel." The little girl let out a startled cry. Suddenly, one hand clutched his chest, while on the other, a glowing blue magic circle appeared, and in pain he gripped the bedsheet. Seeing that, Mabel asked with concern, "Are you in a lot of pain? Am I disturbing you by coming here?" Fawn, still breathing out strain, Sound said no. I was just wondering whether this might be a dream. The arm bearing the circle trembled painfully, and he spoke to her almost pleadingly. "Please don't go." Drops of sweat rolled down from his chin. As for the little girl, she agreed at once. "All right, I won't go. After saying that, she sat down beside his bed and comforted him. I'll stay here. He asked her self-consciously. Milady, I look strange, don't I? And disgusting, too. I must look awful. The little girl suddenly leaned her face close to his, startling him, and said, No, not at all. Embarrassed, he said, Milady, you're too close. Before he could finish, Mabel continued to explain, I'm not such a terrible person that I'd think that way about my friends. Then she asked him in return, Fawn, if I showed up at the North Tower covered in wounds, would you avoid me? Without even thinking, Fawn answered with certainty, No, my lady. At that, Mabel continued, trying to ease his insecurity. See? I'm the same. I don't know much, but this is what's hurting you, isn't it, Fawn? As she spoke, she took hold of the hand covered in black marks. Embarrassed, he tried to pull it back and answered, Yes. That's right. Then the little girl's hand slid gently down to his palm. Then this is your wound. You're wound. He replied, Yes, my lady. She held that hand, and he clasped her hand back as though he did not want her to disappear. She continued, gently helping him out of his insecurity. Bad people would say these wounds are strange and mock you for them. Sitting across from Fawn, she said sincerely, You're not strange at all, Fawn. Fawn was silent for a while, then said to Mabel, You're the strange one, my lady. Tears fell onto the back of the little girl's small hand. Fawn cried, moved by Mabel's sincerity. No one had ever said such things to me before. You're like a lighthouse, kindling a warm light in my dark life. This was an utterly unexpected feeling. It made one want to dig deeper and wish to be the only person allowed to bask in it. After that, he explained the black marks spreading over half his face. Do you remember when I spoke to you about myself? These markings are what I meant. My father's work. I told you that in the end it would emerge, didn't I? This is probably only the beginning. It will continue in the future. Then his voice grew full of regret and disappointment in himself. I'm sorry, Lady Mabel. I truly wanted to win the tournament. Still staying by his side, Mabel pulled him out of that swamp of despair. But that wasn't your fault, Bellerophon. By the way, I can give you my answer now. Fawn curled his lips into a smile and said, You shouldn't say things like that, Lady Mabel. It only makes me greedier. Suddenly, a light flashed before Mabel, and Fawn asked her, Milady, will you accept this? Resting in Fawn's palm was an exquisite key, surrounded by a sparkling golden light that contrasted completely with the hand covered in countless black marks. The little girl held out both hands to receive it and asked Fawn, If I take this, will it hurt less? He froze for a few seconds, then smiled brightly and replied, Yes, I think it surely will. The little girl took the key, then leaned her face close to his. I don't want you to be hurt. You're my friend. I care about you. A cord appeared and hung the key around the little girl's neck, as if a pact had just been made. Please, take my power whenever you wish. I will be your loyal beast. Hearing that, Mabel widened her eyes in shock and lightly touched the key. Fawn turned to her and continued, Until the day you grow tired of me. On the day of the finals, the sky was bright and clear. I heard that about 16 people had left after the second round ended. Among them, for had been stripped of their right to compete like Bellerophon. Half of the remaining contestants had used the Empire's privilege, but they still couldn't make it to the finals, which meant that only 6 of us remained, the ones who would compete in the final round. We would have to face a Dragonian as a group until only one person was left standing. On the arena floor, 6 people were surrounding a horned creature with eyes that were all black. One of them was flung out and screamed, Ah! Before long, only 3 people remained on the floor, including Mabel. The little girl thought, This is strange. It's as if we're being thrown out one by one. Only 3 people were left. The monster focused on one person still standing and muttered, Child, my child, child. Mabel, holding her staff, noticed and was puzzled. Child? The Dragonian lunged and threw the standing man out of the arena. After that, she turned her head toward the little girl. She drew back her long nails and formed a magic sphere in her palm. At the sight, the little girl trembled in fear. Mana? Can a Dragonian use magic? She hesitated between 2 choices. If I retreat backward, the Dragonian might change targets, but the corner is already right behind me. At the same time, the Dragonian with the magic sphere was standing in the center. The little girl remembered Blitz's warning not to linger in the corners. She didn't know whom to listen to. Which should I follow? The danger right in front of me, or the princess's warning? She summoned a large amount of energy into her staff and struck at the Dragonian. Taking advantage of the Dragonian being distracted, she quickly ran to the opposite side, and then a loud cry rang out. The Dragonian rushed at a woman standing in the corner and threw her out. But it didn't stop there. It jumped straight out of the arena itself, growling as it went. Mabel froze in place as she realized, is the Dragonians target the Emperor? The Dragonian attacked the Emperor with magic. Instead of panicking in fear, he remained seated there calmly. When the beam of light created by the Dragonian rushed toward him, he found it mildly interesting. An experimental subject using magic? How fascinating. As the flow of energy came close, it was blocked by the barrier surrounding the Emperor. He continued, if I had known this beforehand, perhaps I would have prolonged the experiments instead of discarding them. At the same time, chains suddenly shot out from all directions, binding the Dragonian tightly and preventing it from charging any farther toward the Emperor. The attendants beside him brought out their staffs, as if to shield the Emperor. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? The Dragonian, restrained and furious, cried out to the Emperor, lounging there so comfortably. Give me back my child! My child! Hearing that, Mabel could only stand rooted to the arena floor. The Emperor turned to where Blitz was seated and asked, in this situation, what is your opinion? Princess of Assassin, calmly, she said, I don't know what to say. I'm deeply shocked that something so dangerous happened, Your Majesty. She glanced toward him and continued, oh dear, please forgive me for not standing. My legs are shaking from fright. They won't move because I am so cowardly. The Emperor said with contempt, is that all you want to say? This here assassin is the host. One wrong word, and you won't be able to escape the consequences. She explained in a tone edged with mockery. Oh my, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Your Majesty, did you not hear the host's introduction of these people? She stood up and walked toward the Dragonian, who was still making strange sounds. The Emperor tried to stop her. Those things are experimental subjects. They have no free will. She ignored him and said, if they have no free will and no sense of self, would they still be able to use magic? Their abilities do not include the use of human language. Yet this one still retains memories, energy, and even the remains of the self she had when she was human. As the princess approached, the Dragonian fell silent and stopped crying, while Blitz continued. All Assassin has done is give these people freedom and work to do. Isn't that what beast tamers are supposed to do? Interpreting it is not difficult. Seeing the Dragonian gradually relax, the Emperor said irritably, I advise you to stop uttering those lies. Blitz turned around and walked step by step toward the Emperor. Very well. We will take responsibility. She stopped before the sword points aimed at her, but continued speaking. And you, Emperor of this land, will you also take responsibility for your war? Surrounded by blades, she still confronted the Emperor directly. This Dragonian is a victim of your war and your experiments. I'm asking whether you are willing to face the consequences of your horrific experiments and repent. I am quite curious. The Emperor remained lofty and untouchable. At his core, the Emperor was a being incapable of shame or remorse. She answered in a firm voice, that's right, isn't it? You keep repeating your brutal deeds without ever looking back, until that tower is filled with hatred. Assassin will no longer look away. Therefore, from this moment on, the alliance between Assassin and this empire is over. The Emperor asked coldly, are you trying to start a war? Though she stood amid 4 sword points aimed at her, she calmly replied, why not? Let us see who will begin eyeing your throne and stab you in the back once you start another war. He remained seated on his throne, one hand supporting his chin, and said, I will think about that. But Princess of Assassin, you will pay for ruining this lively tournament. Blitz refused to yield. Is that truly the issue? The Emperor rose to his feet, looked toward Mabel standing alone on the arena floor, and said, I suppose. That mage over there is the winner. He curled his lips and continued. Even so, I don't think that alone is enough for the audience to acknowledge the girl. He looked at the fat-bellied noble beside him and asked, "Lord Command, I hear your son is a prodigy in the field of magic." The old noble proudly replied, "Why, yes, indeed. Claudel truly is my divine son, and he really is a prodigy." The emperor asked again, "And compared to that contestant?" Hearing this, the old man gave a contemptuous smile toward the little girl. "I dare say she cannot compare at all." The emperor used magic to summon a microphone and said, "Very well. This will be useful." Using the microphone, he addressed the entire audience in the stands. "As the emperor of this land, I would like to say a few words to all who have gathered here and taken interest in this match. As you all just witnessed, an unfortunate incident has occurred. I am certain everyone also regrets that this splendid friendly competition has had to end in such chaos. Because of that unfortunate event, I wish to propose a special match." At that moment, a boy stepped toward Mabel, while the emperor's voice continued. "A duel between the contestant over there and a promising mage praised as a prodigy." Suddenly, her father appeared and asked her with concern, "Are you all right? I saw everything. He hasn't changed at all." He continued coldly, "We can leave this place this instant, or I can make this place fall silent forever, if that is what you want." The little girl slowly answered, "Actually, until just a few minutes ago, I was very scared. But now that you're here, Father, everything feels all right again." The little girl looked straight at her father and said, "Even when things fall into chaos, you're always by my side and supporting me. I'll defeat that child." Hearing this, Rachiel spoke to her with trust. "I never doubted that for even a second. Mabel, there is something I need to tell you about Raziko's moon." The child, known as a prodigy, appeared on the arena floor. Facing Mabel, he said, "Hey, sis, I really enjoyed watching your match. You got a fair number of skills, don't you?" He did not stop there and went on mocking her. "You're pretty skilled at scurrying away like a rat. Looks like you're under the delusion that you're some talented mage just because you're the daughter of a mage." The little girl did not get angry and only asked him back, "Even after watching my match, you can still say that, Claudel?" He replied, "Ichem. All I saw was an experimental subject lose control and everyone immediately leave the arena." The little girl thought to herself, "He didn't watch any of my previous matches. He just thinks I only got here by luck. I wonder just how much he's looked down on me all this time." Then the emperor's voice rang out again. "Thank you all for waiting so patiently. Though there has been a small incident, on behalf of the host of this tournament, I offer my sympathies to those who were injured." On the stage, the audience roared with cheers, and the announcer's voice continued without pause. This special match was proposed by His Imperial Majesty and approved by the council overseeing the tournament. Since this is the first time such a duel has ever taken place in history, I'm sure you're all thrilled, aren't you? Combatants, please take your positions. The match begins. The moment it started, Claudel summoned barriers behind his back and charged at Mabel, but she stepped back in time and dodged. Seeing that, Claudel mocked her again. "Oh, you're good at dodging, sister." He attacked relentlessly, leaving her no choice but to keep evading. He sneered, "Sister, this is just like back at home. Remember how you used to avoid me all the time like a coward?" Mabel shot back. "That's because you always harassed me whenever I was in the hallway. You even pushed me down the stairs." He replied while swinging his staff as if to strike her. "That was your fault for moving so slowly. Who said you had the right to stand in my way? You're the one who couldn't even block a simple slip spell." Boom! He created a huge explosion, as if trying to kill her on the spot. When the smoke and dust from the blast finally cleared, Mabel and her little bird appeared completely unharmed. Looking at him seriously, she said, "You really haven't changed at all. Are you going to stay like this forever?" He was startled by the bird beside her. "What's that? An assistant?" But only mages who've mastered the basics can have one. Even so, that assistant looks just like you, weak and ordinary. Mabel ignored Claudel's rambling and focused her energy into the magic gathering at her staff. "Looks like you've improved a little, sister. Well, even if this friendly match has low standards, I guess you still had to be strong enough to make it this far." A fierce wind suddenly rose. She called out loudly to him, "Don't talk as if it has low standards. You're the one who knows nothing about this world." He only smiled. "Do you really think these are things I don't know? There's one thing you still don't understand. Just because you blocked a few of my attacks doesn't mean you've reached my level, sister." Mabel asked her staff, "Can you hear me?" "Yes, I can't hear you clearly, Mabel. She asked again. Can you hear what my father said? The staff answered. Anything you hear, I know too. Rakiel held her shoulders and knelt down so his face was level with hers. There are a few things I need to tell you about Raziko's moon. You awaken the consciousness inside the staff. That spirit will grow alongside you. She asked her father, like a friend? Exactly. Though right now, Raziko's moon is far stronger than you. She lifted the staff and asked, will you be my friend? I want to call you Rosie, but sooner or later, you will stand as its equal. The staff shone with an even stronger light. Rosie, I'm Rosie. Rosie belongs to Mabel. The great mage continued, placing a hand on the staff. It has lived far longer than you, so don't try to control the magic. Just let it flow naturally. Trust your instincts. She asked, Rosie, do you think I can block them? The staff answered firmly, no, Mabel, you can't block them. In the arena, she raised the staff in front of her. The staff told her, Mabel, that magic is powerful on the same level as my previous master. Mabel's back came into view, but magic is a wish and a prayer. Rakiel stroked her head. You don't need a spell. Claudel laughed and said, showing those people what real magic looks like wasn't even my intention, just because it disappeared long ago. The staff encouraged her. You have more magical power, more mana, Mabel. Full of trust, she gripped the staff tightly and prepared to face Claudel's attacks. Then show it all. Show him what true magic really is. Claudel, full of contempt, aimed his magic at her. I should discipline you, so you can see the gap in skill between us. He grinned in delight. I'm sure this will be fun. He chanted and summoned flaming arrows toward her. The pride of the Cyclamen family is powerful fire magic. And yet, as though rejecting it, Father became a winter attribute mage. Mabel cried out, I don't want to lose. She summoned countless ice shields around herself. I'm Father's daughter too. I can use magic as well. The flaming arrows slammed into the walls of ice and flew wildly in all directions. Mabel stood amid the ice shields, facing the stunned Claudel, who blurted out in disbelief, What is this? How can you? An image flashed of him laughing at her. You can't even block a simple slip spell. How embarrassing. Now she mocked him back. Claudel, you couldn't hit a single target. Mabel was covered in grime and dust, but she smiled victoriously. How embarrassing. Claudel snapped back. What did you say? All you did was block a weak little attack. She retorted, but it wasn't weak, was it? It was as if she had struck his sore spot. She continued, you were so proud of using it against me. Furious, he slammed his staff against the ground. Fine, then try blocking this. Violent flames rose behind Claudel's back. Mabel calmly tightened her grip on her staff. Imagine it and bring it forth. Sheets of ice kept sprouting up, blocking all the fire Claudel created. The ice shattered again and again. Mabel looked at her wounded hands. Her whole body throbbed with pain. Claudel, he too was scraped all over, glaring at her in fury while supporting himself unsteadily. She said, I didn't block it. I destroyed your magic. The Cyclamen family had raised her tolerance for pain. Claudel chutait d'Angrély. Impossible. There's no way. Magic spheres flew at her chaotically one after another. Every time he launched one, she destroyed it. Nearly exhausted, Claudel said, I won't lose. He raised his staff and chanted. This will be the end. She gripped her own staff too. Exhausted, Mabel buckled and dropped lower, full of unwillingness. No. Two enormous fireballs flew at her from both directions. She clenched her staff again, resolve hardening inside her. I don't want to. I don't want to lose. I want to win. The staff spoke. Mabel, if that is what you desire, then you possess abundant magical power. So much, so very much, that nothing can compare. You are a mage with an endless, joyful source of power. The staff released a dazzling light. That energy took shape as a pair of beautiful white wings, and the shards of ice around her transformed into lovely flowers. The pain made her unable to stand steady. The staff comforted her. It will hurt a little, Mabel. Just a little. A giant flower of ice appeared, swallowed both fireballs whole, and then exploded. She fell to one knee. I want to face him standing firmly on my own feet, but my body is giving out. My legs won't move. I don't want to lose. The staff's light slowly faded. Claudel rubbed his elbow. Oh, what was that? A moment of glory Then he suddenly jolted and dropped to his knees as well, furious, his hand trembling around his staff. You? He screamed wildly. You? She lowered her head and laughed. How does it feel, Claudel? Her smile seemed to glow. I may not win, but I won't lose either. A voice rang out from the stands. The match is over. The match is over. What a shocking result. In the red-tiled arena where the contestants had fought, another voice declared, an astonishing outcome. There is no winner. It continued, a shocking result. No one has claimed victory. Therefore, this year's champion is the Mage Mabel. It was a young girl, scratched and bruised all over, holding a magic staff in her hand. Claudel Cyclamen knelt on one knee, his face also marked with wounds, and muttered bitterly, ridiculous. Over here, Mabel lifted her happy face toward the sky, eyes closed, thinking, I'm so happy. Still the same girl, stretched out on the ground, laughing hee-hee. It seemed even the sparrow had sensed her feelings, circling around her body, hugging her staff and staring wide-eyed. Unable to contain herself, she thought, this is probably the second best day of my life. The best, of course, was the day I met Father and everyone else. Her face still couldn't hide her joy, and she kept giggling. Kanos, standing nearby, asked, Are you that pleased, milady? The other person answered without hesitation, She lightly raised her left hand, the one wearing the single bracelet, and thought to herself, this bracelet was the prize for this year's tournament. The organizers gave it to me the day before yesterday. Then someone's voice suddenly said, when milady collapsed and Master had to carry the little one away, it really gave me a fright. The image of Mabel being carried surfaced in her mind. Mabel continued, hee-hee, I really was exhausted. But Father had always encouraged me. I remember it clearly. A man's voice interjected, You did well. After all, you're my daughter. Kanos added without hesitation, Yes, you look very happy, Lady Mabel. Rakiel looked rather satisfied and quietly said, I really do like hearing that. Because she had fainted, she hadn't been able to attend the awards ceremony. Everyone had opposed it, insisting she get proper rest. They were all gathered around her sickbed, the daughter of the great mage. A man stepped into the room and said loudly, As for me, Mabel was thinking I heard Father attended in my place when she called Father. He looked over at the household attendants and continued, Fawn, Aben, and Skyla are here too. Only Laura and Lisa aren't. Hearing that, the maid with the apron, Skyla, answered, They'll be here soon, sir. They went to find medicinal herbs. Her father came over to his daughter, gently stroked her head, and said, Your fever's gone down. Mabel smiled softly and replied, I'm all right now, Father. I feel much better. His words held visible relief. You look much better than you did on the day of the ceremony. He turned back toward Kanos. The girl quickly continued, Yes, I fell asleep right away that day, and Father attended in my place. The man folded his arms and answered wearily, Yeah. The man in the suit standing beside him continued. It was practically Master's second awards ceremony. Looking up at the ceiling, he added, and the host announced some unbelievable things, milady. Mabel immediately asked, What was it? Kanos said, They said you're the youngest champion in the history of the tournament, milady. She was utterly astonished and exclaimed, Oh. The young man added, You should have seen the Emperor's face when everyone cheered your name, Lady Mabel. You didn't see it, did you? The girl with sea blue hair glanced into the air and said, No. I was so out of breath at the time that I couldn't think about anything. So I didn't know at all. The young man with animal ears raised his fist to his chest and praised her. It was the first time I'd ever seen him make a face like that. An amazing sight. Fawn beside him continued, I saw it too. Very twisted. On the other side, Mabel looked a little puzzled. I thought you didn't come because you were recovering from your injuries, Fawn. As if slapped hard across the face, the young man in the tie froze for a moment. Then Aben suddenly said, Obviously, milady, he snuck out. The other man had no intention of denying it. Yes, I did slip out. How could I miss Lady Mabel's match? Looking at both of them, the little girl thought, I think I just saw Fawn shoot Aben a dirty look. Someone else spoke up. What do you think, Master? Lady Mabel has broken your record. It was the attendant Kanos. He cleared his throat and added, How does it feel to lose that record, sir? The other man replied, Not bad. Then he added, But isn't it obvious? The one who beat it is my daughter. He turned his gaze and body toward Mabel and said gently, "This is just child's play." She immediately gave an awkward smile, beads of sweat rolling down her cheek. Ha! But inside she thought, you can't call this child's play. After that, the little girl turned toward the man with the striking blue hair like hers and whined sweetly, "Oh, father," then added, "What do you think about this bracelet?" The man spoke. "You're right." Mabel asked quietly, "Really?" She touched her other wrist and continued, "Is it really mother's bracelet, father?" A warm voice answered, "That's right. It belonged to your mother." Rakiel looked at his daughter with affection and said softly, "I don't know how it ended up here, but your mother truly did wear it when she was young." A trace of longing appeared on his face as he slowly said the words. "That's a relief." The father beside her then asked, "Are you satisfied now?" A childish voice answered, "Yes. Now I have one mother's keepsakes too." Her eyes drifted into the distance. Suddenly, a large hand gently touched her head in comfort. "Your existence is already the greatest keepsake your mother left in this world." Then he added, "You've grown up." Mabel thought, "I wonder if mother can see that I've grown from heaven too." She answered her father without thinking, "It's because I have you with me, father." Then she thought, "I hope so. I hope mother is happy and at peace where she is." Suddenly, two maids hurried in and peeked into the room. "Master, there's a visitor. What should we do?" The man asked loudly, "Who is it?" One of them continued, "The Princess of Assassin, sir. She only wishes to see Lady Mabel once." The daughter also pleaded softly, "I want to meet the princess, father. Is that all right?" While the mage beside her cast a cold glance, he finally said, "Let her in." Slender feet in dark brown shoes slowly stepped inside. A clear voice rang out, "Hello, little one. Are you feeling better?" along with a lovely smile. Over here, the great mage looked annoyed, arms folded, listening to the exchange. "Yes. I'm relieved you weren't hurt." The Princess of Assassin handed a flower to Mabel as she said, "I was very worried." The other girl, a little hesitant, said softly, "Thank you." "Oh. And they say the youngest champion in history, don't they? Congratulations." The little girl felt overwhelmed. She thought, "How am I supposed to hold all these flowers in my arms?" Then she softly said, "Thank you, princess." The princess began speaking, as if worried it might dampen her spirits. "Some people will say you were only lucky and that you won only through good fortune because you simply followed the order of the competition well." Mabel lowered her gaze and said quietly, "I think so too." The Princess of Assassin smiled gently, comforting her, "But don't listen to such nonsense. Let go in one ear and out the other." The great mage's daughter stammered a little. "But it's true." The other woman answered, "No, little one. In truth, there's no need to care about those people. Geniuses are always dragged down by the jealousy of others." Rakiel seemed slightly affected when she brought him up. "Your father is a perfect example." The innocent child sitting upright on the bed bluntly asked, "Princess, you and my father don't get along?" The woman gave a long, vague explanation. "I suppose in the past, yes. In the end, we looked like enemies. Back then, I kept wondering how there could be such a strange mage, and he was far too cold, always doing everything by himself." As she spoke, the Princess of Assassin recalled the past. "But then, when I thought I would never see him again, your mother appeared. She and Galatia were quite close." Then she continued, "I was speechless. My longtime best friend went and married that enemy mage of mine." A childish voice rang out, "Oh, so you're not enemies anymore?" The blonde princess grew slightly subdued, her voice tinged with sadness. "Of course not. The reason I avoid looking at your father is because he reminds me of someone, and it makes me sad." The other girl spoke, sounding a little doubtful. "My mother." The princess smiled faintly, missing her, and answered, "Yes, your mother." After a while, she added, "Actually, I came here to apologize. I'm sorry for dragging you into the trouble I caused. I never expected the Emperor to answer my defiance like that and affect you directly." Thinking back on everything that had happened, Mabel said, "You don't need to apologize, princess. Thanks to that, I gained the things I have now." and the image of Claudel Sickleman kneeling on one knee appeared again. She continued, and I really did feel excited. I'll think of it as luck making its rounds and finally stopping by me. As Mabel spoke, a hand touched her hair, accompanied by the words, "All right." Then the princess slowly said, with a hint of tenderness on her face, "It's strange. I see so much of my friend in her daughter." She continued, "Another thing, I had planned to give a battle-trained magical beast from Assassin to this year's champion. Would you like one?" The other girl declined. "No, thank you." A voice continued, I thought so. It seems you already have good friends." The princess of Assassin rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and said, "Then I'll have to give you something else later. Only then can I keep my pride, especially since you're Galatia's daughter. Will you give me the chance to make it up to you?" Then she added, "Come to think of it, you already know it belonged to your mother, don't you?" The small girl answered, "Yes. Father told me." It was an intricately designed bracelet. Then came that familiar voice again. She used to wear it all throughout those busy years of war. Mabel looked surprised and continued the princess's words. "Really? I heard this bracelet is set with a spirit stone, and that it can be used to summon a spirit. Is that true?" The other person covered her mouth, looking startled. "Oh my, has the rumor spread that quickly?" she asked the girl sitting on the bed. The great mage's young daughter looked a little frightened. "Oh no." Then an unhappy voice rang out. "Oh dear, that's not right." She lowered her voice. "There isn't a mage in this world who can summon spirits or use spirit arts. Only fairies can use spirit arts." But the small girl in front of her added, "But my mother was the last fairy." The other woman gave a faintly sarcastic smile. "Ah, I'm sorry to disappoint you." "Oh." Mabel's hands clenched slightly, and she looked rather upset. "It's okay. I would have found out sooner or later anyway." But inwardly, she thought that she really had hoped she might be able to use the magic her mother once used. Mabel Sickleman turned her gaze toward the flowers before her and said softly, "I wanted to learn magic from my mother." The woman standing beside her gave a small laugh. "Now I feel even guilty. It may not be from your mother, but you can watch this." As her hand lightly touched the other girl's, a ring of blue light wrapped itself around the little girl's wrist. That familiar voice sounded again. "Using power through spirits. That was your mother's spirit art." In that sense, cooperating with magical beasts isn't so different. And as luck would have it, you have the potential to master magical beasts. What do you think? This bracelet can increase your power in beast training. I'll help you refine it even further." The great mage's daughter shook her hand and excitedly asked, "Will you teach me?" The other woman answered without hesitation, It isn't difficult. I'm thinking of creating a spell to connect the two of us. Would you accept that?" The other party immediately agreed happily. "Ah, yes. I want to learn." The princess's slender index finger lightly touched the forehead of the little girl with striking blue hair as she slowly said, "Actually, this is less me teaching you and more me opening your senses." She continued, "You already have the foundation, so you'll understand quickly." Mabel kept her wide eyes fixed on Blitz. The blonde woman stared back at her and asked softly, "How does it feel?" Hearing every sound, without hesitation, she added, "I just opened your auditory perception. You'll get used to it soon enough." In a youthful voice tinged with curiosity, Mabel asked, "Is this magic too?" The other answered, How should I put it? You can think of it that way. It's closer to an innate talent than magic." Mabel repeated in slight surprise, "An innate talent." For taming magical beasts, the index finger moved from her forehead down to the bridge of her nose and pressed lightly as a voice, the kind often reserved for a good child, said, "It's usually given to children with compassion and sensitive hands." Outside in the garden, leaves were being blown continuously into the air by the wind, and the other woman explained further, "Spirits force me to listen to the sounds of other spirits. Spirits can grow and communicate, and magical beasts are the same. Don't you think? It's as if they share the same essence. It's like something is urging you to cultivate and develop your abilities even more." Mabel half closed her eyes, her mouth bright with excitement. "Yes, ma'am." Blitz continued, "Then you can become even bet." Suddenly, an icy voice cut through the conversation. "That's enough. It was the man known as the Great Mage. He growled, "There will be no such thing." The air in the room instantly turned cold and heavy. The blonde woman spoke up to break the awkward chill. "Father didn't do anything wrong, but I should be leaving today." The other person raised his voice slightly. "I've said enough for today. Not just today. There won't be a next time, either." The two standing before Mabel looked like old enemies crossing paths. One of them said, "Come now, be a little more objective. There's no way to know what the child might want in the future, right?" The other cut in, "I'm certain that helping her open her senses and teaching her are two different matters. I have no intention of sending my daughter to Assassin." A sharp, sarcastic voice answered, "How rare, being all understanding while keeping everything bottled up inside. My fault, my fault. But our pact ended long ago. Can't we at least talk calmly? You're frightening her." As soon as she finished, Blitz pulled the blue-haired girl into her arms and said slowly, "I just wanted to indulge in a little nostalgia with my friend's little girl. A child who looks like she'll grow into just as good a person as her mother." After taking a moment to feel that, she continued, "You've grown so much." "I mean it." In the end, Blitz leaned close to Mabel's ear and whispered, "Little one, I'm truly happy I got to meet you. That comes from the bottom of my heart." The other girl hesitated, then said to her, "Why, yes, me too. Even though I've only just met you, I've heard that the princess is both kind and exceptional. All princesses look beautiful no matter what they wear. They're skilled with the sword, they sing well, and they give captivating performances too." Blitz covered her mouth and whispered, "I don't really know what the other princesses are like, but the one you just described does sound like me. I really am amazing, you know." Her face looked full of confidence as she continued, "Pust, and I stay young forever, just like your father." Then she added a few more words. "So I'm sure we'll be seeing each other for a long time. If you ever get the chance, come visit me, if that's what you want. Later on, would you invite me to your coming-of-age ceremony as your godmother? If that makes you uncomfortable, you can refuse. I'm only saying it because I want to see you again, little one." Meanwhile, the man turned his face away, looking rather fed up and irritated. In a soft, childish voice, the little girl agreed, "Yes, I'll invite you." Blitz lowered her voice and whispered, "Thank you." After a moment, she continued, an image of her dear friend surfacing in her mind. "Ever since my closest friend passed away, this is the first time." Then she fell silent. A thought rose in the little girl's mind. The traces of sorrow she had noticed on Princess Blitz's face seemed to have faded away. Suddenly, the princess spoke again. "I truly wish time would pass faster." The little girl also thought of her father. Perhaps it was much the same as how the emotions on his face had slowly started to show over time. The current that had once stopped because of her mother had now begun to flow again. In one corner of the castle, a warm voice said, "Goodbye, then." As the two left the room, the child spoke first. "Father, I want to learn how to use this bracelet properly." The tall man beside her replied at once, "When we get home, I'll teach you. It's not too difficult, and it must harmonize with Rosie's moon. Your magical beast will be the one most directly affected." Mabel closed her eyes, a hint of cheerful laughter in her voice. "Then both of them will benefit? That's amazing. They'll become stronger? Would it really be better if they were stronger?" Then the little girl added, "I think it would be better if they could protect themselves. Even so, hurting other people isn't good." A gentle voice answered, "If you teach them properly, that won't happen. And your mother's bracelet would be very pleased with that." As he spoke, the great mage's hand rested on the doorknob. Then he paused and thought for a moment. But wait. He looked slightly doubtful. Then he wondered again. Could it be 3 now instead of 2? The child beside him looked confused and let out a small, "Huh." Suddenly, a voice called out loudly, "Lady Mabel." She asked, "Is that my dress?" It was the 2 maids. Laura spoke first. "Yes, milady. It's the one you wore in the final match." Then Liza, touching the item in question, got straight to the point. Laura was about to put it away, but look what we found in the pocket, milady. In both hands, she held up a strange golden egg. Mabel took it from Liza, her eyes full of surprise and her mouth hanging open. It was in there the whole time? Wow, I guess I didn't expect it to be the finals. What if it had gotten chipped? Suddenly, The egg shook violently, drawing the attention of the green-haired maid. "And milady, the egg is moving," Skyla added. "Milady, please sit it down here." Everyone gathered around it, whispering among themselves. Mabel's father asked, "Is it about to hatch?" A sharp eye could be seen through the crack, making one of them exclaim in alarm. "Is this because Princess Blitz did something? Did the princess touch the egg at all, milady?" The crack spread wider, and half of a small beast became visible. Mabel answered, "Yes. She touched it when she met me in the waiting room." Someone else explained, "It seems that affected the egg." The little girl turned to the father, standing nearby, and asked for permission. Should I help it, father? It looks like it's struggling." Skyla, standing across from her, immediately encouraged her. "Helping isn't a bad thing, milady, but it would be best if only one person helps. Since it's your magical beast, the first one to touch it should be you." As soon as she heard that, the little girl did not hesitate and used her hands to peel away the rest of the shell. Mabel gasped softly. "A baby fox?" The man beside her, standing with arms folded, corrected her. "A fox spirit. A type of magical beast that feeds on jewelry." The little girl replied, "So it isn't a fox?" Then she reached out and touched the crying creature in front of her. She went on, "No, they look alike, but they're completely different. This species is quite strong, too." It let out another cry, "King," and then tucked its head into her palm. One of the attendants spoke up, "Milady, it likes you already, doesn't it?" Aben moved his face close, bared an adorable little fawn, and said lightly, "What's this now, milady? That egg was supposed to hatch into the kind you wanted. So you really were thinking about me all this time, huh?" From behind them, the great mage's cold and savage voice rang out. "What did you just say? Say that again." It frightened him badly. Suddenly, the other let out a shrill cry. "Master, I didn't mean it." Aben hurriedly ran off, shouting the whole way, "Ah, master, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry." The blue-haired man growled, "So being nice doesn't work on you, huh?" The other screamed again, "No, you know I'm sensitive too." Over on this side, Kano spoke up wearily and helplessly. "It's going to take a long time before my little brother grows up." The girl sitting on the bed asked directly, "Do you want Aben to grow up quickly, Ken?" The white-haired man with beast ears replied, I'm not sure. I don't think so." Then he added, "I think children should act their age." "But what about you, milady?" Mabel quietly asked back. "Am I very childish?" Kanos assured her, "You're very, very mature compared with my unreliable younger brother." He continued, "What I mean is milady is sincere, and the way you act suits a child your age. I think that's a good thing. For example, you're not shutting yourself away anymore." Kanos seemed to have quite a lot to say about Aben. "I'll tell you why Aben dislikes the cold. It might be useful information for teasing him." The innocent girl asked, "Why is that?" The handsome attendant didn't hesitate to explain. "We beast folk go through a period of development called the secondary awakening stage." Recalling that period, he added, "During that stage, our race becomes divided between adolescence and adulthood. You could think of it as similar to a human coming-of-age ceremony. The difference is that the bodies of beast folk really do go through a very clear transformation. Our kind also possesses elemental attributes. Those usually appear during the secondary awakening. In more than half of all cases, the element doesn't manifest very visibly, but still plays an important role." After a brief pause, he continued, "My younger brother was born with fire inside him, so naturally he has an aversion to water and snow." In her young voice, the little girl interjected, "Can you know someone's element before they awaken?" He answered patiently, "Yes. My mother also possessed extraordinarily powerful fire, and that power was passed down." The great mage's daughter asked again, Does someone's fur color have anything to do with their element?" Kanos replied, "Yes, it does." Having finished talking about Aben, she changed the topic. "Then what about you, Can? Do you have one too?" He hesitated. As for me." The attendant looked weary, sweat running down his cheek, as he explained, "I don't. Or rather, I used to, but not anymore. There's no special reason. It's simply a consequence of war. After that, I lost part of my power. As a Dragonian, that was the object of Blitz's resentment." He added, "There was once a time when I possessed ice manipulation nearly on the same level as masters, but that's all in the past now." Mabel looked at Kanos with sympathy. He immediately said, "You don't need to look at me like that, milady." He sounded remarkably optimistic as he continued, "I'm very happy. What I want is to continue watching you grow, the one who gave me a new purpose in life." Then, bringing Aben back into the conversation, he said, "When Aben grows up, he'll be even stronger than I was in the past, and he'll become someone special. Even compared with other beast folk, I'm sure that boy will become someone dependable enough to protect you." Mabel looked a little embarrassed. Hugging the little beast in her arms, she said, "I want to protect you, and Aben too." Kanos replied, "Yes, of course. Our milady is going to be very strong, super, super strong." Then he covered his mouth and whispered to the girl before him, "Anyone who has something they want to protect has a core that can make them stronger than anyone else. Master is a perfect example, and Lady Galathea used to say the same thing." He sounded a little satisfied as he gave a small, The animal in her arms suddenly moved, scratching at her hand and making her flinch. Then Mabel said, "So you can use fire too?" With an adorable expression, it cried, "King," its tail wagging happily. The great mage's daughter felt excited too. In a gentle tone, she told it, "Let's live happily together, okay?" Suddenly, thoughts rose in her mind. Emperor, pact, hero, designated target. I can already see the trunk of that gigantic tree, but I feel as if none of the answers are fully clear yet. The sudden disappearance of the fairy race from this land. What happened long ago, before I ever opened my eyes and looked upon this world. A voice rang out. "You have to hit it." Mabel raised her magic staff. A voice sounded by her ear. "You can do it. Come on, Mabel, fire." Then an explosion rang out, and the scene before her had turned to ruins. The little girl thought to herself, if I hit just one more, I'll get a perfect score." A familiar voice praised her. "That was good aim." It was the great mage. He continued, "You've improved tremendously." Looking a little dejected, the other replied, "But I missed all those others." Then he added, "Even so, it's still an achievement, daughter." Her beloved father went on at length, "Even if you only hit one, it's still an achievement. Even if you miss them all, it's still an achievement. Being able to hold a staff is an achievement." The other asked, "If I don't hit any at all, isn't that a failure? What about people who can't even hold a staff?" He still tried to explain, "No, whether you hold a staff or a wand, simply keeping something in your hand is already an achievement." Then he continued, "In the end, breathing is also an achievement." Mabel innocently exclaimed, The great mage's eyes sharpened slightly as he said, "I said, even breathing is an achievement."